wavelength when it comes to the oral fixation.
Oh, just that I'm constant. Are you insinuating that I'm constantly drinking the water on this thing?
Yes, but
you're right. I can't stop. It's kind of weird, and it's funny. I'm glad somebody called my ass out on it because it's like I cannot stop doing it for some reason.
Well, it's how I used to drink beer.
There were exceptions.
And now it's
places
like water.
You drink it all day. What kind of beer?
If they could own land,
I don't drink beer
why
anymore.
did they
What kind was it?
the landowners
It was Bush.
I figured you for a Bush guy. Yeah, with the camouflage cans. You just have 24 of them. Fuck it. What do you say?
Let's get it straight. Papa loves a Bush, okay?
Mr. Blasco?
Fair enough. Yeah, those were good. Yeah, I always liked the camouflage cans.
So cool. Then you can make a suit of armor out of them when the cops can't see you.
So then what about the land?
And if a car hits you, you don't get that hurt.
Okay, but
They just can't be going too fast.
Yeah, over 30, you're done.
Yes.
Why
It was a Prius.
was land less?
Well, be careful in a Prius. We were in a Prius going to the airport, and he rammed into another car. It was a disaster.
You
In
can't
the loud.
How long ago was that? Erica got a burn on her neck.
It was a week ago today. It was actually, weirdly enough, probably around this time.
So it was about 10 days ago for you.
People are
Yes.
whatever.
How do you get a burn from that?
What about burns?
Whiplash.
It's no longer true.
Yeah,
but
Whiplash.
Jews cannot be
That was the name of the band Casey and I did up in fucking, where was that mine? Yeah, it was like Fort Collins, Colorado. Yeah, Fort Collins.
Yeah.
Why did I always think it was Montana? I don't know. Everybody always made fun of my ass for that.
You would say that at the time, too.
What are we doing? You just had no idea where you were.
Hold on. This is not Montana. We're not in Glacier National Park, right? Fort Collins? And then everybody would laugh. That was when I was drinking a bunch of those espresso martinis. And you'd say, leave the beans in. Yes, because I'm chewing on that box. Do that a lot. I miss that. Yeah, leave the thing alone.
You loved your caffeine and alcohol together, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't always do it, but
I always drank Sparks. Do you remember those?
ooh, I love Sparks with the silver and the orange
It's an
can.
excellent point.
Was that like the first Four Loko?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So it had alcohol in it
And energy.
And a lot of guarana.
It also made your mouth really dry. You're like, do you remember that? It always made my mouth like.
Williams thing's always wet. My boy's mouth.
Yeah, no, my mouth is wet as shit, especially if you're drinking these things. And this one actually does have a little bit of caffeine in it, so I am going a little wild right now.
I don't know. Oh, fucking Sparks. That brings back memories. We used to tape those things, like drink a bunch of them and make the wizard staffs.
Nice, and that would be taller than a regular beer can, because it was a little taller than a beer can, so I bet y'all made those staffs long.
Then you go storm a Wells Fargo.
We're going to discuss all things.
Give me the fucking money. And it's like an inside job when your buddies somehow had already called the cops and they were already there. They bust y'all.
You get Reservoir Dogs.
Y'all meet up in some fucking warehouse just with your staffs. Like, what set up? Yeah, set up for what? We need to get our heads examined.
Did you play drinking games, William?
Yeah, Edward 40 Hands. Used to love that. This isn't even really a game, but what I miss maybe the most is a good funnel. Out on the beach, give me a couple funnels, give me a 3-person catapult thing, and I'm launching beers, I'm launching water balloons way down the beach and hitting people. I used to love doing that.
Spring break forever.
Yeah, spring, man, I wish I could live in spring break time all the time.
I'm on spring break.
My friend Sam says that he thinks that when he dies, St. Peter won't let him into heaven because he played Edward 40.
Well, he might be onto something because I've heard that might be a thing of serious sin in the Catholic Church. It's a sin. Yeah. He needs to start going to a Catholic church and reading his sins to the Father.
Got the new rope. He's American, and he said that shotgunning is actually good.
Yes, he's a big Chicago White Sox fan. He's a Sox guy. Sadly, I'm a Cubs guy, but I love God. So I know that's probably weird for a Cubs fan. That being a fucking White Sox fan is a weird conflict of interest.
But do you think that means that there will be Angels in the outfield?
Parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews.
Okay, can you get them off?
Non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy
Appreciate you coming by, Piss Papa.
meat that's cheaply
Hey, thanks for the shout out a few weeks ago. I got some orders on my site,
The
so
church, by the way, was
I
very
appreciate
upset
it.
about because it looked
Just
bad.
pop
it again. What is it? What is it?
it's pisspapa.com, PISSSPAPA, just like it is on the screen.
People will buy where it's cheapest.
.com.
Sometimes more.
What's on there? He's got stickers when he says
let's
on
see.
shirts.
Risks that
No, it's just like
we
art I
talked
make.
about.
It's like
Agriculture
some
also plays
like
a
wooden
really
cutouts and
important
shit,
part
but
in the
those pins are on there.
structure of medieval
Magnets?
society, which we have not gotten into.
I want some
but we'll
magnets.
talk about
Ooh,
in much
I got
greater
an email.
degree.
Oh, mail you. No, no,
Here it is.
Yeah, we'll mail you some. We got a bunch.
Jews did
Oh,
as
you
the
got my
backbone
address.
of their economy. They're primarily
do.
involved in commerce. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of
All right,
early
well, see you later.
we will have
Have a good time.
a much broader field of economic endeavor.
Yeah, little does his ass know. We already have all of his information. We got your social, brother. Anybody that calls in here, we already have all of your. And it's not even in a weird or bad thing. No, Ranches has that technology. We're trying to just fact check you, make sure you are who you say you are. Yes.
Specifically,
We won't use it unless we have to.
this is a
Yep.
bigger topic. but
Wait,
we've
so
got
do
7
you have one of
minutes
his
to give you a
stickers on your fridge?
version.
Yeah, Piss
It tends to
Papa.
have
I
kind
didn't
of
know
like
you made art.
when I say
When did we shout him
finance, that
out?
sounds nice. When I
Maybe
say
something you
something
did.
like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the
Well, we
outskirts
love
of
shouting you
town,
out.
and
Yeah,
that's
we
what
love
I
shouting
like.
out.
Always shout
But
them
it's
out.
really
We will show you out till the end of time. Yeah, but don't make shit up. I mean, I don't think we did. He just said that so we would talk about it afterwards. Maybe.
And to
That was
support
pretty
themselves,
cool.
Specifically because
He thought it was Monday. That was kind of funny. I can't believe he would Reservoir Dogs us at what cost. Must have got a good deal with the DA. Yeah, I know, it's screwed up. I mean, you know, we would have to know we would have our wizard staff. Pretty sure our Spark says it's like we can't get rid of those things very easily. Some people can't, they just can't do time. They can't keep their mouth shut. Nope. That's what happened to John Gotti. Yes, and Sammy the Bull.
A Jewish couple because here she's
God,
reading
Kevin, that go on witness protection program after you've been living it up. Yeah, I know, when you were a good fella, like you were really about that life, suddenly you turned state's witness. And you gotta live in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yeah, like Henry Hill. Yeah, Fort Wayne is a big spot for that. Calabasas.
So it was basically
Yeah, we
like
saw
this.
some last week that I'm like,
Then
this
the king
guy,
wanted to collect
he,
taxes, which is things that
he was
kings want
involved
to do.
somehow.
There's a few different
was
ways they can
affiliated.
do so. You can either collect taxes
Well,
in kind,
Go to
which
pisspapa.com.
means farmers will
Buy his
grow
artwork.
wheat,
Don't spell it
and give
wrong,
a
because it
portion of their
will
wheat to
probably
the
take you to some sort of piss
which is
thing.
great,
Yes,
right?
if
Wheat is really useful.
Oh,
Making
there we
bread,
go.
Things like that.
Noah,
But
there he
it's
is.
Hey,
difficult to
what's up,
transport.
guys? How
It
y'all
has to be
doing?
stored.
Good, how are you?
I'm doing really good. You guys are awesome.
We love you. Yeah, come on, Noah. You know we love your ass, man.
Or,
Yeah, so how's it been going with Kill Tony and stuff?
Look familiar, Noah?
Yeah, man, we got the same glasses going on. That's pretty dope.
Also,
And I almost wore the hat that you have on the toboggan.
There's
But it's a
actually
little higher.
very little
About 100. So,
Wow.
I would say,
What did you just? Well, you know, awesome to see you guys. I mean, you guys are such great comedians. Your material is so unique, and it's just great to see you guys do minutes and tours and stuff. You guys are great.
Most business is conducted in
I
order.
think you know we're trying, man. What are you doing? Yeah, what's going on with your ass today?
I'm just chilling at home today.
Basket is extra, things like that.
Probably
The
gonna
other
do
way
some
is
boring
the
house
way,
cleaning stuff in a little
is,
bit. So
fortunately,
What are we talking? Do you have somebody make your ass get down and scrub some stuff on the ground, or just sweeping up, or
acres
I'm just gonna vacuum the carpets and then mop the kitchen floor. Cool.
Let's say one day a week.
Yeah.
And we
Do
can
you have
force
company
the
coming?
peasants to
No
take
company.
whatever-
Not
have a
today.
rotating Mondays.
Just what, on
other
Wednesdays,
people
that's
in
when
this
you do
mill
it?
have to come and work
Yeah,
for
that's
the
kind of
Lord,
when I got free
things
time to
around
do the
us
house
rotate.
cleaning.
How come? What are you doing on the other nose?
I usually go out with friends and then doing some music. I'm a musician, so I write music mostly every day.
Oh my gosh. What, like writing songs?
Yeah, well, more classical music. I'm a classical composer, so that's kind of my thing.
I've never met anyone like that. No, you certainly are rare.
Oh yeah, I went to school and studied music, so
Who's your favorite classical composer? You like Beethoven?
oh gosh, I think it's a toss-up between Beethoven and Mozart.
Those are both really good.
Mozart, young genius.
Yeah, the young genius.
Mozart, that's all I really know. I know, and there was a movie. Wasn't there a movie?
Amadeus, yeah, that movie's hysterical.
Yeah, it is funny.
Yeah, with like the powdered wigs and acting very over the top.
And you will pay me
Do
back.
you ever incorporate that into what you're doing? Are you up there composing with the little waving around the little stick?
No, I don't do that. I just sit at my computer for like 18 hours a day with multiple software programs that allow me to put notes in it, and it'll play back stuff to me, and
Well, there is some money
I
in
can just,
circulation.
whatever I hear in my head, write it out and
Jews are
sort of create things on the fly.
Oh my gosh, could you, hold on, you gotta be in communication with Grant. I think we need a classical music, maybe a remake of a little theme song.
Yeah, I
don't know, if you ever have time, it sounds like you're super busy.
Well, I can make time for you guys. I'd love to do whatever you need.
Maybe kind of, yeah.
Just like an old version of the intro.
Yeah, we'd love that.
Yeah, I could totally do it for you guys. It would be my pleasure.
Maybe like similar to a Beethoven Symphony number 6 or 7, something around like that. That could be fun.
Even the early 10s.
Yeah, that would be great. I could totally do something like that for you guys.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I went to a classical music thing in Memphis one time, and I was just by myself, and I was crying. I was like, man, people are gonna think I'm a pussy, but it was during one of Beethoven's, I can't remember what symphony, but they played a couple. I loved it.
Yeah,
I haven't listened recently, but I went through a phase where I listened to it a lot.
the musicians who rehearse that stuff, I mean, they're very top notch, and
Yo-Yo Ma. Yo-Yo
I
Ma.
wish I did more performing now, but I don't.
Well, there's always time, my friend.
There's always time. Maybe something will come up later down the road.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Can we guess how old you are, where you live?
Yeah, you want to take a guess, or you just want me to tell you?
You guys are yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna say you are 24 years old and you live in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Oh, okay, William, what's your guess?
Raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to
25,
metaphor
Louisville,
use for this,
Kentucky.
Jews were kind of like a sponge.
Okay, so unfortunately you both are wrong, but you're pretty close. My age is 26. I'm going to be 27 in September. And I live near LA,
Okay.
County, California, if you're familiar with that area.
We're getting closer. That's where my cousin got in trouble.
Was also
Oh, really?
Yes, big time. Got pinched big time. I don't know if you're familiar with stuff like that, but yeah, now he was selling guns to people.
On the reservation.
Yes, on the reservations. It was like a, what was that movie? What was that where it's like God of War?
Yeah, Lord of War.
Lord of War. Yeah, my cousin was pretty much the Lord. Yeah, he was like the Nick Cage of Indian reservations, selling weapons. Yeah, with the Morongo Casino.
Was it you, Casey, who asked if I was from Scottsdale, Arizona?
That was me.
Yeah,
Isn't that where, I'm just going to quote Williams, isn't that where he sells Xanax bars out of room 217?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
Scottsdale, Arizona. Yeah, no, Casey and I made a couple of trips down there.
probably
Yeah, we
did.
did.
You're still watching at this point, or maybe you just
Really?
got what's going on in
Yeah, out of that now.
Yeah, before our show went down with my cousin, this is like a year ago, so we were able to do it up to 3 years ago. We were still doing it a little, but we got families now, so
But
yes.
you're missing
Things that
the
got
best
famous
part.
now.
We got
The
famous
best
now.
part is not on
Can't do
camera.
the
It's
drug.
what I get to see.
No.
Having these
The cops
bright
probably
young
want to
men
take pictures.
trying
They
to
probably
be
throw us a
very
neck parade.
very intelligent,
Yeah, so
very
we
eager
had to get out of that life,
everything
Noah.
there is to know
And it's
about
good
Jewish
how
history,
you're not
as
involved in
well
that
as
kind
the
of
many
stuff.
other
Because
topics
before
that
you
they
said
study
classical
here
music
today
stuff, I
about
was
the
thinking,
way
we
we
got
are
a bad
extremely
boy on
proud
our
of
hands.
very
And
vibrant based majors, where students begin
Yeah,
their day at
I'm
7:45
pretty
in the morning.
chill. I
And
don't
after
do
breakfast,
anything
they spend
crazy like
hours
that.
delving into the intricacies of
well, maybe
topics
every now and
under the
again, let your hair
direction
down a
of
little bit. Go to
Rabbi
Dave and
Rothschild,
Buster's or something.
and the
Or
leadership
good
of
for
Rabbi
music.
Rothschild.
Motley Crue, man. They were the
And after
Mozart of the
studying Talmud
80s.
for several hours,
Yeah.
they have lunch.
Yeah, I
and they have
definitely would like
other
to go to
activities. Secular studies
concerts
begin
more
at
often,
3 p.m.
but
with
you know,
a
tickets
rigorous
and things
curriculum
nowadays, and
of the
especially with like
sciences,
economy and
political
stuff, it's hard
science,
to
English
afford those
composition,
things.
history,
But I'm
of
trying.
course,
Especially
and
the
a whole
resellers.
wide
Tell me
variety
about
of
it.
majors,
Reselling,
Yeah.
like over
business, computer science,
Ticketmaster.
you name it.
You got
And then after dinner,
Beyonce
they come
trying
back for a
to
couple
sell
more
tickets
hours
for
Hundreds of
dedicated
thousands.
for a
hundreds
study.
of thousands. It's like Beyonce.
Phenomenally
This isn't
young
even
men. They
Destiny's
only get to
Child,
do their
bitch. I know where's Kelly
extracurricular
Rowland.
sports and so on.
Yo,
Sometimes 10 o'clock, 11
But you
o'clock
know,
at
I'll
night.
pay
We have basketball
$500 for
that
Destiny's
happens
Child, and
late
I
at
just
night.
Beyonce.
Then they're back
How are you
for
gonna
it
get the
again the
Cowboy
next morning.
Carter?
And they are loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats,
Okay,
and
Noah,
so
well,
much
very nice to talk to
food.
you.
Actually, we give them a
Yes,
lot of
thank
food,
you
so they
guys.
really
Take
enjoy it.
care.
We
Grant
also
will
have a
reach out,
separate
and we
evening
would love you
division,
to do a
which is
remix
intended
of
primarily for
the
Okay,
students who are
do
studying
you guys
other
need like an
institutions
email before
in
I
our
go or
neighborhood,
anything?
and they
Or?
come
Grant
to
will
us for
get
the
it.
secular classes
Yeah,
at night.
okay, for sure.
And
Grant
they
will get it.
really great. We're very proud
No
of them.
message
It is
In
info.
fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have
Just
gone
hit them
on
up
to do
on
such
Instagram or
phenomenal
something.
things.
What the
Going
hell?
into medical
Oh,
school,
yeah,
going
man,
to
real
school,
weird. Yeah.
forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer
Oh,
science.
that's awkward.
Wow.
Drop the ball and
It's
kick it
amazing
too.
to be proud and feel very privileged to be here.
Yeah, it's like you
And
drop
the
the
thing
ball
is,
and then
we
you
really
kick
need
it
to
right in our
support
fucking
them with
face
scholarships.
when we're not even
So if
looking.
you enjoy this lecture,
If
and
you
you
hit
want to
somebody
contribute
real hard
to
in the head with one of those
ongoing
bouncy balls and
study
they're
of
not
Jewish
looking,
history
yeah,
here
you're
on this
falling over.
campus, Leonard
You're losing
College
your
for
vision
Men in
fast.
Queens, New
No,
York.
we love you.
Please have a
See you
look
soon,
in
buddy.
the
All
information
right,
box.
thank you
You'll see
guys.
a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history.
You seem like a real
Thank you
smart
very much for
guy.
watching.
That
and
was
I
like
look forward to
talking
providing
to
more
a true
of these lectures
genius,
for
and
you
it
as
felt
well.
inspiring. I know. And even geniuses have to get down and mop up and vacuum up. Yep, that kitchen. Ooh, probably stinks in there. I mean, the guy's a musical genius. It's probably like a nightmare.
And he blurred out the background so we can see the
Probably all
board.
plates. It was just plates. Yeah, the horde.
Okay.
It's they call it in a hoarder's house.
Get a hoarder on here,
Wireless
Grant.
straight.
Check
Okay,
the
this should be
backgrounds.
all right.
Yeah,
Who has the most
You are
stuff?
screen sharing
I can't
also
see
below.
everyone's background.
Ask to see
Okay, we
it.
talked about
Can you write
agriculture.
who
has the-
We began talking
We
about
can ask
settling
Emma
camera
if she's a hoarder.
Emma, show us your stuff.
Show us your stuff.
Do you have any knickknacks?
Oh my gosh!
Perfect.
Go ahead,
I have
girl.
so much stuff.
Let me stage this place. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I got it.
I got crystals, everything
Oh, and she got some good glasses.
And you got the teal glasses on a Wednesday.
That's a good color.
I'm bedazzling glasses right now.
Stop.
Where can people? Where do I get one of those?
You can have as many as you want. I've got colors on colors for you.
Grant, what color would you want?
What color do you want for Beyonce, Grant?
Yes, Mr.
I get like red and black.
That's not
I'm
option.
sorry, yellow. I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at bedazzling stuff. I'm sorry.
He's mad. Grant's mad. We have to be careful now. He'll cut this whole feed and say it's an accident.
You can have teal, you can have whatever you want.
Can I get Cubs blue?
Excellent, very good.
I'm gonna
I
work
was
to the
just
Cubs.
refining it a little bit. If you
It
imagine
could be a good luck charm. It could turn into a good luck charm. They're gonna call me the rally mate.
involves the wide
Maybe I'll give it to you in Madison when I see you this fall.
which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You
Yeah,
have, like,
just the blue.
huge
Well,
number
how
of
are you
people who
doing
are
today?
peasants who
Good, how are you?
stuck on the
Oh,
land.
doing
and
good. Just
they
trying to survive
produce
out here. It's so freaking
agricultural
hot. And
products.
hold on, did
Then
you just
they
see
are
Casey
managed
Casey?
by
How
a
do you
group
get
of
those things
nobles,
going like that?
who are at least trying to figure this out from a
OCD tech where I
Marxist
flex my arms all the time
perspective.
so my muscles just
The
stay kind of
original
strong.
arrangement that created criticism,
So,
and there's a
it's
lot of
honestly
discussion
bigger than
about whether or not this
It's
is
not
true.
from
The
working
argument
out or
for this
anything.
is
It's
the
because
story
I'm kind of sick in my
that,
head.
you have all these
It's from the
farmers
Lord.
who are
It's
like
from
fed
the
up
Lord.
with the fact that they're being
Wait, yeah,
attacked
what did you
by
say? From the horde?
external nomads coming down and raiding their
That's the horde.
so they hire
But you're not a hoarder. You just you have it tastefully done up
Yeah.
in your room.
It's actually clean and thank you so much. It's a collection for sure.
to protect us.
At least you're
No those
posters.
became again,
So what's
according to
your
the
favorite one,
Marxist
and then your
analysis,
least
the
favorite one?
origins of the aristocracy, they were essentially
The one you're
paid
planning to get
security
rid of
guards.
soon.
Now, as things
Oh,
developed over hundreds of
oh,
years,
the Harry
the
Styles
idea is
one I
that
won't
the
buy.
nobility who were coming
What
from those
happened?
knights
I
began
don't,
to
he's
demand
not doing
more
anything.
money
He's
and
under
more
here
privileges
now.
from the peasants.
Bored.
The peasants are impoverished. They find
Yeah, a
themselves
minute.
in a state of
I
vassal
ran out of space.
to their lord, which means they owe them fealty,
I do,
them
it's a little,
obedience. And this
yeah.
reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very,
Yeah, they're great. They just do a little soundboard. And it's this girl with a
is only
beautiful voice.
occasionally upset by
You'll be
rebellions.
It's actually me behind the scenes, but
The
Holy
church,
crap.
this is
It's a
what I'd like to
Millie
find
Vanilli.
Nebraska.
It's a
Where
Millie
exactly
Vanilli
does the
situation.
church fit in that?
Yeah.
Does the
Not actually singing. Yeah, apparently it's Emma.
Does the
It'd be careful.
It'd be
Millie
cool
Vanilli.
nobility?
What did they do? A murder suicide, or they both killed themselves, or it was like one of them? What happened with them? Yes, well, the one on the left, he took his life. The one on the right couldn't live with it, so he took his own life. So
The
it's a
church
suicide.
evolves along with this whole structure.
I know.
And again, in theory,
Yikes!
the
They
king
died
is
on
supposed
Easter.
to be
And
involved
what?
with
And
kingly
that was symbolic.
things of this
They were
world.
trying to say
As the
something like,
founder of
"We will be
Christianity
back." I
put it,
think. Yes, the Easter Bunny is taking us now.
Right? Give the
He
king
will
what he
also
wants.
bring us
That's
back. We will rise
temporal
again.
authority.
In the year
And the church is supposed
2200,
to be in
we're
charge of
coming
everyone's
back.
souls.
We will be
Everyone's
gods, and you will have to
religious
work
life.
for us.
And don't forget,
Yes.
unlike
They're going to
Judaism
look
and
like
also
that.
unlike
Look at that
Islam,
hair. I mean, what happened? They were the concert and the tape started
much
skipping.
focused on
Yeah, it was a
what
big
you
scandal.
believe.
Oh,
We,
man.
Orthodox Judaism in particular,
Well,
spend a
Emma,
lot of
that's
time thinking
horrible.
about
That
how
happened
you
to these
behave.
people.
Everything from
it's tragic, truly.
how you wake up in the morning, the first thing
It's
you
almost like
say,
John Bonet. What do you think happened to her?
clothes on, how do you
You think
wash
it's
your
her
hands,
brother.
how do you put your
I think it was
shoes
Burke.
on, right
Me
shoe,
too.
the left shoe,
He's
how
a
the left shoe, how the right shoe.
Yeah.
You think it was the
into
parents?
the details of actual behavior.
I don't know.
church
I
does
mean, it's
very
somebody
little of that.
obviously inside of the house.
It
had to have been.
Yes,
So
it's somebody in
Kratos
the house.
very
Yeah,
important.
maybe it was
That's
the
what I'm getting
brother
So,
hitting her with
as
something, and then they had to
Judaism
stage
evolved, the church is
everything,
also
and it's just, and then they
and
were
they
at the
begin to
crazy
conflict with each
note,
And
yikes,
Poor
sometimes
teamwork, and the
king gets the
handwriting
upper
matches
hand.
the mother's
When the
handwriting. So it's like,
king has
okay,
more
well, committee,
authority,
it's cool. You're in session now.
Jews
Could have been
do
them
well.
all.
Why
It
the
was all
Jews do
different
well?
Could have been all
When
three
the
of
king
them.
tends to have more authority.
Christmas night. I never want to experience a Christmas like that. Somebody in my family's
They're over there.
dying, and then you got to write a fucking note. And it's like,
Siri, what's the opposite of a gift?
Good. You see the smile on
yeah,
my face?
because that's what I'm experiencing right now.
Mr. Tillman.
Yeah, and they were
Funny,
eating
thank you.
pineapple
That
with
is a
milk for
demonstration
dinner,
of what?
Christmas dinner. Oh,
The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is correct.
White people shit.
That's
Yeah,
right.
eating pineapple
Money.
with the
So
cream.
exactly.
Get
The king
out of
says,
here,
fantastic. Look
Ramsey
at these Jews.
family.
I can have
Yeah,
them go out
nasty.
there. I can have them
what's the worst white people
engage
you've had?
in finance and engage in money lending. And I can tax them.
Right,
It's great. I
okay.
can cash money. I can use it all over the world. The
Gnocchi?
church, on
white
the other
people
hand, they have a different set of
What
priorities.
is
They
gnocchi?
want to
It's like
create
mush, it's like mashed
a body
potato,
Catholic,
but it's
meaning
made out of flour.
a universal church
Yeah, it's
that
like
covers
potato
everybody.
pasta,
They
right?
have their
It's like
fights with
potato
the
pasta, but it's
Muslims,
really
which are
heavy. I had it last
largely on
night
the
at this tasty
periphery,
little beach
right,
tray. You guys
outside
will
of
love
Muslim areas.
Oh
They
my
also
I thought you
have
said you didn't
internal
like it.
fights with heretics, meaning
Sometimes
Christians
Casey
who do
will
not
eat stuff he
necessarily
doesn't
follow
like.
Or
the
just
one
for fun.
Catholic church.
Just to remind
And then
myself,
there's
oh,
the
I hate
presence
that
of these
shit.
Jews.
Yeah.
And so, generally
Your adventures
speaking,
like
it's not
that.
always true.
Well, I
but
like to
generally
branch out.
speaking,
It
when
was
the
gnocchi
kings
with
have
fennel
more power
and
in the
sunflower
church
seeds
state
and meatball.
conflict, then Jews do well.
You some
They
diet.
tend to get
Version.
close to
Sounds good.
power. They tend
But it
to have
tastes
more
like shit.
privileges, more residency, things like that.
Well, that's
When the
sad. You used to
church
like
begins
take
to
home
assert itself,
leftovers and
which it does
stuff and act like you're
increasingly
gonna eat
after
it
the
because you
first
feel bad to tell the
crusade,
people that it
then
wasn't
the
good.
status
Yeah.
of Jews
Oh, I'm
tends
just gonna
to
say that. I
decline.
just took one bite because I
And
didn't
we'll
like
see
it.
that playing
Yeah.
out over the
Can I
medieval
get a to go
Um,
box?
okay.
Yeah,
Questions, arguments?
yikes. Sorry, I just
Okay.
took one bite because I don't like eating it.
So let's look at the actual economic activities
It's a
of
nightmare.
Jews. What was the
What's
main
your least
thing?
favorite white people
One
food
of the
ever?
most
Probably
prominent
aioli.
activities of Jews. Oh, yes,
Because it's literally just mayo that they're like,
Some Hellman's mayonnaise with something in there. Yeah, don't put that in my
I
tuna
don't
fish
think Christians would
sandwich.
agree with
No,
that
do
statement.
not put that shit in my tuna fish sandwich. Just put mayonnaise in there.
They
There
still
will
have
be right.
Exactly.
They still have,
you're lying to me. You're
There
telling
will
me
be
it's fair
blood.
food.
There will flood. Somebody called Paul Thomas Anderson because there will be
Yeah,
blood.
I will say,
Exactly. It's
Just put
Christmas.
the shit up in my
and
fucking
if we were
tuna
teaching a class
fish.
in
Get him on the
Christian theology,
phone.
which is like one of our popular
Get him on the
electives, by
phone.
the
Put
way,
him on
here.
FaceTime and hang up on him.
That the
Do you guys
you know,
want to
then
see a
we can
sweet
talk
little
more
dog?
about it.
Yes.
But
Yeah, my gosh, Gator,
They
did you
do,
hear that?
and
Gatorize up
when I
front.
say they, I'm generalizing
You wanna
it
see
really in an unfair
my
way.
God.
But in general,
Look
Christian
at
does
that.
place a tremendous amount of
Even
emphasis
look
on
at us.
the power
They're neither one of them. They're looking at the same thing.
Tshuva,
What
which
are
we
they
do
both
as well.
looking at? They were both looking at the same thing. There's some
They know something we
far
don't.
less systematic than we have in Judaism. We
Yeah,
don't
dogs
know
are
the
smart,
whole-
like the
If you
beginning
look
of
at, for
101
example, the
Dalmatians,
first stage of
where they're all talking to each other, barking at each other. Dogs, I think, yeah.
Gorilla had the right
Parata
idea.
actually
Some of these dogs are out to
How many
get
levels of parata are
That's
Yeah,
the best.
101 babies this dog had. It's like, you gotta get rid of some of these things.
genetic
We
accident.
know how to do
Nothing
it.
more. It's not a
We
miracle.
have like luck.
No, yeah, it's like actually, she was a genetic freak, like in a bad way.
The government was going to milk her for every dog.
20 different
Yeah.
levels of it.
So you gotta get rid of
So-
it. Well, Emma,
Yeah, Jewish kids.
thanks so much for calling in.
In a different
Thank you,
class, maybe
guys.
Mr.
I love you
Franz
so
would jump on
much.
my office in the language talking. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews.
Oh my
This is a
God.
fascinating map that
Oh,
shows
she's
you
gone.
the
We wanted to
trade
say
routes of a mysterious group called the Rabbinites.
What
There's
is
no
going on?
Jewish
Oh, she's
records
gone.
about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic
Good day,
geographers
guys.
who
Bye.
refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the
Gosh, I gotta learn how to
840s,
do that.
and
How is
the
she?
blue
That's
so
lines
hard. The kids
represent
don't know
this
anything.
Were you
trade
okay?
route. I mean,
You think?
amazing.
You
Look
passed
at
out
this.
actually
Like
for a couple
the
seconds.
800s.
Grant,
The blue
Grant.
lines are where Jews
Call
aren't
the
normally
hospital.
What's up?
trading.
Something's wrong with Casey.
The
Do you need a
the
Z-bar?
Arabic Grant
Grant,
he
something's
mentions
wrong.
that they speak
Yeah,
about
Hold on
12
one second.
languages.
Let me zoom in on
And
that.
they're totally fluent in everything they need to know.
Grant, something's wrong.
Pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that
He's
goes
looking
beyond
at
it.
his
So they may not
ass.
put all the way
Looking a
up to
little.
Iceland,
I don't
for
think he's
example,
breathing.
but they
See,
will
we're not
There we go.
really.
some
There we go.
fish-landed goods
I see it
here
zooming.
in the Frankish Empire and
Grant,
send it
we
all the
need
way up.
help in here, man.
And he describes
Please.
many
I'm
different
helping
things
him.
of trading back and forth, and it's really an
We need
amazing
help
thing.
in here.
Mr. Krantz.
Please, Grant.
Yes,
Gator and
the
I
Silk Road
can't
is
do
like
it by
out here.
ourselves.
His body's starting to
I'm
smell.
not sure if they started it.
Oh, guys. Are you okay, Casey? That really was kind of scary.
No,
I'm fine. We can keep going.
Here.
Oh, my
That's-
nose is bleeding.
That's where there's a little bit higher.
And it
That's
stinks.
where
I think it's from the
we
bad
found
part of my
some
body.
documents that may be associated with the
I hate when
Rabbinites.
that
There's a
happens with
sleep
the fucking
from
nosebleed.
Rosh
It's the
Hashanah in
It's
Hebrews,
the crow's
first
part, yeah,
discovered
from
in
the lower half of
century.
your body.
Fascinating stuff.
happened to me
The
when,
word
as a little boy
Rabbinite
after I watched Edward
in Arabic,
Scissorhands.
Rabbiniya,
I get the weirdest nosebleed and it like
There are
stings. I'm
two
like, what
theories.
the
One
fuck
theory is that's based
is
on
this shit?
Persian
Something
word,
about Johnny Depp
no
makes you
road
stink
way.
bleed.
Yeah,
It's a little
it was the
stretch.
weirdest
There's
shit.
also a
And then it took
region
me years to
of
watch
Iran
anything
that
else.
is
I'm gonna write down stink
it's
bleed,
called
Grant.
Rada.
I'm gonna email it to you.
possibly come from there.
I don't want a clip of it. I just want you to know that stink bleed
Cecil
happened.
Roth, one of my favorite
Okay, thank
stories, suggests they are based here
Seriously,
at
Grant,
the
because
southern
now we
part
don't
of
even
the
know. I mean,
Provence. We saw it
it was
earlier.
awkward asking
You know,
the guy to get the information, and then Grant's like,
well,
what?
I guess,
And then
in Latin,
So
the
yeah.
name of the river
That was
was
uncomfortable
Rodonus.
for all of us.
So the Radonites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any
I just got a
documents.
text. One of my
This is
friends is
just
sick from
a very
Gnocchi.
early example of how Jews were involved.
Bullshit from last
How do we
night.
get out of here?
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it later.
Jada!
Okay, but then it's
You're on mute.
Go all the way.
How are you?
Okay, here we go.
Am I on mute?
Right.
Yeah.
So risks and benefits of commerce.
We hear you. There's maybe a little bit of a delay.
You can get
Say
robbed,
something,
right?
Jada.
Definitely.
Let's hear it.
Jada Pinkett Smith.
In particular, standing out,
Oh.
carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a
You
little bit easier
are.
in the Muslim world because
You live in Denver,
united
right?
under a single legal system, a single language. It's
No, Casey, I saw you at the Mall of America, actually.
Oh, in Minnesota.
Yes, Minnesota.
Oh my gosh. How cold is it up there right now?
Rainy and 50s.
I
Nice.
don't
Wow.
understand your question. You have
It's
to
like
live
big.
anywhere.
It's like 100. You don't stink. Do you stink a little?
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Casey Stinky?
Casey stinky.
Excellent, very
It's
good.
like a
Not
good
such
kind of
rule.
smell. Like I didn't even
Eventually, we
notice
gotta
it.
settle down
It's like
to,
a good smell where you smell it and you go, I miss this guy.
Probably are subject to summer, but
Yeah.
it's easy to pick
Yeah,
up
because
and
he's
move
all
to a
sad about you
more hospitable
moving
place. That's
forever.
also true. I didn't
Type
think
of
that.
stink
Very
you
good.
got.
You guys need to do like a duo on Killtone.
Right? This is a hard way to make.
Yeah, we've thought about doing a Duolingo thing on there before. We've thought about
Like where you translate each other.
Northern
thought
Ontario.
about that. We just have to get the logistics down. It's like hard dealing with the logistics of something like
There was
that.
one
We're both so
Yeshua.
busy.
He
Yeah,
was
we've both been just
a
so
collector for Base Yaakov in
busy.
Miami, and he would
Well, when
literally
you get older, it gets harder.
you know,
Yeah, I mean, shit, I'm 38, so it's like it's getting hard to even get up sometimes in the morning. I had the weirdest dream earlier. I'm in the strangest place and trying to take a picture of a robot, but it was glitching my phone out.
But it was amazing. This guy
Yeah, it was close to a nightmare. It's pretty close to a nightmare. It was happening. If one more thing went wrong, it would have been a nightmare. I would have started trying to run and probably would have been able to run.
Oh my gosh, a little kid saying hello to Kate.
She's my friend. She's my friend.
You guys, I love listening to you when I get off of work. I just sit by and listen on the couch. Yeah, I love it. You guys just want you to talk all day.
In other words. So
What do you do for work?
always going to comment.
I work in
However, they
special
have some
education.
advantages.
What is
that
that? I
make
hear
it
that
easier
term
for
all
them.
the
Why
time.
do you
Well,
think
it's just
you
so broad.
would be
So, like, I'm a
naturally
para, so
disposed
I'm
to
just
engage
like with
commerce?
kids all day, like side by side. Whether that's
Apparently, really nice.
you. Oh,
That was funny.
Okay, very good. So,
Pretty
in
good.
other words,
Grant,
the
I'm gonna
fact
put
that
that in the
these
email.
were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of
Stink bleed.
what markets might go into.
The para.
I think I do your class, for example. It was
Wait, so what is a
figured out
para
that we
again?
would like
You get paired up with kids?
and
Yeah,
sent it
well,
from
I don't know. I'm just there to help them out, whether they need
Bordeaux, where
to go to the bathroom or they need to stay on task. I just kind of assist them with whatever that may be.
You ever
Day by day.
complain about the law or anything?
Yeah. Sometimes they yell at me.
spoken like a
They,
single guy, right? But what
one girl
happens
tried
when you
spitting
leave your
on
wife
me.
and
I'm like,
behind,
God,
wife and kids
When were
behind,
you able to
go
get
off
out of
the
the way
road,
before
put
God
your
on?
nose on.
yes. Yelling.
No.
You
Typically
could
just
tell
an
it was
answer.
there was a
So
wind up.
when we talk about the Aguna crisis,
Yes.
we mentioned it last Monday, right?
That's why you gotta go to the Mall of America, it sounds like. After that,
Blow off some steam.
to go do business.
with the squid
When will you guys come to
Nobody knows
Minnesota?
what happened to it,
Yeah.
right? So
We would
there
love
you
to.
have a
That is
situation
really
where he was probably
admirable.
killed on the road,
That's
but he might have
admirable.
just decided to
Yeah.
leave behind
Like
everything,
doing
but
the
who
Lord's
knows what.
work. My brother has special needs, and he has a lot of
So
people
that
who are
is
really
a
great, and they
practice
would
that
help him.
we
So
know
that's so
from
cool.
ancient times, of leaving
Oh,
a get
thanks.
behind a conditional get.
Thank you for your
You see it in
services,
Gemara,
Jada.
and Heath and Exodus, a long discussion of it. And of course,
Why was that
today in
funny?
the
We're
IDF
trying
as
to be
well,
very
that
sincere
if you
right
go into
now.
battle and God forbid,
William just learned about special ed.
kids happen
Yes,
in
and
MIA,
I didn't even know what the hell that meant.
So
Because again, I hear it, I read about
they
it,
travel as men,
and I just never put two and two together. I knew it had something to do with schools.
right? But even though
Anybody
Jews
have
overwhelmingly
schools?
spoke the vernacular,
Well, weirdly
wherever they
enough,
lived,
I had to get pretty much
they
held back
would
between
also
kindergarten
have
and first
some
grade.
So were you in
facility
special
for
needs
people
class?
I was like in a
common
special
language.
needs kind of
This is
deal.
especially
From kindergarten and
useful
first
in
grade.
because you could leave
Transition,
I don't know,
tea tribe.
hours,
We would call tea tribe, and we would make Indian uniforms out of paper sacks. We would make them look like Native American vests. There was a lot of, can I just say this? There was a lot of stuff like that in the South. Where the kids were dressing like natives all the time. I did it,
Oh, we
I
had-
did it too.
yeah. We had the
Make some nice little headdresses.
Most Christians and most
little
Muslims
paper,
did not have the diaspora.
Yeah, it was wonderful. I miss those days.
common language.
You should come back. He passed out again.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, sorry.
I can fix this.
Right?
Hold on,
When you're
Gator's trying to
going into
help.
a strange community,
You're not
you
sick.
want to sell things.
Think we're better now.
You want to, like,
Whoa,
sell
no,
on
Greg,
credit.
hold
The
on.
person says, wow, I love these tremendous
Oh my gosh, it looked like Casey was behind you, Jade. At
What?
one point, I
It was
heard
right
your
there.
dad coming in. I was like, was that in her thing? Dude, what if I popped up behind Jada? How surprised would you be, Jada? And I went, surprise. This is your make-a-wish, you're also really sick.
You don't know each other and stuff like that. It's hard to build a trust.
He's just
that
a
is
beer there. Yeah,
essential
that would be crazy. That would be
for
crazy.
transaction.
Definitely build it.
But
Hey,
when
we
you
got
have
a
two
good cake.
Jews,
Yeah.
who are united by the same Talmudic code. When you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arab person, and then you can rely on the same rules.
Jada, it was so nice to talk to you.
You can draw documents up.
Thanks for calling. Oh my god, I can't believe it. My face is hot as crap right now. I'm like sweating. I have no idea. I don't even know.
Also very important.
We love you, and that is so cool. So keep working hard. That's amazing. We love Jada.
Thanks, guys. Love you guys. Have a good day.
We love
Bye.
you. Thank
In
you.
the medieval world, that, you know, in order to develop trust, because trust is the foundation of any kind of interaction.
That's kind of fun doing it on opposite. You don't see that enough. There's two people doing it on opposite sides, and then what's left in the middle? The American flag. Yes. Yeah, two people just either side. God, the person who invented the salute must be so rich.
So
Can you even imagine? No, it's people like that that you don't even think about. You don't even think about that. The guy who invented the light up,
I know someone from Paris.
You don't even think about it. But every time someone uses one, he gets $1, he gets $2, he gets $3. It has a, it's called a royalty.
Yeah, that's
It's called a royalty fee. Look it up.
And they would connect each other,
How are we
trust each other, leave
Oh my
deposits,
goodness, how are we
sell on
today?
credit, you know,
Doing
way
good,
more
how are you?
successful
Oh my god,
eventually.
my husband
And
is
this is
going
an
to
advantage
flip
that
out.
Christians and
Imagine
Muslims could not have.
to kill Tony.
No, you can't tell your husband about this.
Okay.
Seriously, we're not even kidding. You can't tell his ass about the
Develop
books.
slowly.
Seriously.
The fact that the
Okay.
rabbis
He'll never know. Until he watches
Where is he at work?
A phenomenal reputation.
Yeah, he's at work.
We only have
I'm
basically
actually at work, so don't tell nobody.
Whoa, oh, nice. Was that a big map?
No, it's my monitors. I'm just chilling. And I got my animals chilling with me.
Oh my gosh. Are you in North Carolina or West Virginia?
I'm in West Virginia. How do you
Oh
know
my
this?
gosh.
Sick.
Come on. I can tell by your accent. I can tell by your accent that you're
Oh,
West.
that's crazy. That's but wow, that's what I
Even
said.
today, maybe
You're
That was
good.
a good one, Casey.
you know, you guys
I had
live in
a
a very
2%
special bubble
chance.
because you're already in a college-educated environment.
But I said 2 states, so I had a 4%
I would
chance.
hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are
That's how you gotta
involved
play
in
it
some
with the percentages.
Yeah, finance to them.
Limit bounding, would you have ever guessed right there that Casey would have guessed correctly?
Trade,
No.
finance.
I have so much faith in you, but honestly, I would not have guessed that you would have gone West Virginia. That's awesome.
The other one
I
is,
feel so.
you
You
know,
gotta Grant, do
at,
the email thing for that too. I mean, I can't even believe.
like that's
I can't even
basically
believe that. How is it there? Is it real hot like it is here?
It's actually pretty cool. It's the way like the fog is like chilling on the mountains, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. So hopefully it stays. It had, oh my god, it was so hot last summer. It was obnoxious, but yeah, ain't nothing like Austin. I tell you what.
Yeah, it's brutal here. It's a scorcher. There's no walk in the park in West Virginia. What city?
I'm in Charleston, but I'm from Morgantown, where WVU is.
The hollers. Are you from the holler?
Oh my god, yes. I'm from Hudson County. I actually am from a town called Tunnelton. And in middle school, I used to tell people the whole town was in a tunnel, like underground, so like nobody could get to it. And they believed me, but they're idiots.
I love Harlan County, USA. I know a lot about coal miners. I'm an ally.
Nice. My pappy was a coal miner, and
I think
was a good rat. Coal
coal
miner's daughter, I tell you what. I'm sorry.
Is that your grandfather? You said your pappy? Your
Yeah, my grandfather, my mom's dad, my pappy.
Like this, like
Yeah, we're pro-union. Yeah, we're pro-union for sure on this one, especially with the coal mines.
The queen would sit like that.
And my dad's in the union too. He's actually a Boilermaker.
I don't even know. I think that's a
so
thing.
that's
I
pretty
think that's at night or something.
That is cool.
Holding a
The
sword
way
there.
Grant's dad, I think he's some sort of.
There's actually
He
a
drinks
fascinating.
Boilermakers. No, he drinks
I
Boilermakers.
don't know where this is.
Like a
but there's
beer. What is that, a big
fascinating
beer or
story
something?
with-
Yeah, and you drop some whiskey in it.
It is.
Nice. Gosh. So that's what Grant's dad does.
It's a shop. I can't remember, but
So his dad used to drink a lot when he was a kid. Too, excess. Yeah.
Sent an emissary to find out if he really was.
I bet you got some character.
And
My
the
mama
emissary
was a
came
drinker.
back
Is a drinker.
and,
Great.
described what he saw when he finished
Oh
up
yeah,
with
she's a
At
December.
one point, he was sitting on
What
the
do you
ground
call it?
prostrate,
December to
Sagittarius.
remember.
and right away, whether it was a
She's
Saturday
born on
or Sunday,
Friday the
someone
13th.
said,
So
"Oh,
if that
can't
is
be
any
true."
consolation.
And that's scary because Gators, this is the first time Gators made any kind of, she just started barking. Yes. When you were talking about your mom, she hasn't done anything like that this entire time.
Really?
She's
Oh, Sheila.
Slave.
Sheila Jane.
So,
She's insane.
uh,
I love her.
from the 5th to the 7th centuries,
December
she was a
I love that.
slave.
Wow.
Slaves
That's,
are
do you have a good relationship with your mother? Do you want to go into that?
Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but
Is everything okay?
we should
Yeah, we're good.
disabuse
Everything's
ourselves
good.
of the notion that Jews
I
were
just
not
do not
involved in
answer the
slave trade.
phone after 4
Slaves
o'clock.
were a
Let's just say
major
that.
element
After that,
of
I'm
all
like,
trade at the
it's
time.
not happy hour. It's not
Box
Well,
trade,
you just think you stay on the phone? We'll let you just talk a lot.
box me like block with your hands or like stuff not the way it was for 17th century. We're still, we'll decide that. But there was physically there was enslaved people and bringing them out there and selling them.
Yeah.
Well,
So
It's
we should
5:30
not
p.m. Sorry, I gotta go to sleep.
have a halcyon idea that these are some nice
I'm
people
tired tonight,
who
Mama.
traded in enslaved people. So we did.
Well,
but I'm up for
There is,
adoption,
however,
so.
tremendous
We'll
amount
take it.
of
no, really?
energy coming from people like
Seem great.
not necessarily
You know, we're the
historical
same age.
genders
I'm up
trying
for
to
adoption.
exaggerate the
Yeah, you
role.
seem very nice. Grant has an extra room in his house,
I think it would be fair to
They
say
just redid the bathroom.
and they just redid their
Jews were
bathroom.
How
disproportionately
convenient.
involved
But you
in
can't tell your
slavery
husband any of that
compared to
stuff.
the entire
Like, you
population.
have to figure
But
out
they're
what you
also
tell your husband.
disproportionately
We're gonna get you an
involved in
exit
anything
plan.
that's traded.
Yeah, we gotta figure this out.
Whatever, because they were
Seriously, I
traded.
mean, you can't tell his ass about any of this.
Hang on, Mr. President.
Okay, I
Then you
won't,
get
and I'm
to,
done with the winters here, so
especially
please
the,
come take me.
transatlantic slave
Okay,
trade.
well, we'll
then
figure it
becomes
out.
a very
Grant, get
different
her
story.
email and stuff.
But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, which understand that slaves are basically a luxury good.
Okay,
People
bye
could
though.
only buy
I can't believe I'm
slaves
talking to you guys. I'm
if
like
they
so
had a
sweaty
tremendous
right
amount
now.
of
It's not
money,
even
and they
funny.
were used primarily as
What do you do for
Don't
work?
tell your
They're not
husband.
Don't tell your
used
husband.
Oh
What?
God,
on
I'm part
massive
of the machine.
plantations in human conditions.
We
It
were
was
worried
part
for
of
you
the
to say that.
machine.
I
I
thought
am.
a really expensive
Got
Got
car.
me a
Like,
job
if
in
you could afford a
healthcare,
Bentley,
but
you would
I
take
don't
care
talk
of
to
your
anybody.
That's
You
okay.
would not let it get rusty.
What did you think
would
about the
not,
guy
like,
murdering
you would
the
wash it every day.
healthcare
The slaves
CEO?
were a status
Well,
symbol that wealthy people had.
You
Jews
get what you
traded
get,
them like
I
they
guess.
traded
And, you
all
know,
other status
Picture
symbols
that.
and much more. Just to
Once
jump
again,
ahead,
you know, picture
to
fit
say
that's so
Garden
West Virginia.
Right.
also
Yeah.
involved the transatlantic slave trade, which is a really different kind of very savage type of trade.
yeah. I mean, I work for insurance and I have like a $3,000 deductible, so I totally get it.
A large number of them just in the passage.
I don't even know or want to know what my deductible would be. Because I got all my skin cancers
And then once they got to the plantations, they were
I get worse over hats more.
family separation,
And also
terrible, terrible things. So basically,
What do we do?
Jewish participation in the transatlantic
Going to
slave trade
school.
will not
Going to school.
minuscule because not just the book. There are a lot more people that are making a lot more money
Some of our classes are not. Yeah, so it's Tuesday, Thursday. We have a 4-hour block. We got classes, which is fun, and we meet up at the cafeteria. Yeah, we get a little grub after. But yeah, oh my gosh, it's fun. We took freaking exams. We took exam week was last week. Hell week, crazy. I was up all night.
but it was
Just
because
write down little cheat sheets. I shouldn't even say that, but I would write the like the answers of stuff I already knew they were going to talk about. I write it really small in a little
so
note
there's a lot of
card.
different
Put it in
ways
this coffee
to
cup.
get slaves.
Yes. And then I can look at the answers. So I spent a lot of the night just making these little cheat sheets.
Slaves.
You do write on your little thing, so good for you. I can't even read my own handwriting.
Yeah, you have to. That's where I got real good at it. Just writing real tiny, all the little details I knew I would remember for the test. Yeah.
Huge issue.
He's a savant, and I just take a bunch of Adderall and guess.
Owning
That's
amazing.
That's which is a crazy.
Yeah, well, there's two kinds of people, right? So we're both like, we complement each other well.
Nobody thinks slavery is a problem.
I see it. I love it. It's the
Everybody
hair.
thinks it's perfectly normal.
I don't know.
They
That's
also
weird.
think
Sorry.
that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point when people would say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people.
I don't
This
know.
is like,
Oh
it's like asking them to have a 21st century
my
mindset
goodness, it was so nice talking to you guys. Thank you so much. My name's Rachel, by the way, even though Lemon Pound Cake, I go by that name too. And I used to get the cake, but that's a whole other thing. But it was so nice talking to you guys. Come to West Virginia. That would be sick.
Especially
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll come next year. I
especially
love that.
nervous that if they were to
Alrighty.
take slaves,
Thank you,
not
Rachel.
only
Alright,
Christian slaves, but
bye.
even pagan slaves are common, who then decided they wanted to become Christian.
And Casey, I cannot believe
Where
You got that.
I got West Virginia.
So I'm starting to.
You're working on it.
I watch a lot of documentaries, and I'm not gonna act like I have some like a leg above everybody. I'm guessing.
Yeah, but I'm pretty good with the
And then
accent.
they should be taxed for it.
Yeah, that was 2 days in a row.
No, or 2 times. 2 days. It's hard to say.
State.
That's crazy. Last week I got one too. Indianapolis.
Okay, so
Yeah, that was a great
what will
one. You just
eventually
have the
happen
parking
is,
lot
as
picture. How and you somehow got Indianapolis.
I know West Virginia. I've watched a bunch of documentaries about the haulers there, and some about how she was talking. That'd be fun to live in a place called Tunnel Town. Yeah, so you can tell everybody at the tunnels, dude, your town only has a dollar store. Everybody, the opioid crisis ravaged your community.
I relate to this topic because this is my father, Al.
You can't bring it
He
up.
took over my
It
grandfather.
made it look like I'm drinking a black bottle of water.
My father is the son. He did not want me to
I got
take over the
Luigi
store,
behind me.
so
That's
that's why
kind of
I
a gator
ended
shirt.
up a professor.
Um,
That's my dad. It's like
What do you think? Do I
1957.
do one
The
more?
store was around for 100 years.
Yeah, do we do
until
one
my
more?
My
Guys want
father
to drink
passed
Red Bull?
away. My mother took it over for a few years.
Let's
and then
try
they closed it. But it was
this one.
Northern Ontario.
See if they pop up.
Schmattes, textile. He was very big in
See,
textile.
on a Wednesday.
Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that.
It's different on a
Okay,
Wednesday.
gentlemen, let's take this. And I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important conference getting the money landed, and the church will be hugely important.
Can you hear me?
to the economy.
Hello.
Okay,
Oh my
thank you
gosh.
for learning with me.
It's so smoky there. Are you in a submarine?
Yeah, currently under the sea. My God. Are y'all a couple scousers?
Yeah, what's going on over there?
All right, so where we
I'm
left
just
off,
chilling with
we
Katie.
talked about
cricket.
trade,
Cricket.
commerce, as one of the most
Oh my
important
gosh,
elements
that
of
was the name of
the
our
Jewish
Jack
economy.
Russell Terrier back in Memphis, Sweet
Another
Cricket.
extremely important
Wonderful name.
element,
She
in
hopped
fact,
around like a
probably
cricket.
the
She made it to
most important
18.
element, the
That's exactly what she cool cricket.
was specifically
Oh, really?
money
Good
lending.
name.
Using the
Love
nasty term is
How's
usury.
it?
Usury is
Oh,
more like,
pretty
we don't
good.
use that
We're just
word
trying to
English very
figure
much,
it
but
out,
sort of like
man.
Guess
loan
where they're from,
sharking.
Casey?
It's kind of
You
like
guys are
charging
from
injurious
Birmingham,
rates of interest,
England?
and in the
No,
Middle
from
Ages,
Devon,
we
in
should
England.
note that rates of
Devon?
interest were
It's getting
typically
harder.
40 to
Yeah,
70%.
it's close. I mean, it's
per
about
annum.
5 hours away.
How much is like a
It's not bad.
really bad
But
credit
y'all
card
drive on
today?
the other side of the road.
Yeah,
We
maybe
do,
35%.
Expand upon that.
And in the medieval
Yeah,
ages,
is
it
it
was
hard?
double that easily.
Yeah.
So
Right,
money lending
yeah.
was extremely
I guess you
profitable.
just you grow up and you're used to it, just like we're used to driving on
Anyone
this
else
side of the road.
benefit from money
Yeah, I've only
lending
ever
besides the money
I went
lender?
to Las Vegas a couple years ago,
Because the source of tax
and it was very strange
That's
driving
why,
on the
for
other side of the road.
example, you think
Did you
about
win any money?
vices like,
no,
let's say,
not
gambling or alcohol
Yeah,
consumption or
I didn't really
cigarette
have any money
smoking,
anyway, to be honest.
that
We'll see.
governments
drinking?
Get his email, GG.
Yeah, Bram, get your email
in
from
so
them.
far as they can tax them.
If you can't
They're
come on,
bad as they
once
get
you
out of
start
hand.
hitting
We
on
have
the
a
slot
family
machines,
casino
it's like
every
so
block.
much fun.
It tends
It's like
to bring
really
the neighborhood
addictive.
down. But
It's
having
awesome.
a few
You go on a
campaign
hell of a
casinos
run.
where people could
Life
go
changing.
and
I
then
like
the
the
rooms are
in
heavily
Fremont Street, I like
taxed. The government's love
the
them.
old
And that's
gambling
exactly the
machines,
situation
you
with
know,
Jewish money lending.
really cheap
It
one.
was
That's what I
some
do. The
degrees
analogs.
of vice,
Yeah,
and we'll
that's
see
the ones I
exactly
like.
why that is so in
Because the other ones just catch you with
medieval
the
context.
with the
But it was
graphics.
a massive source of
I know.
income for
But those are
taxation,
fun.
so
That can be
it was
fun.
not only
I mean,
tolerated
the
but
very
protected
entertaining.
very often. Now,
until you start losing all your money, and then you got to start second guessing how you're even leaving Las Vegas. Like, do you rent the car? You're not going to be able to afford a plane flight this time, and then it's like
Up in the tunnels and sewers.
Hebrew
it's flooding.
Bible, precisely the same way that
How about that? Did you go down there? Did you meet any of the people? Did you explore any of the sewers down there?
That's for me to say.
Interest
Fair
is
enough.
further
Always
money
make it
on which
definitely
interest can be
That's your
charged.
journey.
You may charge interest to a foreigner.
That would be funny, yes, if you were down in the sewer systems of Las Vegas right now with your, who is this, your girlfriend?
May not
That's my
charge
fiance, yeah.
interest
Oh my God, hell yeah.
Congratulations.
But he
When are
may
y'all,
charge
when are y'all getting
interest
married?
to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan,
October next year.
whoever. Like,
Ooh,
that's pretty
beautiful. Is it a beautiful time of
I
the year
tried
over
calling
there?
up these
It's my favorite time of the year.
I'm going to be in the UK in October from
Christians
October like 18th to 24th.
You need an officiant?
Okay.
Yeah, do you need somebody to officiate the wedding?
Christians may not charge interest to other
You could be
Christians. And that basically shuts
I'll be the
down
flower
the
girl.
economy
Yeah,
very
bring
effectively.
down the ring.
Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You
Yeah.
buy your
She's
seed,
gonna be the
that
ring
requires
bearer.
a huge
Well,
upfront
if Casey
investment to
goes,
buy
so
the
he might
seed.
want to be the
You
ring
gotta put
bearer,
a lot of
but
energy
it
into
sounds like you already have
working the
cricket
land,
planned.
put the seed into the soil,
Yeah, that's definitely that's a complication.
and all
You're
that
this close to
time
losing
since buying the seed
I
and the harvest,
Casey
you
has to
know
be
it.
the ring bearer.
So how do you make it? Right? There's a big
Think
like
about it.
natural
Yeah.
drop in the middle of
If you
the
do rock,
agricultural
paper, scissors
cycle.
for cricket, whoever
It's
wins.
expensive first, no, but every year. Listen, if you're smart, like Joseph Exotic, you set aside from that first investment,
Rock,
and
paper,
then you've
scissors,
got
shoot.
money to count.
Which
carry
I
you
did.
through.
She
But,
lost.
you know, people are not always just smart about how
Fair,
they
fair.
save money.
Down to three. I think you guys down to three. Whoa. Gators
Bad
smells
things
bullshit.
like
Yeah, Gator smells bullshit. Yeah, she smells bullshit. She's in the market right now.
nomadic civilizations and
She
seal all
smells
the
his name.
zone, or just things like,
Gator
you
saying,
know,
don't get
you
it
have
to
a
play
new
that day.
baby, or you
I've
have
only ever listened to you on audio.
you know, a big party, or whatever it is, you know, all kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you
Oh my
have no
God, what
income
did you think
whatsoever,
about
and the
that
only way
thing?
to get
How'd you
through
find
it is
us?
short-term loans. Things like people have
I
these
don't really
payday
know.
loans with
Does it
really
look like
high
we can
levels
fit
of
in over
interest,
there?
but, you know, if
No.
you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, you know, your car breaks down and you gotta invest money in fixing
Well, we'll
it.
take
You need
that,
money, so you
but
have to
yeah,
fix
that
it.
was
So you
kind of
go
nice.
to-
Yeah, those
go
those
to the
were
money
too
lender,
sweet
and he'll
almost.
say, no problem, I'm
Down
gonna
the
lend you
sewers,
money.
it's not
It'll
mega
cost you
good looking, man.
70%
I know.
interest, and
No,
this
screw
makes you
that.
pay you back.
I hear
Tends
ya.
to be very
True that.
small
It's a real hard
amounts,
man, to be honest.
but very little.
Keep up the good attitude down there. Seriously. Yeah, Bob's your uncle.
Precisely,
Yeah,
this is
tell
where the
everybody
stereotype comes from. It does
Yeah,
not come
tell
from thin
everybody
air.
Bob is your
The
uncle.
big
Nobody's gonna
nose
mess with your ass down there.
But
It's
the
true.
idea of the Shylock, right,
Scout
is a
Scouts.
What's the
character
guy you went to see? Because
who was
my
Merchant of Venice. Who actually, if you ever
used
read
the camera, but
Merchant
cricket
of
was
Venice, which I
actually marked my
recommend, it's a
face.
very powerful play.
Are you sure it's not your
personally don't think
fiance
that
that she
particular
hit you
play
last
is
night?
actually anti-Semitic.
Or
Shylock
was
is
it?
very, very
I don't think
badly
it's linked,
treated,
but she did. Yeah.
and he
Oh,
finally
yeah,
has a chance to get
yeah,
revenge.
I was
He
wondering
loans
what that
money
mark
to,
was under your
forget the
eye. I
guy's
didn't say
name,
anything. I was thinking,
Christian,
damn, this
and he
dude
says,
got
but if
punched
you
or
fail
something
to
last
pay
night.
me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh.
He's pretty
The
vicious.
ouch
She
is
actually
a
got a
pound of
nail
your
caught
flesh,
in my eye
as my payment. And then, of
and
course,
then
the guy
tried to
can't
scratch
pay,
your way out.
and
Oh my
then there's a
God.
whole lawsuit and stuff like that. And
Beautiful.
Shylock
Jeepers,
loses, and
real
it's
Jeepers
a happy
Creepers.
ever after. It's
Yeah, be
actually a
careful.
comedy.
Jeepy
But
creepy.
Shylock comes across, I think, when
It's
you
very
read it,
nice
as
to
a
talk
very
to you, sir.
character
So
because he's
over
deeply
in
wrong.
England.
In England, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be lovely, yeah.
The big
It
eye.
looks beautiful.
So that's where you get the phrase, though. Your pound
Yeah,
of
it's hard
flesh,
to tell.
meaning
They're in
that
the
it's
sewers.
a
We're
usurious,
at the hour, so no
extreme
It doesn't rain.
So here, but
I know.
think
Let's
about it
we'll pray for
economically,
you.
right? The
Get
Jews
down
are living this very
I've got a kayak
precarious
with me just
kind
in
of
case, but-
existence. Farming
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not a good option
Is
for them
there room
because
for
they
your
can be kicked
bench
off
on
their
the
land, or they
kayak,
can be
or do you
like,
just
you
get
know,
on the
evicted,
kayak
or
and
they
say
can
you gotta swim?
chased
Or
out
There's
by
always room for
enormous
the
things
bench,
like
really.
that.
Fair
They can
enough.
make a
Okay.
small amount of living either in small
Put
flats
a
and things like
two-person
that. But
kayak
quite
under the
often,
front
that
pass like you did.
requires membership
It'll be
in a
like a
guild,
gondola.
which
I'll
is
have cricket on the top
closed to
with the
Jews, just like
with the
it's
old,
up to the
yeah.
Ceremony
Just
Guild,
the sewers
where Jews would actually
vastly
regulate
filling
how
up
many
with
Jews
water.
come into
You're
a
trying
town.
to get out,
But
put a
also,
blanket
you're
overhead, cover the
regulated
ET
against by
treatment.
the
So
various
cool.
guilds.
Yeah.
That
No,
only
it's
so many,
lovely, yeah.
you know,
Romantic in a way.
whatever,
Yeah, oh my
leather
God, I know
workers
it
and
sounds
things like
like it.
that.
It's a definition of romance.
This is like
Pleasure talking to you, good sir.
and they have
Lovely
a
to talk to you.
monopoly on it because there's nobody
Bye,
else
bud.
who can
We love
charge
you, dude.
interest
We
legally
love you.
in Christian countries.
We love
A
you.
lot of Christians
love
do
you,
this.
my guy.
There's lots of
Okay, we
examples of
got
Christians
and we
who
got
are
a thing
also
to get to
lending
me.
money, charging interest.
Morgans and Ashley
And
Belfield,
usually when they
Assalon,
repent after they made a
Avery's
lot
your
of money,
soup,
they build a
beef,
church
Manhattan,
to
Big
atone
Macs,
for their
Folk Big
previous
Macs,
sins.
Daniel
But
Hunter,
those are the
Danger
only
Fox,
official
Destiny Ford,
sanctioned
Dingleberry,
money.
Harry
Mr.
Duval,
Best
Uncle's Kiss on the Lips, Dova, King Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Gator's Godmother, Goldie Mae Stark, Race Horse, Nightmare, Early at WS.LOL. I love Big Mac, strings on my head, the back, Jenny, J, Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Dreckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom has got it going on, Kyle, hey, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Limas Becky, Nigel Nigelson, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Void, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shana Shana Kaya from the Big Island, and Sarag, and Sergio, obviously, Shiva, obviously, Stephen 48, obviously, Gaming Crooner doing his thing. We love you.
But just based on
The
my
Wizard,
sort of
Trina K,
gestalt
Vanderweed,
understanding,
Vicious
if you had a
McFisty,
shekel
White
that had
Magic, William
1,000
Casey,
Jews
the
in it, and
Cats,
let's say,
William Gear and William Ramsey,
that meant that there were
Tribe Show on
400
YouTube,
Jews
choose
who were
your own
actually
adventure.
gainfully employed, another
And Zombie
200 who were
Warlock, and
sort of
obviously,
employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were
we
basically
love
on
you
the
guys.
dole from the
Thanks for calling
from the
in.
rest
We'll
of
get
the
around to all of
Of
you
those,
hopefully
let's say
this
400
summer.
who were really
Yes.
employed, probably about
Individually.
150 of them were actually
Maybe there's a way for us to
so
track the
it's
Patreon.
the biggest thing that of the
Yeah.
economy. Not the majority of the economy, but the biggest thing that's up. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where you would have the most comments with not. So let's go forward. This was expanded upon the fourth century by Church Pilot and in particular, it was rendered into statute of drama by
subscribing to William Montgomery Show. Check him online and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online
that says
at
it's explicit for sure.
William.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery and his son by William Montgomery. His son by William Montgomery. And the son by William
Like for example, the Euro, the facto people drive 3540. The difference between what actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but the Euro was used to run on the Lapidus and
recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra.
correct. Yeah, so there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also,
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica.
agriculture is the employment
Casey
of the
Rocket.
vast majority of
And now here he is,
and as
the
we
big
discussed,
red machine,
agriculture
the
is not a really
Restreamer,
viable
William
activity
Montgomery. I know we're already live,
as
so
a
talk
bonus.
me into talking about
All
that.
kinds
Yeah.
of guilds were an artisan
Dumbass.
organization.
Seriously,
Closed
William's
shop.
pissed too because
Did
I'm
not
fucking
get in,
traffic.
and you would
Yeah, it was
not
in
be
horrible
allowed
traffic yesterday. Fucking. Yeah, it was one of those things where everybody has to, you get off on the Santa Monica exit, and it's like 2 lanes going to the right, and then so I got in this lane early on, and 45 minutes later, we're finally making the little curve. It was so horrible. It took, I don't know, we barely drove anything in 45 minutes, and I was so close to the car in front of me because I didn't want anybody to break in because people were breaking in. And normally I don't hear Casey, but yesterday I was almost hitting the car in front of me a couple of times because I was like, no way is a motherfucker getting money. I've been sitting in this bullshit for 45 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
About to miss a flight, and it was,
Yeah, I was in Toronto on Sunday. We went to the casino, and we were there at like 4 in the morning, and I realized my phone gave me notification that my flight was at 8 a.m.
What did you get like?
We were 45 minutes from the hotel, and the hotel was an hour away from the airport.
oh my
I was like, oh guys, we gotta go. And my buddy, Rob Stan, who opens all my shows, he's so funny, and his friend Jim Gillespie, but Rob had just won $800 over the web. And we don't bet like that. Like, it was the last bet where we were like, okay, let's put like $100 on roulette, we'll leave. And then he won, and he was like, I'm gonna flip it. And then he kept flipping it, and he won like $800.
Oh my gosh,
So I had to pull his ass off the table.
what is he doing? Just like red or black? Like all the money on something like that?
One of his numbers hit. Like, he put like $10 on 10 numbers, and so it hit. So that's $360, right? And then he hit again, and then it hit again, and he won like $1,000, and then he lost some, and then I made him leave. But yeah, he ended up winning like $800.
Yes.
That's a good one. How were you? Has your life changed a little in regards to gambling?
No, I'm still doing bad. I'm still doing bad, but I'm not losing that much.
So it's just a little bit at a time.
It's just a little bit at a time.
How was a Canadian casino? Just like an American casino?
It's like an American one, but you can't smoke. And then also the money you win is less because Canadian dollars are worth less. Yeah, that's weird. So I lost $200, and then I was like, oh, it's only like 75 American dollars. Which is not true, but I kept telling him. I was like, oh, it's like $50.
Yeah, did they do the thing where they paid you and they asked if you wanted it in American or Canadian currency?
And they said they can only do Canadian, so I got a bunch of Canadian cash.
Damn.
Well, I would have had more Canadian cash, I'll put it that way.
Well, you need to go to the money transfer thing. I think there's one in the mall. You can go to the mall here, they can give you $1 million.
They can do it at the bank, too.
Chinese
Oh, dude, a bank will take the Canadian?
For sure.
Oh, well.
But bankers hours. You
Know that? And Gator didn't know that neither. Gator, you're arrested.
3 p.m.
Oh, you woke the beast up.
Well, we just got a taste for gambling, and I've been losing anywhere from $100 to $150 a week for about 6 weeks. So do the math. I mean, look, it's not that much, but it's not great. It's not great. I know what it is, Grant. I know what it is.
I know. I was trying to be a little nice, get lowball it a little bit, and say the 6 or 7. Even though I heard
the math, it's like $400.
Yeah, it's like 400. What do you really think it is, Grant? What did you say you thought it was? 900.
It's about 400.
Yeah, I don't think 900 right. That sounds a little too much.
Look, 150 to 300 a week for 6 weeks. Dude,
that's even worse.
But remember who your partner is. Right, the king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, the king comes to your office and says, okay,
because we went in Pittsburgh, we went in New York, we went in Philly, we went in Toronto, then I went to Australia. And
you were lucky with the places having the freaking casino.
Places don't have them, I guess. So it's been a bad run. When the city's having casinos, I go, I'm sober, I don't drink, I go, I want to have it, I want to shoot a dice.
Well,
if you just keep on doing it, your luck will change. I guarantee that. It's going to change, man.
Anywhere from $300 to $450.
Something.
Granted, it's not that much money.
Yeah, I mean, eventually the gambler always wins.
Insurance.
I won 400 in Philly.
Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like
it almost wipes out. It almost wipes out 6 weeks.
I'm about even.
Okay. And so it's minimal effort.
That's
you
good.
have to be literate. You have to be numerate.
Are you going down? You believe
that? I'm down about 1,000.
They're also not
1,000 for the history, of you starting gambling.
From the history.
Yeah, from the history, from the beginning history of Casey starting to gamble, it's 1,000.
I don't know how to do it the way that people who win do it.
How do they do it?
I don't know. I never bothered to Google it. I don't know.
Do you think they make YouTube videos about it?
It's trial and error. Well, the slots, there's no right way to do it. A lot of what I spend is on the slots. I just think it's big fun. I like to
again,
noises it makes.
if you're
I know,
running on
it's
the
like a
wheel,
video
you
game.
resent it by
It's
every
And I think
exciting.
they,
It's an actual
the
video game.
cameras read energy, and they know the people who respond well to
borrowing
lightning.
small amounts
So they
of
let
money,
those people
just
win.
like
They
payday
seem a bad
loans,
guy.
get through
Yeah,
to
but
harvest, that kind of thing.
he loves to
Or
win.
even worse,
I can
we'll
say
see
I'm
this
only out
more
for
when we
myself.
get to Eastern Europe. Right
So
now,
they
we're
never give me a
Western
fuck.
Europe, but in Eastern Europe,
It's bullshit. Maybe go in there, have a prosthetic on, or maybe, I don't know, something. Maybe.
Sure. Oh, like a prosthetic nose, like a witch's nose.
Jewish
And then maybe it changes the vibe for giving off, or I don't know. I have no idea. Because I would think you'd be giving off a good vibe in a casino.
I'm a good energy, and I don't mean this facetiously. I'm a good guy.
He doesn't even sit down.
Casey's a nice guy.
He's been standing up.
I've been standing up because I got to say this. When I just thought, yeah, I'm doing $5 bet. You can play big to win big.
Damn. Yeah, that would make me so nervous.
Me too.
$5 fucking spin.
I'm not confident enough for that.
Well, when it hits, it's like 60 bucks. Congratulations. And you go, oh, great, I'm only down to 40.
Yeah. I'll spend $300 into this machine in the past 3 minutes.
It goes quick, but I take breaks, right? I take breaks to prolong the suffering.
That's a good idea. You gotta take the breaks.
It's not that much money. It's like $1,200.
Because he taxes it. Right?
That's not too bad. And I always wonder with myself, I don't even know. I'm probably in the hole. I've been thinking of the history.
Well, you have that advantage. Like, every time we were together, you wouldn't win $1.
No, I was not.
I think he keeps going.
Sure, you gotta keep trying.
The Crazy Rich Asians, though. Wasn't that a good one? Didn't we gamble on that one together? And that was a pretty good one.
That was fun. It would go off, and it would be like, you've won Grandma.
Basically, from
Yeah.
the 17th century on, you'll have massive
yeah.
uprisings against Jews.
Yeah,
We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Kominsky uprising,
I don't want to
and
think
the notice of the great peasant uprising.
just that. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to make a thing. I was just trying to have shared in my ears some lower spirits.
Well, we're just trying to have fun. Yeah, we're kidding around.
Way too hot.
Come on, man. We're just making mistakes. We're young, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah, dude, we got a lot of time on our hands.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun.
Dude, we're not even at the halfway point of our lives, for Christ's sakes.
It's well, Casey, be careful saying that, or at least I gotta be careful because I'm thinking, fuck, I'm almost 40. That means, am I gonna make it to 80?
It's hard to say. But if you keep rowing like that, you keep rowing, our friendship is just starting. We have 30 more years.
I know, right?
People did
You would think at
towns
least
actually
30
rather
because
difficult
we're
to do
both in our
in
30s at
surf
different
environment.
parts of our 30s,
Because
but we're
people
both
are
in our 30s.
not quite
30 more years we'll be in
slaves,
different parts of
but
our
they are
60s.
attached to
Yes.
the land.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, and we're gonna still be hanging out and having fun.
Yeah, we will. And I'll
They
be
have particular
texting you
movements
too.
all day long,
Just turned
but they're
60.
still owned
Tell me, what's it
by
like?
the master.
Welcome me to the
And,
club already.
I'm gonna be like,
It'll be too soon for you, though.
well, have you?
So
It's
they're
gonna be the
still
best 10
around.
years of your life.
So
60s
it's
are your
hard
best
to run
years,
away.
but be really careful because Grant
There
died
will come a point
last
where
year
the risks
at
outweigh
62.
the benefits,
So
and that's
30
usually
years from
picked up
today,
on
we're going to be hearing this. You will pass.
Oh man, for me that's 20 years, man.
Oh, when ain't crap, this dude's old.
I'm old. I'm one of these.
Financially,
You only
they
got 20
definitely
years
have
left?
good
I'm one of
control.
these six bitches right here.
Holy crap. This kid's old as fuck. Wait, so that means you're 42 right now.
I am. Not as old as you are. Yeah, that's not what I was saying. I was saying old as those pictures.
It's
No, but the
overly
same, man.
rosy picture. It's
You're old as a
overly, you know,
What do you think? How much time do you think you really got left if you're being honest with yourself? Would you guess? Are you halfway done? Or are you still about halfway? Or about three quarters?
It's not the historical reality.
Second
We
date.
definitely had
We're
our
looking at
share of
60.
victimizing.
Maybe
But,
7/8.
well,
Time's
you
getting
can't say that's what
45 if you're
you see how you feel about it.
Yeah.
But the difference about the 17th, 18th century and the hospitality is we lived up to a few years. That was like something into the culture, art, the media, literature. No, I'm not just for it's not inherent on others. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Francis, now you gotta go.
Listen to the seal's ass. Damn. What's the pick-me-up song?
So that is to get tears. What's to get everybody going? You know what? But life goes on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What would be a good celebration song? You guys have a suggestion?
Yeah, that Let's Get Loud song.
Come on, everybody, suggesting you all get on your fucking feet.
And what will happen is, like, and this especially happened as money laundering expanded, and as some Jews
You put a little mechanism
they would finance
where you are
like,
laying down, and then it looks like you're moving and moving, like you're getting over something. It's
but I
like
need to hire mercenaries
I
and they
in
say,
5 years we should have the technology to do that.
Where you'll see something pop up and you just start fucking doing
and
this
they
thing.
would come up with the cash.
Oh my God, look at his old ass. How's he doing?
Oh, it's actually because his bones go, he doesn't feel pain anymore.
Because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankroll, they got a country literally. That he was extremely
They took his blood out. Don't worry about it. They took his blood out.
and the nobleman says,
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Do you believe that, Greg?
the peasants would react
Oh my
by
gosh, Ray, maybe that's what they would say about your ass in there. Light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Have you ever done that, Greg? Where you just levitate? Yeah, never does that. I have done that too. I've made make a levitate. Most of my friends like to get into my friend group. I have to make you levitate. Yeah, it's like an initiation. It's literally a ritual, and it kind of brings you to doors like this, like a aurora.
Levitate, slide out, smack off the ground. I mean, that was freaking Snyder test me.
What ends up happening is they pick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years,
Not
they say,
9 or
wow,
10
you
feet.
get hard.
If you drop me right here, I'm gonna hurt my leg or something.
Yeah, you want to come on the sides of a basketball hoop, put me down.
5 times in a century.
You're gonna kill me for Christ's sake.
Yeah, my feet were at the level of the basketball
Yes,
ring.
well,
The basketball, I mean, that's how high up 10 feet in the air.
Because
And then I
never
kind of lost
wanted to
concentration, so your
take
feet
the
stuck
whole
where you were,
they
but
had
your
far
body
more
felt
influence
down.
after the
So you were kind of just hanging upside
and
down
the
for a while.
church just
Oh my gosh, like a Tervis. No, I was about to say Tervis tumbler, but that's the cup. What is the
You're like a
turning table?
Look
It's like
at
there's
that
one of the version table, not a Tervis tumbler.
Do you know those cups, Casey?
Inside of
You saw, I swear to you, Casey, you saw a Tervis tumbler. You're like,
Oh my God, okay.
that is what that cup is.
That was my fiance's name, Turvis Tumbler.
Tervis tumbler?
Yeah,
Oh,
but she's not with us anymore, so
are you getting over that okay?
yeah, she ran off with some bozo, and she ditched the hero and got with a zero, so.
Well, that's her fucking problem. And
and
she's
she passed away.
She passed. She passed. So there was mixed
I
emotions.
think you
Where I
are
went,
very
you know,
perceptive there, Mr.
Yeah,
Cross.
she left you, but it's like, I don't want you to
South
die.
Central
So
Los Angeles was subject to
But
a
it's
whole
almost
series
like,
of riots
well, now I don't even have to think about it. Now I don't even have to worry about running into her ass
basically a lot of African
Kind of for the best.
Americans
Yeah,
were very
it's
upset
kind of for the best. It didn't have to even be awkward at all.
in
Then I got to
Los
sing at her
Angeles
funeral.
culture.
Oh my
Jobs, they were,
gosh.
for education,
Fuck
stuff
you,
like that.
Santa.
And they revolted, and they
You didn't
burned
read my
big sections of
letter.
their
You said that in
own
front of her new
neighborhood,
husband.
rather than going to Beverly
You want to
Hills
see what
and like
she's
look
on
down
here?
white neighborhood.
So yeah, he knew. So he knew about y'all's bastard.
Were
Yeah.
the
Oh,
Korean
apparently she was
couple
raving about me,
who
which is so
opened
weird
up
'cause she
these
broke
things
off
called
the engagement.
bodegas, right?
I
'Cause,
bet that made his ass
very
super
few,
jealous. So he was
big
probably hating
shopping
that when you were
markets, like
probably
whether
doing
it's
really well singing that
Shopping Baby or
fucking
whatever,
song
like that,
at the funeral. I bet his
willing
dumbass
to
didn't say
build
shit.
shopping
No, he
malls
didn't say
in
crap.
That's what
these
Gypsy
dense
Rose
inner
did to
city
the
ghetto
guy
type
that she got with after
So the only
prison.
place
She
you can
blew him
get
off,
food
then got
is either
pregnant
you
with
get on a
another
bus
guy
from
who like
Chicago,
always wants to
45
reach back out to the
proper
first
grocery
one.
store,
That's why you gotta
or
be
you go
careful
to
if
the
you're
local
in prison and you're
where
talking
they
to
will
people.
sell you groceries, but in
Too many.
smaller amounts.
Yeah, you can't
and
talk to
for
too
higher
many
prices.
people if you're in
And
prison.
so
You
these
have too many
Koreans
pen
were
pals.
Because then you get out.
servicing the
You
community,
get out and
but
everybody's
exploiting
having to
them at
pick
the
your
same
ass
time.
up, and then it's like, what
They were the
car do you
ones
get
who
into?
felt
You've
the
been
first
leading
anger
these
of
different
the
women on 5 different women on. It's like, what car am
of
I
South
even
Central
getting in?
LA. The Jews were like
Yeah,
the
it's
Koreans.
tough decision
really
because
good
when you
studies
look
of what
like
they
that,
call
you got your
middleman
when you look like that,
economy. The
you
Jews
got your
were the
big little
middleman,
letter.
and they obviously
But she's on
bore the
Ozempic
brunt
and
of
got
a lot
another
of
shot.
the
Yeah, do an
entire
updated picture. She really has had a glow up, and I'm really happy for her. Gypsy Rose has had quite the glow up recently. Grant, you want to do like a
2025 current.
2025
Grant, do I look
selfie?
like her?
Yeah, it could be.
Like where your
I
arms a
think
little
they're
bit.
allowed metaphors.
Yeah, yeah.
Let us go on a little further. Right. So the
Gypsy
bottom line
Rose.
is
I got the
you
glove.
have relatively more wealth and power than
You were at the comedy club in Springfield, Missouri, weren't you? Casey?
I am there in 3 weeks.
Well, Casey, you need to go look at the fucking house near the house where the mom got murdered. It's literally less than a mile away from that comedy club. Seriously, you gotta go see it.
Because you could have the popular uprising resulting in the explosions of violence.
Is that the same person?
Oh, I know. Her eyes are
the
small.
land of the states.
She got her jaw removed. That's She's gorgeous. Grant went up to give her a kiss.
Okay, let's go to when the
Grant just got his face right up by her face on the new
The Italians said, hang on a second.
Yeah, she looks good. Other than it looks like part of her face got cut off at the bottom of her.
There's so much
cut off half her face and then the lips
Can
up.
we possibly find
Yikes, that's what they're doing these days. That's what some people are doing for these surgeries. I think they started in South Korea for some reason.
between
They call them
the
limos.
mountains of piety.
Where what? You get the skin off of your body part of your chin and flip it up to your lips.
Maybe
And it
because
makes
they
your
have
lips bigger.
of money that they can lend out
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
it's
But by
like,
the 15th
yeah.
century, this, by the way, is
The lips
a
are wider. Grant,
debt
look,
agreement,
Edward
a
Mandrake,
agreement
the
from
man who had a head on the back of
They
his head.
essentially
Pull
charge
that up.
Like a
interest
twin.
for
Yeah, he had like a twin on the back of his head that was always whispering evil stuff.
They had a legal fiction
Yeah,
to
I
say,
think that's what it's
this
called.
is
What
to
a
cover
nightmare. You would hope at
overhead
least the twin on your head would be saying sweet, nice
this bank,
stuff.
this
Not
entity,
mean
yeah, they
things.
Yeah,
still
apparently
have
it was
to have
incessant
physical
whispering where he was
structure.
telling you
We have to
evil
pay to keep the
things.
lights
It's an
on.
American Horror Story. You guys would be scared shitless
like
from that.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
can
Can
borrow
you
money
even
from
fathom
us
that?
interest
Edward
free,
Mordrake. Here
but
we
you
go.
pay 4 to 50% of what you borrow
Wow,
for
that's
the
inspired by
maintenance
Harry
of the
Potter.
bank
That's
as a
inspired
whole.
by the series Harry Potter.
Oh my gosh, that was
Well,
one of the
this
guys
is
with
more like
who
bank.
made the wands, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
But the
someone
thing
with
is,
the
Talk
wand.
with snakes.
One of the original makers of the wand.
In the Catholic Church,
Oh my gosh, it sounded like the
Christian
Sacred.
can't charge interest at all.
Clairol?
So they're not allowed
I mean,
to
I don't
charge
know.
4 to 50% interest.
That was his
They can
name.
charge 4 to 50% overhead.
And he talked like the snake in the Jungle Book, where he's like,
The church
"It's happy to
involved
see
heavily in bringing
you."
up the Dieta.
Well, that's where they got it from.
Yeah, he was like the basis of a lot, also Mama the Sailor.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like when
Basis of a lot of media.
they
Just
pay taxes to keep these competitors.
And this is something else. So this is real. So you're saying the piece of shit on the right hand side, the smaller face.
he would whisper stuff because he couldn't speak. So in his brain, they shared a brain, and he would go like,
flow away from you and direct it towards the church. Ironically, the fail. Anyone
he like
guess
take his
why
legs,
the
which is like,
Muppet
what
did? I mean, they eventually
I
succeeded.
know. I said, well, like,
It's like an MMA. It's like a jiu-jitsu. They taking somebody's leg, like sweep his leg, fall over. I just try to sweep somebody's legs and then turn around and they try to punch me. There's a little guy behind me.
Folks,
It's like, yeah, you want me to do that?
look at this
I'm
move.
getting punched, dumbass. I'm not getting punched.
I'm not getting the fallout from
Look
your
at this move.
choices.
Yeah, idiot. And then, oh man, yeah, just sleep on a pillow at night. You'd have to
They
kind
hit
of
their
suffocate
money
him.
better.
You probably couldn't kill him, or does that mean you die too?
It's hard to say. Like if he stops breathing, Grant, what was the consensus on that? Was he able to duct tape over his face?
So there's many people like this?
Yeah, it happens every day.
Yeah, so these are different people.
Mr. Parenti,
They get Yarmulke and you don't hear him anymore.
reputation.
I wonder why that one got the good sideburns and the bigger face didn't get those little sideburns. Why the little face get the sideburns on that one? That's weird. I don't like that one as much.
I don't like that one as much.
At all. Like that other one by your head, Casey, that seems kind of fair. Like their hair's kind of similar and it goes with maybe a sheer beard, but that one's a little.
So when you
Yeah.
went to the
Can you imagine if your mom took some freak medicine for like depression or
had to
something,
say
and then you
why
woke
you
up
owned
and then
the
you were
money,
born with another head?
and you
I
had to
can't even imagine.
make all
Yeah,
kinds
put
of
some
religious
Accutane and
statements
did
that
some
I
acne
promised
medicine,
that
and then
I
you're fucking born with another fucking soul inside.
The anti-nausea medicine, that's why like all there's a bunch of people in their 40s and 50s with the little hands.
Flippers. What were they called? Formaldehyde babies?
Whereas if you went to the
Thermidide?
Jew didn't
Gigi,
care
one of those
why
babies
you
is
did that. The Jews just wanted to
the
make sure
flipper
you
hand
could pay
things?
back
Yeah.
with that. And all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So
You
ironically,
don't need to
even when the Muslim Dieta is set up,
You don't need
even
to
when the
clean it up
Jews
because it's funny.
were
Yeah, you're gonna like it.
more
Fogomelia? Is that right?
taxation to pay for that.
And actually,
the
Gesundheit.
step, people kept
And if you ever did have one of those kids that put a fence up around the swimming pool because they are not good swimmers, seriously, they're not going to be able to swim and they're going to drown, just like what happened to some TikTok woman. Everybody was
deleting all the comments saying you should have put a fence up.
Every time you ask
For
about
toddler.
it gets reported to the credit.
had flippers and didn't know how to use them, and then they find the kid fucking floating face down in the swimming
You to pay your money. And if you know you're going to
I don't know that for a fact. That's just how I pictured it when they walked out on there, just face down. Ass up. Oh no, that's like that song.
That's
it's like a song. It's like,
survive this.
Yeah, you guys can play that at my memorial as well.
No.
That's the way we like the book.
was it Ludacris? Who is that? I forgot. Sounds like someone
Was everyone's placing roses on your casket?
Ladies and gentlemen, please move to the front of the room. We have a basket of roses. We are going to throw in the body and we're going to twerk our shit. Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
We're going to run that thing.
If you're engaging,
Get your asses up off of the seat, off of the
you want
pews.
your partners to be at
Come
least
take a casket
confidential.
noise.
So it doesn't mean you're going
Yeah,
to
the person always cusses a little too much.
It's kind of nasty. It's kind of mean spirited, which is weird.
So,
For a preacher, especially something like that. Ugh. Oh, sure. It's the weirdest. Grant, would you go out of your way to kind of have the DJ, because your daughters will be grown by then, so they can hear cussing. Would you say that the DJ can cuss, or would you say, like, hey, it's in my will, like, please don't cuss?
However,
I mean, I think everyone else can, but that guy's getting paid. He's on the clock.
Western Europe is far
Be
less
professional.
hospitable
Yeah,
to
cussing's
Jews,
a
and
luxury.
we're gonna move
So
shortly
don't cut.
into the
Yeah,
Eastern
so he's
European
not.
Ashkenazi
You don't want him
period
doing it.
Well,
which
what if they
changes
discounted price,
dramatically.
maybe?
We'll write that down.
Oh my gosh, all them gators wondering what that kind of stuff is.
Gator, it's called a Z-bar. It's the only food we eat. Gator, it's a Z-bar. They're gonna be a sponsor at some point. At some point.
Oh, gator, maybe what's a tiny little
Extraordinary
piece?
pressures in Western Ashkenazi.
Gee, have a
So what's
little
gonna
bit,
happen
just
now,
maybe
we're
a tiny
at
little
transitional
piece.
points in history.
Here,
We've
get over
looked quite a
here.
bit,
It's as small as
especially
a
the materials
germ.
I put
Shit,
online
that's
from
a
last
perfect size.
We look quite a
The
bit at
tree.
the environment of the Jews in
Yum.
Western
That's
Ashkenazi,
basically the size of a hamburger for
basically
us.
I know.
comprises England,
Chewy.
France,
Oh, yeah,
and
she
Germany.
likes stuff like that.
Once you get east of
Casey, we
Germany,
were
you're
going to
getting
the
into
airport on
Central
Wednesday,
Europe or
and
Eastern Europe.
my
What's going to happen
worst nightmare,
from
it
the
actually
13th century
happened.
onwards,
Oh,
thinking
we're
in
right by
the
the
17th
airport.
century,
We're a
you
mile
have
away from the
massive
airport.
Going off the exit.
migration of Ashkenazi
And I'm
Jews
digging around on my
from
phone,
the
looking at my
traditional
phone.
heartland
Eric
of
is doing some
Western
gators
Europe
right here.
to
And
Eastern
I hear
Europe.
the guy make like some
There in
noise.
Eastern Europe,
And I think,
there's gonna be a
huh? And I
massive
look up,
population
and we're
explosion
about to
in
slam
the
into the back of a
19th
car,
century
and
as a
we
result of
slam into
several
the back of
factors,
a
In the
including
Uber.
things
car.
like
And the
invention
dude's
of the
thing
smallpox
crumples up,
vaccine,
and he can't open his
the,
door, and
unique
I'm thinking, what? Because we were already like
style
close to
of
the plane
living
leaving. I was like,
arrangements
sorry this
called
happened, sir, but what can we do?
mortality significantly.
Do we
There's gonna be
walk?
a-
I mean, what do we
just
do
an
here?
explosion of
And he was able to
Ashkenazi
drive
Jews
somehow,
in the
and
This
we
car was
got out.
fucked.
And
So
eventually,
wait,
when it
the
gets
police
to
had to
the end
come
of the
home?
1800s,
No, he
you'll have
They
another
just
big
exchanged information. It
population
didn't. It was a
from
Subaru.
Europe
It was a Subaru. Yeah, the Subaru was
to a
okay,
lesser degree South
but his
America,
Ford
Canada,
Focus was messed up,
Australia, Israel,
totally
places like that.
smushed.
But we're now
And I don't
going
know
to
if
a
I need to
period
reach
where
out to
Jews
Uber and say, hey, I need some rides for this. My back's starting to hurt a little bit. I was in this crash.
Is that true? Your back's not hurt?
No, thank God. Eric got a mark.
We're going to leave this.
I had like a seatbelt mark on my
He
neck.
got a seatbelt mark.
Oh, that's not good. You can. Well, you know, used to write for personal injury lawyers.
No.
What should we say, or what?
How would we say this?
Let me give you the rundown. Okay.
The question
How
is
you say in English?
People who are watching the video sometimes repeat the question. Is the word Ashkenazi refer to a people
Say in
or a
English,
country or a
You should have
region?
documented
So
the crime
have a look
scene.
at the
I'm pretty
first
sure
section.
you'll
We went over the
So, here goes.
terminology.
So
No,
that's it.
Eric was like, take a picture of the front of the car we got out. And I was like, no. I felt like so awkward because he was standing there looking at us.
I think
And I was like, I don't know if I want to take a picture. It probably wouldn't have mattered, but I didn't take the picture. I just took a screenshot of the guy's information.
Let us know what we should have done.
over the
Well,
the
you
Middle
needed to take a
Ages,
picture.
various regions
So
were
now that you
associated
didn't,
with
it's
the
gonna be
land
hard to
of
rank
that
on that.
particular
But you
individual
can
and his
tell Uber,
descendants.
and I'm sure that
For
they know
reasons that we don't
that
fully
there was some
understand,
sort of
this is
accident.
eventually
And I'm sure,
associated with
like, you won't get a
the
personal
region
injury
of the
lawsuit.
Rhineland in northern
Maybe
Germany.
they'll give us some credits, or at least that music ride.
I think you get one for your ride. At least that one should be free.
At the very least, that one should be free.
Ashkenazi Jews.
You would hope.
We have
So
no
we'll see. I
real
gotta get on that
reason to
today. I got
associate
later
specifically
today.
that
Gotta
region
get on the
with
phone.
Ashkenaz.
Gotta call up,
it's kind of
Uber,
arbitrary in some terms.
gotta figure it
So
out.
now really
Yeah.
only push for people.
I'll make some calls too.
Are
you really? Thank you. I need all the help I can get on this one, Casey, because I think this is about to get bigger than me here really soon. It's probably going to be out of your control.
Okay, so now
It already feels a little out. It's like when you have a partner and they hit you and you go, I don't want to press charges. I love this person. And the police get involved. It's bigger than you know. Yeah, it's out of your hands at that point. Somebody's going to jail. Somebody's going to jail. Somebody got punched. Somebody's going to jail. And they don't take kindly to people who hit me. Jail. Casey, and you go to jail, you're getting shanked in a way. I saw a horrible drinking video this past week of them literally getting this poor man in like the butt, hitting his ass over and over, and then dragging his wife off. The calls just blood is coming. Like they're just literally dragging him by the feet and his head's on the ground and making this weird squeegee noise. Like, oh no, this isn't an American prison. Yeah.
And so that
I don't know which one. Are they filming it? I don't know. Yeah, and it was the camera phone. Who's got the phone? Maybe they were just working on a movie. Maybe that was a future Wes Anderson. It could have been. They did a really good job because that blood was everywhere. It was pooling. It looked real. It was brutal. Was the guy like screaming? At the beginning he was, and then he stopped screaming.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
As the first
Shanks.
Jews were allowed to be full citizens.
You don't want to swallow one of those things. That would get stuck in your throat. You know it. Shank like that? God, those are worth so much on the secondary market.
Here, like about 400
yeah, I
years
wonder
earlier,
what you can even sell one. Like, what do you think about that one in the middle? What do you think you can sell that thing for? Like, that's scary. Oh my gosh.
And everyone else is a subject.
It's just even hard to think about.
Everyone is a subject of the king, right?
It captures a moment in history.
And all you can hope for is privileges.
I know, it looks like something George Washington was using or something, maybe back in the Revolutionary War time.
All right, let's look at one major factor.
More options.
Yeah, half a scissors smart.
Wait, this one's just a butter
This is like a scene.
Yeah, but it's just
This is one of those
yeah,
watershed.
yeah, you got all the time in the world in jail. You can make those things really sharp.
Actually, I
Just keep
grew up
on rubbing
near
it on a
the
towel or something. I
watershed.
think. I don't know how they make them so sharp. You gotta learn how to do it.
No.
Well, they just have a lot of time to
Watershed
like rub them on the
the
concrete.
earth, like
Oh, yeah,
rain falls.
oh my
it
gosh,
either
did you
flows
see that
toward a body of
video
water
of
here
how
or a
many
body
people
of water
escaped
there,
from that
right?
jail?
Depends on
Like a what?
the elevation of the
That
particular
seems to
spot.
happen often in New Orleans. It
And
happened in
like where we are
Katrina's.
right now,
No.
we're in,
Remember
I
how
guess,
crazy
probably
it
the
was? Didn't you
Atlantic
watch that,
watershed,
Lord willing, when the
where
creek don't
every
rise?
drop of rain that
Yeah.
falls here in New York would eventually
All the
flow
prisoners, they got
towards
stuck
the
in that
east
jail, and they just
into
left
the
them in
Atlantic
there.
Ocean.
Remember that?
Like in
Yikes.
the
And
beginning
then they moved all the prisoners to like the top of a highway, and then it was just like 500 prisoners just on the top of an overpass. They were like, if you move, we'll shake you. We're gonna fucking kill you. Maybe you may love shaking the legs and butt. But
And then
yeah, they
down
ripped that thing out, and then they said,
into
"Well, too easy."
something.
I know,
love
it's pretty
it.
funny
I
about
love
it.
That was like Escape from Dannemora. They left with a little letter when they escaped from Dannemora as well. Is it like that? Is it a little more?
I happen to grow up in the Arctic watershed.
It's a little better than that. Too easy, LOL. I think that's fun, but it's like maybe do a little something more than that. But they're not like poet laureates. They're not like political prisoners. These are guys who are probably
So
like
if you think about that
drug dealers. Yeah, they're not
as a
political
historical
prisoners.
term, you say it's
Great.
like
It's athleticism.
I don't think
where
it's a jailbreak touch-up.
people understand the world in such a way.
The
Afterwards,
proletarian
there's
elite,
another
the
watershed
doctors,
in
the lawyers, the
9/11.
bourgeoisie.
Come on, baby.
Yeah.
Huge watershed.
Give it to me.
I know what you were thinking.
Fuck.
I was talking to Greg the other day, and he said that Nelson Mandela should have been jailed.
Everything in so many ways. If you say it's one of those
Not crazy.
moments,
It's kind of
It was
crazy.
after his beer
this guy
podcast,
pulled
huh?
over the
Is
second
that after
number
a
five,
couple? Is that after a couple? You making a claim like that, Grant?
the holy
I
city
don't
of
know.
Jerusalem,
You're lacking
which is
context.
controlled at this time by the
Well,
Muslims,
you-
right?
you
Muslims
say
are
that.
in
That
charge
sounds
of the
really
land of
bad.
Israel at
No,
that
but
time.
you said you
They
watched
are
Invictus.
not allowing
Yeah,
You said Matt Damon
pilgrims
should have played Nelson Mandela. And I was
to
like,
the
what?
holy
Thank
sites.
you.
Okay, that's all should be a little clearer now.
Various sites
That
that
was like
Christians
crazy
revere
talk. And I said,
very
like, in
significantly.
blackface. I'm
And
like,
he's
as a
like really
white
upset
man.
about it.
Yeah, he's a white man that's like super problematic, and you said either or.
Oh, so he didn't care. He didn't give a shit.
No, he just wanted it to be.
Yeah, he's an actor. He's an artist.
I kind of defer to his expertise a little bit.
And I respect that part of your argument, just as was.
So you guys were arguing?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You guys were debating?
Yeah,
That's what you were talking. You were talking. You called on the phone.
well, I was walking in Zilker Park, and Grant had set up a table that said debate
But
me.
they both are
Grant, you're doing that shit.
He's not in the
Oh my gosh!
But they are
And then South Africa came up and Mandela and all that.
We were talking about apartheid, and then he said I couldn't. He said I couldn't do a good South African accent. I said, "Are you sure about that, pal? You want me to put you in a headlock?" And I went, "You fucking idiot. Johannesburg. Johannesburg. Johannesburg, South Africa.
Resonates with that message.
There's only two rules. There's only two rules.
They're
my way and the highway. Johannesburg."
Based on the word cross.
Who were the who's that wonderful band from South Africa?
Diane Word, yeah.
Take back
You'll
the
let
land of
me, motherfucker,
Israel
it's on.
from
Yeah, you'll let
the
me.
Muslims
Motherfucker, I'm
so
fucking
that
up now.
Christians
I can't fuck
can
with this phone.
safely go there to worship. Massive
Yeah, you're
reaction.
exciting. Grant, we can maybe play one of those songs during your thing.
Dude, Baby's on fire.
For example, and they have literally nothing to do, but this is just really an excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of
Well, Grant,
France
you listen
and
to all these
Germany,
songs and
and
you
they
tell us
make
which
their
one you
way
like the best.
all the way
Okay.
across Europe, the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and
They're
they
so
take
good.
over
It's
the
like a
land of
mix of
Israel.
EDM and rap.
Next 200 years,
And
there's
you
going to
listen
be
to
ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the
scary
Muslims
looking,
drive
like-
them out.
You know,
But this is the
you must
era
really
of
love
the
'em. What is this
Crusader
one?
I
kingdoms.
love him. I got so drunk in Bonnaroo at Diane Word, I took everything out of my pocket so I could jump higher. And I lost my phone and my wallet.
Did
you jump higher?
Like,
Of course you did, but I still lost all my possessions.
you know,
What'd you
all
do?
kinds of
So you just
land-
emptied
and
your pockets
where
right
you'll
in
see
front of
lots
you and you
of
saved
people
it? And I walked away
You'll also
because
see
I was just
Muslim
blackout drunk.
fortifications
And I
against
took
the
everything out of my pocket
Crusaders.
so I could jump like a foot
For example, the
higher.
walls
That's
around
hilarious. I love where your head's
Jerusalem
at.
were
Yeah, I
built
mean,
by
that
the
would,
Muslims
that weighs you
trying
down.
to
I'm sure you
hold
could
off
jump
any
higher
future
without
attack by
shit all in your
Crusaders.
shorts.
They
Yeah.
went back and
Did I
forth
jump
for
higher?
100 years.
Undoubtedly,
Here you
that's
see
not
that,
the
and by the way,
argument.
because they
Yeah.
kept on
Did
getting,
I leave my
they made
things?
their way
Also,
down, they took over the
They
territory.
have both of those things have. Nobody can
Then they
debate
made their way
that.
down
Things can
again.
be true
There are
at once.
Two
multiple
things can be
crusades
true at
over
once.
They
several
are not
hundred
mutually
years,
exclusive.
with
Casey's
a
jumping,
variety-
what?
variety
Eight
of outcomes.
12
Some
inches, maybe a
successful,
little
some
more without the stuff in the pocket.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Exactly.
Right,
It's
I'd say
surprising
about
how
half the
that
phone
happens.
work.
What do you have in your
So,
pocket?
how did
My
Jews
phone
get
and wallet
involved in this?
and my
Especially up
possessions.
here, you can see the stars
Horseshoe
that
set.
represent
Think about that, Grant. That's going to weigh your ass down if you're
How
jumping
did I
around,
lose?
around having fun. Especially a South African band.
Yeah,
group.
It also weighs me down in a spiritual way, where I go, God, why are we all on our phone?
There was an especially
I
dangerous
hate Casey. I hear
because
you,
a
man.
whole bunch of
I don't need to be on my phone to have fun.
This is like
I'm trying to
a
jump
Nothing
higher, and I
sucks.
want to jump so
Well,
high,
you have-
Yolandi sees me.
wealthy
Oh,
You think
knights
it is?
who
Gosh.
are able
Oh,
to
look at that
afford
motherfucker, you jumping high.
a horse and a caddy,
You got a
the
shout
weapons and the armor and
I
stuff like
can't
that.
believe it. Did you have a cool haircut? I'm sure her hair looked great. I was just saying that to your
Doesn't
ass.
he cut her hair?
She stood on Ninja's shoulders, and then she jumped off and she
So
went,
yeah,
Fuck
we
Kanye
want to
West.
we want to
and
get
she ran
involved in
away.
it.
This is
And they
pre-Crazy
come along for the
Kanye. So,
But is that when they had the weird story when he went to visit him and it was weird?
oh yeah, they play basketball or something.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And there was like porno in the background. He's like, "Do you want some? You want some banana pudding?"
There's
There's like porno playing on the TV.
And
Well, I jumped a lot higher, and then I was like, well, that was fun. And then I walked away, and I woke up on the side of the road with one crumpled dollar bill in my pocket. It's like I played a
So you saved $1?
At some point in the night, I saved $1 bill.
Why are we
That's the only thing I had left.
The point is that we're going to beat those
Is the Bonnaroo, Casey, that you feel like you might have died and this is all a dream after that?
Sure, yeah, I OD'd on.
Jews
Yeah, no.
right here on our very own
I OD'd in the front row of the Passion
And
Pit
so a
concert.
lot of
Or
these,
Sunstroke or
especially
something.
the less
And I'm pretty sure everything that has happened since then has been a Jacob's Ladder thing.
making these
Yeah.
Do you
religiously
think
inspired
it could be a possibility?
I'm gone. I've been gone. Here's the thing. I've been gone. It's over 10 years now.
So what does that mean? Who has become my
This is like
who
one
am
of
I
those
then? I know. It's like
You're a figment of my imagination. This is all part of my kind of death threat.
Korea, does that scare you that we're literally, we could just be a part of Casey's death thing?
That makes sense a little bit. What is reality, right? It's all a construct of something, right? So might as well be my own mind.
It could be Casey upon a room.
Yeah, my death throes. And it doesn't mean you guys don't have words. Of course you do.
Thank you, but we can't get it twisted and think it's anything other than at the end of your life. Yeah, we've continued to move on, but see it for what it is. One last cosmic gasp. The stars are falling down to Earth in the form of comets, and they're clearing the way for something
things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal,
Something
but
beautiful.
lesser
Something beautiful's gonna happen soon.
kind of like
Really soon. Something's gonna happen. Wonderful. I've
for
been
that
getting
massive journey down
signs.
there, but they do want to get involved in
Will all
like
be revealed.
the violence and all this. So they say, we'll
What are
just
we
do it
talking,
like that.
Casey? Quarter 3, quarter 4, next
Yeah.
year. So Q2 has come to almost an unceremonious close.
I know it's weird. It's weird.
And it feels weird to say,
So I think
wow,
that
there goes
if you
another
asked
quarter
the
out the
Crusader,
window.
he would
Yep.
say the
But
goal was to
If I had to
reclaim
go with
the
my gut
Holy
feeling, I
Land.
think we have at least one more quarter to go. So I would say probably Q4, God's going to
show those unbelievers what
He's
they
going to
really
show us.
what they're
And
worth.
it could be
And by the way,
around
where you
Thanksgiving
see
or
stuff
Christmas
clearly
time.
in the
Well,
Rhineland
Jesus was saying
massacres
he's going to come back on
because
Christmas because
Jews
it's
were
the
given the
biggest
option,
present.
convert
That's when he was
or
born.
die.
That's when he was
This is
born
the option
canonically.
of get baptized,
That's when he was born
which
Christmas Day,
represents a
December
victory for
25th.
Christianity,
Could
if
come
these
back
Jews
December
become
25th.
Christians,
What?
or
We
get
don't
killed.
really
So
know.
it has
We're not
definitely
quite
very
sure.
Yeah,
strong
not
religious
exactly
roots,
sure.
The messages I get
demagogic
are
and
very muddled.
violent. All kinds
So
of
it can
nasty
be hard to
things, but
even tell what's going on.
religious
It was like the
evidence.
movie where the ghosts are coming through the static with, I think Kevin Bacon was in
so-
that one. That's kind of a scary movie a little bit if you think about it. Ghosts being in the static.
From that time, a week called
Star
Law
Echoes.
Chronicles, by the way, we have source material.
Star Echoes was in Pulse, was in
written
Cairo.
by Jews, some really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews at the national level. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews
Yeah,
as
I don't
well,
know.
which largely corroborates some of the most horrific aspects
Look, Grant.
of these massacres. 1096, the summer of May.
You're going to be able to, was that one okay,
specifically the
Grant?
time when they were at their
I mean,
most intense.
is there any AC going in here? I mean, I feel like I'm a sweat box. Look at this. Hey, do you see this? I'm sweating. I'll be right back.
You see this crap?
Look at this grass. My imaginary best friend about to die.
Look at this. That's real.
That's real.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating under my boob area and my hands are freezing. Oh, Casey, I have some bad news. Bad circulation. Well, I got worse news than that. I got a blood test back, and let's just say somebody's A1C, which is in your blood, is 5.8, and let's just say, you know what that means? That means I'm pre-diabetic. Yeah, dude. So it's like, am I really gonna be fucking forced to drink this bullshit the rest of my life? I want to drink beer again at some point or something. His hands are freezing. You don't even want to feel this one right now. It's literally freezing, right?
Grant, we almost lost a friend today. Yeah, Grant. Wait, what is this?
That's
That's
your
hemoglobin. Maybe we're going to start to hemoglobin. 220 days.
They're small by our standards.
Your hands are really cold.
Always.
Yeah, it's kind of been a thing I've
This is
dealt
where
with for
one of the
Got it from his grandma.
life. Yeah, I got it from my grandma.
Jews in
So,
general, but Ashkenazim in particular.
We'll see, Casey. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to be able to live a life
They're
where I can't eat my
basic
Snickers bars or whatever at night.
Yeah, we got to think about quality of life, right?
Possibly think
I
about
know, if you get diabetes, I mean,
what do you think those
what's the
three
point if you can't be
strategies
the old you?
I hear you, and then I'm just not going to want to live.
are? Pay 'em off.
Sure,
Thank you.
we're going to
Thank
put you,
Fight back.
well,
What
it's gonna,
happens if you fight
Somebody's going to put me somewhere nobody's going to tell anybody else, and then I'm going to be gone.
you're going to get lost in the system.
Yes,
numbers,
literally
right?
and
We've found
figuratively, I'm going to get lost in the system.
Red Band makes a crusade. Find William.
He goes into the metaverse. He goes into his VR world.
There is an
I
argument
an ayahuasca
to be
trip
made,
trying to find
and
you.
you do see it happening
Everybody's
in
looking
the
for my ass. Yeah,
1900s, a runway for
drug-induced
Russia, but you might actually
VR
scare them off
I'm gonna be somewhere where you're gonna have to find me.
This is just not good.
You're gonna have to find me. Gator might be with me, but Gator might not be with me. It's hard to say. What I'm
You
gonna
taking her with you?
Oh, yeah, taking her ass with me. And you're not gonna know about it. It'll leave one night real late at night. Wake up and we're gonna be gone. Yeah,
Gator has a little suitcase.
Gator's gonna have her little suitcase and a little businessman suit, because she's gonna have to get a job for us. So we can live together.
yeah, I'm not gonna be able to work, so Gator's gonna have to be a little businessman.
A little businessman. Gator, you think you could?
I promise you'll be the best boss baby you can be. Gator, we gotta get you
And she needed to say hello to her friend.
a little Christmas kiss.
Oh, a little Christmas kiss.
A fate worse than death.
That's why, by
A
the way,
Christmas kiss on a Sunday morning.
that's why another watershed moment in history, because
I wrote a really good song years ago.
Oh my gosh, when recently? Is it a Christmas song?
Yes, but it's basically
the other
I'll just combine all my
by
songs.
the way,
Do you have multiple right now?
Yes.
we have
So,
lots of
all right. So this is 7 songs. They're all 1 sentence
by your
each.
family.
Because I'll be walking around my house, or I'm a kid, and I'm telling my friends, and I'll start singing a song, and I never get to the second verse. So this is 7 songs,
One of my students
1 sentence each.
famously said, this is the
Fuck you, Santa. Didn't read my letter. I wrote MGM into my will. If I died, everything on 36.
Wow.
So typically, like you see, for example, in the city of June,
MGM, like gambling casino. You see that being right over into my will because I know so much money.
Alright, and then here we go. We're picking right back up.
Show well smooth. You gotta hear his side of the story.
That's gonna be good when you finish it.
And I wanna go to David Buster's and get a tattoo. Coffee and Zen. I'm gonna loop again.
That's good.
I wanna get barred out with my son.
They also would appeal to the network, right? Because that's
All right, this is the last one.
survived was by being part of
If you knew my son was sick, why'd you put him on the bus? If you knew my son was sick, why'd you let him go to school?
It would get worse. The strategy would not survive.
These are good.
And I'm just looking for the David Busters with the tattoo machine. I want to find that seems like a hell of a place to get a tattoo. I'm gonna go. We're going to David Busters and we're gonna get tattoos. And we can show you a good game there, Casey. We went there a couple of weeks ago, and it's the kind where you're dishing up the coins, and you get the other coins to fall down from the levels. That's addicting. It ends up paying good tickets.
So many tickets.
Pretty good, but then it's almost sad because you go to where you redeem the tickets, and it's like bullshit. You get like a little squirt gun.
And then you can do a little bonsai tree.
It's like
the David Buster's is here.
it is.
I went as well. And some city recently to Billy. Yeah, it was really fun. It was actually, it's suggested with the club. It's really rough because it goes there. It's right next to a DJ. It's on the stones throw away. You can walk right over. Oh, I love that. It's great. I like this talking about getting barred out with my son.
I know.
It's not good for the family.
It was just getting fucking whacked out on Xanax.
And I feel like when I'm like sending my kid to school, they're sick. Pissing me off.
Why did you send my son to school if you knew he was there? It's acting like the measles or something, and it's spreading it to everybody. It's got polyps. Isn't that a gift? Right away. He has better feet recovered. God, good. Get this little nodule from his head.
West side.
West side! Yeah, you see those pictures of those angels like that. Accurately described a lot like that. It's a polyp person. It's like scary looking sci-fi. Yeah.
that results in cultural
West Side.
by contrast, they didn't have this challenge of the state because you're not staying at this time. Thing is also,
We all got
but their big challenge would come after 1391 if you step last in the church. But their challenge come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without the chance to say no, and now they have to live in the
West Side. I like it. It's good. It's all good. Ice cream person.
in the sand, saying if you force someone on
hit
the
the fair, dude. We're talking 2 foot
your
long.
worst, they'll find a way
We had
to
a shorty and
Oh, we had a short and a foot long, excuse me. Slathered in mustard,
my Jewish identity,
cheeseburger,
despite the fact
Corn
that
on
I'm
the
living
cob.
outwardly as a Christian.
whoa,
Two different, very different survival strategies.
taco, burrito, what
So,
fair?
LA
it was
County.
inspired
LA
the
County
first
Fair.
example of this
Best
is
one.
the Jewish Chronicle, the Jewish guide rather than to submit to baptism.
Go on. Where'd you stay?
At the fair.
You stayed at the fair.
We had an expo hall.
You stayed at the fair right next to the expo hall in a hotel.
This time,
Excited.
they go
I know it's
Damn,
fun.
bitch.
And I can smoke my marijuana and look down and see the fair happening and hear the DJs. There's some DJ down there playing this bullshit.
Low riders.
Yeah,
the
like a low
ironic
rider.
thing about
Yeah,
entrepreneurship is here is that the upper
yeah, well, it got really close.
You
Yeah,
did it.
super close to go upstairs. Yeah, let's kick them. But I was like, yeah,
Where's the
it's
ice?
against me doing this. It's gonna be.
bizarre ideas that are masquerading as actually contrary to the doctrine of
Probably an hour in the expo hall to turn all the
Crafts and bakery competitions.
yeah, bakery competition. They did one section. There was only doors and they decorated the doors. Yeah, very cool stuff.
This is the best table, I swear.
And then I'm reading the comments on there, how they judge the table setting, and it's like, you're missing a fork or something. I'm like,
Knives on the wrong side.
yeah, it's like, it seems like you would have looked up how to do the table if you're entering a competition. What's going on here? Save it out. Yeah, that's honestly the thing.
There are some interesting examples
Thinking about it, dude, I was thinking, I swear to God, Casey, I know how we're again, but I swear I'm gonna go with some shit. And this idiot, this is all bullshit. Yeah, I played it once. It's like, I don't know, it's like the best birthday taste. So, like, that kind of be my table.
You should enter.
That would be a good one. My apartment is very well decorated, so
disguising itself
you guys are
examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They
should have already grown one.
and
You
then
like
they
that
go
one,
all the
Casey?
way down
It's like
to
New Orleans.
Hungary,
I love that
and
one.
they're
That one
it's
reminds me
such
of
a disaster.
I
But
love that.
Hungarian Christians
Yeah, that's a really
against
good one.
Crusaders,
Get the
saying you're not
purple,
coming
yellow,
into our land.
green.
This is crazy.
Grant,
Come
you
in
should
here.
Put your kids in entering stuff in the fair. All the kids win all the prizes.
My sister's actually doing this with my
So
daughter.
that's
Yeah.
basically
Yeah, you
the
have
kind of
where?
situation that's
The
going
fair
on. One
here?
last detail
I
that's
think it's up in
kind of
Dallas.
What
The big one?
happens for
That's
those
a big one.
who
big- is it-
accepted
With the big
baptism
cowboy?
Dallas County Fair,
rather
to
than
the rodeo. There's nuts. You're gonna love it.
then
Hold on, I'm a little offended, Casey. Hold on, so you are gonna invite us to go see this stuff? I was gonna go. I went.
What do we do with these people? I mean,
I went to the Dallas County Fair and I got a personalized shirt that had a horse on it.
are sort of
And it said,
crafting this
like,
ideology
Mommy's-
that
Mommy's Little Rocket or
person is
something. And I
baptized,
gave it to a
even
fan in
if
St.
it was
Louis,
done
Nashville.
without his
And
consent,
I'll have that
and
shirt.
now
Mail it back.
magically
It's
it's a
At
sacrament.
the very least, in a picture, so Casey knows it's okay. But mail it back to his ass,
So
please. Let me know if you ever wear it, and if you let's do the 90 rule.
Jews, but
If you haven't used it in the last 90 days, and you're not going to use it in the next 90 days,
mail it back because I really liked it.
Casey, like if it's literally sitting in a drawer or something that's a waste, send it back to his ass. It's Casey's shirt, by the way.
It was never you. As much as you want it to be, it never was and it never will be because you didn't earn it, right? You didn't earn it.
Yes, and you didn't go to the fair. Casey was gonna go really sweet and get you that shirt.
That's honestly what it is.
So we can do that. If you haven't been wearing it, but if you haven't been wearing it, if you haven't been wearing it, you wear it a lot, and people talk about they like it.
The first crusade was part of the
Only under that only under those circumstances can you keep it.
You have to be honest.
But you have to be honest, there's no lying, and I can smell a lie on you. You're such a bad liar.
And I fucking told Casey the other day, dude, I shit last night, and I swear to God, he looks at me, he's like, you smell it. He knew I was lying.
I was like, dude, you haven't shit in 48 hours. I
Nevertheless,
knew that. I said, you have a majority of breeders. I said, there's my breath. Oh, Grant, we lost coverage. Gosh. Grant, the TV just restarted. Are we still live on Patreon?
Oh my gosh. Maybe not.
I don't even know the
Well, this is a
Patreon behind
disaster.
us.
We're losing Patreon people. I mean, this is a disaster.
They're
What's
dropping
going on with the power?
Grant,
Is it all out everywhere?
Well, when you say we,
Mike is probably
It's possible.
Look at this athleticism.
Are we still? We're still recording. We're still okay.
I think that the consensus that we've shown are that,
Oh, okay.
Hurry, don't be late.
So I've looked the whole
Look
time.
at this athleticism.
Oh, wait, hold on. Gator needs to be.
We'll go dancing. Walking
She
through
know. Oh, she's okay. She better.
Gator, I can tell you're lying. You haven't shit in 48 hours.
throwing games
Casey,
and
if you
books.
could see her little doo-doos.
Everybody
She's
knows.
Oh, she's got that little sweet.
Oh,
Oh, it's sweet little kids bar. They don't break it.
I'm crazy. We tried to sneak her into the fair, but it didn't work, and then it's all sad. They found her.
said,
Yeah, they
what?
found her ass.
Bitch.
In my
West
sweatshirt.
side.
I had a sweatshirt on, like, in my sweatshirt. I'm feeding her pieces of corn and stuff, and somebody working at the fair's like, what is that, a dog?
Walking
Your
through the
sweatshirt?
park and
What if it is? He's
reminiscing.
like, get out.
Reminiscing.
Get out.
Hurry, don't
Really?
be
We had
late.
to go to the fucking, I come to the hotel, it's supposed to be more weed. I was like,
We already had the return stamps, and they didn't have that.
yeah, they, except the one woman didn't give me a return stamp because we came back and forth 3 different times, Casey, and the second time, I didn't have a return stamp, and it was,
I said,
Oh, yes. Hey, Gator. Oh, yeah.
I said,
Oh, yes. Little
yeah.
friend of ours.
William, how does this song go about Gator again? I've done enough singing. Let's leave it to
Walking
the
through
pros.
the
It's your
park
turn.
and reminiscing. Look at this move.
America invaded Iraq.
I got a sweet
Little dog. Yesterday. Yesterday. Wickedly. I got a sweet little dog. Yesterday. Yesterday.
Alright, that's my brand, and her tummy's pink. Her belly is pink.
Yo.
I told Gator if I was a dog and she was my mom, I would drink milk out of her bosom. I told her yes.
I would drink milk out of a bosom.
I would 1,000%. If I'm a dog, if I'm a little dog and that's my mom, I'm drinking
If you're her
the milk.
puppy?
Yes, if I was her puppy, I'd drink milk out of her.
Is she even able to
So you
conceive?
gotta
Let me ask you that. It's way too small, right?
No, it's kind of sad though, Casey. We got her fixed.
Oh, no. That is
It kind of is sad.
She's not having
You know what I mean?
babies.
It's like sad.
Let someone else's dog have babies.
Well, what if Gator wanted to have babies? It's like we took it right away from her and she didn't even get to say it.
She don't want it.
I don't know why. Gator would be a wonderful mama. So I
Ew, I don't want her to have a little sacky little tummy and a little.
Oh, Gator little tummy would knock his saggy. We make her do push-ups every day. And then
Carry down the lane.
yeah,
I
Grant,
said
thank you.
to
This is
myself,
really
you're so
this is a
athletic.
breath of fresh air.
Mhm.
Yeah, people wanted to see more
Yes,
than
Are you
me.
under him now?
I'm feeling a little better. Really? Suddenly it doesn't matter that I lost $2,500 in the casino.
They're kidding.
There's a lot to be said
Stop.
for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as
Shit,
like.
2,500.
No, it's probably not that high, thank God. It's probably about 16.
Case in point, right?
What? Just in the.
Okay, let's just do one weird thing here. So
No,
You're kidding.
It's probably realistically $1,200 over the course of
in
3 or
the
4 months.
post-Crusade era
That's not that
that
bad.
had a
It's not even
long-lasting effect was a movement called the
You can easily win that back in a night.
I could win that if I'm doing $5 bets, you better believe.
If you're doing $5 bets, you could get it back. We actually bought scratchers at the fair. We still haven't done it yet. I got a good feeling we got a winner in those things. When are we even going to do the scratchers?
You have to fly back to live you want.
Isn't there an app now?
For the California lottery?
We have, of course, the 18th century
I hope
Hasidic
there is. I
movement.
mean, did we spend that money? Did we spend that money? And we can't even use it anymore? I mean, look at Gail. Doesn't even want to hear about this.
He's fucking sick. She's passing out. She's sick as a pig.
Most
She
of
is sick as
their
a... They don't need
writings are
pig
focused
sick.
in one book, Sefer
Didn't see
Hasidim.
any pigs having sex this year.
Fascinating
Those
book.
are the thing at the fair. But we saw baby ones.
Sorry?
So you know that they did have sex at some point.
And we saw the pig races and the guy would sing songs between every race.
This is
I saw the pig races at the Dallas County Fair, which you guys would love. This is the same day I got that wonderful shirt we were talking about. That the woman does. She doesn't need to sit back. Yeah, she does. They did the pig race. It was so funny because they had little names. It was like Mr. Oinker, number 1. Spasmataz, number 2.
Ours were like themed.
Yeah, ours were different.
Like country stars.
It was good. It was fun. Like Dolly Piggin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is
That's
especially
funny.
unique about it
Yeah,
is
Winkville
from
Pack.
a lot of
Yeah,
other
it's
trends,
Winkville Pack.
and
That'd be
it's
a
not
wonderful
something
one.
that really lasted. In that
Penny Smalls. Man, that's too easy. That's too easy. But what? That's like dumb. Why did I even think of that one? That's like fucking. Dude, Gator's gassed. Gator just wants to see you.
She likes those things. Here, Gator, you want to support me?
I moved this in with my friend once. I'm not going to tell you guys about it, but I did it once.
Can you say at least if it was worth it or not?
I didn't feel it. I got a big rush from
All
it.
the casinos are really much more about joy and
I
about
moved this in once when I was
camaraderie and
using.
singing. No way.
my gosh, does it like make your butthole feel like it hurt?
Just hurts. Yeah, we left it in there for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and we both said we should take these out, right? We did.
Lots of fasting.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna get trapped in there.
Customs like
I just pushed it out the way you push anything out there.
Really?
Thumbs right out.
Alright, I'll be late. I said, what? How can
Maybe I should try that because I got a couple more of these.
Let's
Stop! Don't tell me that.
Sorry.
Casey, you're right. You're not wrong. But it's making I can't really do them anymore because I do them on flights, and they make it hurts. My mouth's all messed up on your bottom side, or at the bottom. Like it hurts my teeth now, and I thought it was because I got a different flavor. But I went back to Zen's, still hurts as bad. It's like my teeth are real shallow. Well, don't do them anymore. Yeah, I gotta stop, man. It's not good. I agree with you. It's caustic. In Canada, you can only get them behind the counter. You can only get them at pharmacies.
A lot of the
What?
artwork
Yeah, they
show
green
women.
Yeah, they basically treat them like patches. You have to get them at pharmacies. They don't sell them anywhere else.
Did they also, did you buy these packs of cigarettes up there where it's just people dying?
I wish I brought a carton. Thank God. Of course, it's a full flavor
We're not sure
thing.
exactly what the
But how
idea is.
nice you brought one.
Yeah, I brought them, thankfully.
The idea
Dang,
of,
off the
like,
head. But yeah, all the cartons that'll show someone with like a rotten foot. You're like, I didn't know smoking caused that. They get gangrene like in their butt.
Well, Casey, am I ever going to be able to stop? I don't even know.
Hard to say. You ain't never gonna stop.
Yeah, maybe I'm never going to stop, but until I'm forced to stop if something bad happens.
Yeah, you lose like one of your front teeth. That would probably be a wake up call.
Oh, get to the heart.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I've got to somehow get the
Hurry
one
up,
I
be
don't
late.
remember.
I said, knocking on the way.
I'm moving to Chicago on Thursday.
Oh,
Which is so sad.
oh, we go
It's
get
the
to
last time.
the Rocket Street
No,
Golf
we're
Park.
recording another one. It's just not because I wrote that in the podcast. Yeah, we're doing another one tomorrow.
Hurry up, be late. I said, what? Flying hard away. I said,
That was fun
to
last week. We should do
myself,
that.
oh,
Well, Casey, we'll miss you though, but again, it sounds like we'll be able to continue to we'll figure it out.
Oh,
We're gonna
they
figure out
the
some
car.
specifics with stuff, but we will.
Black Death.
It's a beautiful thing. I'm moving to Chicago to follow my Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, which will be so fun. I think that'll be so fun.
I'm so excited. They have a big homestand, so I'm going to spend the summer in Chicago. I'm going to get a dog, and I'm going to live my destiny.
Like a real dog or a hot dog?
Yellow dog.
Okay.
Oh, a hot dog.
Hot dog, of course.
Look at this,
I'm
it's
not
legacy.
around enough to care for a freaking
Mhm.
dog. Puppies aren't just for Christmas.
Look at this
I know,
move.
I know. Puppies are forever.
Look at these.
Yep.
Look at these moves. Look at this move. The very athletic.
But yeah, well, that
Alright,
Casey, that'll be so much fun. Have a wonderful time in Chicago.
I'm excited, and it should not interrupt the podcast, but just know, if you guys are in bed and you're thinking, where's Casey? I'm in Chicago.
Yeah.
No longer.
Yeah, he's going in Chicago.
Look at this move.
No longer in Austin. And it'll probably be cooler. You're going at a very good time because now it's getting very hot here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You're going at a prime time.
I know. It's so insufferable to live here during the summer. I figured, why don't I get an adoption? I'm going to summer in Chicago. Good for you.
Exclusionary pressure.
Yeah, it was already 100. It's already fucking hot as it's already hot as hell.
It's no way to live, and I refuse to do it anymore.
And you don't have to, Casey. And this is the beauty of it. You don't
Yeah,
have
that
to.
little
And I
baby.
won't. And I found it in my closet last night. No more time. I found a roach on the front door as I was leaving last night, and then I'm trying to hit it with my shoe, and it scurried away. And then I get in the place last night, and it was fucking on the inside of the door. And it was a horrible one. It was huge. It was huge.
We get those in the summer. We get huge roaches in Texas.
Thank God I killed the thing. I killed it. I hit it a number of times. And it was horrible. And I had to pick it up with a little tissue paper by its little whisker. And I had to make sure it's really dead before I picked it up by the whisker because I was going to crawl on my arm. Oh, yeah, it was sickening.
Yeah, I smushed a cricket in my closet last night. It was on one of my favorite shirts. And I said, it's so
You're afraid of a cricket?
crickets, they will get in your bed and they will crawl on your ears and legs. I don't want to be the first one to say it. I shouldn't even have to say this. And it's like you're hearing a little violin all the time. He's just rubbing his legs. And, it would feel kind of good if he itches a wax. I know, like a freaking Q-tip. Yeah, like a permanent Q-tip. Oh my God, I would let him stay if it was a permanent ear orgasm.
You know what weird happened to me the other day with the Q-tip? I'm doing the Q-tip like I do, and then I get it out. And then I noticed something right here on my chest, and I'm like, what is that? Boogers or something, because I was doing some snot rockets. I was like, what is that? And it's an earwax.
Ew.
It had gotten out of my ear. That had never happened. Normally it stays on the cotton part of the Q-tip. Really weird stuff.
I'm thinking about going to get my ears cleaned down.
I think that'd be so fun.
I'm going to go do it, I think, today or tomorrow.
Be careful, dude. That's what happened to the freaking news reporter woman who ended up getting some sort of surgery, and then it made it so she couldn't see anymore, and then she killed herself.
That's LASIK, not
Oh, LASIK. Okay, not okay. Yeah, that's a LASIK. Yeah, she couldn't see anymore. And she's like, I gotta be a news reporter, but she couldn't read the cards or whatever anymore. And she fucking ended it.
Well, I'm not doing that.
But you're not doing LASIK, so you don't have to worry. I was off on that. Yeah, no LASIK.
He could never, he has iritis.
I have iritis. They wouldn't go near my eyes. It's a liability.
Right,
With the lasers.
Not a chance. It would, if anything, it would refract the beams. It would make them blind.
Whenever it
Cyclops.
happens, unfortunately, and it does
Like
happen,
Cyclops from X-Men, who married
young children, God forbid,
This is Cyclops.
Mrs. Cyclops. Mrs. Cyclops Storm. Mrs. Cyclops Storm.
Things happen, of course, now it's not even in our own day. So, people are really
Okay, well,
upset.
it was a bunch of fun, and again, this
And
is
someone says,
could be
I
the
thought it
last
was
one
the
ever.
Jews.
No,
I've
it
heard
can't be the
it
last one. It's not.
We're thinking about it.
This is episode 128. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you. And we gotta thank Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Miss Becky, Nigel
Sometimes there will
See
be like a
that written
bizarre
on?
sham of a
I don't even
trial
read
that
that.
will
William
result
has a
in
blank
mass
knot.
hangings,
Casey,
and
you see that?
it
Yes.
never ends well.
Keeson, Pappy, Nolan, Boyd, Papa Coon, Patrick, Casey, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shana Kaya from the Big Island, Satrak, Sergio Shiva, Stephen Fournier, Gaming Cruder, The Wizard, Trina Gay, Vanderweed, Vicious McDisty, White Magic, William Casey, The Cats, William Carey, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Whiplash, Parkinson, Ashley Belfield, Essalon, Avery's here soon, Beef, Manhattan,
How often
Big
how
Bags,
that
Faux Big
happens. It just sort of like
Macs,
takes up way more space in
Daniel
people's
Hunter,
brains.
Daniel Fox, Destiny 84, Dingleberry, Harry, Duval, Nose Kiss on the Lips, Nova, King Doctor, B. Dukin, Eli Slugworth, Gators, Godmother, Goldie May Star, Grand's Worst Nightmare, Harley at WS.LOL, I love Big Mac Trucks on MIM, The Big Bad, GDJ, Just Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Draco, Captain Chaos, Casey's Mom, Kyle E.
How many places had
And
blood
Larry.
libels?
All right, well, thank y'all so much. Wait, so what did the thing say on the bottom?
This is
I'm not
Simon
even-
and
okay,
Kent,
yeah, don't even repeat it then. But that is, well, they know who they are. They know what they're getting. Yeah,
You
yeah,
can see
yeah,
all
yeah,
of the Jews
for sure.
scattered around here. This is like
Because I will be in Rhode Island and Missouri in June.
one of the reasons why it's so popular.
Now, where am I going to be in June? Tampa and New York. Oh, and I'm moving to Chicago. I have a residency at Zany's Chicago every Tuesday in June.
Large
I love it.
Look like
Residency at Zany's all
and
the
then they
time.
would like post them
Bye.
on walls. Sometimes they would actually make. If you've been to Europe, you'll see they're
Thanks
like
for
round
joining us for this
pillars
week's
in
episode of the
public
William
spaces,
Montgomery
they
Show.
post these big things up.
Send your
In
questions,
Israel, you see
artwork, and
Pastor Bill,
manifestos to the
same kind
William
of idea,
Montgomery
you know,
Show
like,
at gmail.com.
Don't go to
Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1099.
That's how this would be
And
posted.
never miss an
It was
episode
not
of the
colored.
William Montgomery
This is
Show
a
by
colorized
subscribing
version,
to
which
the
adds a
William
little level
Montgomery
of
Show channel on
vibrancy
YouTube
to
and
it.
anywhere
The Jews
podcasts
here,
are sold.
they all have names
Check out
because
William
below
online
it would be a
at
long text name.
william.f.montgomery
Medieval German, most people could not read,
on
but they
Instagram.
could see the
For more
cartoon
William
image.
Montgomery,
They
check
have
out
these
Kill
little
Tony on
wells
YouTube.
here, these little
And
badges
check him
that
out
indicate
live
they
at
are
the Comedy
Jews, and
Mothership in
the
Austin,
Orthodox
Texas every
Jews are
Monday night.
required to wear some
Find
kind of
more of me,
distinguishing
Casey
badge like
Rocket,
this.
at
And here is the
patreon.com/Casey
unfortunate
Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Report ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery.
Christ-like in that
Thanks for
regard.
joining us.
They're
See you next
capturing
time.
the blood in a little hand, and then later they would
No fun, sad man. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
one of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood is probably
Live
the
in
better.
Austin, Texas, USA. The William Montgomery Show.
There's no blood in matzah, obviously.
Starring William
They're all
Montgomery
doing
and
some
the
thoughts that
Casey Rocket
Jewish men
with the Tony Chin Orchestra.
subject to menstruation.
The William
And so
Montgomery
they
Junior
use
Dancers.
iron every
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket.
Other stories will say that
And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery.
What happened? Yeah, what happened? It's happened, Grant.
Grant,
No.
Bizarre stories.
You drive the
If you're
Corvette,
curious about
and
this
then you're
really
acting a
weird
fool in here,
aspect
dude.
of medieval
Every
history, I
fucking
recommend
time.
you
It's
go
like you weren't
Joshua
gonna mention the
Jackson
Corvette. Dude, it's
Gordon's
Muscle Car
remarkable work
Tuesday.
written
Yeah.
right during the
You're driving the
Holocaust,
shit
trying to
rod.
wake people up, like those,
Yeah, the
how long
Chevy
this
shit
has been going
rod.
on, called the
You got
devil
this
and the
heavy
Jews.
Chevy
Very
shit
powerful
rod
work.
out the
He
parking
lists,
lot right now.
20
Fucking
different things that
burning
people
diesel.
believe Jews did with this
Yeah, man,
rod.
how much does that thing cost? How many times a week do you have to
Amazing
fill that thing
examples of,
up?
like,
Gotta drive it a
Christians
lot
actually
to
trying to buy the
keep
blood.
it,
So
keep
they
its
can
engine
use it
happy,
for their
or else it
purposes as well.
breaks and then sits in the garage forever.
But this
Just
blood
like
libel
Bumblebee.
just became
Basically,
such a
just like
powerful peg
It's when
in
his
the
Bumblebee
mind
end up
of
getting real
medieval
sleepy or something in the
Europe
garage.
that
He just didn't want to
haunted
get
the
out.
Jews for hundreds of
Yeah,
years.
Bumblebee
Here's
would
another
basically be impossible to take on a cross-country road trip.
Beatus
Because Bumblebee gets so tired,
which
like
basically means
5 miles Bumblebee's
saint
gassed.
Simon.
Damn, that's like a
the
real
martyr.
Bumblebee because their
As I
fucking
mentioned
little
earlier,
wings are
the
going so
church
fast.
in most
Did it
cases
wings they have?
completely decried the whole idea
Yeah, wings.
of the blood libel.
Yeah,
It's a
Bumblebees have
crazy
wings,
thing.
and
Jews
you know what
go
they
to the
say,
Pope and say,
Grant,
"We're
is that
getting all
bees
these
should not be able to
calumnies
fly.
applied to us,
Proportionately,
and
they
we're
should
getting
not be able
attacked,
to
and
take
it's
flight.
not
It's
fair,
one of
it's not
nature's
true." And the
miracles.
church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true.
I
and
would
so on.
like to think it is God, and I would also like to think every now and again, at least when I see one of the big bumblebees, that the little children from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids are like on the back screaming, trying to hang on to the bee with pollen all on them. Please, God, save me. So cool, but God doesn't answer any prayers from everything under one headstone. Yes, so it's screwed. It's literally just, you're dealing with the laws of nature when you get that small. Anything is a predator to your ass.
Yeah, I mean, an ant, basically your worst enemy.
Oh, yeah, that kid, what would it probably would eat part of you? It might eat part of you. I don't even know what an ant would do to your ass if you were that small.
No, it's hard to say. An ant would probably just tear your ass limb from limb. What was that great? You trying to show us your Pirate Bay downloads?
Another one from the 18th century in Poland.
Are you still in Pirate Bay a bunch, Grant?
There's a few of us still around there.
Old school pirates. Pirate radio.
Yeah, what do you download? Like the Friends catalog, like all the Friends episodes? Like what can you even download? Just anything, right?
Lots of episodes of like Smallville.
To start leaving
Oh,
Western
cool.
Europe.
The Superman show.
Yeah, Kyle XY.
The idea was you gotta
We
get
talked about that, I feel like. Oh, boy, you
Show his belly button again.
show that belly button. She's being serious.
Yeah.
Alright, let's pull up Kyle XY. I should have like a hot link for it at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, get a wingding.
Save these
the question
pictures.
is currently asked is,
I don't. I always have to re-download them.
You just delete it. You just close all your windows at the end of one of our kind of one of the podcasts.
Yeah.
It's kind of beautiful, actually. He's like truly making art just to make art. And it's gone. He's like, that's like Banksy shredding the painting as soon as it was bought.
I can't even believe it. I'm sure sometimes he's got a bunch of links up there, a bunch of the tabs up open.
Oh, yeah.
Then he goes, oh yeah, here's your greatest creation. Psych, what were you being precious about?
And that's why we love him. Like, that's a genius. That's kind of like a genius.
Kyle
Kyle XY, no belly button.
Ephemeral, I don't know. He looks pretty masculine. I'm doing pretty good today. It's been a good day. It was Muscle Car Tuesday.
Yeah, it's getting hot as hell here in Austin. It's finally getting it's maybe 100 degrees today. What did Grant call his ass ephemeral?
The
Yeah,
ritual murder
he's not ephemeral.
morphs into the
Ephemeral.
And also his mom didn't need an epidural. He was born in a test tube.
Yes.
And we can say
Yeah,
much more about this, but really we could teach
Yeah, crazy word association. Oh my gosh, yeah, they didn't have to put the big needle in her back because it's just a little tiny baby coming out. It was like the size of, they said like in the credits of like what, like a peanut shell. A peanut shell, so a little bigger than Honey, I Shrunk the Kid's size. Yeah, but he grew fast as.
Yes.
Over a
Hey
blood
Grant, the Patreon can't hear nothing, they said.
Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the
Let me
next
take
step
a look
up.
at this.
I swear to God, if there was no audio on what we just said, I'm gonna be so.
Yeah, I mean, that was really funny stuff that was just going on, Grant.
That's warm up, sorry.
Our audio is fine. It's just that they're missing
found
that.
the Catholic Church.
You're talking about, are they lying? Are they lying to you?
No, they're fine. Now they're getting audio.
I think it's
It's true. It's just the live stream. They have no idea. They're just seeing that you're talking about Kyle XY's belly button.
This is not good, Patreon. We were just, we had the funniest 3-minute history of the show. Serious, me and William were playing badminton. It was crazy. Keep the riff up, keep the riff up, keep the riff up. It was crazy. We were so sorry. And here comes Grant. Hold on, so what are you even thinking, Grant? What did you just do? What did you do? You just clicked record. Yeah, you just hit record right there.
Alright.
You're fresh time.
Let's get this going.
Wait, Grant, was that not recording? Yeah, wait, it's like a nightmare.
No, we were recording. We're fine. Everything's fine.
This would be like a very dramatic moment.
William, you're
And
gonna have to say
from
something
the
to convince
14th
me to do the rest of the
century
show.
on, in particular, the Catholic
Hey,
Church
you guys got this.
adopted
You're doing
a
great.
doctrine called
Casey,
transubstantiation.
we have his muscle
where they said that
car
the
Tuesday,
consumption of this
dude.
wafer and this wine, which is memory of
Thanks for the
the
save.
Last Supper,
good save, good save.
Oh my gosh, and
literally
Casey
becomes
Grant
the
said
body
Depending on how everything goes today, we're going to be able to get in the vet later in his bucket.
I know that sounds a
He
little
said
weird.
you guys. He said if you guys are good, you guys can take it around.
If we're like really funny or we're really polite, because
You
I
have to smoke a cigarette in there.
Kind of a mixture, and we can't smoke in there, which I think is bullshit. But I think once we get out of the parking lot, we can light up some cigs. We're gonna light up some cig, 1,000% Casey. We just got to make it out of the parking lot. He's gonna be watching us with his binoculars, and it's like, dude, once we get out of the way, you're not gonna be able to see us even with those things on your face.
good luck, Brainiac. What do you have, a predator drone? There's no way. There's no way you can triangulate as fast as we're gonna be driving. Those puffs of smoke are gonna be like blips on a freaking orca's tail.
Yes. And it's not, and really, we don't even have to worry about it smelling in there because I think. Are you gonna drive?
I'm not driving.
I gotta drive.
Yeah. Is it stick shift, Grant?
So here's
Oh, I can't drive. So
Wait, neither can I.
story that is described
Wait, am I driving both of you?
Yeah, and we're smoking what we did.
Yes. You're cool with that.
Yeah, dude, I got Newport soft pack. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we're smoking menthols in there, dude. Sorry. Yeah, Newport soft pack is cheaper. The cigarettes are cheaper because they always get broken.
Here is
Honestly,
a complex. Typically,
Yeah,
they'll
it's
get
cheaper
like
by like
a
$1.
prescription in these days.
I don't even
There's
know why
also
they
one that
make
they put in a lot of blood
I
libel
guess they have to
stories.
sell
The
more.
ones they push
Hard to say. They always get broken and shattered in my pocket, so then I'm just smoking broken cigarettes, and everyone's like, "What's wrong with
goes
this
to
guy?"
the
Yeah,
church
like real kind
and
of silly.
he's
They're
looking
going
at
up
the shoulder
different
as he steals
things.
the
Sorry,
yeah,
those
just
the
looking
wafers. Oops, sorry.
Grant, is that literally what you think of yourself? You think you're some
And
sort
then
of
he goes
Vietnam
and takes it
scout?
to the Jews. You can tell their Jews that they have
I
really
thought this
well
was accurate,
on their church
Oh,
village.
you're not wrong.
And they
So,
he accepts money for
I think if you grew out your hair and you maybe colored it a little bit, like Mike did. And by the way, Mike's new haircut looks good, and he put the color in it, and I think it looks good. Did you know that,
in
Grant?
their synagogue,
Looking dapper, huh?
torture the
Oh,
whole
like
church
it?
with
Yeah, should I start
stabbing with
dyeing my hair
knives.
too?
Yeah, just for men. I put red streaks in it like Haley Williams.
Oh my God.
I haven't done it, but let's see, Grant.
Yeah, Grant, you could pull that look off. If any of us in this MF could do it, it's you, Grant.
Okay, okay. I don't even know who Haley Williams is, but
Paramore, ever heard of that? Paramore, okay.
They-
Thousands band.
They filmed a music video at my high school, and we used to call it high school Paramore High.
Get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it
Oh,
into
Erica,
the
does she go to
furnace,
Paramore High?
and miraculously the form of the
Wait, so
small
you called
child
it that
appears.
yourselves? That wasn't even other schools calling it.
Me and my best friend were the only ones that called it Paramore High.
Look at her, she's gorgeous. You know what I just found out? That she's like not, she's younger
All
than
of
you,
this stuff
William.
is
And she's not that much older than me.
Somewhere in between?
Yeah, do the math, liberals. She's like 35. So she was making all those Paramore songs when she was like 20 years old.
Hell yeah.
Like all those big songs, it's crazy.
I can't even imagine.
Some of them were when she was like 17. And now Grant's ears are perking up.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, never mind. 17-year-olds, and it's like, Grant is full attention. Like, wait, where? No, Grant.
So would this look good on me, you think?
Yeah.
Also hugely popular.
That looks really good.
from the 13th century
That looks
onward.
good.
Yeah, like a crust punk. I love that.
It
Oh,
just gets
Oh,
crazier
Grant.
and crazier. This is
Hey,
the
we have
map
some
that
colors.
shows
No.
what?
Oh my gosh, it has how long has it even
This
been?
also spreads.
I don't
into
even know.
Spain
It's been a while.
heavily
It's been a
as well.
while.
4 months?
And they
5 months?
remembered you guys.
Oof, that's so
4 months,
exhausting.
5 months. We
Questions,
totally
yes, Mr. Brenda.
appreciate everybody. Anybody we talk to, we thank you, and we're gonna figure this out together.
We will. Should we do a 5-minute time limit? Try to get through as many as possible.
Sure, I'll check the time right now.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute timer on each
You got
person.
a timer, Gigi?
I got a timer. Let me see if I can get the first person's video connected.
And tell them how does I get the camera?
We used to do it all the time, and then we realized people didn't like it? Question mark.
But then they missed it
And
when
they
it
missed
was
it.
gone.
I know.
Yeah, we gotta get straight in these bad boys going at some
They're like,
point.
we hate hearing from them.
Yeah.
Is that what they were all saying? We hate hearing from your fans.
We want to hear from them. And remember, just that one man who had the
connected
comatose
with
person in the bedroom.
They started walking around. We like came in.
one thing
It
for
was like a Jesus in the
guys
chamber.
sitting
You know, Jesus in the chamber.
telling a story,
With
you know, again, it's a degree of
Rat Chat, V-Jack, and a Bendigo.
impact you can have when
it's our first.
one-to-one or one-to-a-few.
Whoa!
But
Hello!
once you start like getting
Hi.
broadsheets, and once you start getting like,
How are you?
you won't have newspapers.
I'm good, how are
Once you
y'all?
have like
Good.
more
Oh my gosh, doing good on this
technologies
Muscle
of
Car
dissemination,
Tuesday.
it just goes
Muscle Car
crazy.
Tuesday,
We live in
Sade.
the same time. We live in the era of the internet.
What do you
right?
drive?
Where
A
someone
Mitsubishi?
can have a super crazy idea,
No, I drive a Jeep
QAnon,
Grand Cherokee.
right?
That
And
counts. Okay,
within
yeah, that can
weeks,
count
all
on
of
a
a
Muscle Car
sudden,
Tuesday if you
QAnon
really
is like a
rev it
real
up,
thing.
if you really go
People
fast
start
down
saying,
one
"Oh
of the
my God,
streets
this
today.
is true." Who is true, anyways? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way?
I might do that later after
Or what
or
else?
before I pick my kids up.
Where are you from? Where's that accent? Can
Yeah,
we
stay
guess?
away from social media. It's really
Sure, yes.
unhealthy.
Remember we used to do that?
Yes.
You going
QAnon
first,
is
Casey?
a
Or,
bizarre,
and I'm going to also use context clues from the background. I'm going to say
super
you're from
crazy
Deacon, South Carolina.
idea that involved the
It's
most
really close.
weird
It's a small
ideas.
town.
Like, for example, it was back in the
Lubbock, Texas.
2016. It was a
I
special.
am in Texas, not from Lubbock.
But it goes back real deep. One of the weirdest
Fort
aspects
Worth.
of it was the idea that
North
Democrats
of
were
Fort Worth.
actually
I'm
lizards
from
from outer space. I'm not
Almost
making this up.
Oklahoma, but still
Lizards from
Texas.
outer space were bent on kidnapping children.
Clearwater.
committing
No,
pedophilia.
Clearwater's
It
Oklahoma.
got so bad that for some
Paris,
reason,
Paris,
there were
Texas.
people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington.
Keep 'em-
No,
saying that
I
this was
can't
like
really.
a
We're done. I can't think of any other ones. Unless
pizzeria
anyone
had a
else.
basement where they
Tiny
were
town.
doing this,
Tiny town.
and
Tiny
some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up.
How?
Looking for
How?
no basement.
H-O-W-E?
It's
No,
just,
we're asking
Yep.
you
where.
know, it's just a gun lab. It's human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, I
We're having fun on this Muscle Car
You guys would
Tuesday.
never do good at the carnival.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
What's your favorite carnival food? If you had to eat one
it did
carnival
happen.
food.
There's super crazy things. that
Me?
happen. And it
Funnel
has a lot
cake.
to do with
Yo,
Correct.
how
I love that.
information is shared.
Forever.
And
Yeah,
we
funnel
don't
cake. Do you
know
feel like the strawberries on top or just a funnel
I
cake?
think strawberries,
You know better
powdered
than I do,
sugar,
'cause
whipped
you're
cream.
digital natives,
Woo!
but
I forget about
we
that
don't
whipped
know how to
cream.
cook it.
I need lots of whipped cream on my funnel cake. And if my funnel cake's hot enough, it's melting it.
I know.
True.
Which is good. Well, how's your day going? So you're going to pick up your
that
children.
sounds reasonable. There are some really
Yeah,
crazy things. Okay, so let's we
Pretty
have
good.
7 minutes
Oh
left.
my
gosh,
to do this.
hold on.
Earlier, I had a full-blown allergic reaction.
Good.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I guess the ragweed around here, but like my eyes swelled up shut and I broke out in hives. They gave me a shot. I'm all good now, but
Oh my gosh, so you were at the hospital earlier.
Oh, fuck.
no, just a little urgent care thing.
Were they thinking your man had punched you or something in the face? Were you having to say, oh my gosh, yeah, this allergic reaction?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
That's on a particular kind of flea.
Well, it's good you're still with us, because that can be real scary. Even a little minor emergency kind of.
Who the fuck is Rabbi? Who the fuck are you, Westside?
Yeah, I used
Read
to
my manifesto, you
for
cunt.
them, actually.
So it was like a reunion or something.
Kind of, but they made me give myself the steroid shot. He like threw it up and he was like, "Here, go in the bathroom and do it." And I'm like,
In the
"This is
bathroom.
not okay."
You're shooting the red. That's wild.
Yeah.
Where do you do it? In your arm or your leg?
Who the
I
fuck
did it
is
in my like
Rabbi?
hip,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's intramuscular.
Yeah,
but still, I was like, "I'm having to pay for this. I'm having to pay to give myself a shot." I thought maybe it was free because you did it yourself. No.
So he knew you.
They don't
He
have a
said,
good idea.
you just work here, do it yourself.
And pay for it, pretty much. Yeah, and pay for it.
There are a lot
And throw it away in the
Wow.
trash. Or at least one of the receptacles for the used needle.
No, I threw it in the sharps box, but yes, I had to do it myself, and I was like,
No.
That would
I
be
would have died.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean, come on.
unfortunately,
You were
as
talking
much
about
as we'd like to
earlier
think that,
if
we
you
have no
were
basis
like
for
the Honey
saying
I
that
Shrunk
Jews
the
suffered
Kids
less.
people, that would be a
We
bad
do have
place
these
to get dropped
arguments
into
that,
a
okay,
sharps box.
Jews want more
Or would you be so
because they're
small
not
that the
against
needle
bread.
wouldn't like hurt
Again,
you?
usually
Yeah,
without
you
soap,
know what I
don't
mean?
have
You would go
to
into the head of the needle, then you're really
soap,
stuck.
right? So we want
And
to
then you're
without
stuck,
bread,
and you're
without
stuck,
soap.
and then you die that
And we
way.
would bathe
You're stuck
more
in a needle of fate worse than
often.
death, and you're also
That's what the oral clear.
God.
Yeah, like in hell.
There's another argument that
All
says
small
that
people go to hell. Do you agree or not? The Silla
didn't like dogs. Like, there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats.
So
Rats
some
run away.
people go to heaven
Rats,
now.
no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just
I'm sure they do. Yep.
In fact, more
Well,
likely
even on that,
to die at a
5
higher
minutes
rate
in the-
because of the earth
Well, ask
and
why thank you so much, and
their
so happy you're better.
contact with each other.
Thank
When
you.
you have
Thank
a
you.
contagious disease like
Yeah, we'll
this,
soon
you're much
have great
better off
supper.
living isolated in a farm than you are living
Bye.
in an urban setting. We
She
simply
She
don't
was
know
really sick, huh, William?
because the Jewish
Oh my
death rate
gosh,
different
and they're
from
making her
Christians
kids the
during
shots
death.
and the
Well, the
fucking
reason we do know a lot about the
Bathroom.
death
That's so crazy, but that's how Texas is small town Texas, Texas for you.
Jewish doctors are writing
How they
down,
do it in
hey, I
Texas.
tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that.
Grant, you would probably drive
have
that
a lot of
Aura
fascinating
into Howe,
accounts,
Texas,
but
and they would
specifically
come
from
out
Jewish
like it was the
doctors
Mayan seeing the
progressing
Spanish ship
disease.
for the first
How
time.
this
Yeah,
affects
just
Jewish history specifically, though, is that you know at the time, like this is a 16th century religion, the triumph of the
and starts singing
of death,
ancient hymns.
And it's just Grant cruising in, taking his sunglasses off a little bit. Like, we're just gonna get over here.
Yeah, literally, I was thinking of the end of Apocalypse, which is the craziest part of that movie. It's like they've gone through everything, and then
Here, and nobody knew what exactly was
I
going on.
know.
One
It's
of the,
only just beginning.
versions
And it's only just beginning for these people in the small town because Grant is going to do great. He's going to find a job there. He's going to.
poisoning the
Oh my
wells
gosh,
of
Danja
Europe.
Fox,
And what they
hello!
did is they
I always
made
thought
Aloha.
with lepers,
What?
and they
Hello.
were taking
Oh my
bits of
gosh,
their
you never met him?
flesh
I don't think
that
so.
fell off
Did-
and
Have we
placed
met
in the
Brada?
wells. So
Go like
here's an
this.
example. This is actually
audio
from
guy?
England
Brada?
that shows a Jew at the time was
Brada.
designed
I don't
to
know if the audio's working yet.
Jews
My man looks
dress
like
like
Ernest.
because
Do you
Jews
have
had
a
already been expelled from England at
you
the
have a
time.
mute?
But
Can you
he's
unmute?
wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear.
In the
with
best
a
of
hat
ways. I
and
mean,
stuff.
Ernest
And
is
he's
a
holding
good
a leather
looking.
case that
Rabbi.
has,
Ernest is a
you know,
good
Who the fuck
looking
is
man.
this?
peppers in it,
Brown?
and he's dumping it into the well and coming out of the well.
Did Ernest actually not die before fucking
into
Hawaii?
the well.
There we go. The Hawaiian
In the
became a
background, just
chef.
with measure, the
Now we hear you.
major victim as
Tell
well.
me lies, tell me sweet
I'm
little
a
lies.
little technically challenged. I know,
And here it says,
I was technically
Uh,
challenged with
Tell me
what?
lies.
With
Oh, no,
technology.
no,
the daughter is well as
Who's the big stink? Big stink. Oh my gosh.
That's so unfair.
Leopard.
I would be
We're cutting
pissed.
up today, Daniel. We are leaving
I would be
some
pissed.
muscle car Tuesday. We're having a giggle fit, my boy.
You run it off. You look like Ernest, my man. Yeah, hold on. Did you hear Casey? Daniel Fox was the freaking,
Can't get over
This
it.
did you hear what
motherfucker
Casey was saying?
stands
Or was the
no
volume messed up for you?
fucking
It was messed up.
chance.
Well, Casey said, you look like
You're
Ernest,
done,
and we're all
son.
thinking you do.
Ernest immortal.
You're done, son.
hat. I've heard that
I'm just toying with you.
Oh, really? That's what
Tell me
happens when you get old.
lies.
Well,
It's turning to
No,
Ernest.
It's turning to
no.
Ernest.
You
Yeah.
can't do
At least we have like Ernest to look forward to.
You got 10 more years.
Tell me
Okay,
lies.
yeah,
Tell
that's
me.
cool.
Well, we got a little time. Yeah, you need to. Oh my gosh, you need to get his classic outfit, though. That really could be a
Tell
fun,
me
like
lies.
Halloween costume.
Yes, I do.
Please, this year.
Ernest is a beloved person.
I love
He's
him.
hilarious.
He's so funny.
I love when he goes to camp.
And this is the time when
For
Jews
sure.
are being
I thought some of the
forced
stuff when he went to Africa was kind of problematic, but he's still
Tell
funny.
me lies.
1182.
They should have little
I went to Africa for
text on
3
the other
years,
side
so
too.
yeah, that's from it.
Tell me lies.
With the,
Yeah, that's a classic.
Oh no.
Wait, so where are you right now? You're on the Big
Oh
Island?
no.
On the Big Island. I just got back from Las
That's
Vegas
such
last
shit.
weekend. Yeah, I went for
Did you have a little boys trip?
Yeah, bachelor party for a good man, and yeah, had a wild 5 days. Back home last night.
Were y'all partying? Yeah, what were y'all doing?
Yeah, I don't usually party anymore. I've got that out of my system, but yeah, we turned Vegas into crazy.
What,
Bacon.
drinking Budweisers and stuff? They started calling it crazy after y'all left.
Yeah, Budweiser. We had 3 Budweisers each.
Oh,
per day. We go hard.
Nice.
We go hard.
Wait, so what is the temperature like in Hawaii right now? Is it really nice? What time is it over there? It's in the morning. It's early, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's like
hate
9 in
this
the
word.
morning. It's hard to catch you guys. I mean, I'm working or doing something on the farm or something, so it's just after 9.
Thanks for
I
putting
hate
up the
this
Budweiser
word.
picture, Grant. It's so
I fucking
lazy.
hate that
Yeah,
word.
that's a
Yeah. I swear to God, he drives up in his Corvette, and it's like he's a different person today. It's kind of weird. And it's, wait, so what's the temperature? It's really nice over there?
Yeah, it's always pretty nice. We get a little rain, but maybe like probably like 82,
Oh,
something like
fuck.
that.
It's
Just
100 here
quit.
today. Close. I don't know.
Just
It's now
fucking
be
quit.
hot
That was
for
awful.
9
Oh,
months.
no way. You're
Yeah,
dumb.
that's pretty heavy. We had that in Vegas. We had 100 in Vegas one day.
Dude, what, in like a car or something?
And it's just because that's how we're doing it.
Oh, the temperature. I thought you were talking about going
You are
fast. and
dumb
I'm
as fuck.
No, I'm kidding. I'm thinking about muscle cars.
Jammin',
Yeah, hitting
No,
100
no,
like on the
no.
highway?
You can't describe.
Well, it was so nice to talk to you. Thank you so much for
Right, I'm learning all the technical stuff.
It's good. It was sad. You meant, yeah, there's the artist in Africa.
That was the dumbest fucking thing I could have done.
For anybody who thought Casey was kidding, he wasn't.
No, it's problematic as hell.
Yeah, that's when he meets one of the warlords. They're like, I don't even remember
Make
the
it
whole
through.
story. I don't
Oh, what
know.
an incredible shot.
We couldn't
What
even
an
digest
incredible
it.
shot.
I'll say that.
Maybe one of the greatest shots of my career.
We got it covered.
Oh my gosh, well,
Maybe
please get that outfit.
one of the
You just
greatest
gotta
shots
look
of
at the
anybody's
outfit. It's
career.
just like a denim vest. It's a gray shirt. It's the khaki hat.
What a great shot.
And I think blue jeans. You can
This
do
guy
that.
sucks.
Okay, Brett, pull it off. I tried.
Yeah. So
What
I don't know. Think
an
about it. Yeah,
amazing
just
shot.
yeah. We like you.
Best shot of my career. I was just toying with that motherfucker like a cat in the mouse. Everybody know that I was just toying with that motherfucker like a cat in the
I know.
mouse.
I noticed you got those guns.
If one of my posts
The
gets
shirt, the trunk way too
by
small.
Rabbi
Some shirts are just podcast shirts where it's just for the podcast. I go, I can't go on public. This thing is way too tight.
It's for sitting.
Oh, baby.
It's just for sitting.
Which one is that?
It's okay. Have you watched it?
Damn it,
yet?
damn it,
I watched it, so it's real small.
Oh,
It's
no,
a
no.
couple LPs. Grant, what's your tips for buddies under
You can't do this.
squats?
Usually I cantaloupe for breakfast. A little bit of cantaloupe because
Look at this athleticism.
Williams looking skinny. That's row machine.
you gotta get on it. Seriously, come. I get free passes.
Oh,
You would need a
no,
discount
no,
at
you
some point, so
can't
even
do
wanted
this,
to be doing
guy.
something, but seriously, you can come. I
Yeah,
swear the row
yeah,
machine.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
It feels
Tell me
good. You can only
lies,
go for
tell
like
me
an hour.
sweet little
Yeah,
lies.
I'm on the row machine. I did my fastest one
Tell me
yesterday. I
lies,
felt
no,
happy
tell
because
me
for the
lies.
past, I don't know, for like a month I was doing it a
No,
lot slower.
no,
Not that it
no.
even matters, but it's because I was sick. I was sick for like a month. But it's the fastest one.
Look at this athleticism
Funny, a
right
couple days
here.
ago, I did the
Yeah.
exact same time, twice in a row. Whoa, even me too.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's wild.
I know, isn't that crazy? Yeah, so that's kind of fun. So that's my excitement these days. Just getting the same time on the row machine.
Oh,
Be able to,
no, no.
but
You
yeah, oh my gosh.
can't
We sleep well
do
now.
Can't
Bring up
do
the next one.
No, you can't do
I want to see a turtle that's a cat.
Tell me why.
That's what I want.
And I hope you're listening, Grant, because Christmas, we're about to
Tell
have
me sweet little
I
lies.
know, very exciting.
Tell me
Hello.
lies.
Aubrey King, hello.
You guys?
Oh my gosh, hello,
Does it say
Aubrey.
behind
I
you?
go could get it.
Oh, I'm at work.
I became
Doggy daycare. No, oh my gosh.
I'm at work.
All kinds of dogs in there.
Yeah, I didn't even think I was gonna get on. I love you guys.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Would
Aubrey,
you do
thanks
her
so
in the
much.
face?
So what's the deal? Do you live in
Fuck
here?
yeah.
No, I'm kidding. It's where you work. Whoa, is this little sneakers? No, little one.
Yeah.
Who did the
Too
move?
bad little Gator isn't here today. Gator would have loved to have said hello, friends.
Yeah.
How fun. How long have you worked there?
years.
So what? Are you a fan of Caesar Milano, or do you think he maybe goes against the grain with some of his
Caesar Milano.
dealings with dogs, or do you
Milano's
think he's onto
cookie.
something? You know Caesar Milano, the dog whisperer? I think it's oh, Caesar Milano? Yeah.
No, I just don't know who that is.
Oh, you're gonna love him. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, you work at a dog, but you like dogs seriously. It's this man who's like really good with, I think, dealing with dogs.
He's basically a psychic.
Yeah. You gotta be the top dog. Oh my gosh, where are you on?
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, it's really impressive, man. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp.
Gentlemen, what's up?
There's a bunch of fucking Jews. Love them.
What are y'all doing in there?
Gentlemen, lies. I'm fine.
Oh, I love it. So there's also a pet shop. It's not just a dog grooming place.
Correct.
Y'all got any axolotls?
Yes, we do. Well, I just ordered axolotls today. We'll have more for the tank this week.
Yo, Aubrey King can get it, girl.
Axolotl. Grant, pull up a picture of an
We do it
axolotl.
doggy style, baby.
Very careful. I
Who
saw
the
a picture
fuck
of
is
the other day of an
Rabbi?
axolotl and a cat.
Everybody
And
knows,
right then,
everybody
its
knows.
guts were coming out.
Oh, no, everybody knows. Register your account with email. How about you fuck yourself, baby? Who's perhaps? Tell me lies. Will. Oh, I love this one.
Trust me, their eyes are
I
very
love
penetrative.
this
Do you have
one.
any
Don't fuck up, dog. You fucked up, dog.
What do y'all have?
You fucked up, son.
Where are we?
You fucked up, son. Son, you fucked up. You fucked up. Thanks, baby. Oh, fuck.
Any fat frogs? Any frogs?
Tell me lies. I can't believe I fucked up. That was the worst.
Like a regular one? Can we see the frogs?
Oh, no. Oh, fucking asshole.
Yeah, maybe just a fat old frog. If you got a fat old frog, I
Fuck.
think everybody, I think they would love to see that.
Fuck,
maybe.
dude. That was shitty. That was the
I
worst.
love him.
Tell me lies. Prison home,
So y'all are
69.
Yeah, where are we?
Tell me
Kansas
lies.
City. Cool.
Oh my
Kansas
God, look
City.
at that.
What
Oh,
is it?
this
Holy
one's
shit.
good.
It's like the bad guy
City
wrestlers
of
down under.
Justice.
I bet he loves eating it.
And
Oh no, oh my gosh, he got out.
He's running away.
Are you
He's trying to get
fucking
out of the
serious?
door.
This is so
We
cool.
are leaving.
What? Is this what
Can't
the work
believe
is
it.
like?
I know it's
That was fucking amazing.
Oh
Oh, yeah. Dude, shut up, you fucking little dog. Nope, not like that, son. City of Justice.
She called us. Call.
City of
Your
Love.
call.
You can
City
call.
of Love. City of Peace.
Like when?
You gotta go visit the babe shop.
Oh, that would have been so
I'm in
sick.
Missouri in a couple of weeks. Maybe I'll try to
Yeah.
come by.
Rabbi, come on, bitch. You little slut.
A wonderful
Gotham City.
You too.
If one of my posts gets reposted like by Rabbi Tongue, I'm deleting this account.
Alrighty, well, bye. Yeah, Casey needs to come over there. You need to go over there, man.
This account is fully a parody.
I'm not in
They
Missouri.
joined Blue Sky
Oh,
6 days
I'm there
ago.
by myself, so
I could make you wanna join. Wanna delete your parody account. Do not interact with my Facebook with review.
Pet shop.
Art in the profile picture. Wigga, wigga, wigga. Make it wigga, wigga. Give me something funny.
Love it, baby.
Where that blue?
Thank you for calling.
Where that
Thank you guys.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
For example,
Oh, I can't believe that.
We got into the pet shop.
We got a little
Young
bit of
City.
yeah,
That was so cool.
That was an exciting 5 minutes. That was an adrenaline. That was
It was good.
I don't think there's
Best
any way
UFC fighter.
to talk to
Then
a
you
kid. I
saw
mean, that would be
best
really
actor.
tough to talk
Steven
to.
Seagal.
But we will see. Maybe somebody's got a big muscle car or an even bigger frog.
Molly
Would be best.
Gang.
Yes. So is a giant frog that works. Yes, muscle
Who
car
the fuck is
Tuesday.
this?
Oh my gosh,
Truck
Nate.
flip at 88.
Where are you,
Nice
pal? I think you got
rubber.
that last one beat, dude. Were you up for the space station? We were literally just saying this, Nate. There's no way anybody can top kind of that last thing with the lizard getting loose. But it looks like we're talking to one of the MFers up in freaking the international space.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
It's a little cold, but get that jacket on. Oh my gosh, well, looks like you got something on, so at least you got something to warm you up. People not even thinking about that shit. I'm sure it's very cold up there. Your tents are taking a little bit. I got air conditioners going all the time. Shit, you don't even need them. Okay. Oh, yeah. Muscle car Tuesday. Can I guess where you're from? Where you're been? Would you tell us if we got it right? Can you say, just tell us if it's okay, eastern or western side of the United States? Well, I don't know my eastern place. It'll be a little more southeast. If you're looking at the map, that's like New York City, that's on the right. And then the west is like West Coast, so it's like, oh, yeah, that's on the left. And the south, okay, Birmingham, Alabama.
But here we are.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
A little more beer.
El Paso.
Hello, sir.
Phoenix.
Reminder of how much
Love it.
You guys were just saying anything.
We're screwed, man. We give up. Yeah, unless you want to give us a hint or just tell us, or you don't even have to tell us.
There's a lot of cowboys and stuff like that.
Fort Worth.
Texas.
Yes, Texas. There we go.
Well, I said Laredo, so if it's Laredo, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, I said Fort Worth. Austin! No Cowboys in the old thing. Yeah.
But actually, I just got back from Japan, and I really want to go back.
Oh my gosh, yes. Wait, what were you doing there?
Let's talk about the
Nothing.
What do you have to do? Doing nothing. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, you're probably walking around. Did you get any food out of any of the vending machines?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Actually, I saw on Bad Friends that they had a vending machine with used panties. I never actually went to one of those, but
If you did and got one, would you smell them? Or just like not even open it?
I would definitely give a little sniff for sure.
Yeah, you have to, especially if you're spending money on that thing. You're gonna smell it. But what if you smelled them and they smelled really gross, and you were like, oh, I want my money back? Yeah, what do you even do? What do you call? Or I'm sure somebody might like it if it stinks a little. Yeah, they probably want it stinky.
Personally, I wouldn't like that, but what can you do?
To each to their own. I know, exactly. And especially something like that where it's a luck of the draw kind of thing, because the balls are coming out of the machine and you just have no idea what the panties even are in there. Yeah, it's a crapshoot. But what are you doing today, Nate?
Today I'm just doing a little bit of editing. Got some videos and photos that I do.
Oh, nice. What is it? You do like wedding photography?
Weddings.
Oh my gosh! You're right.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Cool.
If you don't need anybody, I've got you.
You'll fly out? You'd fly here.
Yeah, of course.
You could stay at, you think you'd be cool with staying at Grant's house? He got a bunch of kids. He has 2 kids and a wife. Grant, are you cool with Nate staying at your house?
Aussie does babysitting.
Do you mind babysitting Nate in between stuff?
Gonna work on
Actually,
8 kids.
I don't know if it's gonna work out.
okay, yeah, maybe it's not gonna work then.
Yeah, man, you're busted.
But his kids are so into photography. This would have been the perfect babysitter.
You turn into like an uncle kind of figure. You really help with some of the photography stuff.
Next thing you know, you take over Grant's job.
Yeah,
Your
you're fall in
dad.
love with Grant's wife. It turns into this weird.
As much of this as I can outsource, I'm okay with.
Yeah, Grant's trying to go totally hands off. He's trying to get polluted with the marriage.
Well,
I can definitely do that.
oh, okay.
Proceed like that, that's gonna swap. Just remember that.
An eastern section called Orthodox.
I love it. Well, it looks like we're out of time to film that, though, Nate. Nate, thanks so much for calling in, dude.
Of course, I just want to say I love you guys and thank you for all the funnies that y'all do. Y'all really doing the Lord's work out here, so thank you.
Oh, yeah, Nate. Well, thanks so much, man. Thanks for calling, dude. Thanks, dude. So you stay up there. Stay warm up there.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, just when you thought it
He's
could get
open-minded.
That was, I mean, that was, I don't even think, I think it's so jaded in this industry. And I see something like that, and I go, you know what, that's pretty dang cool. I know. Makes me want to keep on moving forward. I gotta keep on moving forward.
Did you stop at the space station?
For fuck's sake, I mean, I was using a satellite to call
Look
it.
at this,
I
a
what's up
Pegasus.
there? It's closer to the sun.
I think it's constantly.
Look at this one.
Hello, Rue.
What's up?
I know
Yeah,
you
that
were
little doggy.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, how do y'all know each other?
Tell him.
To teach him how to spin fire.
Oh
Really?
my gosh, she was at my show.
Look at
What
that.
is this? Did you just make this?
Rue does circus
Yes,
stuff.
I'm playing God today.
Oh my god. What does that mean? Are they creating stuff with the balloons?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It was so cool.
I know,
When
Rue.
they told him what I did.
So I was in St. Louis. That's where it was, right? And Rue had a couple drinks, and Rue was being very, forgive me for saying this, a little bit intense. And Rue kind of gave me a little bit of a scare, and I was kind of spooked. And Rue comes back the next night. She was like a different person, but she gave me a thorough scare during the meet and greet. She was kind of scared of the pants off.
What happened? Wait, in what way? So on this first night, so Rue, what were you acting like? Or what were you doing?
Really intense.
I was doing things with friends, you know, and I got out of like the main room, was like the last person to walk out, and there's like a line of people. I'm like, what is this line of people? Oh, I'm just gonna go in front of this line of people.
Good for you.
And yeah, which is very wrong, and that was my confession that I had to make the other week.
She was bobbing around like Tinkerbell. She was on one.
Love it.
I would turn one way. She would say, "It's everywhere."
And is that a picture of you in the back there?
Yes, it is.
Look at that.
This is gonna
Chronicle of Blind.
Oh, that's so cool. This is when I used to have dreadlocks.
What, did you paint that, or did somebody else?
My friend painted it for me.
So
Pretty rad. Wait, so did Casey did you do the fire stuff? Did y'all do the fire stuff?
I didn't know that about Rue.
No, okay, so I own a company called Monarch Blowers, and we do like clown stuff and fire performing with like bands and randomness around St. Louis and like random places. But I like made my confession of what I did at the show, and that was the only way. Here's my roommate.
So who, like a priest? Or who'd you do the
So she messaged me on Instagram.
Hello.
And she said, I have a confession. And I was like, oh, what's the confession? And she said, I was that person who scared the shit out of you in St. Louis.
Well, it's probably nice you confess. That's a sure Casey appreciates.
Yeah, we can start over.
Yeah, we can start fresh. And also, we went to like the show with Tony and Cam and everybody in St. Louis, and we thought that William was gonna be there. We were really sad that he wasn't, and we were sad that Kim was there. But
Don't say that.
sorry, we wanted you, and then it was Tom's.
Oh, don't say that. Well, that's nice.
We love him.
We'll tell Hans.
Yeah, we'll tell
I
him.
won't tell him what my roommate says.
Oh yeah, we gotta be careful with Hans. He's actually in Japan right now, and just like we're gonna move over there. It's just like weird because he's Korean. Yeah, so a lot of the times it doesn't happen. But yeah, he's gonna move to Japan, but we will not tell him. We won't tell him. Seriously, you can trust
Don't
us.
tell
We know
him.
we know him too
I'm
well.
scared.
Yeah, we know him too well. We couldn't even. He would know where you live. You said the Kansas City or whatever, or St. Louis, excuse me. Like,
Yeah, get it right, please.
It's so hard.
be careful with the fire stuff, because I saw this horrible video one time of some dude setting himself on fire on purpose and then running into a bar in Memphis, Tennessee, because there's some girl he liked and she was denying it. I saw that he burned to
I
death.
saw
So
that.
yeah, be careful with
Yeah,
your
that
fire
gives
stuff.
us a bad name.
Yeah, because that was brutal. He got up and started running immediately. I'm sure it hurt.
That's what I do.
What? Get on
I'm
fire a little
fire
bit.
safe.
Yeah, you gotta stop, drop, and roll. That's what I always heard.
Yeah, and keep a fire blanket. Last night we did a photo shoot, and like there's these things called fire bubbles, and it's where you like put propane into these bubbles. So it's like putting them on people, lighting them on fire, but in a safe way.
Whoa, what kind of bubble?
It's like it's just propane. Hello, oh
Big ol' Yeah, Gator would love to. Gator would get on her back immediately. To show.
Gator's not in the chat.
No, Gator's chilling right now.
Gator's at home smoking a big.
We have to go in that case.
Yep. Figure as much. Yeah. She's chilling.
Watch for her.
Fair enough. That's what I think most of the people do. Well, nice to talk to you.
Yeah, we cherish you.
Yes, he's being fucking awesome, and we will come support when you guys are in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Thank you. I forgive you.
Hey, you forgive me.
Casey, forgive me. Okay. It's official. And we're not telling Hans.
We won't tell
Yeah,
him.
it's
Fresh start.
It's a fresh start. Y'all got a fresh start. Oh, is that a dab? Is that what the move is called? Yeah.
I'm too old for that one, but yeah. Do the sneaky
Yeah, I was never good at that. No, the sneaky leg. No, grand sneaky leg. Don't do that one. What's this? Please don't do the sneaky leg.
Can Grant adopt me?
Please take me. Yeah, there you go. Babysit the house.
Yeah.
If you're doing
I'm a nanny. I'm a nanny.
well, it's a yes. It's a yes.
We're hired.
He just got his bathroom redone. I mean, the place is looking good. Talk about Tuesday.
Welcome.
Well, I love you guys.
I love you.
Bye.
Be amazing. Bye. Bye. I love them.
I don't want to hear it. It's hard for me to do it on one window next to the
That's so funny.
Yeah, that's funny. So she was kind of acting wild and sounded like she was skipping everybody in the line.
The thing, she seems like a lovely person. Yeah, she had just drank too much and she was being like Tinkerbell. Like I could not, everywhere I was looking, it was Rue. And I was like, oh god. She was wonderful. So, yeah, I don't know. And you all mended the bridge. We mended the bridge, and that's kind of what this podcast is all, what it's all about. It was Nigel.
Nigel, Finn. Oh, shit.
No.
Oh, shit. Where are you? Wait. Where are you, man? Hold on. We got Rocky. So you're guessing Milwaukee, Portland.
Can I give you a hint?
Yes.
I'm guessing Casey on Friday.
Toronto. We have an international person right now. So cool.
Yes, and I'm not driving right now.
Sure. What are you in the back or what is this?
Definitely driving.
Yeah, be careful. Although that just scared us a little bit. Wait, are you driving? I mean, it is Hot Rod Tuesday. Are you driving or are you not driving? What is it, a 96 Lincoln?
2017
Oh yeah, Volkswagen, yes.
Pretty close.
Pretty good. How is it up there? Is it cold?
It just started getting hotter right now.
Same with us. The sun's a little different. It's up all at once. Canada's great.
This is awesome. I feel like I just won the lottery. You guys are legends. We probably shouldn't talk too long, but
Oh, we'll stop. I'm dumped so bad. Come on, dude. Keep it up all the way to Austin.
I just want to say one thing. Erica's background commentary is so underrated. She's hilarious.
Oh my god.
People love Erica. She's unanimously loved.
Oh,
Well, thank you, Nigel.
thank you.
All right, but
Yeah, we were thinking Erica was about to throw down on Grant's ass.
I'm gonna cry a little bit.
Yeah, she was about to throw down on Grant's ass because that's what Grant says, and it's just this awkward bullshit that goes on like almost every fucking week. He tries to cause infighting where he goes, Casey, you know William's mad you're late? Yeah, do the whole stuff like that. And it's like I've never even told Grant anything like that. I don't share stuff like that with Grant. I'm trying to get you guys by just relaying info. We know what's going on. You're starting your own podcast, whatever. You're trying to get it, like whatever. No, I love it. I think it's great. Yeah, the fishing podcast, whatever. We'll do it at night. Use worms or whatever. We love you, Nigel.
Well, thank you, Nigel.
no problem. I'm going to give my wife a shout out because I'm going to be showing her this right now. It's good. Later.
Oh, I thought they were going to be in the back seat back there or something. She's in a car seat. It's a 27-year-old girl in a car seat. It's so cool.
Taxation.
I'm sorry, I'm driving. I'm just Laura, but thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man. See you Friday, dude.
Okay. See you Friday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Bye.
Nice. It was nice. We gotta do this more. This feels right. I know. I agree. I had fun, and it's like, yeah, we do it a year ago. We do it some weeks in a row. It's like, okay, whatever.
Tell us in the comments. Say why you love it or say why you hate it.
Why you hate
And then we'll be the
it?
judges.
Yeah. The answer mean on why you hate it. No.
It'd be really nice on why you like it.
If it's why you like it, really sweet, really nice. And the other one,
Rage out.
like how Casey's looking right now, like that's like a feeling. It's Sweezy, Weezy. Sweezy. Damn, still got that mustache, and I love it. Audio still loading. Oh.
Hello.
Sweezy, take your time, brother. I feel like I recognize Sweezy from last week. Or am I insane? Sweezy, are you a Patreon member?
Have we
There we
met?
go. Now, can we hear you? Get him off the screen. We hear you. Do you want to sign up for Patreon? No. Sweezy, how are you, sir? Doing well. Cool. Where are you? Oh my gosh, it's almost like an industrial. This will be a hard figuring out where your ass is. Are you willing to tell us if you guess it correctly? I am, yeah, sure. See, because that's hard. You're like, that's like industrial, like, where are you? Damn. Any kind of hint, general hint, or is that cheating? Maybe something. If you can give us anything at all. I'll give you a few. Can I give you the sure.
So like a yarn?
Yeah. Oh, it's cool in there. You got some shirts wearing at your house.
Is that a construction site?
No. You got your sign, which is highly illegal. Okay, looks like photography. Indianapolis?
pretty flat, right?
Iowa? Is this Des Moines? Would you tell us if we were right? Maybe like Tulsa, Oklahoma? Yeah, that is kind of Tulsa-ish. St. Louis?
He's never gonna tell us.
Maybe like
We get a hint.
Omaha? What did you say the first time? Nobody knows.
That was like 5 times ago.
Wait, did we say it or did we one of us say it? I feel like maybe you did. I didn't. You know what was the first one? I guess just tell us and I'll remember. Yeah. Where is it? I think I said
You said that. I think that's your first call.
Yes.
Oh my god!
I literally said my first guess was Indianapolis because it's so flat. It's one of the worst cities I've ever been to. Sweezy, that's awesome.
Oh my gosh!
It has some of the best, I will say this, worst city, best comedy fans. I've never had more fun than when I was in Indianapolis at that comedy club, that Helium. Pacers fan?
No, absolutely not.
What do you like? What do you like?
Something not sports. A lot of
Fishing? Well, you would like Grant's new podcast, Like Rollers. Fishing podcast is wonderful. Yeah, and she goes out on a little John boat and they do eye shine. They try to find eye shine, they just shoot in the general direction.
I've seen David Lucas, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I really loved this Kyle Rittenhouse episode. I thought that was, that was progressive. That's real cool at David David. Well, Sweezy, how are you doing today? You're doing good?
Yeah, I just got hired for a new job.
Oh my god,
Congratulations.
congratulations.
We're so happy. Rabbi, you're
On
coming.
Muscle Car Tuesday.
So Muscle Car Tuesday, dude. Wait, so you got accepted to the job today?
Yeah, I went and had an interview.
Oh my gosh, well that's wonderful. What are you going to be doing? Are you at liberty to say?
I am going to be working at a mushroom facility, growing and cooking mushrooms.
Oh my gosh, what, like portobellas?
More like lion's mane, chanterelles, and oyster mushrooms.
Oh, very cool. I thought you were about to say the psychedelic mushrooms. That's what I immediately Yeah, oh my gosh, so what do? You end up gaining this knowledge and then you're going to end up being really good at doing the other kind of mushrooms later on in life. You could do them under your
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I love it. Get some spuds going. I love it. Yeah, is that one of the terms when you get one of the cake things with the, yeah, they call them spuds. Spud buds. Well, that's exciting. Well, congratulations on the job. So what are you going to do? Are you going to party? Are you going to let loose a little today?
Yeah, actually, I didn't think about it. I'm probably just going to make like a nice dinner. I was thinking some steak and jalapeno poppers.
Love it.
Yo, homemade jalapeno poppers or frozen?
Homemade, of course. Come on, no, I just like frozen.
Oh my gosh, you gotta make us some.
I'd be happy to. That's what I do.
I would like to just kind of reiterate this, how crazy it is that I guess that it was Indianapolis. I can't believe it. It's Sweezy didn't even hear Casey at the very beginning. I know, pretty cool.
That was an incredible guess. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty cool. We've been doing this for a long time. William did one. I remember because we've done the guess one. You've guessed one before. I think it was somewhere in Tennessee or South Carolina. Chad, tell us. But I'm number 2, and it's my time. You got it. And that was a hard view, Sweezy. That was a kind of a hard view, but it looks like your place is cool up here. Yeah, it looks cool. Just be careful with that sign. I think that's illegal having a road sign like that. Yeah, seriously, if the mushroom facility finds out, dude, you're getting the axe. Seriously, dude, you don't need that at the beginning of you starting out on this journey because I believe you're going to end up making good mushrooms. Like the psychedelic kind, and I wouldn't necessarily eat them because last time I did it, I cried on the couch. So I'm an
Common occurrence for mushrooms.
Last time I did mushrooms, I watched Apocalypse Now, and I thought that I was in Vietnam. So I am a veteran, and it was a really hard night. So it was a bad night to sit. I ate way too much. So just tell people when you're making it, don't eat too many of them. You be the guiding light on this. Yeah.
I love you. Yeah, I love you, sweet. Thanks for calling, man. Of course.
Okay, see you soon.
Bye. Congrats on the job.
What kind of things do you think that they were involved
Just
with?
like that.
And I cannot believe, I'm almost a little offended, Casey, that you knocked that one out of the park.
And he wasn't even listening. And we had to, and then it made it seem like, oh, he's lying about Indy. It's like, no, I already said that, sweetie.
And what an impossible picture that was of the view.
I know. I just like those guys who do like geolocation. You know,
Yeah, which I love watching on
Like,
YouTube. They have some compilations of like the contest. It's insane. I love it.
And I can't stress this enough. Indianapolis, some of the best comedy fans in the absolute worst city. What a shithole.
It's a lot. Isn't it a lot of like parking lot stuff downtown? It's like if you were to look at a cool parking lot, go to Indianapolis, Indiana.
It's all parking lots, and every restaurant is like Hooters, Dave and Buster's. It's like a big mall. The whole city's like a big mall.
I love
But the fans are great.
Yeah, fans really great there, but the fucking downtown hellscape. I'm sure it's literally like hell in the summertime.
It's so Orwellian. Yeah. It's literally what Nietzsche dreamed about. You have been reading a little Schopenhauer recently.
Whoa!
Last one, Grant.
Hi, Tom.
Tom.
What is up, William and Casey?
Last one, Tom Hill. What's up, man?
Chilling. I just got done sleeping, listening to my pillow.
Oh, nice. So that means maybe you're on the East Coast or the West Coast somewhere.
One other area you might
I was at your set in Spokane. William actually met up after.
Oh, okay. Yes, Spokane. So up on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And
I'm nervous right now. You guys are.
Well, you don't need to be. We're having fun. It's Muscle Car Tuesday.
We're letting loose, man.
We're letting loose, Tom. It's hot.
How are you guys?
It's getting hotter by the second. We're good, but it's literally getting hotter in this room by the minute. It's going to be 100 degrees here, I think, in Austin, Texas, and it's like a scorcher out. It's a sauna out there. It's a barn burner. It's a nightmare. How is it up there? Nice.
It's good, yeah. I like saunas. I'm a Native American, so.
What tribe? You want to tell everybody what tribe?
Yeah, you are.
Yakama Nation.
Yakama Nation.
Yes, sir.
And that's all not to be confused with, but probably got y'all's name, the roof racks and stuff. Isn't that a company? Yakama?
I think so, but some people are really annoying when they ask me, so I just say the red people, and they kind of look at me weird.
Okay.
I walk away.
Fair enough. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to deal with the freaking. It's like the Killers of the Flower Moon. It's like the freaking Native American girls, stop talking to the white people. What is going on? Seriously, I'm thinking they need to stop talking to the whiteys here because it's not working out. It's a nightmare. It's sad. So I don't blame you. Whatever. Yeah, Tom, dude, I do the same shit, bro. Easily. Gator's good. She's probably, if I were to guess, Tom, she is currently on her cinnamon roll squishmallow by the window.
I have squishmallows somewhere, but
Nice.
they're my girlfriend. I don't have them right now.
Now, come on, man, find them. Oh, yeah, let's see them, Tom. If you even have, I love paper. I sleep with a Winnie the Pooh squishmallow every night.
Yeah, so your favorite one?
It's my favorite one. It's also got my smell on it now, so I enjoy smelling it when I'm going to sleep. It's kind of comforting. Oh my gosh, what is that, a sea creature? What is that one?
It's that thing you were just talking about.
It's
a dragon.
Axolotl. Is it an axolotl?
Could be.
Dude,
That
that
might
might
have whatever it wants to.
It's an axolotl one. Oh my gosh, look at that one. Squid. Yeah, a little squid, baby. It's a squid. Hi, it's a squid. Hi.
Man, it's so cool to see you guys, man. You guys are so fucking funny, dude. Like,
Tom, it's nice to see you too, dude. We love you.
yeah.
And you just woke up. You got the whole day ahead of you. This is exciting, Tom. What are you gonna do today?
It's my day off. I usually work in the kitchen. Super intense. Mother's Day weekend was busy.
All those bitches ordering their food.
Yeah.
Is it fine dining?
It's a hot pot restaurant, so I guess they have a robot server.
Is he weird? Does he get along with people? Right? Nice ass. Yeah, he kind of sexually harasses everybody. Nice ass, little freak. Give daddy a taste. Yeah, he's gonna mean everybody.
It sings happy birthday to you, and when it leaves, it'll say, I'll be back. Like the Terminator does. Some people are just looking at it like, what the fuck? But then some people are like, what is
Is it a threat? Yeah, I'm sure one day it's going to actually get a gun out and shoot somebody. Yeah, the day that all the robots decide they're going against the humans, that robot specifically in your restaurant's probably going to have a gun. I'll be back in. Oh, sorry, I forgot your order. Let me get it.
That's essentially what
I'm scared. You just got to make sure you've got the robot in your field of vision as much as possible, and you know he's not messing around because he's probably safe. Again, right now, I'm sure it's safe, but it's just maybe in the future. Keep eyes on it.
Exactly.
Well, are you gonna chill? Are you gonna get yourself some food? What is that picture, dude? That's from, I don't know, India or Pakistan or something.
Yeah, this is like too restaurant friendly food service.
They're doing that in Ukraine now. Yeah, that does not. It's like, wait, you asked, they asked for the food back or tell the chef to get the food and they come back out with that bag. No, I'm not even saying there's nothing wrong with my dish. No chance. Yeah. I'm gonna shoot you.
That's so funny.
Nice titties, baby. Daddy elbow. Handstand. Gosh, well, Tom, be so careful, though. That's kind of wild working with the robot.
I trust the robot, man. He just delivers his food.
Give daddy.
But I appreciate the
Yeah, I'm sure again. I'm sure everything's totally safe, but it's crazy. Yeah, delivers food. You almost hit one yesterday. I was driving downtown and I almost hit one. It was going too slow and then it blinked at me. The front of it had little eyeballs and it blinked at me and I was like, oh, well, actually, yeah, it's kind of sweet. I don't care. All right, that is kind of cute. Sorry, was I in your way? I apologize.
We had reviews where it's a 1-star and people be like, I don't like that the robot serves your food. I just don't get it, man. It's so convenient.
Oh, people are not liking it?
No, not like maybe 1 out of like 10 people.
10%. I mean, that's just damn. It can only go up from there. But hopefully it's okay. Well, Tom, have a wonderful day today. Make yourself
I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
We're pro robot. What are you doing on your day off? Where are you going?
I usually don't act like this. I'm really nervous right now.
Yeah, you've been scaring us the entire time. No, Tom, totally kidding. Yeah, wait, so what are you going to do on your day off? Yeah, what's your big plan?
I have a cat backpack. I might take my cat
back. Oh my gosh, you can walk around. It sounds like it's nice outside.
Find a little backpack. I take my cat on a walk with it.
Oh, nice.
Maybe go to the gym too. Yeah.
Go. Put the cat on the treadmill. Yeah, cat on the treadmill.
Get tired.
Yeah. It's awesome. Well, have a wonderful day off, Tom.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, you guys.
I love you. Yeah, man. Dude, yeah, man. Doses and mimosas. Cherub. Yeah, Cherub. Tangent Fox. Tangent Fox. Destiny A4.
We missed her today. Next time.
Do all uncles kiss on the lips? Dova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slugwood, Gators, Godmother, Goldie May, Star, Goldie, I met you, you're wonderful. You met Casey, early at WMS.LOL, I love Big Macs, like poisonous Big Mac tricks on him, I am the Big Mac, Jenny J. Just, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Casey's mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Lopez Becky, Nigel said, talk to us here, Nissan Babby, Papa Koo, Patrick Casey, Robert Bush, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shana Shinikaya, Big Isle, Satrack, Sergio Shiva, Stephen Fournier, the Gaming Crooner, playing his games, the Wizard, Trina K. Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Whiplash, Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's Your Soup, Beef Ben Hashin, and Daniel Hunter. Thank you. Aloha. And we'll do it again soon. Hope to chat soon.
Imagine the ethnic divide here.
Bye.
Poles are Catholic.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kiltony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Report ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Even to a certain degree,
Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
but he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day making sure that his strips are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's coming there, okay, you guys are
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA.
I want
The
to
William
do that.
Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. This Casey Rocket. With the Tony Sandor Lecture. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine, the Memphis Wrangler, William Montgomery. He had it all figured out, my man. He had it all figured out, and then freaking, and then he had to get involved in the Gaza war talk, and he shouldn't have done that. We get it. He's a Jewish rabbi, but it's like Matisyahu's stick with the reggae, man. Yeah, we don't pick sides. We're just in it for the beatboxing. Yes, stop picking sides. And there's this freaking white reggae dude who sings, who somehow he showed up on my Instagram, and I clicked on it, and it's about, oh, he's just a mess. He's a big old mess. I can't even think of the guy's name right now, neither here nor there. Is that what Matisyahu looks like? He is a stunner. He looks like the Flash, the guy who's in the Flash. We need to talk about Kevin. What is that guy's name? Ezra Miller, who, by the way, isn't he getting in trouble when he like touching people in Hawaii or something? He started a cult. Let's say it fucking. My brother was in like Rhode Island, and then he took. Well, they took their powers to Oahu.
Indigenous girls, the young indigenous girls.
What was that crap? Yeah, wasn't there like a kidnapping or something weird? Well, if your kid gets kidnapped by the Flash, good luck. Yeah, it's like the worst person to get fucking captured. Red, clip that. Yeah. I just woke up. Yeah, how are you doing this? Spot on. Well, 5.5 hours of sleep, Casey. Wait, hold on. Look at those bad boys. They are juiced up today. You're telling me you were doing push-ups earlier? And you got that? How do you get them to move like that? I woke up in the lotus position. I woke up planking. I woke up planking. Yeah, what is a lotus bit? It's literally like a plank where you're kind of like your elbow or yeah. And I'm just, oh shit, what happened last night? I'm so freaking sore. And then you get like your t-shirt off the lamp. I could use a glass of chocolate milk. Casey, if you are making chocolate milk, dude, how are you doing it? Are you getting, is it out of a carton already made? Are you getting like 2% or whatever kind of milk now, like Ovaltine or something? You know, if this was a world, let's say it's a world where I'm making chocolate milk, right? With this body, you know I'm not. You know, but if I was, I would do 2% milk. and then a little bit of squirt, and that's
Hershey's.
Hershey's.
Yeah, just the classic Hershey syrup.
There was one with like a rabbit on it. That's quick.
He was good. That also was the syrup and the powder.
I like the powder.
Yeah, mint powder.
Oh yeah, you get a bunch of that powder. You put it on some freaking vanilla ice cream.
Oh wow, you done stuff like that.
I grew up, Casey, man. You would be there's certain things that I think I believe you'd be proud of. If you could look back at my life with like a camera and see what old Willie was doing. And one of those things would be when I discovered when I think I was making a glass of chocolate milk and there was a bowl of ice cream. I was also drinking ice cream or eating the ice cream, and I was doing the powder, and then some of the powder got on the ice cream.
It's like pension.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh my gosh, wait, is this gonna taste really good? And then I ate it, and then it's like the light bulb goes off, huh? Yeah, great. This can put it on ice cream.
Taste hack unlocked.
Yeah.
Dude, what a taste hack.
You drink chocolate milk with your ice cream?
Yeah, I mean, I can't now because my stomach, dude. It's like I do it one day, don't do it the next.
Raisin bran.
I know. You gotta look at that. That looks like one. That's Casey. That's what it looks like if you get the powder on vanilla ice cream.
That's so gross.
It looks kind of like dirt. It's not that appealing, but it's pretty good.
You know what I had in Love Hegler? I had a root beer float.
Was it wonderful?
Oh, I love that. It was so good, and everybody around me said, "Boy, where'd you get this?"
Oh, you were walking around with it?
Yeah, I was just showing it off. Sorry, my little secret. So
that is brave of you guys to do that on the Vagrant strip, dude. I mean, some of the seriously.
And I'm walking around like a freaking king without a crown. You know I gotta get down.
Damn. Could you imagine walking down Fremont with Modesiato on, just fucking walking to meet up with your buddies? Yeah. What was that Modesiato doing that, or like a buddy he had? Because it's just that one song.
He was the beatbox guy, right? Or else it wouldn't be very impressive if like it was his buddy.
I agree. I mean, I think it has to be Modesiato.
I would pray to all that Modesiato holds only that it is him.
We pray to Yahweh. It's gotta be. I can't get over the fact that he looks just like what's the Flash. I can't. The Ezra guy
Looking like Ezra Miller.
God, that's crazy. And we need to talk about Kevin, where he shows what's his name, Dr. Steve Brule in the fucking John C. Reilly in the backyard with the freaking arrow in his bag.
No, Ezra went off on that one.
Yes, bow and arrow, silent.
Bye.
Yeah, nobody kidding. People are just seeing bodies drop, and then it's like, what was that movie, Erico, where somebody got hit by the arrow and it's very startling?
10 Things I Hate About You.
No, it was some weird new movie that we watched. You've probably seen
like
it. It's like The Mentor, but it's not The Mentor. It was with, the guy with the cult, the Opus.
I didn't see it yet.
It's
We liked
nutty.
it.
With John Malkovich.
Yes.
Yeah,
His music reminds me of
Jeff Richards. It's like Jeff Richards.
Ditto Kiddo.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous pop music. And he's real popular. Yeah, he's starting a cult too.
I would love something like that. You know what? I just watched with John C. Reilly, Hard 8, the first movie from Paul Thomas Anderson, starring a young John C. Reilly, maybe in his first role. I mean, he knocked this thing out of the park. It's a good one. It was awesome. PTA doesn't mess except with licorice pizza. He did mess with that.
What? And I never saw it, but I always saw it. What a dumbass name. What are they eating? Fuck, I don't even like licorice where you even fuck.
No, I can't. I honestly can't stand the stuff.
Well, wet licorice. I know. And you got a Twizzler. Casey, that'd be fun eating some Twizzlers with. That's like almost a Twizzler red on the glasses.
It is Twizzler Red, also known as beige.
Yo.
What do you think, Grant? What do you think about that, Brad? It's legit. Thanks.
Grant, how are you doing today? This isn't especially, and for those who don't know, this is 2 hours earlier than normal episode today. We're up super early today. Grant, how are you
feeling?
I'm fine. I get up at 6:30 every morning, so it's not a problem for me.
What's your alarm clock?
Every morning, even on the weekends.
Not on the weekends.
On the weekends, what do you sleep till 6:45?
I'll probably get up around like 7:30.
Well, you got a whole family to deal with. There's probably all kinds of stuff. You probably gotta get the flapjacks going on a Saturday. I mean, you gotta get the ball rolling quickly. Am I right?
Yeah, gotta make the breakfast.
Sometimes you just leave the ovens on all night, just so the pans can already be preheated.
Just don't accidentally touch the pan when you wake up. Yeah, it's loud as shit. You might accidentally throw frog. God, there was some poor piece of shit. Casey, this would have been another time you'd have looked back at my life and you'd be like, oh my gosh, look at what William's doing. There was this class, Casey, called IPS, Introduction to Physical Science. And we had to work with the butts and burners every now and again. And we would get test tubes on those days, and we would put it over the flame for 10 minutes. And then there was somebody named Oliver, or a guy named Oliver in our class. And we'd be like, hey, Oliver, come here. And we'd be like holding him with tongs. And we'd be like, hey, grab this for us. And he would grab it, and it would burn the shit. And he would always break them. I mean, he'd slam them on the ground immediately. It was kind of hilarious.
And you guys would all laugh?
Oh, yeah, we'd all laugh at his fucking ass, and he'd just be like, he had to pay for that fucking thing. His hand is burning.
You know what I did once? Is in science, they have those emergency showers.
Yes,
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
I walked back there when we had a substitute, and I fucking yanked on that bastard.
You're kidding.
Dude, it soaked my ass. It was like 50 gallons a second, so it was like just a waterfall of rock.
Oh my God.
Everyone, I went, sorry, I thought it was the sink. Oh my God. And he was so mad.
Yeah.
Why you like, do something, you old bag of nails. Yeah, what is shit trying to catch me right now. I'll freaking wreck your ass.
What grade was that?
I'll break you to pieces. That was pretty junior year of high school.
That's hilarious, Casey. When people laugh at it, people see it.
People saw it, but I think it was a class where I didn't have very many friends in it, so maybe like one dude. I don't even think I said like, should I do it? I was like, check it out. Yeah. Just one of those people. I was truly like, me and the Joker probably would have been best friends.
Yeah, because that's a wild move, Casey, because we had one at our school, and I never even heard a story, honestly, about it ever going off. It probably could have happened, but I never heard
I
about
would
it.
have watched the world burn, and then I would have put the fire out myself. Yeah.
I thought it was the sink, Zach. Sorry, sir. I thought it was the sink. That's hilarious. It's not the vending machine. Yeah, sorry, sir. I needed a Coke out of it. They wouldn't ask for that.
No, probably not. If I was like Mr. Deeds, instead of having a water fountain full of Hawaiian punch, I just have a shower full of Mr. Pibb. Damn. Is that a big grant? Should I write that down?
Yeah, I think it has.
Mr. Pibb is funny. Yeah,
Mr. Pibb's a funny word.
It is.
Wait, I have to. I'm just going to write down my dad founded Mr. Pibb. That's a good one. You should.
Because people generally, they're like, hold on, not Dr. Pepper, but Mr. Pibb. Because it's like a diet. Doesn't it taste like Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Which also tastes like what you drink is fake liquor.
Oh, yeah, root beer.
You guys really don't like liquor?
Unfortunately, I wish I could, Casey. I swear. No, I'm not a hater. I don't go out of my way to announce to everybody that I don't flavor like it.
You wish it probably had 16 or 17 flavors, not 23 flavors.
23 is too much.
Oh, wow, that's 10 too much.
Yeah, trust me, I wish. I love the commercials for college football season. I'm sorry. Let me try 16. I'll try 16 of the flavors, Casey, but 23 is too much.
They don't make that.
Yeah, no shit, they don't make that. So that's why I gotta drink fucking Pepsi and shit.
We like Pepsi.
Yeah, I love some
I don't
Pepsi.
even drink soda, actually.
Well, every now and again, I was feeling real crazy the other night and drank 2 of the little cans.
Nice. It's equal to 1 can.
Yeah, I think when I want to drink a much can, I like a can of Coke, and it was, man, that shit hurts, especially for chugging it. It hurts my chug.
You don't need to chug it. That's your problem, man. And that's my problem, too. There was all excess.
Do you like soda?
It's all excess. I don't drink it too much because it makes me fat really quickly.
The soda?
Yeah. If I drink like 1 soda every day for 3 days, I can see it. I'll be like, damn, fat as shit.
Well, they have a bunch of calories in it.
Yeah. What's the sugar? I mean, obviously it's the sugar in the sugar. When you drink them, it just sticks on your big ass.
Yeah, so be careful if you got one of the big asses and you're like, what is going on? Why is my ass so big? Start with what you're drinking. Drink water.
If we go out, like if I went just to the comedy club, I won't drink soda. But if we go to the bar after, I'll have a couple sips of a Coke.
What's your order?
There's nothing wrong with that, dude. There's nothing wrong with that. Get done with your set, whatever, you're unwinding.
Sugar water.
I used to boof. I used to beat somebody. I used to shoot Craig, man. I'm out here taking a couple sips of a Coke.
You have to shoot speed, dude. Yeah, it's like what happened. It's like what happened. It's different. People change, dude. That's okay.
That is okay. You know what I like? I'm like very childlike. I'll take a bite of a sandwich and I'll go. I know you do the same thing. I love
totally
it. Yeah. Oh, this is really good.
Yeah.
And then every bite, I'll let everyone around me know. Every bite until the sandwich is gone. This was good.
So what is this? Is this ham and cheese? Yeah, is there spice on there or something? Why does it taste a little different? What is
And then I'll go, I wish I brought a little Tony Sasser's with me.
I know,
Yeah. Oh, my friends will go, you would bring that to a restaurant? I go, no, I obviously didn't. But I wish I did.
Yeah, I wish I did.
Dumbass. So, whatever. I have to tell you the funniest thing that happened yesterday. And this is the funniest thing. Oh, fuck, it's fun. Grant, beat that out.
Okay, please, Grant.
Okay, so me and Michael Fractor, my friend, he came over because we're going to move to Chicago together. And we're standing outside and we're sitting across from each other. And Michael goes, oh, he kind of waves. And I go, who did you wave at? He goes, this guy's waving me over. And I turn around and William, the oldest man, is walking with this, he's dragging this trash bag. He's got to be at least in his 80s, probably in the 90s. Okay, he's so old. He's just like skin and bones. And I start laughing so hard. And I go, Michael, there is no way he is waving you over. Like, he looked so ridiculous, this old man. Yeah. And Michael goes, dude, I swear to God, he waved me over. And he, I'm just like laughing, like not laughing in his face, but like it's just, he looks so funny. Yeah. And the old man walks up and he's dragging the trash bag. And I go, what's up, dude? And he goes, y'all want some beans?
What?
I want some beans. Yeah. And he went, I don't know. And then he walked away.
And I was screaming laughing. I was like running around in circles laughing.
Was he really calling over Michael?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe he just wanted to give Michael some beans, but he saw that I was there, and I guess he was like, we ain't got enough to share.
Yeah. I just got a bag full of them. I wonder if his bag, I wonder if in his bag.
Did you look inside?
Beans.
Immediately.
I was laughing too hard to see the situation progress any further. If it got any funnier, I think it would have done. Yeah. And so we let his bitch ass go.
I would have held it. I mean, it sounds like he's so old. Yeah, we could have grabbed his ass somewhere.
We could have grabbed him, and let me tell you, they would have thrown us a fucking party. We have a man like that, bag of beans. You have every right to grab that man and say, what are you?
Did he look like a transient kind of
Yes, he looked like a hobo. It was like something that would only happen when you're on LSD. You know what I mean? Like, when you're tripping like shit, like, you'll go to a grocery store and just the weirdest thing will happen to you.
Yeah.
It was like a sober LSD experience.
Which is wonderful.
Yeah, I was crying laughing. Okay, so cut to an hour later, I walk outside. There's like 4 ambulances outside the apartment that he walked out of.
Uh-oh.
And they all freaking died.
are much more.
Oh my gosh!
Societies and
I thought they didn't see anything. So it was in your building or just right around?
It was like down the way.
Okay.
But it was from the general direction he came from. Do the math. He's 95 years old. He's got a bag of beans. He was probably doing the last hurrah.
Casey, well, be careful, dude.
It could have been a goat.
Well, if he died, I've heard stories of the last people a dead person talks to. They can haunt the person. And y'all were probably the last two people.
There is a good chance that investigators are hoping to talk to us because we were the last people to see the mean man alive.
So if you're watching this and you're like a ghost kind of person or whatever, y'all are hearing this. I mean, that really is crazy.
He's looking for you. He needs to give you those beats.
He needs to complete his
task.
Journey. He can go to heaven or he can go to heaven.
because now he's in purgatory.
Yes.
Well, I hope he can find you again.
Hopefully, I'll just make myself available
And would you accept the beans?
spiritually. If the beans were the thing keeping him locked in this mortal coil,
You can accept them from, but don't eat them.
oh yes, that's a given. That'd be given. Trust me, I would not.
Damn.
That would be bad news. Bean ghost. So cool, Grant. Way to go.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Smart dude. Grant is back there googling bean ghost. So that's sweet Grant doing his job. That's what he's doing. Literally. Bean ghost. No shit, dude.
Thank you, Grant. Yeah, it's a bean ghost. It's very rudimentary, but it's just, I don't know, you could probably like glue them onto that sheet of paper and then it'd be a fun thing you can hit them together.
Oh my gosh, could you talk about like old people dying?
My mother is currently doing, she does estate sales, and the current one she's doing, the husband died, and then 2 days later, the wife is outside and it's snowing, and she falls down, and they find her ass 4 days later, and she froze to death, and the dog was still with her ass.
Did the dog die too?
I think the dog was still alive.
That's nice.
I know, it's crazy, so I've been told my mom, give me some knickknacks, give me something, because that could be a ghosty kind of place.
Yeah. Damn. That is a hard pill to swallow, getting frozen like that.
That's what happened to fucking Gene Hackman, isn't it? Or something like that.
Yeah, Gene Hackman went into an ice bath, and he frankly just got too cold.
That's bad, because I think you're only supposed to be in those fucking things like 3 minutes tops.
Max, and he was just not thinking, and he fell asleep, and he went to heaven, and he died.
And the wife died too.
Yeah, she got in there with him.
God, I bet they were warm there for a little bit. Their body heat probably radiating off of one another, but then it just got too cold.
Yeah, paradoxical undressing is what they call it. You get really, really cold, and then a lot of people who die of hypothermia are found without their clothes on.
Weird.
Because your body starts tricking itself, and it's going, I don't know what's happening. My synopses are all misfiring. It's a nightmare. I'm going to take my pants off and show my dick one last time.
But it's really cold, so I'm going to put my pants on really quick after.
But I'm going to put a sock over it, because again, my penis is very small right now.
Yeah, it's like negative something outside. Yeah, I know when I was doing the snowmaking stuff and my hand got wet, I wanted to take my glove off at one point. Because my hand got so cold. I didn't have feeling in my middle finger for like 3 months after that. It was like a nightmare. That was the one night I cried when I was doing that job. I cried. I mean, one of the fucking things. It was an especially cold night out there, and I fucking had these tower guns, they called them, which was this thing that would mix the water and the air. And there's a big chunk of ice, and I fucking knocked it off with something, and this giant chunk of ice falls on my ass, and that hurt. And then I'm thinking, this sucks. And then my fucking hand got wet up in one of the things that I'm messing with, and then I just fucking walked down and ended up laying in a bathroom for like 30 minutes. I feel like I'm gonna cry because you were so cold. Because I was desperate, Casey. I was desperate. My hand was freezing cold. I got hit by the chunk of ice. I'm like trekking down the side of this dumbass place where people ski, feeling like I'm on Everest, but it's like some ski resort. But it's nighttime.
That's remember what warmth?
desperate feeling like I'm gonna die. I have to keep on moving forward. I'm gonna fucking die out here, and they're gonna find me. Somebody's gonna find me like really soon in the morning because it's a ski resort. People are around. It's not like some desolate mountain.
Yeah, was there no one around you?
No, not at the time. I had coworkers around, but we'd all be in different areas. It was bad, and I made it just laid on the ground and just tried to relax. And I think some people that were like eating dinner that night like saw me, and I'm just like, sorry. I had to lay down for a second.
I like you were laying down outside.
In a bathroom. I ended up making it down to a bathroom, just to an area of the ski resort, and I just went in the bathroom and put water on my hands for a little bit. It killed me. Even just cold water killed my hands, and then I just laid down.
And you said, I'm so sorry. I'm just so effing cold.
Yes, I am so fucking cold. So step around me and go pee or whatever, because I'm not getting up right.
I spent like a lot of times when I was in my youth, when I was in my party years, we would just pretend to our parents we were at each other's houses, and then we would just go like spend the night like in the woods or like in an abandoned baseball field and just party or whatever. It's fun. And so I spent like several nights, probably a couple weeks total, sleeping in like public bathroom.
Really?
Yeah, you just lock the door behind you and just try to.
Oh my gosh, were we all just partying in that general area?
Yeah, we would just get like a handle of like tea, like McCormick's or like Tonka, like just get a handle of loose vodka and maybe pray to God someone finds a Coca-Cola and just get as drunk as you can, as quick as you can, and just try not to lose each other.
Yeah.
Oh, when you're like really young, like 14, yeah, just get super drunk and just like sleep in the field.
And just look for everybody the next day and if nobody's missing.
Yeah, just pray to God you have all the boys together.
Yeah, because it's going to be a weird story to have to tell the parents. Y'all are going to have to come up with another story about where y'all were and somebody's probably slipping up. So maybe, I don't know, maybe not.
Well, you gotta keep your circle tight in instances like that, especially when it's cold outside and you're trying to sleep in the bathroom of like a dugout.
Yeah,
like sleep on like a little dugout.
It's cold. You could die, dude.
It's close.
You know, people die of hypothermia for less. And by the way, Casey, it's so interesting you said the thing about keeping your circle tight because Grant, don't you kind of... You almost famously messed up with your circle, right?
You let somebody a little too close too soon, didn't you?
Yeah, you like really messed up there for a little, right? A little bit, yeah. What happened? Just inviting too many people into the circle?
Yeah, then you lose one.
Oh God, you lost a friend.
Lost one. They're out of the circle now.
So they're still with us, but just
Yeah, they're fine.
what happened? Y'all just didn't get along ultimately or something?
Violated the rules.
And what are those again?
There's a lot of rules. I mean, I think they had a couple of different missteps. Ultimately, truancy.
They were retarded.
Yeah.
Retarded to the friend.
They're retarded? No, tardy.
Grant.
Retarded.
Yeah, they weren't showing up on time.
Ever been Chef Boyardee?
Hey, Grant, I remember y'all's song.
Yeah, excited.
Yeah.
Come join us for a circle of friends. There's always room for one more. A circle that never ends. All you gotta do is open up the door. They used to sing that.
Yeah. And if you don't show up, your gun is dead.
Yeah. And that's what their boy did. He showed up tardy to fucking stuff too many times.
Wow. So you had to boot his bitch ass, huh?
I mean, punctuality is a core rule.
Would you let him listen to your podcast if he was like, if he called you up today or whatever? He's like, let me on as a guest.
Yeah, on to the crawler.
Maybe that one. How many more do you have going right now?
I have a couple, but yeah, that one is my main podcast right now.
Grant, would you still let me do this podcast or look like that?
I might let you do it more. You can maintain that.
the historian's dress. You'll see
Will you zoom in? Will you zoom in? I don't want to go. Come on, man. This is
by
big.
another
Look at
100,000
that.
victims.
Looks like Giga Chat.
4 million victims.
And also, Casey, I swear to God, you know what I'm reminded of right now is the Rizzler when he's doing his face. I swear, that's like a really good.
Chances are,
How are you even? Hold on, I'm looking at that. How are you doing that?
Oh, look at it.
Oh, you look real good.
What kind of David asshole?
Yeah, on Baywatch, like early '90s Baywatch.
I think it's stuck.
You're kidding, Casey. Wait, your smile. Wait, your mouth.
Yeah. I get a mouth stuck. Reach over there.
No. Wait, Casey, you're okay, dude. Hold on. It's not stuck like that.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, I look
a little handsome. I got a haircut yesterday.
It looks nice. It's looking very good. I know you told us you were going to get a haircut. Where'd you end up going?
I went to this lovely little boutique. They call it one of the top 5 hidden gems of Austin.
It's a barber shop or haircut place.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Would that fit into your little bubble grab? Would that fit in your little freaking round hole in a square peg? I forget it. As long as you show up. Thanks, man. It was called Barber Shop 808, I think. And it was lovely. And the woman took a picture of me after my haircut. She said, your hair looks so good. I want to put this on Instagram. And she put it on Instagram.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. She said, your hair is awesome, dude. Are you in a band?
Oh my gosh, what do you say?
I said, no, I'm an entertainer. Okay. I like to say sometimes entertainer. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Then, like, maybe their mind runs wild. And they think, okay, look on. And I don't tell.
That's what I would be thinking. I'd be thinking, you gotta tell me. I'd be thinking, wait, what? Yeah, there's all different, because there's different kinds of entertainers.
Well, it would kind of connotate that I'm like maybe an erotic dancer. Like, that's what I like to think that they think. Like, because why would I say entertainer, right?
Yeah, because you would almost think, but exotic dancer, you might not. Oh my gosh, it was so funny on one day. I was with Red Band, and I guess it was and somebody else. And Uncle Laser's asked him, like his girlfriend or somebody who I guess does porn, or that's what Red Band was saying. And then it was so funny. Red Band said something about me. He's like, yeah, he used to do porn. And then it was so funny. Red Band and I lied to this girl for 20 minutes about my name is a Memphis Strangler because I used to strangle these people. And then she was asking me questions about like what percentages I'm getting from the different websites. And it was the funniest thing. And then it was fucking Nick. He threw me under the bus and he says, he doesn't do that. It's like, you piece of shit. I had her ass going, dude.
Yeah, you were ready to reel in the line.
Yeah,
Yes, the fish squirm.
yes, dude. And it was real close, and it was real close, and then it's like somebody always got to come in and fuck it up like that.
Okay, you just let the boys play. Let the big dogs eat. And if you're not willing to eat a little puppy chow, stay out of the kennel.
Yes, stay out of the kennel, get out of the yard, stay out of my face.
Because you know what comes next, and you're not going to like it.
You're going to be on the ground in 2. There's going to be 2 hits. Me hitting you, and me hitting you again. And then you're hitting, and then you're hitting the ground. Set your watch. It'll be 2 seconds. Press start, and then press stop when you hit the ground. It'll be about 2 seconds, dumbass. So quit messing with us, the big dogs in here.
There's going to be 6 hits. Me hitting your sternum, you drop into your knee, that's the second hit. Me hitting your ribs, that's the third hit. You standing back up, you bump your head on the ceiling because we're in an RV. Me kicking your shins out from under your legs and you don't fall. I hit you in the sternum again, it hurts my hand. That's the 5th hit. Then you finally die.
Wait, so that was more than 5 hits, wasn't it?
I think I announced that it would be 6.
Okay, 6. Was it that more? Is this the same one as the guy's hitting his head?
So the head, it depends on if you want to count the fair enough. Because that's not exactly me whipping that ass.
but it's you getting hurt nonetheless. Oh, for sure, and you're frazzled, so that's why you should know not to get up so quick till you hit up somebody getting more feet, because you are going to bump your head.
It is low-lying ceiling somewhere in the front part, so we're really close to like the window.
But the guy's like, I gotta get out of here. I'm sure he's squirming, like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. He's coming after me. He's wailing for me. And I don't see this stopping anytime soon. Yeah, so get me out of here. But then you bump the head, and it's like, oh, fuck. Oh, did he hit me, or then I bumped my head? And then it's game over.
Oh, did he hit me right at the top of the crest of my head?
Yeah, was that a wasp? What was that?
I think I've told this story before, but my mom used to date this guy named Bobby Ray, and he was a cow herder, and we were at a Little League game one time for his son named Stetson, and his fan was talking shit. Bobby said, hey, yo, come over here. He was super country, and the guy walked up, and Bobby went, and he bumped his ears. Damn! Yeah, like really hard. Bang! The guy was like, oh, I like disoriented his dumbass.
Yeah, it gives you like inner ear problems or something.
Which is generally
I don't message your equilibrium on.
What a fighting technique. Well, he said, like, I remember asking him, like, why he did that. He said, well, it stuns him. Stuns him. You gotta learn to fight, boy. I can teach you killer playing.
Was he nice?
He was super nice, but he had a really bad drinking problem. It didn't make him violent, but he was just had a horrific drinking problem. We would go to Beef O'Brady's every night, and he would have like 30 Coors Lights. He was the coolest.
Oh, really? Yeah. That seems like an expensive way to be doing it at a restaurant.
He was a showman. He liked to entertain. So he would get wasted, and he would sing karaoke. We'd go to karaoke every night, and he would sing, "She Thinks My Tractor Is Sexy." You know that song?
You sing sad. What does it sound like?
She thinks my tractor's sexy. She likes to ride along. I don't know who was singing it.
But that's what he was singing.
Oh yeah, he'd sing it. Every night we would do this.
Kenny Chesney.
Kenny Chesney.
Rest in peace.
We love you, Kenny. We wish you could have had more. Yes, but we know you're in heaven. We know that you're better off. You're doing so much better now. I'm just writing something down.
But the thing about getting the ears, that seems like a good way to stun somebody, because my mom gets the, what's it called, where your ears messed with vertigo. She can't even get out of the bed.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, that can really, if you get somebody with vertigo, dude, that can be, it probably immediately sets it back to vertigo.
Yeah, vertigo season. It's vertigo season, bitch. It's vertigo season. I can't get out of the bed, dumbass. Wow. Look at that, like, terrible Photoshop job for that Kenny Chesney song. That must have been one of his first songs or something.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, Kenny Chesney, what, he would wear, he didn't look like a cowboy, did he?
What do you think, man?
You want some more photos?
Yeah, please help. Please help.
There's a lot of him in a cowboy hat.
Oh, well, I was thinking of Billy Ray Cyrus. Yeah, no, they're everywhere we go. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Everywhere we go, she's talking about how I smile. You look good. What do you think, GJ? Look at them arms. Yeah, look at those arms. It looks like familiar. Box his ears.
Well, that's not the only thing I'd box.
Yeah. You do that to him. Just fucking take his shirt off. Just be like, okay. No, not that shirt. He needs it on, baby.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I don't want him to get sunburned. It seems like he's in the Florida Keys.
Yeah, you get hot down there. I mean, that's what happened to Jimmy Buffett. Skin cancer.
The very sun he loved so much was the very sun that put him in the dark forever. It turned on him.
And I swear, Casey, I was thinking about this recently when we were at the Margaritaville down in Orlando. And I swear, I think my time is correct. When they dropped the full thing of money behind us when we're just getting our volcano nachos or whatever, and they drop the entire thing of money from the register behind us. I think that's when Jimmy Buffett died around that time. So it was just like a weird, like, is this maybe the end of the restaurant doing good or whatever? Like, it's right around the time he died. It's just so weird.
What are you talking about the money? They dropped a bag of money?
Yeah, the register drawer. It's like they were switching out for their shifts, and they happened to drop it right behind us. It was the loudest thing. And then I'm like, what do I fucking do my chin? What do I help y'all pick up all this change? It's like everywhere.
Was it like a big noise?
Yes, it was horribly startling. And we had just got the volcano nachos, like trying to chill out of Florida, and it's like, I gotta stop myself now, but it sounded like a loud.
What were you gonna say?
I thought something was going on. That doesn't mean I got it.
Oh, you thought maybe it was a mass shalalo?
I was thinking maybe mass shalalo because it had been a while since one of them. And by the way, there was a very weird mass shalalo in Virginia Beach, Virginia. When I was in Virginia Beach, I did a little research when I was there, as I do a little bit. Sure. And there was a crazy mass shalalo. Can you edit that, Grant? See, I'm not even kidding on that. Like, can you please edit that,
please, Grant? And then I want you to bleep out the beans.
So bleep this out again.
Well, now I can say it. Now I can say it. I will bleep out the original beans.
Yeah, I want some beans.
It's like a cartoon, like some even Stevens shit. Okay, so wait, what about the mass shalala? It was some guy who was fed up with everybody at his work, and he got UFO stole, and it was a bunch of people. And I wanted to go see the memorial, but apparently it wasn't open. So it's like, seriously, it's like a Saturday. It's like, what the fuck?
You want to see it someday?
Yeah, it's like Monday through Friday or something. It's like, this is a memorial for a horrible mass shalali. And it's like, we need, I should be able to see it. I couldn't.
What was it? What was the memorial? And why did it?
It was in the building, and it was like a freaking.
It's only open during work hours.
It had like diffusers or whatever, the things you see at like a Cracker Barrel, like with the oil diffusers, and it had a freaking like little waterfall. Yeah.
Shillelagh.
Oh, there's a shillelagh. You hit people with those things?
A mass shillelagh.
Do you need to write that down?
You know, the mass shillelagh, as funny as it is, I think it would cause a little. It would be a little bit too much setup for a guy like me. I'm a whole punchline and no setup.
It would be funny. There's something funny with talking about a mass shillelagh and calling it that the whole time. And never, like, that is fun. That's funny to me, guys. That's like ridiculous.
God, there was a mass shillelagh last week.
Can you imagine? You'd have to get a bunch of good details. It'd have to be very detailed if you say mass shillelagh a bunch.
Grant, are those Irish weapons? Like, do people use shillelaghs as weapons?
I think so, because if you look at the one right above your hand, it looks like it's like a spiked mace.
Everyone's got you can swing that around. You can twing that swing.
I could my head was in Jamaican time. Jamaican time. Wait, we're on
Island time, bitch.
Island time. Wait, is time a weird word to say? How do you say that one? Try that one.
Is it time?
Island time. Wait, yeah, that was maybe a little
Island time.
Yeah, that's Island time. Wait, Island time.
Oh my God, that's on Asia.
Yeah, I'm off. Fuck, I'm getting off today. This is not
You're
good.
getting off right now.
Island time.
Great, you're getting off on this.
Yeah, does that sound right?
Wait, there's two men fighting with shillelaghs. Now, I didn't even consider that a possibility. I always considered the shillelagh a one-man weapon. Like, it couldn't be mutual shillelagh combat.
Only one gets to have the shillelagh.
Yeah, it's not like a duel. It's like you throw a shillelagh on the ground, like right in the middle. First one to get it gets to use it, and then starts banging. Jets start banging, mashing. stage. I talked to this guy in Bonnaroo one time, and he had those white crusts on the side of his mouth. You know what I'm talking about?
What is that from? Just not drinking enough water?
Probably a combination of that and speed. Yeah, it's people who like take too much Adderall get those crusties. Like, it's so gross. But he was from Ireland, and he was trying to sell us ketamine, and he kept going, "Oh, brother, in Dublin, everybody's smashing all the bars. You can't go out without everybody smashing. It's a daily occurrence.
Smashing, like fighting.
Yeah, like fighting, I guess. Damn. But it stuck in my head forever, him saying smashing.
That's funny. Did y'all end up getting the ketamine?
Yeah, I'm almost positive. Absolutely. I think that was the first time I did ketamine, and it was at Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Erica loves Weird Al Yankovic. She's a giant.
There was a guy who was like 6'8", possibly 7 foot, and I was in a K-hole, and he was singing every word to Weird Al, and it made me, if I had the capacity to cry in that moment, I would have. I was so scared, it's impossible to describe.
Are you like standing up or on the ground sitting down and seeing the dude?
I had the fear. I was standing up, but he was so tall I couldn't see the stage, so I was watching him watch the concert, because he was right in front of me, and he knew every word to every Weird Al song, even the deep cuts.
It's like he was translating it for you or something.
And he was so big, he was like a human wall, so I was like staring at his big ass head.
It's a worst case scenario at a concert. It's a giant person in front of you.
And everybody would laugh, and I would have no idea what they were laughing about, so I felt like I was in some like demonic sitcom watching this giant man sing Weird Al.
So when other people are laughing and stuff, and you start laughing,
Yeah,
or just kind of like,
I would go, but I was so deep in the K-hole, like I couldn't really move my mouth. Like my bones were frozen, so I would go, ah!
gosh, with some big ass dude in front of you, fucking
It was definitely worst case scenario.
But you're here, Casey. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. You survived that shit, dude.
Well, Weird Al, he left one survivor to tell the story, and that was me.
And then the guy
too.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, but we're not talking about that. Yeah, when you said Beans at first, I'm thinking, wasn't there a guy in Even Stevens with that name?
Yes, his name was Beans, and he was so fucking.
He was, and he had a fun look to him. I wonder what his ass is up to. You can't even look him up there. You gotta try to Google him. He's scrubbed, so that's weird. It's like that was in a government. He is to work with the government or something, because I know government ends up getting people in show business sometimes.
Oh yeah. Well, they took his identity. It's like the Departed situation. They deleted him from the system. God, they deleted Beans from the fucking database, dude.
Look at that, man. I mean, and he was starting to do so good. He was like a data analyst or data scientist or something.
He got recruited, and he made that mistake. And you think the government's going to give you everything they promise when they're done with you, but believe me this, they will wipe you.
Yes, so I hope you like it down in Guantanamo Bay or one of these other places, because that's where you're probably going to live for some amount of time.
Yeah, you're going to end up in a black site like Abu Ghraib.
And think about this right now, you're not going to make it in Abu Ghraib, okay? There's no way. You got people blasting music at your ass the whole time, music you don't like, just 24/7. People are tickling you, people are doing all kinds. That's what I've heard, and that would really get me, because I get so ticklish, Casey.
Okay, I'll tell you whatever you want. Stop tickling my gams.
Yeah, stop. And then I felt like a little bitch, kind of, because as I said, I watched Reservoir Dogs for the first time in a long time. And I'm thinking, man, I'd squeal after they put a little feather on the bottom of my foot. This guy's getting his ear cut off. Like, dude, toughen up a little bit, William. What's going on, man? But I don't like laughing too hard. Like, I love laughing, but if it's too hard, I start feeling insane.
Well, it's hard, right? It's hard. I know. And I know you're tough as nails, but everyone has a weakness. I know.
So mine happens to be that. It's like the weirdest thing. It's like embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing, dude. That's your weakness. Are you ticklish at all? You know, a guy like me, Tragically, thankfully, I'm not. But a guy like you can tickle these quite a lot.
Dude, I'm like, so you're talking about even under your neck or under your arms, you're not laughing?
Okay. Whoa, look at that sexy picture. Oh,
Yeah.
I do get ticklish. I'm very ticklish.
Got him.
Yeah. Ask any of my ex-girlfriends if we get in a tickle fight. I'm squealing.
Fucking stop, for real. Stop. You're cracking my shit up.
Yeah, it's too hard. It starts hurting.
It makes me cry.
Did you ever see that documentary called Tickle?
No.
Grant, you know what I'm talking about? Pull it up. It's great. This guy, he finds this, erotic tickling league. Competitive tickling.
What does that mean, or why's erotic? What's that?
You'll have to watch it. He finds this, tickling league, which seems to be, definitely some sort of fetish, because it's just guys tickling each other. And then he goes down this rabbit hole, and the owner of the tickling organization is totally insane, and sues him and does all this crazy stuff. It's amazing.
Weird. Oh, is this a scene from or is this how they get you? I think it's a real strap down.
It's obviously erotic. How do you get turned on and tickled is what it's called. It's very good.
I'm gonna look it up, but it might just trigger me in weird ways or something. Just watching people get tickled. Because that dude's not even moving. At least with me, I've never really tied up. So you can squirm around.
I know. Imagine that, getting tickled raw.
No, I can't. Because laughing is a good thing, but if you do it too much, it can be weird, and then it's you don't want to laugh sometimes after that. At least for me.
Yeah, if you're anything like me, you're not going to want to get tickled raw.
This is the safest photo I think I chose.
Well, I don't think they're naked. I don't remember.
They aren't, but
It's a documentary. It's not a porno.
Yeah, Graham, why are you trying to insinuate weird stuff right there? Come on, we've done a good. It's been a fun one today. It's the earliest one we've done in years.
it looks wholesome. I'm sorry. This is a good
Thank you, brother.
family-friendly film.
Thank you, brother.
I like time. Yeah, I like time. Well, I'm looking at the picture a little more. At least they have it looks like sweatbands or something around under his armpits. Because again, that is a tickle. That's a ticklish spot.
That's a ticklish hot spot.
Yeah, that's a hot spot for tickle shit.
Well, I think that's just his shirt, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's off limits.
See, it's right there. Is he having a good time, or is it not now?
There's no hard to say. Imagine tickling someone until they bust.
Could you imagine, Grant?
Picture that in your mind's eye. Got it? Okay. Now keep it. Now keep that image. Got it? Now keep it.
You can't get rid of it now.
It's in your head. It's trapped up there. I've been practicing mesmer, which is
Be careful, Casey. What is that?
it's the origins of hypnotism, and it has various occult beginnings. That's why we call it mesmerizing. The man who created it was named Mesmer, and a lot of people thought that he was some sort of witch or occultist. And really, he had just discovered hypnotism, and he thought it was animal magnetism, that we had certain fluids running through our bodies, like psychic fluids. And if you could capture them, you would be able to heal illnesses. And I've been basically practicing mesmer. And
How's it going? Are you able to?
I've tried progress, and I'm trying to hypnotize myself to forget my own troubles.
Is it a possible thing to be able to? Is that a thing?
It hasn't been proven, but based on some of my research, I think within 6 months I'll be able to do it. Yeah.
Well, don't get stuck in the hypnotized state. Isn't that a problem? Because I thought hypnotists, you end up doing a clock or something and then you get out of it. What if you get stuck in a hypnotized
I've been setting an alarm, kind of like Inception, to kind of snap me out of it, so I haven't turned on.
Okay, so you have something that's getting you back out.
Yeah, which is just a squishmallow.
What is that? What is it told him? You hold it?
Yeah, I hold it and then I'll squish it and then I'll remember that I'm keeping it.
Oh, okay. If I ever did that, I could do it with my Winnie the Pooh squishmallow.
Yeah,
That would be a good one for me.
That would be good for you. And then we all have like our own like squishmallow.
Yeah. Grant, do you have a squishmallow? Do your daughters like squishmallows? I have one looks like an owl.
I have so many squishmallows.
What, the big ones?
Yeah.
Seahorse?
The fox. Got a couple of the fox. I think we have this cat that's here in the middle.
Those are great, man.
Oh, you're not kidding. You really do.
Yeah, a lot of them.
I thought you were kidding. Maybe. I thought maybe you were joking.
No, we're suddenly in my
Yeah, we thought you were like kidding about that because we brought it up like we like it, and then you act like you did, and then it's like, is it genuine?
I know. Where do we draw the line?
It's like sometimes he's just blowing smoke up our blood or whatever. It's like I love that, but then sometimes it's like, but you do. You have a. It sounds like you really do.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. They're super good.
So, Grant, if you could hypnotize yourself or a loved one, would you and why?
I mean, it's a little intimidating. Just kind of, as an over-controlled person like myself, I don't want to relinquish that.
Well, it's all about knowing who you are, right? At a really base, like, sort of spiritual level.
Have you been trying to practice on other people?
Mesmer is extraordinarily dangerous and has caused more death than shark attack.
Because I was about to say you're more than welcome to practice on my ass, but that sounds dangerous. So please maybe don't actually if it really does. Because I was about to say, oh my gosh, do me, I don't care. Practice on my ass, dude.
Trust me, I would never do that on a loved one. Mesmer is more dangerous than shark attacks alone.
So you almost do it on, so you do it on somebody you don't like.
Yeah, it would strictly be for my enemies, for people who have wronged me in any way.
Like who?
Like my friend Caleb.
You kick his ass.
Yeah, Caleb.
Would you tell him to like walk off the house?
Yeah,
Or do him something or outdo you? How would you get that?
he's a carpenter. Yeah, so he spends a lot of time like in high rises, and I wanted to scare him, right? I didn't want him to kill him. He was like, after all, we were friends before he wronged me. And I told him basically to walk the plank, and he woke up. I snapped him out of the mesmer right as he was at the ledge of like a 20-story building. And then I had a little drone flying up there carrying a message that said, try it again, maybe you will wake up.
And I bet he's been good since then.
Oh, he has minded his P's and Q's like you would not believe. He's been a very polite boy, as one might imagine.
Good. You would hope so, because that'd be a scary. I can't imagine, because I don't like heights, Casey. So if I wake up and I'm in a fucking plank on the side of a building, and I see a fucking drone with a message for me, I'm like, wait, this guy means business. I gotta listen to the message.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a warning of a lifetime, and I won't be warning you twice.
It's Caleb, right?
Caleb.
So Caleb, that's Caleb Durant. So Caleb Durant, be careful, dude. Seriously, man.
Yeah, wrong me once, I scare the shit out of you. Wrong me twice, you wake up in heaven. It's sweet. That's why the Joker would basically be my best friend.
Does he send a bunch of people to heaven?
Because the Joker loves murder and chaos.
And indirectly, he's probably sending a lot of people to heaven.
Yeah, and so God's probably like, all right, I guess I'll let him go a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's bringing me all these good souls up here. We need more the good souls up here. A lot are going downstairs.
A lot are going to the big guy.
Lives down. Yes. We won't even say what.
Yes. Yeah. So I think the new pope is going to bring forth the prophecy. He's going to be the Antichrist.
I don't know. What does he have to get a head wound? Isn't that a thing?
There was something like that, right?
Yeah, there's like a head wound, and I'm thinking, God, is that Trump? Is that Mr. Donald? He got that head wound. I'm thinking, is his ass going to be the Antichrist?
Yeah, That is actually a good point. Maybe I'll use my mesmer for good.
Yeah, you could do it in some with different political sides you're going for, whatever. Yeah, get it to
Get policy to like pass a bill to bring back original Oxycontin.
Yeah. So what would you have to do? You'd have to get her on the telephone, and then once you got her on the phone and she starts hearing you talking, then you kind of got her. So it has to be face to face.
I learned all my techniques from this Japanese horror movie called Cure. So it's like considered the forefather of the Japanese J-horror movement, like The Ring and The Grudge. It was kind of the forebearer of all that. And what you do is you ask a lot of questions. So I would say, here's how I would do it without doing.
I don't really actually do it on my ass, but
I'm not going to do it all the way. Okay. But what would you want me to do? So you're talking about, are you talking about doing mesmer?
yes, yeah. I mean,
Which is what?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I was thinking about the mesmer thing. I think it would be, I was just curious how it even works.
Why are you asking me that?
So it would be something like that.
Where I would kind of talk in circles for a really long time until you get frustrated, and then I would go, and that would kind of, that jarring noise of like poking something would kind of snap you, and that would initiate the trance.
Okay.
And then I would have you look into a lighter. I would say, oh shit, you need a light for that? And you don't even have a cigarette or anything, which would confuse your brain. So basically like splitting the two sides of the brain. And then you would be highly suggestible.
Okay, so that's when you can,
Have my will. Yeah. I would say, I need a ride to Waffle House. Because I'm starving. And then I'll be like, okay, hold on, get in the front seat. Yeah, and then Erica would get in the back seat.
Yeah.
And she would be pissed.
Or your mesmer.
Yeah, and then I have to trick Erica, so this would take like a long time. Because Erica would go, what the hell? I was in the back.
Because you got my ass up, but then you gotta get your ass.
Yeah, she'd be like, William, freaking snap out of it, dude, you're mesmered. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I wouldn't do it to a close friend. Like, Grant, when do you think we're going to end this podcast?
You guys are wrapping up in
Just about a minute. And what is a minute again?
It's about 60 seconds.
Brought it for day.
Wasn't loud enough. It's not going to be tranced. Well, I'll hex your ass in due time, but
which is another thing.
it's a completely different type of mechanism.
If I go to Waffle House, I think it worked. I don't want to jinx it, but I think it worked. Yeah, you can drive us.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Drive us where?
To Waffle House?
Anyways,
It was so much fun today.
it was perfect. I'm so happy to see you guys watch that movie Cure. It's really great.
And we gotta start with Anthony Wetlush Morganson. Watch Tickle Dude, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery Zersuit, Beef and Ashen, Daniel Hunter, Tancha Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry, Harry Dwell, Kiss on the Lips, Tova, King, Dr. B. Duke, and Eli Slug, Rick Gators, Godmother, Goalie May Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare, Hurley at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs. I poison his Big Mac tricks on him. I am the Big Mac. Judy J, Jess, Joe Guy, John Shaw, Justin Threagle, Captain Chaos, Casey's Mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis Becky, Nigel, Sydney, Son Pappy, Papa Coon, Patrick, Casey, Robert Bushell, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shitty Kaya from the Big Island, Sabrack, Sergio Shiva, Steve Fournier, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Trina K, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Mark Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Adventure, Zombie, or Lock. And as always, they get to be Whiplash Morgan, son. Anthony, we love you. Love you, Anthony. Anthony. That was a residual part of the mesmer. Anthony. Alright, bye, everybody. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Report ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. And the drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Okay, so those are our 3 rebellions. Let's go now to shop 52. Any last questions before we do it?
Reported live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Excuse me, Casey, because my throat, when I woke up today, it felt like I had strep throat again, but I haven't had strep throat since I got my tonsils taken out. This is, 25 years ago now? I mean, this is a long time ago, so I don't know either. We both, I don't know, I'm feeling sick. Something's going down. Brad's been putting little sick pills in our little soup.
It's not true. You don't want me to start getting $100,000.
Yeah, you're trying to make us think that you want us to think that we're sick, but you're actually the one, like, messing, you're the one poisoning us. Yeah, so you can swoop in and say, oh, I brought you guys a cold red. Yeah, and the Z-bars, it always seems like the Z-bars are a little messed up. He's putting pills in the middle like a piece of ham for a dog. So, Erica, that actually was very sweet. Thank you so much for bringing the protein bars the other day. You must have just had a feeling that he was messing with the Z-bars. Common denominator.
You guys should have a Z-bar.
I don't feel like falling asleep on the podcast, Grant.
Just have one.
Yeah, I get real sleepy after that. I don't really want to feel so sleepy in here today. Yeah, I got a bunch of shit to do tonight. I'm supposed to go have sausage and egg and cheese biscuits. We're at freaking Waffle House 24 Diner. It's this new quaint little number. You're going to love it. It's on the east side. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Wednesday through Sunday.
Damn, I don't know what he's saying. We've been multiple times, so I don't know. That's so weird.
I thought it was on Lamar. The one I guess maybe they were multiple.
I don't know if it's multiple, but it's the same thing.
I might have
You've been.
But it's on Guadalupe. Yeah, Guadalupe. Yes, so that rings a bell. But they have these sausage, what do you call it, gravy biscuits. Yeah, the sausage and gravy. I love that stuff. I got no sleep last night because I kept having this dream about Jeepers Creepers. What, like the scary guy? Scary guy. And then, so in my dream, I pull up to a rest stop. I know I have to fight somebody, like an enemy. Yeah, this guy looks up from this hood. He has like deer eye shine. You know what I mean? Like his eyes are reflective. I guess something's fucking off. Damn. And then I turn to my buddy and I go,
What was it? What was it? I said that. What are the chances he even speaks English? Because he's a monster. He was like a monster.
Yeah.
And they were like, you should try to talk to him. And then in my dream, the only thing I remember saying is, what are the chances he even speaks English? It's like,
Am I like woke up? Or did he end up talking to you?
I woke up because my girlfriend is in town visiting, and she woke me up right at that moment. I woke up screaming. She got here from the airport, and I woke up like,
I was like, damn.
I thought she was GB creepy.
Damn. And that's a legit question. I mean, what language does the monster speak? That's a legit. Who knows? I mean, the mummy, what's he speaking? He's speaking like Egyptian. He's not speaking.
No.
If you happen to run into the mummy, what, Count Dracula? That's
Scandinavia.
yeah, Scandinavian, freaking.
What are the? I think it's so xenophobic.
Yeah,
To assume that all monsters speak English. Why would GB Creepy speak English?
His ass is speaking Filipino or something. Yeah, his ass is speaking something from the islands or somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere, but not American, not English.
No, something like that was not right in the States. And something from honestly a different plane of existence.
Wait, so what do you mean when you say like a deer eye? Wait, so what is that?
Like when you shine a flashlight in the woods, or you're hunting at night, or you're just in the woods at night, and an animal's eyes will glow. It had eye shine that reflected off the headlights of the car.
So that's creepy.
Yeah, it was really. I was terrified. And then we got in the car, and they said it's okay. We got away from him, and I felt the hood, and there was movement on the hood. And then I woke up again. It was awful.
Damn.
One of the worst nights ever. GB Creepy's back.
I'm so happy you made it through. Oh my gosh.
You hear those stories about people dying?
Yeah, there's ladies there.
Yeah, threatened to death.
Yeah. Damn. Well, not last night. You're too strong for that. It's not going to happen right now. You're about to go to Australia.
I'm a fighter.
Yeah, you're a fighter. You're not going to let some dream. You're not going to let the people send you these weird dreams mess with you. You're not going to let it mess with you.
Every 23 years for 23 days, he feeds. And I'm starting to think the clock's ticking.
God, my car almost fed on a person on the interstate yesterday. I'm driving, going fast, and then people in front of me start slamming on the brakes, and then I hit the brakes hard, and I like turn to try to get in another lane or something, and it is some man just walking across the highway. And I'm thinking I would have hit his fucking ass.
Yeah, you would have.
If he got in front of me, I would have fucking maybe swerved at him a little bit.
Shit.
Okay, yeah, you catch me in the wrong mood. I mean, I was about to swerve in his ass, clip his heels just a little bit, gimp him. Yeah, he flings up in the air.
Mary Gimless freak. Have fun in a wheelchair.
Oh my gosh, Grant! That's probably exactly how I looked right as I was about to hit the guy. And I don't know if this is the same guy. I swear I was driving, I don't know, this was about a month ago, and some dude's just out in the kind of middle of the road, a very busy road, and he's shooting everybody with a fake gun. And then he gets to me, he shoots my ass point blank, and I kind of go up like this. What do you mean? And then he kind of smiles. Yeah, driving. It was fake guns that he's shooting all the cars with, which seemed messed up. He was shooting everybody.
Well, that's not fair, right? Because some of those people probably don't deserve that.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't know everybody's story. He should just be able to have that blank check. And speaking of blank check, we watched this thing last night about the actor of Blank Check. He is not doing good. He is not doing good.
What was the show called? Judge Million.
Judge Million. It was after Judge Million. It was like Hollywood Monsters.
Oh no! And what? He was a bad person.
Yeah, his mom. He had Blank Check. Everything was going really good after Blank Check, and then his mom moves his ass to somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Colorado.
Like Max Keebler.
Exactly, like a real life Max Keebler situation. It's like everything's going so good, and then the mom intentionally sabotages everything. It's really sad. And then they showed the guy from the Hugleys, and he has a bunch of face tattoos. He looked insane.
Holy shit.
That guy looked insane. When we were watching it, I swear to God, just for this fucking
What is the Hughley?
That's a wonderful show.
D.L. Hughley, the comedian.
What, do you mean Hughley?
Hughley.
Is it Hughley?
How do you say it?
I don't know, it's not up to me.
Grant, how do you say it? Do you know?
Hughley. Oh, it's Hughley.
Hughley.
He showed up to court for him too.
Yeah, DL
Character witness.
as a character witness because he was up in the club and somebody yelled out some blood.
You've heard
And
it
you
before.
yell out when you're in blood and you're going against like corrupt or whatever, and then people started stabbing and one dude died and they're trying to catch. He's about to catch the murder charge, and DL comes in and
Oh, he was a rolling 66th Street crew. I read about that. Yeah.
yes. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Whoa, I thought you were kidding. I thought you were doing a bit.
No, it's horrible.
So I was trying to riff with you as a friend. As a friend would do when you're caught in a situation like that.
But he really looks, he does have Calvary, the crosses and Calvary one under his right eye. I think that's kind of cool. And then he's got the classic kind of little, it looks like blood marks coming down his eyeballs.
So he just like got involved with the wrong crowd.
He seemed nice though.
Yeah, he seemed like he had his head on his shoulders pretty good.
He messed up a little.
He messed up.
Did he do time?
Yes, he did a little bit of time. And now he's back on the street.
Oh, he was so cute. And he still is cute in his own way.
I know he is. He's look at him. And he must be a big Washington. That W in this middle of his forehead. I think that's a Washington National State. Yeah, maybe he's a big Nationals fan.
Those baseball. It's weird to get a baseball face tattoo.
Weird for the baseball fan. Also, he must have been born in 1988. Maybe he's got his birth date on his chin.
You would hope. I want to get one on my cheek that just says Hangtown.
Yeah.
Kind of shows my love for life.
I know, that would fit in. It'd be perfect when you're like in Waikiki Beach, some sort of beach. Everybody's gonna be like, dude, this guy's a fucking surfer.
Yeah.
He has to be a surfer.
They would say, who's this Howley? They would say, Howley. You sure about that?
Yeah.
Oh, on that? Yeah. Read my lips and kiss my God. Woo!
Yeah, just hit those waves. Gosh, you gotta be careful out there.
Okay, I'm gonna give Gator her present from Disney World.
Oh my gosh, Gator, are you ready for this?
Here goes nothing, Gatus.
Gator, yes.
Gator
already knows this for her.
Oh,
She already does her little present.
Gator, ready?
Gator, you're gonna have to get Casey some kisses.
It's a little
Oh,
Igor.
Is he backwards?
Yeah, that is backwards, but it can clear every 60 like the exorcism. And look at his hands, it can clear. Don't be scared, Gator. He's your new best friend.
it's like a doink.
I know he thinks it's an enemy.
Gator, that's a fun toy for you.
He literally thinks it's like some sort of other animal. I didn't even consider that.
It's just a little friend of yours. Yeah, you want to smell him?
Just give it a good smell, Gator. You'll get used to it.
Yeah, give him a good smell. Gosh, she was eating her bull penis earlier, and it makes her freaking mouth stink like shit. And normally I love to kiss her in the mouth. Normally, I swear to God, I keep my mouth shut a lot.
We've seen it.
Only every now and again will I use the tongue anymore. Normally, it's just my mouth firmly shut and my nostrils firmly closed. But I can't even allow her face near mine after she's eaten this freaking cow penis.
It stinks so bad.
Oh, it's the worst.
Brutal. She loves it. A fate worse than death. William, here's your present. So cool.
Oh my God.
What's your color? You're kind of wearing that color today.
Come on, man. You know I had to do it.
Kathy doesn't begin to cover it. Oh my
Come on, man. That is just a couple of dudes hanging 10. That's you. You're Max Goof, brother.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
He's like, you do, Goof Troop.
Oh my gosh, and I can get Pauly Shore to sign on his hair.
Yeah,
down here. Pauly Shore is down here.
We know Max Goof.
Yeah, we know that. Right. He was on the podcast one time, but then we didn't really. We had a good podcast with volume time, and then it wasn't. Yeah, he shut it down. Yeah, it was shut down.
It's out in the ether. So tragic. Erica, I'm giving you a choice. I thought about this for way too long. I'm giving you a choice between two presents. Stamps.
Okay.
Lilo and Stamps. Goofus.
Maybe Goof to
For the true. Take it. Grant, I got you this thing.
Thank you.
Grant, I got you this Stamps as soon as I saw it. I knew
Oh my god, look at his shirt today.
I got you one.
Yes, kids.
Grant is a bit of a sneaker freak. These are Disney collectors. They're called Disney Lacers.
What?
Oh my gosh, what is it? Shoelace?
It's little shoes. And this is for Grant because you're a sneaker freak. So thank you very well.
Wait, is he a sneaker freak?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was so worried about his bathroom when they messed up the hallway or whatever because it was next to his shoe room. He was worried that maybe it was going to get wet in his shoe room.
I remember he thought that something with the moisture was going to ruin the integrity of the soles.
Yeah. Is everything okay with that still?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just not supposed to wear my sneakers up and down the hallway, which I'm like, what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point even if you can wear them? Yeah, I mean, what's the point of even owning your freaking house if you're not wearing your shoes?
It's like, what? What kind of situation did you set up?
Yeah. Wait, Grant, open those little sneakers, see which one you got. I bet you got a Goofy. Okay. The way things are trending today, because one of them's a little wax Goofy. It's a collectible.
It has to be, and I wonder, I think some of them have like little pieces of Goofy, like clothing he's worn, just like the basketball cards. Yeah, is it hair? Yeah. Gosh, maybe you got one of the hair ones, Grant, with Goofy's hair.
That would be sick, Grant. And if you can guess his cologne, you get free passes. It's Savage.
I can hear him.
Okay, yeah.
I hear him opening it.
I know, I was thinking, what is that sweet little noise in there?
Whoa. On three, we both pull half of it. 1, 2, 3. So,
It's the little dogs.
That's his family.
Gosh.
Grant, zoom in on this shit, brother. You're gonna want to take a peek.
All right.
It's Mr. Duck's little nephews, just like Adonis.
Oh, that was a fun little zoom in.
It's Huey, Louie, Gooey, and Stewie. Whatever the hell is. It's Lois, Peter, Griffin, and Cleveland.
Who was it? Was their father or grandfather the dude who was so rich who would swim around in the swimming pool of gold coins?
Duck.
Was he related to these guys?
I'm having to call this in. He's the uncle, and he's very independently wealthy, but I ask you this, at what cost?
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, you end up sacrificing personal relationships with your family, relationships with people you met along the way. You do have to be careful. You have to be super careful. You can't let that take over.
I'm sad that Gator thought that this was like an opponent and not a friend.
The shoes are her size.
Oh gosh. Gator, you want to try one on for a new pair of shoes? Put my feet. Want to wear a new pair of shoes on one of your feet? Gator, which foot you want? We did have to get her, well, I gotta be honest, we did have to get her a rain jacket and rain boots for Nashville coming up, because it's about to be a big storm. And if it floods, you could probably just put her on half a peanut shell and she would just float. Oh my gosh, and she would just float down the road and we would dub her to you again. Just be floating a little peanut shell.
Like Marcella Show.
Oh my gosh, you'll be able to make a little raft out of peanut shells and get out of there.
That's your friend, buddy. Say hi. It's your new friend.
Oh, that was a fun kind of voice.
Oh, because my throat's almost out.
Hi, Gator. Say goodnight. That's your new brother.
Hold on, how are you doing that?
I don't know. I don't know, but it really hurts. Hi, Gator. You can sleep on a leaf. A leaf is the size of a bed. It's so ugly. It's so horrible.
Reed, are you cool with? By the way, are you cool with me opening this, or like, do we need to keep it shut? Like a.
Please, by all means. Okay.
We already got the stems, so this is all secondary. Yeah. I'll get the box for you because we know you like keeping all that other stuff with it too. Yeah, room for
It
you.
does devalue it a little bit, but
We didn't hope that we fucking left the box in half. Yeah, the box we really.
are you kidding?
Yes. Hold on. She already wants to try it on. No, it smells like a new shoe. How do they do that? It does.
It smells really good. If I shrunk, dare I say it, I could probably wear this as a shoe for real.
I know. Would you? Yeah. Would you wear those?
Oh, it smells like leather. I just bought some leather soap at HEB yesterday. I'm gonna smell like beef tallow. Oh,
White leather soap for your body.
yeah.
Oh, that's cool. It smells good.
It just smells like leather, like it's soap. It's leather scented soap.
Damn, that's cool. What is it? Like a brown color?
It's gray. It's not the most pretty color, but it smells. I mean, it smells like the saddle room in my mom's barn.
Oh my gosh. Well, that sounds exciting. Have you seen that?
You know, but it was smelling like crazy in the aisles yesterday.
That's like the best part
to go to the freaking grocery stores, being able to smell the stuff inside. Sometimes I'll just do little random immunity shots too. I'll just do ginger and turmeric. I'll just do all kinds of health stuff. They're all,
and then put them back in some other part of the freezer section or something.
yeah, just put it like behind like the old bread rockers or something.
Well, don't God.
I do. I'm gonna try to catch me. I got a cyanide capsule in my fucking back tooth. I'll just snap it, go to heaven. I got nothing.
God. So like Vizamio, but instead of crack cocaine, it's a cyanide capsule. I wonder how she's doing. I shouldn't even bring her up. Wait, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Wait, she has crack in her lead.
She had crack in her tooth. Is that what you're talking about?
She had a piece of crack inside a hole in her teeth.
Yeah.
And it was the size of her pinky nail, and she got 20 years.
Yeah, 3 strikes, you're out.
And she probably just needed rehab.
Yeah, and then
Not 20.
Yeah, she was on episode 7. Yeah, she had.
She's been asking when we should have her back.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So you haven't been. Yeah. We need to have her. What episode are we on now?
200?
Yeah. Oh, really?
Maybe we'll have her back for 300.
What is it? I honestly don't even know. What is it?
This is gonna be 175. I want to say.
175, and you didn't even warn us it was going to be the 175th episode?
I might be wrong. It might be 176.
So we already missed the 100. So it was last time.
Even worse news.
That's worse. That's like a big one. I'm sorry.
I'm about to pancake your ass, dude.
Don't please don't pancake me.
I watched that and I would kind of cheer.
I'm so close to truck stick here.
I don't know what that means even.
Well, that's a good thing because it's going to be a giant surprise, I'm sure.
Yeah, William's gonna drop a $5 bill and he's gonna say, "Oh shit, grab my hands are full. You pick that up. You're gonna pick it up. I'm just gonna fucking potato your sack your ass."
I think we're fucking around today. We're not.
We can make this 175.
Yeah, you better delete an old one.
You want me to
Just delete something and then just get rid of one. Yeah, so this will be 175. You're just going to find something to delete.
Okay. Yeah, just delete one of the ones where I look tired.
And then we'll bring her back episode 200.
Yeah, maybe she could be on 200.
As the patron.
Anniversary.
Well, I started getting scared when she was talking about how her husband was one to us, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And some drunk I thought, "Oh my gosh, this guy's gonna get me." But Miss Amio, I hope you're well. I haven't seen your ass in a long time, but I hope all is well.
That's true. I haven't seen her.
I feel like I used to see her all the time.
What are you supposed to mean by that?
Yeah,
What are you insinuating?
I was trying to downgrade back to this backdrop.
No, bring it back to Disney. Bring it back down to earth.
downgrade. Yeah, where you use that terminology, where you say downgrade to Disney. It's like, what? Casey was so sweet, brought us all Disney stuff. You're like, yeah, I'm going to downgrade to Disney now.
Because he didn't get the goofy shoe.
Yeah, because you got the wrong shit, because Casey got you the wrong shoe. And he's going to help that.
I feel like he knows what he did.
I could have bought 6 different shoes, 2 ways to Tuesday. You still look at the drawer. You still couldn't have got a goofy.
Yeah, you might have gotten 6 6 of these, and then you would have, well, I don't know how you would have felt after that.
I would have tried to throw a punch and I would have caught it.
Yeah, and then I would drop in another $5 bill saying, you need to pick this up, please. And then
You fall for it again, thank God. So I get to pancake your ass a second time.
but then I got to really catch him because it's like his head was about to hit something hard. So I couldn't allow his head to the side of the desk.
He's going right over the end of the table. We got to baby proof this room, okay? Sometimes there's a lot of chords. There's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I bumped my noggin. I'm feeling a little titular.
Really? Did you hear that, Grant? Are y'all going to be able to even? Mike's office looks a little better. They got the leaves out, I think.
It's good.
We do got leaves there. It's a little bit more padded.
It's a little more padded.
Yeah, but you guys already signed that waiver, so.
Oh, we didn't sign shit. But I don't know why you're up. Yeah, I didn't sign anything.
If I did, I use my fake name.
I got your signatures.
Well, whatever. You know what I would put this in? The Indian in the cupboard. If I could put something in that, then it'd be like a real, because this is like a real shoe. It's like if you put this thing in the Indian in the cupboard, Native American turning leather or something, you know what I mean? It's turning into a shoe.
Oh, for sure, Native American in the cupboard. But
Yes,
and here's definitely, I wouldn't know. There's an open rumble that's happening here in the studio right now. Alright, so you put this in that cupboard and it would become just a size 10 and a half fucking Air Force One.
yes, I think it would go. I know it does somehow smell. It's very surprising. It somehow does smell. The Indian in the cupboard. Okay, that's just another cover.
Yeah, so the resolution.
It smells so good. I don't even know if I can take. I kind of want to wear it as a mustache all day. And now, oh my gosh, get some of the silly bunny stuff or something. Put it on some of that, and then some on your face, and then you can have it. God, Indian in the ref cupboard. Where my 90s kids now. I know you would not want to get stuck. The Native American guy in the cupboard.
I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what the Indian fella would have wanted that Grant. Come on.
And then also, Grant, I don't know if you remember the moral of that story, because he ends up putting a Darth Vader in there, and it comes alive too.
Yeah, I know. Have you ever thought about that? That's crazy.
What would the shoe do?
What if you put the shoe in there?
Yeah, if I go with big ass human shoe, dumbass.
Yeah, but a miniature shoe, because normally it's just regular size stuff. It goes in like a toy size, and it comes out in toy size, but it's a little shoe. Coming out regular size.
It could even have like a mouth. We don't know quite, but it could anthropomorphize.
Yeah, but not too smart, but kind of smart. Like you don't have to worry about it, but it's like it's pretty smart for a little shoe.
For sure. It's smarter than a shoe would be otherwise. We'll say that.
Oh, and maybe the mouth can be like this front part, like it opens up, like you got a busted shoe.
I would only assume that the mouth would not be the top, because that would be kind of
Yeah, no way it's that. God, there was this guy when I freaking was working in Wyoming who he always had to put the shoe people.
I can't even look at them. I can't even look at them.
It's hard to really characterize it,
Alright, I'm
but
looking at them.
Well, it's so weird this came up because next week on that show, it's the Power Rangers. It sounds like it was a disaster on the Power Rangers on the show about the actors, and the next week it is the shoe people. So it's so weird that you did the shoe people up here. Yeah, that's after the Power Rangers. God, it's showing the Power Rangers when it's like showing a sword, and it's like, yeah, he stuck them all the way through, and then the girls getting thrown out of the car, and then other people dying. It's like, come on, let me just enjoy Power Rangers.
Is nothing sacred.
Yeah, it's like the dude from Seventh Heaven. It's like, okay, I get it. It's horrible, but let me enjoy Seventh Heaven.
I know. He points out a lot of good lessons. Did a lot of bad things.
You guys want to know something cool about the shoe people? This was the first Western TV series to be shown in the Soviet Union. Yeah, no shit.
Russians would be all over this. The shoe, though. The shoe is friend. So scary. Fuck that.
Yeah, they're probably watching this right now on their cell phones, and the freaking foxholes by the Ukrainians is probably still a whole bunch of shoe people.
This is probably the Muppets to Russians. This is like famous.
And again, that's why it's going to be so controversial when it comes out in a couple of weeks, that episode. Yeah, the guy, a couple of the shoes, they don't know where they are. The guy that created it, they don't know where he is.
Curb stompings.
Yeah, curb stompings. One of the other people, they don't know where they are. It's like they can't find anybody to even do the show, so I don't even know what they're going to do.
So most of the Jew people just gathering are missing. They're straight up missing.
They are missing. They're gone. So I don't even know what's going to happen.
These are shoe you would love. One shoe is blue, the other one is green. He's good for children to teach lessons.
Oh my gosh, they have the country guy with one tooth up there. Kind of by your head when he has that looks like a country guy.
Strategic grab?
Oh, what'd you do, Casey, like that?
You trying to say I'm a hillbilly pumpkin?
Here's another one of you.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's a cool one. Damn.
That's actually the coolest shoe yet. That's actually really cool. Is he in a bowling alley? I love that.
No, what he's doing through the sheet. Yeah, it looks like he is in a bowling alley, like an outdoor bowling alley. That's where a lot of the episodes were. They all worked at that outdoor bowling alley.
He has the shoe that go bowling balls like Jesus. So cool.
Yeah, and it was always good, but it was always rainy. So they always had to be like, okay, don't throw any more bowling balls. It's like gonna holes in there. Yeah, I mean, there's mud everywhere, so let's not do that. And that's where all the hijinks, everybody mess around. Like, how are we gonna try this mud?
Yeah, come on, Dad, blow on it really hard.
That's all good. I know, that's hilarious. But it's like, hold on, how are we even gonna try this stuff? And then the one guy's blowing on it, and you're thinking, that's gonna take forever.
Yeah, I think that would take a matter of weeks, my boy.
Yeah, I mean, that little ass mouth you got, I mean, it's not even gonna work, dude.
So that's an interesting, like, chicken or the egg, like, how would a horse wear pants type situation? How would a shoe have a face? So apparently the face is at the very top.
Trampy. And that's not Trampy. The guy, yeah, James Driscoll. Gosh.
Trampling. That's when the clown went to heaven. It was on the freaking Lockerbie. I think he was in the Lockerbie. The plane that went down. Yeah, it was a part of Operation Desert Storm. Had a lot of stuff happen after that.
I was starting to watch that last night. I still don't know who did the Lockerbie bombing. It's sounding like maybe some Libyans or something.
I know. Well, it's a coin toss.
They still don't know.
They still don't know. Gosh, could have been some sort of expat, deep state CIA double cross, but
the poor guy that went outside of his house and turned his lantern on and then sees the girl on his bushes with one shoe on and one shoe off. And that's what he'll always remember. Yeah.
she got blown out of a plane.
Yeah, I got blown the fuck up out of a plane, and then one shoe stayed on, and one shoe fell off, and that's what he'll always remember. It's messed up.
I don't even want to say this because this is like kind of disrespectful to the victims, but I have always felt for most of my life, if I were to jump out of a plane and touch my back and realize, oh shit, I don't have a parachute, yeah, at the last second, I would bring my body in really tight and try to bring my arms as close together to create drag, and I would perfectly, I would slide on my feet, and I would right when you hit the ground, you're in right before you catch that upwind. So it's basically like this, falling, extend body, upwind. It seems like it would create some upwind, and then you're hitting the ground right then, and it's perfect. But there should be a bunch of skid marks where your feet were.
Damn. You gotta make sure you hit the timing right on that stuff, dude. Because I watched a video last night, kind of late, and it was some dude jumping from 4 stories up into a swimming pool that was like 6 feet deep. And he goes in, and then you see like blood at the end.
Oh no, something happened to his legs. Why are you looking at me like that, Gator?
Gator, don't be mad at him for getting you the toy you fit. Gator, you're ready to get another toy.
You gotta warm up to it, Goofy. I'm sorry, you're not Goofy, you're Gator.
Gator, your name ain't even Goofy.
And Western Ukraine.
Gator, I got a sweet little toy
is for me.
That's what I say all the time to her.
For me.
Yes, I mean,
I don't think Gator likes things without his Gator. Look, it's going away.
She loves toys. She's just acting shy.
Yeah, she's acting shy.
she said she didn't even want to be in front of the camera today. And the thing is, but we really don't care no more.
Wow, I hope you enjoy your trip.
It's at a frequency that's too low for dogs to hear.
Hi, I'm actually your brother, Carly.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of a dog whistle. It's just, no one's can hear you talk.
What is that? Who's there?
It's me, your little brother. She don't even get it.
I should give a fuck about
Is
piss.
that how Caesar Million sounds? The other Million was that his name, the dog whisperer?
Yeah.
Is that how he sounds?
To dogs.
Wait, there's no way that's how he sounds to dogs. Can't even understand him.
No. Yeah, it's on a different frequency.
Yeah, he does.
Call up Caesar Million, shirtless or something.
Let's see if it exists. Is he related to Judge Million? Never even thought about that before.
They look the same.
It could be a brother.
Maybe.
It could be a brother. I don't know.
Showbiz family.
I'm not sure if this is the same guy.
I wonder how he got a show. Like, did he go to producers and say, like, hey, I'm so good at training dogs, you have to believe me?
He must have been. And just like the woman, the Long Island medium woman. Yeah, who said I'm able to get in people's heads and read people's thoughts. Give me a show.
Give me a shot.
Here's him from The Sims. If that helps, shirtless.
I see it.
There's a special Million version of The Sims that came out.
Yeah, Million.
The Sims Meme House Edition.
I think it was in the Cats and Dogs pack.
Cats and Dogs pack.
Wait, you remember that movie, Cats and Dogs, where the dog, you know what I'm talking about?
That's versus dogs.
Like a crazy.
I didn't like picking sides.
Yeah, they get this up like they're like international super spies, but they're cats and dogs, right? Or am I thinking Baby Geniuses or Big Girls?
Probably the same.
I think it was a very similar thing. That's why they got in trouble.
Yeah, so they're like basically international super spies, and they're mortal sworn enemies, but they get together against a common.
And so
The Revenge of Kitty Galore. What is that? Are there two different ones? They made two of those?
Yeah, I believe that's the original one and the sequel.
I wonder how much those animal actors were making.
Right, it's
Yeah, it's probably nothing good. It's like really sad. I'm sorry, Garrett. I didn't even mean to bring that up. I'm just thinking about her kissing me earlier, not to bring it back.
And that's
Immediately smelling and like tasting shit. And realizing it's from the cow penis. Why do cow penises stink like that? That's all I'm seriously. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Dogs love stinky stuff. They love to eat like putrid smell, like they love like rotten things.
I know. If you were a dog, you think you would too.
If I was a dog, I think my number one food would probably be toenails.
Nasty.
Number two would probably be like the lower part of a root. Like I'd be digging up tree stumps and eating the stinky parts.
Oh, nice.
Full of grub worms.
And that'd probably be good for your tummy.
Like Simone and Pumbaa. Remember when Pumbaa eats those big juicy bugs and they kind of look kind of good?
Yes.
So
Oh my gosh. And then Survivor messed
When
it
they
all
do
up.
it in real life, it ain't the same.
Yeah, it looks horrible on
Yeah,
Survivor. They had to stop doing it on Survivor.
Makes people too sick.
Really, they stopped making me bugs.
Yeah, you don't have to do that no more.
The big stinky grub worms, the big fat ones.
Yeah, not allowed. I know, it looks like it'd be yummy. Especially if you're real hungry.
Yeah, like a big marshmallow.
And that's where you can think it would probably help you. They could be like, oh my gosh, what is this freaking marshmallow? Y'all got more of these things? I'm kind of starving. I need more of these.
Make a s'more with a grub worm, a beetle, and a piece of bark.
We need to do that. Maybe that, again, it's beginning of quarter 2. Maybe we need to think about that for a Shark Tank thing. Sure. Seriously, we gotta get on Shark Tank somehow.
I'm down to pitch basically anything.
We gotta figure it out. Hey, Grant, are you gonna be game?
Yeah, are we eating
You think
bugs?
Michael let your ass out of here some?
I think so.
We might have to be on the road some doing that. It's not. I'm going to let your ass get out of here.
It's not a one-day thing, dude. This is like several weeks, probably.
Wait, this is Shark Tank?
Yeah, like us preparing for Shark Tank. We're going to get everything together. We might
Why do
have
you
to
have to
fly to
be up
another
the
country.
Well, we gotta go to like road shows. We gotta pitch it to Lowe's and Home Depot.
Oh,
My dad does it all the time. Trust me.
Grant, we already know kind of what's going on. Seriously.
I didn't realize you guys have an in. I'm down.
I have an LLC, Grant. I'm basically a businessman as it is. It's called Riff Rascal Inc.
Okay.
It's a tax haven.
Set it up down in the Bahamas or somewhere. Or,
Yeah, Turtsigega. Yeah.
in Liechtenstein. I had to set one up in Liechtenstein.
Really?
Yeah. Super weird people over there, dude. Super. But Grant, that's it. That's what we're going to have to be doing. We're going to have to be traveling around.
Sure.
I am down. I'm down to do this.
What about your kids, dude?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
We're fine.
I mean, they're fine.
No, you need them.
Not without their dad. They're
People
not.
always use their kids to pitch their Shark Tank, and it works.
Oh, we gonna put them to work?
For the TV camera, yeah.
Would they be willing?
I mean,
Like, there will be blood. He's got to have his little son with him.
This is my son, HW.
they won't have a choice in the matter. I mean, if we need them for the business, we need them for the business.
People love kids. We need them.
That could be helpful. Grant goes,
This is my daughter, Audrey. And my other daughter, Skylar.
We go into these fucking places. You're gonna have to act more excited though sometimes, Grant, because it's like gonna kill us. We go to if we get our foot in the door in a Home Depot, and your ass, we like literally open up the door, and you're saying that kind of shit,
Dude,
you're gonna mess us up.
we're dead in the water, too.
Yeah, they're gonna be like,
Skylar
what
and
is he
Audrey,
saying?
we got this.
Hi, this is Skylar and Audrey. I bet you're wondering what they're wearing. Toboggans.
And they're just looking at each other like, what is he talking? Yeah.
Don't ask any questions. We gotta try to save face.
Yeah, you're just finding out what your daughters are wearing.
It's damage control at this point.
It's like we finally get into fucking Home Depot, we finally get into Lowe's, and it's like, what? Why?
No, this is not what we planned.
Yeah, we're so sorry.
Please understand. Let's come back next week, please. We'll have a whole nother presentation. I beg of you. Please, Mr. Wonderful. Please. Please, Damon.
That's your guys' part?
Yeah. Please, we're on our knees. Please, Mark Cuban. Please. Please, Damon. We'll do anything.
And what is the
Lori.
no, what's the older lady's name?
Barbara.
Barbara. Please, Barbara.
Please, Bob.
Please, Barbara.
I bit my tongue in the parking lot. I wasn't even going to come in here. It's always good to make up some ailment. That's where the Munchausen comes in.
Yeah, people immediately are like, oh my gosh, how's he even talking? He bit his tongue in the parking lot? How's he even talking? This guy means business.
I nearly bit it clean off, Barb. I swear to God.
Yikes. I am not liking this.
No,
What
it's
is this?
a little bit CGI, and that looks like Dr. Phibb in the middle.
Yeah, what?
I hate that shit.
And Barbara, if you're watching this, we've gotten hints that you do watch this maybe, but Barbara, if you are watching this, tell them to do it down a little bit on your face during the episode, because it looks like you're a ghost or something. Like, it looks like she's a ghost.
Too much beauty filter.
Yeah, you're right.
Her beauty filter, Barbara, please listen to us. You look older than you think you look, okay? You're making yourself look way older, Barbara, but we love you. We love what you've done.
I hate to say this, Grant, because this was supposed to be your present, but this might just be $1 million Shark Tank.
I mean, fair enough.
Look at
Wait,
that.
does your whole finger fit
So
in that?
it's basically an Opticus illusion. Grant, it's basically an Atticus Finch. You're going to want to zoom in on this. It looks like the finger should stop, right? Right?
It sure looks like you have half of a finger right now.
It should keep going.
Yes.
Shocked or horny? Let the truth decide.
Wait, what? Seriously though, what happened to your pinky finger?
William, that's where the cash comes in. Interested in investing?
Wait, you're telling me your whole pinky finger was in there and it...
Be my guest. How about you try? I bet you think, hey, my finger's way too big to fit in this thing. You're going to be pleasantly surprised.
Whoa!
I just learned that just from messing around with it.
Mom, I'm sorry I wasn't careful earlier at the factory.
And she's like, what? Then I'm like, wait, look. April 5th, bitch. Get some sleep, bitch. Yeah, go back to bed, bitch. We know your ass sleeping in there.
Oh, yeah.
But
oh my gosh!
If an idiot like me, a total numbskull, arguably a knuckle dragger, could
stop. What possessed you to say that, Casey? Gosh.
But if I can figure
great idea!
out in a matter of seconds. Imagine what our nation's elite could do with this in a matter of months.
Think about it.
If it took me a couple seconds to figure this out, imagine what we would do in a couple months.
Seriously, and we need help right now. Seriously, America needs help right now. We need shit like this.
I reps my capes.
I eat my crepes. Wait, what did you? I rest my capes.
I reps my capes.
That's a funny thing to say after.
It's kind of a new little thing I've been getting.
Oh
that
my
could be Shark Tank too.
Yeah. I have some things. Maybe you've heard of certain sayings before. Well, I'm kind of putting a twist on them.
I'm looking for $10,000 for 100% stake in all these new words I've made. I reps my case. Good mibbus. Where's the ribbus?
Yeah, I can't. Damn. I can't even think of it. Damn. We're going to need your ass up there. You got to commandeer that one, Casey. I can be behind you. I can be, or whatever. Maybe you don't even want me up there, but I could not do that one. You're really going to have to. Maybe I can learn, though.
Trust me, man. Couple weeks in my house, you sleeping on the couch, me staying up late watching movies. You're going to be.
I can get it.
You're in the clear.
Okay.
You're going to do just fine, my man.
And Gator could come.
Gator's coming too. Gator can live in the bathtub like we found an anaconda.
Oh my gosh, yeah, little baby anaconda. We could act like she's a little snake in there, but she's actually just a little dog. Give her little frozen rats. But then she wouldn't eat them. She would need a dog food, not a rat, because she couldn't even eat one.
She's turned into the most beautiful dog. She really is quite gorgeous.
And she's sweet looking. She is. Well, we got to get her haircut. What are you looking at?
I know she's getting into kind of a staring mood. I think she might be barred out.
Gator. Gave her a bunch of chocolate earlier. It's like catnip for dogs, chocolate.
She likes it.
Makes them a little loopy because they're getting really sick.
Yikes, Grant, come on, man. Dude. You know we're going to Thailand in a couple weeks. We don't want to be seeing this kind of crap, dude.
I know. We're going to the Serengeti and we're going to Bangkok.
Yes, and it's going to be fun. Taking a cruise.
We're doing karaoke classes.
They're letting us teach some stuff on the boat. It'll be fun.
Yeah, the whole boat ride over. We're taking a boat from Miami to Bangkok, so.
Yes, have to travel down South America.
Mm-hmm. Down the coast. They call it the Gold Coast, Grant.
Yep. Oh, we're going to be out for 50 days. That's why we're banking these episodes right now. We're going to be gone for 50 days.
We are gone, from the end of April until the beginning of July, so it's quite a while.
Yeah, it's a couple months, but sometimes you gotta discover yourself sometimes. You gotta figure things out sometimes.
I need some air. I don't know about you guys, but ever since COVID, I feel like I need some air.
Yeah, my gosh, wearing those masks, it's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't even breathe. But now sometimes somebody's sick behind me on an airplane or something, I'm thinking, where's your fucking mask, you piece of shit? I don't want you're coughing on. It's like, now you wear a mask, motherfucker. What's going on?
Or else.
Yeah, or else I'm turning around and you're not gonna like what you see.
Back when I was a kid, doctors only prescribed one form of medicine, the left or the right.
Damn. And then you hit him with the combo, or yeah, boop boop boop. And then
In this truck, I only write one prescription.
that would be a good little thing you could put on your car.
Yeah.
In this truck, I have, what was it? What did you say? In this truck, I write run prescription, and then a guy holding a gun.
It's a guy holding a gun. And then it says free refills, unlimited.
So he's got ammo. You do not want to get into a road rage incident with that guy.
I'll pop your tires and pop your brain out your freaking dome. Turn your egg to yolk, like Rio the Young OG.
Grant, would you be cool in a situation like that?
No.
How would you? What do you mean?
I'd be scared. It's intimidating.
Well, you'd be able to keep on driving, right? If we needed you to keep on driving, you'd be able to keep on driving, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, good.
Yeah, we need somebody who's driving.
We need a driver.
Yes, we need somebody literally who's driving.
I can drive.
You better, dude. I'll kick your ass out in Albuquerque so fast your head would hang spin.
Okay, well then I'm really
Yeah,
gonna
then
drive.
we're taking your Corvette. We're leaving you in the deserts of New Mexico and taking the Corvette. It's like a Gabby Petito part 2 on your ass.
Dude, we are petitoing your ass so hard. I've actually been petitioning the court to petito your ass.
Yeah, and they're gonna do it. So
It's looking promising.
yeah.
Please don't petito me.
You don't got a say in the matter.
I'll drive well.
Yeah, nobody's. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna blow. Y'all's record ATX is gonna go through the roof. Y'all stock is gonna. Everything's gonna go up. They're gonna be like, wait, isn't this where he worked? And everybody's gonna like come by and look at your office and be like, holy shit, this is where Grant was. This is where he used to work.
I suppose that's a silver lining.
Your handprints are in the concrete outside when y'all broke ground on this place.
Mike better be cool and let that happen.
Is this still the Shark Tank thing, or is it?
We are so far from that now, Grant. We are in a different league.
Yeah. We're talking about he needs to be cool with you putting your hands in the cement when they redo the cement out there.
Oh, okay.
And you'd be able to write your name as like a little stick that says Grant. Or whatever, or Gigi, or whatever you want to put on there.
We are going to pay the $50,000 to get your name on the Hollywood Hall of Fame.
What?
Not the Walk of Fame. Notice I said Hall of Fame.
Yes, the Hall of Fame.
It's actually in Burbank.
Yes, it's in a museum in Burbank. It's a bunch of names on a wall. We're going to be willing to pay $50,000 for that. If you drive us. If you drive us, we will do that.
My license is suspended, GG.
I mean, I'll do it. I appreciate it.
God, and I still got to call the freaking police department and see about my ticket. That I don't know. I got the new license plate, and I got to figure that shit out. I don't even know what the fuck to do anymore. It's like, there's a cop behind me last night when I was driving up to the gas station, and I freaking almost froze up. I almost just pulled over and let him pass, but I was like, that's probably way more sketchy.
Sure. Or just pull out, pop trunk on his ass and just start.
Yeah.
Just spray it. It's like the North Hollywood shootout in this motherfucker. Hate in the streets.
And rest in peace, Val Kilmer.
That's absolutely right. From Heat. He died.
He's dead.
Died from being a piece of shit.
Yeah, after Batman. Everybody hated his ass after Batman.
But he was a notoriously rude guy. He seemed to have turned his life around as he got older. But
when he was dying, which is sad.
Yeah, he got throat cancer. Yeah, that's why he turned his life around. He couldn't run his mouth anymore.
Yeah, you gotta be real nice when you can't talk. Because you can't really defend yourself as good when you can't talk.
Yeah. No, it was divine. No, I don't know. I don't know the guy. But he's wonderful in Tombstone. That's one of my favorite movies. Him as Doc Holliday's. Oh, he's so good.
I need to see that. I don't think I've ever seen it. Tombstone. Now I like some Western movies, though.
Oh, it's so good. It's like the best Western ever. It's corny in all the right places.
I thought City Slickers was the best Western.
To some. On IMDb, he's dying. He's Doc Holliday's Wyatt Earp's best friend, and everyone speaks in one-liners. It's the best movie.
He's dying
He looks
here.
sick. He
He has
looks great.
tuberculosis, and he's also an alcoholic and a drug addict. And like the real Doc Holliday was, who is also a dentist in addition to an outlaw gunman.
And you got to be careful with dentists because I think they still have the highest instances of suicides amongst professionals.
You gotta be nice to your dentist, or else he might not show up for your next appointment.
Yeah, you might have to look for another dentist, and nobody likes doing that.
No. He goes, I'm your Huckleberry. He goes, why, James, if you weren't my best friend, I don't know how I could manage.
And then he dies. This is one of the lines he says.
He says all kinds of stuff. Yeah. He goes, Johnny Ringo, you look like you just seen a ghost.
Remember, Grant?
Yeah, you've seen it.
Yeah, I got to see it.
It's so good.
Yeah.
He goes, Kate, you're not wearing a bustle. All right, we're done.
You're not wearing a what?
A bustle's like an undergarment, like an old-timey lady undergarment. And he's got this sexy Latvian girlfriend. You remember Grant?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He met her out west somewhere?
Well, it's just his girlfriend from the start of the movie, and she jumps on a horse, and he goes, well, that's why you're not wearing a bustle.
She's able to jump on the horse and get going?
That's why she's not wearing panties. She's a freak.
Damn.
She's not in the rest of the movie. We don't know what happens to her, but she's so hot.
GG. And that's it. So she wasn't wearing one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
She's just getting up on that horse. Ride that pony. Wait, what was that? Was that song? There's something, a song where they're saying ride the pony or something?
I don't know.
By Genuine?
Yeah, Genuine maybe? Can you
Yeah.
sing that, Grant?
I can play it for you.
Are we going to get a copyright strike?
Yeah, we could have. It's like with the most exciting thing that ever happens. You get we get the surgery of your finger, and it's like you got to blur it out or something. It's like,
I know.
that was a gut punch.
I'm sorry.
That was so unmotivated.
Yeah, it's like we're about to go viral off a grand fucking piece of wood in his hand, and then it's like the night before the episode's released, it's like, oh, sorry guys, we gotta edit it out.
There, right.
This is a pretty big blur, wasn't it?
I guess.
Yeah, it was massive.
Life's a big blur. Yeah, I know.
Wow.
It's fine, so, but I know it's flying these days.
You think we'll get pinned by the Genuine pony if I played it?
By the Genuine people, I don't know.
Is
I don't know
Genuine
if they're gonna be
reps?
looking out for it.
I mean, what is it? I thought, no, man, hey, we're probably gonna get a fucking copyright strike. He's doing it anyway.
Yeah, no,
He's doing it
no,
anyway.
Grant, no, we're not
Please.
kidding.
Oh my god, I
Wait.
muted it.
What do you mean you muted it?
Yeah, we
Go
heard
for them?
Yeah, well, no, for you guys.
Well, then what was I just hearing?
Yeah, we heard something for
That's like that music video. I'm wondering how long it takes before the music actually starts playing.
Was that like a Home for the Holidays Hallmark ad? I heard a class break.
Yeah, what was that?
Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh.
I think I can play just a few seconds and I gotta get rid of it.
So that's what I was picturing when that lady gets up there without the bustle on. And then that song just starts playing. That would be cool.
That's hot. Yeah. Well, I wish I lived in old times when my teeth were rotten and my body was dying.
I know, no indoor bathrooms or anything.
Everybody pooped in the same place and it's full of snakes.
Everybody pooping where their dog poops.
Everybody pooping where they do go now.
Well, Casey, be very,
Going out on that note. Felt good. I knew I was going to put a pin in this episode. Put a bow on it.
Casey, I was just going to say, though, you have to be so careful in Australia, okay? Have a wonderful time.
I will. Grant, before we go, pull up a picture of the huntsman spider. Because Australia has a foot-long spider. It's the biggest spider in the world.
You gonna find one?
I'm going to find one. I'm going to put it in a Ziploc. I'm going to seal it shut. I'm going to put it under Red Band's pillow. Yeah, you need to. You need to. No, I'm going to put a little collar on it. Walk it in the stewed. They're huge. They get like a foot long. They're fucking disgusting. I'm going to try to find one.
Gosh. Well, be careful. I saw a video the other day of somebody like turning on a light in a bedroom, and one of those things is up in the corner, and it makes me want to die inside. It's so horrible looking.
I know.
And be careful if you get in the ocean too. There's shark attacks.
Well, I guess I won't be having any fun right now. Can't even have a couple pints with my lads and have some F that. Well, thank you for the well wishes. I love you guys. We're going to be back better than ever at the start of Q2.
Yes.
Which is now.
We're here at Q2.
KCRocketComedy.com. I'm going to Philly. I'm going to Toronto. I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'm going to all kinds of places.
And follow me on Instagram. I post stuff on there, kind of. All right. Thank you. And we do have to thank our mercenaries. Grant's Worst Nightmare, Hurley at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs. I poisoned his Big Mac. Jenny J. Jess. Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, the Doctor's Son, Captain Chaos, Casey's Mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Lil Miss Becky, Nice Wizard, Nissan Pappy, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Shinny Shinikaya from the Big Island, Satrack and Sergio, Shiva, Stephen Ford, Facebook group, The Gaming Crooner, The Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Whiplash Marginson, Ashley Belfield, Beef, We Hope You're Being Careful, Ben Hashin, Bobby Beltman, Brendan Riley, Bryce Scar, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry Harry, Do All Uncles Kiss on the Lips? No. Dova King, Dr. B. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Gator's Godmother, Goldie Mae Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to thewilliammontgomeryshow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh, who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
It's a modified license where you have to practice under a licensed attorney, and you're not allowed to do that, right?
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Dickens Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
So cool. Yeah, this is kind of a pretty background. He was scaring us yesterday. We did one yesterday, and he was scaring us with the backgrounds. It was like, it's fucking...
Yeah, he had us running. He had us on our hind legs.
Yeah, this is good. He was very peaceful. We got the little baby deer in the back. It looks like a baby. That's not a grown one yet.
It's at least adolescent.
Yeah, for sure.
It's adolescent. That is freaking Grant's backyard, Chappelle.
Oh, it is?
He does these weird things where he feeds the deer and they all come up, and then he gets his iPhone out and he tags it as like iPhone whatever. What is the current iPhone, Grant?
16?
Yeah, he goes. He's like hashtag iPhone 16.
Taken by iPhone Pro, filmed on iPhone.
Yeah.
So sick.
Gosh, you make me feel like I'm built like a fucking pro athlete. Goddamn.
Maybe I had you move a little bit
Did
too
he scoot
forward.
back?
You can't scoot back.
No, we're gonna keep it like that. No, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I need to look
I
big.
feel like our chairs are smaller. I feel like your chair.
You're taller than me.
It's gotta be the chair.
It's fine.
Yeah, we're in big man territory.
Yeah,
We're on big man turf.
yeah, we sure are. And we can keep it that way. It's totally fine.
It's big boy hour.
Yeah,
It's big boy hour.
I feel like, Grant, what is up with the chair, though? Haven't we had it where it's all level chairs?
I can go switch the chair.
I'm sorry,
I'm throwing things off here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it in post, we don't have to mess with the chair. And Chappelle, unless if Mr.
Yeah. Plus, you got me in this fucking field, right? As a black man.
Get him out of
And I got 2 white guys.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Grant, we're starting off rocky today. What is going on, dude?
Tensions are high. This isn't one of your iPhone videos anymore.
Yeah.
We're not in your fucking backyard.
At first, I was loving the field. Now I just feel like, no, I love it. I love it. Don't keep the field. Keep the chair too.
Field stays.
We have to do it. We have to. I mean,
We got to do it. I mean, we've already started.
we already started.
Are you guys sure you don't want this?
I look how I look.
There we go. Whoa.
Do it in post.
Yeah, maybe in post. If
Is
we
that-
feel like
is that
after
too big?
we recorded, then you could.
We got a little.
I don't know about that, G.
Yeah, Chappelle's way too small there. Dude. Hold on, Grant. Come on, man.
Let me adjust.
Wow, that's actually heavy. This is the edit. I'm so far behind in technology that I didn't know you could do this.
Oh, the science is there.
A little better.
Now we're talking
Now
Oh my God!
big boy hours.
yeah, now I'm on the coffee table.
Damn, Casey, stop doing it so fast. I can't even do it at all.
Clock's ticking, Grant.
Yeah, I love this.
Time is a flat circle.
There we go. We're back.
We're back. Yeah, we'll just have like
And it still looks as crazy as ever, I think.
yeah. That's fine.
Was this what it was originally?
This was the original.
Now I feel like I didn't know how good we had it.
Well, how do you guys feel about it? Are you guys?
I got a headache or something.
Yeah, I'm stressed.
Let me see if I can bring in the other chair.
Work's been nuts.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's... Seriously? Chappelle, do you know what his ass does at night?
What are you doing tonight?
You want to tell him?
I don't even know. All right, I'll talk about it a little bit.
It's not that bad.
I'm a part-time data analyst, and I've been staying up super late looking at all the quandaries.
And like Excel spreadsheets, it's like I never even learned how to do Excel spreadsheets because I had a couple classes.
Was there classes on Excel?
I've been coding.
I had one class in Excel, and I'm like, bitch, get this shit out of my face.
Yeah, get it out of my
I don't
face,
even
yeah.
get it. You're
No.
adding and subtracting by putting numbers in boxes.
Where'd you go to
Like,
college?
Well, I went to Georgia Southern, but most people, they see a computer, they run away from it. I run towards it.
Ooh.
I run towards the fire.
Wait, which one's Georgia Southern? That's
It's in Statesboro. It's by Savannah,
by Savannah.
South Georgia.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
That's where I'm at home. That's my pillow.
So
That's
you can
my
read. You
blanket.
can read all that stuff.
Oh yeah, code, binary.
And I mean, we're talking about multiple hidden layers on this freaking thing,
Now,
dude.
now,
I don't
how,
even
how,
get it.
How does one get there?
How would I get there on this? I'd
No,
probably
how
bypass
how did you get to?
where I am today? Great question. Well, a guy like me, and I've said this for years, I'm just as comfortable with a good book. So,
Yeah, you just gotta find what you're enjoying.
I love a reader.
I'm an avid reader.
I love a reader.
And is that so wrong?
No, I read a lot too. So, but I don't read books on coding. Mine's more self-help, so I don't go crazy.
Holy shit, some freaky's fucking going on.
Wow.
This reminds me of one of my data setups.
Yeah.
That was a
So how do you solve this one?
No, I'm not as good with people as I am with typing. So this is new.
Yeah, that's
for
right.
me.
Yeah.
We're doing a live switch.
I think Grant just wanted to show his finger on the camera because where he's going to show us the video, Chappelle, it sounds like of him literally getting surgery earlier today.
Don't poke my friend.
Surgery on a finger.
He was on. Yeah, he's on Dilaudid.
Yeah, he's on pills.
He's gone.
And he's on pills like frequently, but he's really on pills today.
He can barely stand.
Okay, this. Now let me know where you need me to adjust.
We had to do the needle like Pulp Fiction just to get him to turn the camera on.
Yeah, so thank you, Grant, for getting up. He was on the ground.
Grant, thank you for
He was literally on the ground in his office.
Yeah.
He just sits on the ground?
Yeah.
When he's faded.
He produces and sits on the ground. That's great at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he gets faded in there, and then he does all the drinks. If you notice, all the drinks were pretty well set today because yesterday it seemed like they were all It was like freaking
Free for all.
yeah, free for all. Helter Skelter.
I thought he was playing Jumanji in here yesterday. I walked in there.
But we love Jumanji.
Yes.
We love Jumanji.
Not real life.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Except at the, do you remember the name of the factory? We were actually, weirdly enough, talking about the factory in Jumanji yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you know it? Do you remember it by chance?
No.
The Pierce Shoe Factory. Wasn't it Pierce? Parrish. God, why do I always want to say Pierce on that fucking thing?
Hey, you know what I didn't realize about the Jumanji?
I'm sorry, I just always want to say Pierce.
Tensions are high.
Yeah.
Tensions are high. Emotions are boiling over. Grant's fucked up in the back. Wait, what were you saying?
Oh, what I didn't realize about Jumanji. I feel like a teacher. Don't worry, I'll wait. The dad in the beginning is the dude that's also like shooting at them.
The hunter, the British hunter.
Yeah, same guy. Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Holy shit.
I did not realize that.
And it's like, what does that mean? Was the director like trying to go for something there? Was there like, is there a hidden meaning behind that? I wonder. I don't get it.
It's a wink to the audience.
We could have been the Jumanji reboot. It could have been us.
Yeah, I'm David Spade.
Yeah. Was he the reboot?
Yeah, it was David Spade.
I don't think he was the reboot.
He's Robin
But
Williams.
you know, yeah. Look at it. Same.
It's close. See, that was originally supposed to be David Spade.
Yeah.
The guy on the left or right?
The right.
But I think he was doing SNL.
Yeah.
And Lorne Michaels wouldn't let him for contracting.
And I heard they really got him because he can grow out. A lot of people don't know this, but I think David Spade can grow out a hell of the mustache with the mutton chops because I think he has blonde hair. So
he does. Yeah.
Just like this.
Oh, yeah.
And David Spade is also from Arizona, just like me. So.
Oh no!
You see that? So
Really?
you see this correlation?
Bisbee.
He knows his Arizona cities.
Two right off the bat.
Right off the bat.
No one, deep cut ones.
Yeah, deep cut. No one comes swinging out the gate like that.
Come on.
Not on Arizona references.
And what also is the Grand Canyon? Isn't that Arizona?
Yes, the Grand Canyon is. Yeah, good job.
Tell me, Grant, what a pole.
Look.
Doesn't look exactly like him.
Yeah.
That's
Casey, that could have been you.
in a perfect world.
I don't know how old you are, Casey, but
Just old enough?
just old enough. Yeah, old enough for Jumanji. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm 30.
Okay, that's good.
It's good Jumanji age.
That's good Jumanji age. Yeah.
So you were probably, when were you born? What year were you born?
95.
95, and then it came out, right around. So you would have been just a little guy watching it.
Yeah, they brought me. I was fresh. My mom was still licking the stuff up.
And your birthday's in January?
Mm-hmm. How you know that?
Because he's also January.
Oh, yeah.
He's 3 days after me.
Everyone's January?
I'm January 23rd.
What?
I'm 9th.
And 26.
Grant, you're January what?
14th? No way.
Wait, really, Grant? Grant with the finger is January 14th.
Yeah. Grant with a finger?
Finger, Grant? Wow.
I didn't know you were calling me this.
Wow.
Hey, Grant, do you want to show, it sounded like you did have a picture or a video or something. Do you want to show us real quick what it looked like? And what did you, Grant tells me he has a sliver he got a sliver in his finger this morning. And I'm thinking, what is a sliver? And then he's talking about
I think
Splinter.
it's a song by it. Oh, got it.
Yeah, here, I'll put it up. Why did you need to do that? I got a sliver. Here's the sliver. And you had surgery
Yeah.
for it?
Right? They put you under for that?
That's a staple right
Are you kidding?
I'm kind of not kidding. I went to a friend of mine that's a legit surgeon, and she was like, okay, first we're going to inject you, and then she put a little rubber band tourniquet on here.
Oh.
She has a,
That looks kind of like my thing when I tie string on the end of the base of it.
Yeah. Is that a cock ring for me?
To get a couple extra inches.
Yeah.
Just balloon that thing. So cool.
Is that a balloon animal? Is that what that is?
So, Graham, what is this? Is this before or after surgery with the string on your finger?
That's right before. I have a video. I don't think I can put the video up, but I do have a. Here, I put this
So
guy
what
up.
is she doing?
Yeah.
Hold on, I don't understand. What's going on?
All of this behind this last picture is all all of the stuff she used to numb and then slice it open.
Wow. So how long were you on the operating table?
Oh man, it was like she realized she had to boil some additional tweezers, so I think it was about like 30 minutes.
You are sweet. You allowed that woman to do that because that looks like a ton of trash.
Yeah.
Is it on the ground? On your finger?
Yeah.
So much.
It's like a Jackson Pollock thing.
Seriously.
What is all that shit, Grant?
I think you could have done this yourself.
I tried doing it last night and I couldn't get it out. And then I was like, all right, maybe you can just cut this open for me. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna really go for it. And like, did a whole thing.
It's from Katana, doing the katana.
Yeah.
How did you get that?
Kendama.
Is it from his bathroom?
It is related to bathroom, yeah.
So you got a splinter in your bathroom?
It's renovated. It's all messed up.
So
Well, you got the wooden toilet. Okay. We're taking it back. We're taking it back to the
Yeah, it gets horrible mildew in it. It's like a weird design.
What's the kind of wood? What kind of wood is that wooden toilet?
it's just a soft balsa. That's why it went right through my finger.
Yeah, soft balsa.
Yeah. So your balls got stuck in the wooden toilet, and then it fucked up your finger, and you got surgery. Okay.
Could you imagine if that sliver got in your balls? That would be a bad place to get one of those.
Different story.
So Grant, you're saying that the piece of wood is in that middle picture above my head? I was picturing a thing sticking out, like jutting out of your finger, but it got in. That's the picture with the wood in it, correct?
Yeah, it was.
Is it the one over my head, Greg?
And over Casey's head. It's really not much. It wasn't.
So I'm the finished product.
Yeah. So Casey's. It's like right in when you get to the lady's house, and then
Step by step.
Yeah.
do you have a video of her tying off your finger?
No.
Because I would like to see.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand why the tying of the finger.
Why the tourniquet? Was there blood at all?
Yeah, it was to minimize how much bleeding.
It's just the upper dermis, right? The upper dermis.
Yeah, a little bit of the upper dermis, a little bit of mid dermis.
So I don't really understand that. Did she charge you money to do all this stuff to you?
No. It was free.
$50K.
You paid $50,000.
So how long was the ambulance ride?
Yeah.
That's what I want to
He's
know.
screaming like Requiem for a Dream. I'm
I
about to die.
I don't know. Is it too much to actually show graphic video on your show? Probably is, right?
I think it's okay. Is it
We
okay?
personally like it. We
Yeah.
don't know though.
Well, William loves gore.
Yeah. I mean,
Let's you just put trigger warning or something.
TR.
And Chappelle, by the way, Casey's only kind of kidding. There have been times in the past I have watched some pretty nasty videos. Well, I guess I do bring them up kind of frequently, but I don't really go out of my way too much.
But yeah, I can start watching some.
I'm okay.
They get stuck in your head. So you'll be having a conversation and you're like, what about that Egyptian guy that got eaten by that shark? Like, it's always a thought away.
Okay, fair enough. You're very correct. I was trying to defend myself. Totally, you're correct. It's all the time.
I watch
bring up a video.
I watch a lot of animals in the wild, like eating each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's like my favorite. Like wild dogs.
Yes.
They have the spotted wild dogs because they eat the things alive. They don't like lions and stuff. They like choke them out, make sure that then they'll eat. Whereas wild dogs, they'll just attack.
Oh.
Because they gotta eat fast because lions will come up and steal their food.
Yeah.
So they just eat it alive.
Because they're small. Because they're really sweet.
Yeah, there's blood everywhere.
Yeah, just gore and blood. God, I saw some horrible one recently of a freaking giraffe, and it just gotten born out of the mama giraffe, and I think it was a lion, and the lion killed the mama, I think, and then the baby's just by itself, and then it slowly drowns at the end of some river. Because they're like somehow, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm thinking, why didn't somebody help it? Because they must be on like a little van or something. I'm like, why can they? And it's slowly
Because that's
going back in the water, and then it finally drowns.
That's nature.
I know.
We can't control that. We have to let them exist that way.
I know, and it was so sad. It's like, dude, you got a long neck, you got long legs. Walk out of the little river you're in.
It was stupid. It was dumb.
And then that giraffe had to be eaten so the lion could like proceed with its life.
I know.
They don't have grocery stores like this.
I know.
But when it drowns, what a waste. Who gets to eat it? The crocodile?
Oh yeah.
Crocodile gets it. Maybe a sweet little crocodile just got born, and then it has a sweet little another baby to eat.
The first meal, yeah.
Yum.
Just gets that baby giraffe.
Circle of life.
Circle of life. Ooh. You ever see those alligators or crocodiles tear up that zebra? They like because what they do is they'll bite and then they turn, and then like they turn and it ripped off this zebra's face.
The Gibson method.
Oh my! Call that?
Yeah. Michael Gibson. He coined it, hoarded it in the wild. Columbia University. The Gibson method. So lethal. Yeah, it's nasty because it bites off the snouts and the freaking. I have seen that. It's horrible, and I've seen it where the guts are all ballooning out. It's like, dude, what is going on? You're screwed.
Screwed.
No amount of surgery is going to be able to help that.
No, right?
Also,
right,
you're an animal.
Totally.
Yeah, first of all, you're an animal, which is bad enough. Yeah. You can't even talk or eat or use fork. Yeah, I mean, where even is the closest hospital out there? I don't know, and you ain't finding it, and I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Like, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Grant, is your friend going to be out there to fix anything?
I found the video. You guys want to see it?
Of your fingers? Of what? Of the zebra? Yeah.
No, not the zebra. Just my finger.
Let's see it.
Okay.
I can put it up here.
Whoa! They're getting you at the little. Oh my gosh! Whoa! Look like strawberry sherbet. You got thick blood.
Yeah, where's your blood so thick?
Because it's tourniqueted with a rubber band.
Oh, and that's the thing coming out.
Oh, look at it! There it is.
Your hemoglobin.
We're getting it out. Oh, that's seven.
And that's looping.
Congratulations.
Wow! Awesome.
Well, gross.
I did. Who tensed up a little bit? I did.
Yeah, I did too. It had a sharp point at the end.
Yeah,
I got a little scared. He's always doing this, Chappelle. He's always showing us. He's always getting splinters somewhere in his body, and it's like every freaking week showing us video. Yeah, he has Munchausen. Yeah,
Splinter fetish.
So
he's
this is
always sick.
So Grant, this is your thing.
It's a little bit of a kink.
He just does his hands on on pieces of wood, just trying to get splinters all the time.
It was no bueno, man. After filming that, I shouldn't have been watching because I got all lightheaded. Had to lay down.
You did?
Yeah, I was not okay watching that.
That's why he was passed out in his office.
That's why.
Oh, I thought it was the drugs, like you said.
Yeah.
We
We smelled alcohol.
Rubbing alcohol.
It was St. Patrick's Day yesterday. He probably had a wild night.
Got it.
Using the paddling his boys. And then that's how I got the splinter, using that damn thing. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's sick, but that's what it is. But that's Shabarma. Chappelle Lacey, thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Oh, thanks for having me.
I'd be happy.
I rarely come to Austin, so it's nice to be here.
I know. How has it been? You've been enjoying yourself?
I always enjoy myself.
Oh no, you got in yesterday and your flight was all delayed.
Yeah, it was crazy delayed. I got to the airport because my flight was at like 9:30 or whatever, and then it was like then it got pushed back 4 hours, and I was like, so just sitting in the airport, like, yeah.
What do you do?
I don't know. I was reading.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, one of the self-help books?
Which book was I reading? No, I was reading Stephen King book. It's called On Writing. It just talks about writing.
Yeah, I've read that. It's good.
Yeah.
He goes, day 2. Written yet? No time like the present.
Yeah.
He's always bullying you kind of in reading.
Yeah.
Well, he used to be a little freak. He was a little drug addict. And, yeah, that's a great book.
You got the drugs? I haven't gotten that far yet.
I don't want to spoil anything.
Nah, I love a good spoiler. I don't really care about that shit.
Doesn't he not remember writing Cujo? Yeah, he had like a
the dog?
The dog problem. Yeah, he's doing blow and drinking. Yeah.
And that's why he wrote Cujo about the fucking crazy dog? Was Cujo on cocaine?
I don't know. It sure wasn't on Alpo. He was trying to eat the people. He was starving. God. Well, yeah.
Just doing what a dog does.
Yeah, exactly. Dogs, they're animals. They're not humans. I mean, we watched a freaking Judge Million yesterday where some dude's trying to say his new puppy, the freaking neighbors, the neighbor has these 3 big dogs, and then when he gets in the backyard, he sees one of the big dogs pulling the puppy through the fence. Thinking, oh my gosh, this is horrible, but come to find out, they're lying to everybody. Oh no. That's why you gotta reserve your judgments. How were they exposed?
What? Who said this?
It was on People's Court.
Yeah, People's Court. I mean, they showed the picture of the fence, and they were totally negligent. They had all these big spaces in the fence, and sure enough, though, their little...
So they never had a little dog.
They had a little dog, but it didn't get dragged under a fence. It was in their yard just playing and must have...
What were they trying to get? Emotional damages?
Yeah, like you killed my dog. But
Oh, it died.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it got eaten up.
Oh, by a dog.
Yeah, by
But it
the
was like
neighbor's
playing
dog.
in their yard for a
Doggy dog
long
world.
time before it was eaten.
Yes, the puppy was over there playing, and it's like, you gotta be careful. But when he said that about getting pulled thrusting in the freaking sand lot,
Yeah.
remember when the baseball gets close to the freaking hole in the fence, and you
And that's
see
what they
that
try to
fucking giant paw?
Hercules. That's what they called the dog.
Was that the dog?
Yeah, his name was Hercules.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, they knew him originally as the Beast.
The Beast. Well, what's that term? Isn't it a dog eat dog world?
That's what I said.
Yes.
Dog eat dog
Oh, you
world.
said that? All right. Sorry,
It's
I'll
a-
let you have that one.
It's a riffless economy.
It's a dog eat dog. Yeah, you gotta be careful. That's why we gotta.
Can we Google where Hercules is now?
Oh, animal actor heaven.
Probably up there with Charlie from All Dogs Go to Heaven. He's probably real good friends with
All Dogs in
Charlie.
Heaven. Remember Homeward Bound?
Oh,
Sassy.
gosh. Yes, Sassy the cat.
Yeah.
Sassy cat.
Doesn't she get porcupine quills in her? Oh,
Somebody does. One of those motherfuckers
Really?
gets the porcupine all in the face.
fate worse than death.
Wow. And those are bad videos, seeing the animals who tried to mess with a porcupine and they have the quills all in their freaking
They're
face.
trying to
and
get
all
out with their
over the place.
pawpaws.
Ready, set, go. Best animal actor. Go.
Milo.
Hotel for Dogs, the dog that gets the food off the conveyor belt.
Airbud.
Fair enough. Airbud's a really good one. He's so good at freaking basketball.
And football.
Oh, yeah, football.
Yeah, football too.
Oh, we had a football movie?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. A bunch of movies.
Yeah, he was like a running back on the football team. He was gone. A couple yards and he's gone.
There's like a little place. Wasn't there a little place on his back they could put the ball? And then he'd just run and it'd be
It's
hard to
not
tackle.
fair. And I think he would have it in his mouth, and so he could throw it with his mouth.
Damn.
That's not him, was it? Who's that dog?
From these are just all kinds of animal
Yeah,
actors.
these are just animal actors.
You really couldn't get a Milo?
From The Mask.
You want Milo?
I love
Milo and Otis, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Dunstan.
Dunstan
checks it. Maybe
Yeah.
Dunstan checks
That was a
better.
smart ape. That was the same ape that ripped Charlie Nash's face off. Was the same ape from Dunstan Checks In.
Was it?
No.
Was it after the
It
movie?
was. Yeah, it was after the movie.
That's like this dark side of Hollywood. That's what happened. That was Hudson's dark side. And then he ripped the face off.
Because he got on Xanax.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
barred out.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Far out.
He's doing green.
And I think Grant gave him the Xanax.
He did. He was doing green monsters. He was
Yeah.
doing school buses.
He had a splinter.
Yeah, I love the school buses and look. Because he looks so sweet up there.
Yeah.
Wait, look, and we have the same hair color. That's why I think I like him. Because we
see the
kind of look
connection.
like look at how sweet. It's like,
Oh,
God!
Wow.
How do you know how to do?
How did you do
Wow.
I've been practicing that for years. It wasn't ready, but I'm happy to pull it out a little.
Wow.
It was really good. Well, it's close to ready. If it's not already ready, it's pretty close to ready. Oh wow!
That is amazing.
Oh, that sweet little Dunstan.
Little Dunner.
What do they call? What is that type of monkey? There's a Pongo Pygmaeus.
Oh, it's a Pongo domesticus.
Pongo Damascus? Or
Did I say it right?
Damascus, yeah, Pongo Damascus. Yeah, well, they stopped using Pongo Damascus after Dunstan Checks In, because that really was one of the premier breeds of these.
Yeah,
So,
so
you know, there was like a chimpanzee show where they would use live chimpanzees to do the show. They would have voiceovers for them.
They would act.
It was from they would act. It was from they would dress them up and all this stuff. It was from the 60s. Gosh, what was it called? It was like a comedy. I think
What is it, Grant?
I only think they did one season.
And it's just the monkeys.
Because
Why did they only do one season? Was it hard to get them all to do different shit all the time?
Grant, look it up. I know I'm not crazy.
Was it Lancelot Link?
Yes.
Secret chimp.
Yep.
Secret chimp.
The guy right there.
Driving?
Yes, they can drive.
They can drive.
They can drive.
A lot of people don't know that, or they're afraid to admit it.
I don't know why they don't want to admit it, but yeah, they can drive.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Yep, right there.
Lance Area, secret chimp.
Blind thought thing.
He has a gun. Or is that his telescope?
That's a telescope because they can see.
And then he does ventriloquism, it looks like.
Yeah,
It looks like he has a little ventriloquist dummy that looks like him, which is great. That's kind of funny. Yeah. That's kind of Jeff Dunham. He was the original Jeff Dunham.
Hey, Grant, was this in the
Yeah, wearing this little bow tie like Jeff likes to wear.
Yeah.
It's so hot in here. He's doing like Mexican accents.
It was 1970.
1970? Yeah. So I knew I was there.
Yep.
But look at that. Yeah.
You learn something new every day. I gotta look this up. I wonder where we can stream this.
Yeah, and I can't get one fucking acting job. Can you believe that? Can't even get the Jumanji reboot. But Lancelot Link is just fucking all the glory. I wonder if he's still alive. They live forever. They live for a long time.
Who do they have to pay to be alive?
Michael Jackson is still alive.
Bubbles.
Bubbles, yeah. Bubbles could moonwalk.
Do you think Bubbles thinks about Michael often?
Yeah. Because his sister went and told Bubbles that Michael had passed away.
And he went.
Thank you to his sad.
And that's crying. He's crying.
Yeah.
That's And then he just kept walking around. God. He was like, "Oh no, goodbye."
Oh, he died.
Yeah. I want a pancake. Yeah.
There he is. Look at him.
Look at those eyes, though. Something's a little off with him.
They said he got aggressive too, because they do get aggressive. They said Bubbles started like pimp slapping him.
Yeah, think about trying to put the little sweet shirt on him, and then he starts pulling your hair out. It's like, get out of here, dude. Get out of my bedroom. I'm like over this now. Please just get out of my fucking room.
Did y'all see that there was a documentary? Please get out of my room.
Seriously, like I've been doing good, but it's like, what's going on? I'm trying to dress you right now, and you're pulling my hair. Get out of my.
He's just slapping your ass.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you here.
Yeah,
I'm doing you a favor here.
Yeah.
You don't know how to do this.
You'd still be in the jungle if it wasn't for my bitch ass.
Yeah.
Come on. True. Bubbles can fight. Did you ever see that documentary about the crazy chimp lady?
Yeah, Chimp Crazy.
Is that what it's called?
I think so, Chimp Crazy.
Where she has to wear the veil.
Just Charlie Nash.
Is that the one her face is
Yeah, her
eaten?
face got ripped
They
off
talked to her?
by Travis.
Yeah.
They did not talk to her, but they talk about that incident. Travis was big as hell. He was a big Mongalo.
Yeah. Wait, so that lady died?
Charlie?
She's got her face eaten off, I think.
Someone, a
And
friend.
fingers, maybe.
Yeah, and both her hands and her face.
That lady right there.
No, Charlie Nash, different lady, but they talk about that case.
Who is she?
She's like the crazy chimp lady.
She owns a bunch?
Yeah, and you're not supposed to.
At least that probably wouldn't hurt, right? Like a plane crash. Like if you're getting your freaking fingers eaten off,
definitely hurt.
Yeah,
Slowly.
Look what Grant
No, I'm
went through.
kidding.
Look
That'd be horrible.
what Grant went through for a fucking splinter.
Yeah.
You don't think a chimp eating your fucking...
I'm you imagine. Yeah, you're looking at your fingers
Look at
burning out of your stomps on your fucking.
Is that the lady whose face got eaten?
Yeah, I think so.
I would go for the eyes. He wouldn't be able to get me like that, even if he was barred out. Because I'd be barred out too. I would meet madness with madness.
Yeah.
I would pop a Xanax.
I'd be like, bitch, I bite too. Yeah.
I love getting barred out. You think I don't like getting barred out?
Grant, what is the strength of a chimpanzee in comparison to humans?
Let me look. Strength of chimp.
Versus humans.
Yeah, so it is. For anybody listening or whatever, it's not the same. It would hurt. Like a plane crash maybe doesn't hurt. But getting your nose and ears and fingers and if it was a boy or something, they probably get your genital like that.
Rip your cock and balls off.
It says 1.35 times stronger.
That doesn't seem accurate.
Yeah, right?
1.3.
Did you put 20?
So that's almost not as.
That's vintage, right, Grant?
Yeah. That was in the 40s.
Right, this guy right here.
Whoa.
And they're stronger now.
Oh, I'd beat that guy's ass.
No.
No.
I'd go for his legs.
Yeah, just go for the legs and they can't do shit.
Yeah, you
just
just
go-
like
yeah.
throw him to the moon
Yeah,
like
right.
Team Rocket.
Yeah, right. That would be insane if you're just swinging him. And he's making the noise too. Woo!
Slow down.
Slow down. Oh, God.
Just at the St. Louis Zoo. Everyone's just screaming. What are you doing? He was trying to attack my daughter.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Damn. I'm loving this image.
Turns into a star.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I miss that. I feel like they used to have it in like movies and stuff all the time. Like
Yeah.
something gets thrown up into the sky and then it turns into a star. You never see that anymore. That's weird.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Not at all. It's all just like, oh, who's the next Superman? What is there, another Superman movie? It's like, let's go.
It's just like, boom.
And kids are all on their phones now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on their phones. They don't even care anymore if they're watching something and freaking.
Like, do we have a superhero chimpanzee?
Hard to say. Oh yeah, the guy from like Teen Titans was part monkey, wasn't he? Beast Boy. Thank you, Grant. Beast Boy. That's kind of a fun. I would love that name if I was a superhero. Beast Boy. It's kind of cool. Mr. Beast.
Teen Titans.
Mr. Beast is kind of like our Superman.
Is that on the WB?
Yes. R/Superman. Yeah, what was Nickelodeon?
Was it Cartoon Network?
Was it WB? It could have been Cartoon Network. Disney Channel? Cartoon. It's not Disney. There is a detective chimp. I can't even look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, will you please take that ad down,
It's a
please?
DC era. Okay, I'm so sorry. I should have done that.
See, Chappelle, this happens sometimes. It's like we have a nice picture of Michael and his boy.
Yeah.
It's like,
Michael and his
it's like his friend. His son.
My point, but still, it's like, why do you cover that up with some weird detective chimpanzee? I don't
Not
get
real.
it.
He's not even real.
Yeah.
We live in the real world, Gigi.
Yeah.
We're not all
We
able
want
to do.
a real chimp, not a go-go gadget fucking.
Yeah.
We're not on propofol.
There's also Hit Monkey.
Hit Monkey. Oh, I know.
Actually.
All right, that's better.
Yeah, what is he? It looks like he has a pistol and also
Got a
he got a
samurai
katana.
sword,
Yeah,
yeah.
a samurai sword. That's cool.
It's kind
Who is this? All right, now I want to know a little bit more about
Yeah.
you. Piqued my interest. Real
Grant, what is this from? What's his name?
Hit Monkey from Marvel. He's a Marvel hero.
Is
And
Marvel
we're back to
Hero?
Marble. We're back to Marble.
Yeah.
Back to Marvel.
He's got the double sawed-off.
Now is he an American hero?
Let me look it up.
Or is this a North Korean? Because I've heard they've been getting those the different books from North Korea recently and imports. Yeah, it sounds like their superheroes are a little off.
Yeah, I need a true American monkey hero.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Not a,
He's technically a Japanese macaque. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think I'm saying it very inappropriately. I'm not sure if he's a Japanese hero, though.
What about your cock? Or what? What did you say?
Oh, see?
He's talking about his balls earlier. Now he's talking about his cock.
Japanese.
No, we apologize. We
That's
really do. He doesn't always get like.
We tried to do an intervention, but he just walked right out.
oh, he walked. Who walks out of the intervention?
I know.
He said, "Oh, I don't give a shit. It's St. Patty's Day. I'm gonna drink J-Mo
I would do
tonight."
it anyway.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Wow.
He's a J-Mo. He's a J-Mo. I go.
Yeah. We're like, what?
Go where?
It's like, go where?
Also, it's hilarious that you would try to do an intervention for a guy on St. Patty's Day.
That was our fault.
yeah. That was our bad.
Yeah.
That was
I think the timing was just a little off.
We should have gave him one more.
Yeah.
I mean, another day.
Yeah, day after, pretty good. Day before,
Maybe tomorrow.
but not day of.
Yeah,
Today, I'm free.
Well, if he's willing.
yeah. I mean, if you're cool.
All right, well, let him know how you guys feel.
Well, his disease is out there in the parking lot doing push-ups right now.
Yes. And I mean, it's bad.
It's bad. That means it's bad.
You guys want to see how it looks?
Yeah.
You're disease.
Disease?
It's looking like this guy right here.
Oh, he's looking ripped. I don't know if I can take on something.
But it's like, if that's your disease, though, doing that, this seems like a real strong disease. So, Grant, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
You'll be okay.
You're his friends, you're his family.
Yeah. We are your family, Grant.
Thanks, guys.
Ohana means family too. Yes.
Ohana. What was that from, Moana?
It's from Stitch.
Oh, Stitch. God, I gotta watch those movies.
I didn't get this. I didn't
Seen that.
see Stitch.
I never saw, what is it, Lilo and Stitch?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, it's
That's a little
wonderful.
before your time, I guess. I was prime Stitch age.
Me too.
Yeah, because you were born 95.
95.
What about you, William?
87.
Oh, we're the same year.
Yeah, same year.
Yeah.
Too old for Stitch.
Too old
Yeah,
for
too old for
Stitch.
Stitch.
Too rare to
Too old.
die.
I wasn't.
You were born in Tennessee, right?
Yes, in Memphis, yeah.
I was born in Arizona, so I wonder if we crossed baby paths at all.
For sure. Didn't you vacation in Arizona once as a kid?
Yeah, as a
Yeah, vacationed. Yeah, my gosh, hit it big when I was like 7 or 8, and then we were vacationing sub, and it could have been. There was a in
at the La
Phoenix.
Quinta?
Yeah. Well, that's when I got into it, but yeah, no, it was.
Yeah.
We could have though. I think I did. We did go to Phoenix one time.
Together?
I wonder if we saw each other like in a
Maybe
store.
like strollers crossing
Yeah.
paths.
If y'all saw me at the playground, you wouldn't even play with me. I'd be too little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
Too little. Yeah, it'd be really weird.
What are we going to play with him? He's 1 year old.
And
We're
it's
8.
annoying.
Yeah.
And I was definitely annoying because I was a little baby.
Yeah. Crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a rock.
Shut up.
Yeah. Get out of here,
Trying to
man.
play Super Nintendo, dude.
Yeah.
Don't give a shit
Yeah,
about
killer instinct, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, we're playing Killer Instinct. We're playing Mortal Kombat. We
Yeah.
don't care about your rods.
Yeah.
All right, goodbye. Wait, no, we're kidding.
Yeah.
Too
I feel like this background gives me like a dude that listens to like fucking Crossfade or something like that. You know that band? I never meant to be so cold. Never. What I really meant to say is I'm sorry for the way I am. I never meant to be. Okay, I'll do you one better. And it's been a while since I could. Yeah. Hold my head up high. It's been a while since I said sorry
For the things that I said.
Wake me up inside, can't wake up.
Who is this, Crossfade?
Yeah.
They should have been bigger than they were. That's actually kind of.
Yeah, kind of disrespectful.
Grant, the one on the farm on stage left is cut off. Show us his face, please.
Yeah.
That's all it showed on that image.
Well, they cut. Oh, that's why they didn't make it big, because they cut that guy out.
Yeah.
Could have been the biggest band in America.
Could have been.
If y'all could choose,
Yeah, look at that.
on the Crossfade, which hair would y'all choose? If you could, for whatever reason, for a day,
For a day?
switch hair.
It's got to be red spikes, right?
Yeah, I was gonna go with red.
Yeah. So we're red spikes.
Yeah.
I like the blonde bang.
Yeah, I kind of like the bangs. I feel like because I don't have a lot of bangs right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I could maybe for a day.
Yeah, he for sure used a straightener.
It's a straightened.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
that's
Look
for sure.
at his eyes. I think
They're
I
all
went
flat
stage,
iron.
right? Yeah.
Stage right.
In other pictures, he looks like Eddie, isn't he?
And
Yeah.
look like a lizard. Big ass eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking put that guy down. Yeah, God.
Scary. Now, all right, who would you be in Evanescence? To the
The girl.
So you'd be the girl.
Well,
look at that.
And that guy's gone. Sure enough, the guy that they were trying to cut out is gone.
Oh my gosh.
You saw the plan. You saw what they were doing.
I see the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
That's a little scary.
I know.
He's gone.
It could happen to any of us. That's what Grant's trying to do to both of us. So then it's just him. It's just his show now.
Yeah.
It's just me and Erica.
Mm-hmm.
No one on
Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. Why do y'all talk about that all the time?
This show's nothing without William.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing without my fucking ass, okay?
Yeah.
Don't bring it up like that all the time, Grant, okay? I've been trying to play it cool. We have Chappelle in here, okay?
Yeah.
So please don't bring that up about how it's eventually going to be just you and Erica. It's like, what the fuck?
Okay, we'll see.
As a guest, I do feel uncomfortable. You know, I felt it just come.
Yeah, he's trying to make moves. He's trying to pit us against each other so
Yes.
one of us kills the other and the other one's wrapped up in the legal.
Oh, wow.
Literally 2 weeks ago.
I think that's the storyline to Airbud.
I think you're right on one of them.
Trial attorney.
Well, one of them, yeah. Freaking a couple weeks ago, we walk outside to take a picture, and Grant's like, "Oh my gosh, Casey, what's wrong with your back left tire?" And we go back there, and it's deflated.
Yeah. And he tried to trip me when I looked at it.
Yeah, and he does that, and it's like Casey literally almost hits his head on the side of his freaking car on the metal. And then he literally says to Casey, "I think I saw William out here earlier." And I look at Grant, I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
We've been in here all day. You're the one who we don't see the whole time."
We were in here all day.
Yeah.
And he goes, "What is this, a little bit of sawdust?" And I start thinking, okay, somebody put potassium chloride, because my computer brain's working a little bit. It's like, okay, sodium chloride, potassium hydrate, makes napalm. Somebody's trying to bomb my car. And I'm looking at the big guy.
Yeah, and it's like, and then Grant, I swear to God, then I look at Grant, and he does this weird little smirk where his eyes goes down a little bit, and he does like a smile. And I'm thinking, what the fuck?
Casey, it's interesting you said sawdust. And meanwhile, he got a splinter
Okay.
in his finger.
And
So,
Guys, I think we
and he had to get surgery.
right before you put it off
Yeah,
as long as you can.
Yeah, that's kind of that's weird, Grant.
I think
Wow.
it's time to wrap up this episode.
That little gears are turning.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm so happy you said that. Yeah, that kind of makes a little too much sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You gotta pay attention to the details.
Occam's razor. Who's more likely to do it, William, my dear friend, or Grant, the newcomer?
Yeah. Grant, did you hear that? And by the way, y'all's new guy out there was pretty rude earlier. So, I know. We're putting all our cards on the table right now. It's kind of weird because I whispered, kind of a loud whisper. I was like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And he doesn't even look, and he doesn't even have any headphones in or anything. So he heard me.
He's typing the monitors off.
Look at that. Right there.
Yep, that explains a lot.
That's me.
There we go. God damn. I can figure this out. Look at this.
That's not right. And that is piss. And that's poop. The red
That's
one. It's piss and poop. He's trying to put them in our food.
Yeah, he turns into freaking Terry Nichols when he leaves the freaking. Isn't that the guy's name? He was helping freaking. What's his name? The guy who blew up the Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Nichols?
So, Grant, you're connected to
Timothy McVeigh.
Timothy McVeigh. Weird.
Well, he was. I know
And
you're
Texas isn't far from Oklahoma.
Grant was a branch
Really
Davidian.
close.
He was a branch Davidian. He was in Waco.
He really was.
The
In
Waco?
early 90s. That's pretty close. We should go see it sometime. I don't know. That's like a thing where I wish there was a museum. I don't know if there's a museum.
There probably
Because they blew it up.
I know. It got burnt to the ground with the people in it. Yikes.
Waco, home of Baylor University. We could shoot some baskets.
There he is.
Till Koresh do his part.
I remember when I remember when they shot him. He got shot. He
Yeah.
just posted up.
Yeah.
That was
They did
Grant's, like, sensei kind of verse. I don't know what word.
They're
Mentor.
blood music, blood
Mentor.
relatives.
So that's Grant's North Star. I think that's what you're.
Actually, we don't need to talk about it anymore. He didn't say anything.
He's gone totally.
Yeah.
And this room's feeling a little stuffy, and I know those are guests. Those are guests.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Keep it down.
Yeah.
It's sleepy time, boys.
Grant,
would never.
Grant, we love you.
Oh no, Casey's falling asleep. Okay, well, we won't bring it up again, Grant. Okay.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Sorry about the Waco thing.
Just a little bit of a sensitive subject. It's fine though.
Well, we forget to not bring it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about all the time, like, what if he was Jesus, like, for real, and then we just burned his house? And we're like, fuck you,
Yeah,
fuck you,
we
psycho.
fucked up. Yeah. We fucked up big time.
Fuck you, maniac.
Oh, wait. What's the?
That's the gas. You're
Gas
gassing us
going
with.
up.
Oh, he's like the Mad Hatter. I hate shit like this. Oh, it's getting bigger, great.
And you were the people who all were like,
Oh wow. Look at.
they were branding
All right, well,
words.
we fucked up. We should have talked all that shit. We talked a lot of shit.
Tell my family I love the hell
Yeah.
out of them.
Look at this animation skill. Give them my regard.
Yeah.
To the academy. Yeah, for the opportunity.
All right. Well, say who you want to say goodbye to.
The academy.
The academy. I want to say goodbye to the police academy.
Yeah.
They're so
And I'm
funny.
talking about the movies because I love them.
They're so funny. Yeah. Leslie Nielsen's so great.
All the police academy. Steve Gutenberg.
He was also really good in The Big Green. about the soccer team.
And he was also in It Takes Two with the Olsen twins.
Well,
Woo! Don't get us started on the Olsen.
A New York Menace.
Well, a New York Minute. Wow.
New York Minute.
There we go.
My favorite joke of all time, are you asking me equestrian? So good. She's riding a horse. So sick. Who writes shit like
So
that?
one of the twins is on a horse and says that to somebody.
She's on a horse. The other twin goes, Ashley, when's lunch? And she goes, are you asking me equestrian?
Yeah.
Come on. You can't write.
You can't write shit like that no more.
Not anymore.
I don't even think they allow that.
No,
Wow.
PETA would have a field day.
Yeah,
Feel
yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah, which is
Yeah.
bullshit.
They got you bagged and tagged. You're
Yeah.
done.
Yeah. Just crazy.
Yeah, they're like the Scientologist. I think they go at PETA goes after
Yes,
people
they
like
do.
Scientologists.
You're gonna wake up in Abu Ghraib.
Oh, look at that.
Are you asking me a question? But I made it a shirt. No,
Do you see the
thank
picture
God.
of me and Casey right here?
When we were a younger man.
Yeah. Remember when we did that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
And I was making all the cool robotic noises. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, Michael Winslow.
Michael Winslow.
I said, are you doing Winslow? And you said, I did it first.
Yeah, I did it first. Yeah.
That guy's so good.
He is
So good.
really good.
He's like opening a piece of paper.
Yeah.
What?
That sounded like a piece of paper.
Yeah.
What is your best noise you can do, Chappelle?
Sheesh. I don't know. That you put me in a tough spot.
Yeah, sorry, you don't have to answer.
William does a great gunshot.
I do a great gunshot.
All right, go for it.
It's like from kind of far away or something. Like you're
Oh,
in a desert.
Yeah, over the ridge line.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense because I grew up in the desert, so that is the
Does it kind
that
of
is
sound?
that is the
Okay.
accurate noise. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have never spoken with anybody who grew up in the desert in here.
Yeah.
Swear to God. So it really is.
Yeah.
It feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like a big
I will
open
vouch
space.
for that. Yeah. Anyone listening, like, who else is from Arizona, like, vouch for that too, because you know.
Cool.
They get the right ears for it.
Yeah.
This is me. I'm a waiter, and I'm carrying a big tray. I'm carrying a big tray of drinks. Okay, so this is my impression. Oops.
Ah.
Oops.
What is that? Like something like one of the drinks hitting the other one
Yeah.
or something?
It doesn't spill, but it's a ding. Oops. Sorry.
Oh.
So, pretty
You
good.
guys got good noise.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I can see that you got a Bloody Mary and you got the Mr. Cerberus.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Do you tell the people to grab it real quick, or you can grab it? 'Cause it's probably a heavy thing.
Would you grab that for me? I'm sorry, I got my hands full here. So, kind of the impression expanded. So.
And then when you walk back to the kitchen, you go corner,
Yeah. Corner, guys behind.
corner.
That's what I used to do. When I was a dishwasher, it would make me feel like I was a part of the team. When it'd be like a real busy night or whatever, I'd always be able to be like quarter and have my backwards hat on and stuff. Just have my little apron on. Just like I got these dishes.
Lay on.
In Denver.
At Applebee's.
No, a place called Metal Art Kitchen, which is now a pizza place because they let me go back there to look at the dish pit, and it looked totally different. I had to go back and look at the dish pit last time I was in Denver.
You said, can I come back here?
Yeah,
And
were
they
like,
let me. I was like, I worked in this motherfucker. I had shed blood, sweat, and tears
No, he
back
was
in
like,
that motherfucker.
please let me go see it one last time. I just want to see it. And they're like, okay.
Okay, you don't need to fucking blow my cover a little bit.
I should
but,
do that
you know,
with my-
I pled. I wanted to go see it.
I should do that with the apartment I grew up in with my
Yes.
family.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, can I come in?
That's it. I
Yeah.
was thinking, like in documentaries, like true crime documentaries, and they go, I used to live here when I was a kid. Can I go see my old room? And it's just some little kid's room now. Now there's just an adult man in their room. Yeah. My mom was killed in here.
You ever
Yeah.
You ever see that thing of J-Lo when she goes back to her old neighborhood?
Yes.
And she's like, she goes, I used to live here. And the guy goes, who are you?
That's hilarious.
The best.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be funny for an apartment because they're all the same, right? Like it's like cookie cutter, like
Yeah.
college apartments. This used to be my kitchen.
Yeah. Look at that bedroom. That's a dream.
Would you sleep in there?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I would.
For the right price.
Would you think it's haunted? Do you believe in ghosts, by the way?
Do I look like I believe in ghosts?
Maybe.
Yes.
Nah. Fuck.
Listen, I've lost close people in my life and they haven't come back yet, so no.
Agreed.
Okay, fair enough. I know. Well, that's
I'm like, where you at? Where you? If you're a ghost, get your ass out here.
There's so many
Come
ghosts.
say hi.
Death
I wouldn't
Point,
say it here.
So many.
There's so many ghosts.
Like,
There's so many.
why didn't I see one?
Well, it's like I think certain things have to happen for you to become a ghost, though.
Yeah,
So
not
it's
everybody.
theoretically, I think it's theoretically not everybody.
Not everybody gets to be a ghost.
Dead people.
And you're supposed to say, "Are there any spirits in this room with us tonight?" That's what you're supposed to say.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, you're right. So do you believe that guy that does the ghost stories, or not? He goes to like the like haunted places. What's his name?
Zach Baggins?
Yeah.
Who's freaking? By the way, that guy, his co-person, one of the people with him, his wife did a murder for hire on his ass,
Recent.
trying to get his ass murdered.
She
Got in
paid someone in
trouble.
jail for it. She paid someone in jail to get out of jail and then murder him. Yeah.
Smart lady.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. She's
They
gonna
don't
make
make
a
them
ton
like
of
that
money.
no more. Yeah.
Wow. No, yeah.
She offered him like $1,000 or something. It was like a couple grand.
I would hope.
I mean, for a couple grand, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Pull a trigger. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Payday.
So that's the co-host, and his wife tried to get him killed.
Oh, that's our main man.
That's Baggins.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that's what it looks like now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really matured in a
He's
good way.
really glowed up.
Yeah, because he used to look scary to me. He used to look like a little
Like a
kid.
ghost?
I mean, Reed Henserling. I went to church with the guy with the Henserlings.
The Hinterland.
Yeah, the father was the preacher, and they came over one time, and I was playing like something on N6 Turok or something, and my mom started freaking out that I was playing that in front of Reed Henserling.
Because it's violent.
Yeah, because it's violent, and the dad's a preacher, and it just turned into. But he looked just like Zach Baggins. But Reed, you'll never hear this. But
What kind of church did you go to?
it's Episcopalian. There was this one woman who would stand up and speak in tongues, and she had what my father called the Dovinator 5000, which was this big long pole, and it had like a dove on the end of it, and she would do it around like during songs.
Was it a real dove?
No, it was like a
What, she
cutout.
was spinning around?
Yeah, she did. It's like you're in a
Like that
or
girl.
something.
Wait, like the girl from Power Rangers, the movie, that when she like twirled those sticks and the
Yeah.
birds flew away.
Very similar to
You know what I'm
that.
talking about?
She just does it between her hands, and it looks like the dove's flying.
It was very similar to that, but yeah, she would
And
do
for
that.
instance, this is what it sounds like when Telegram Grind starts playing, right? Right?
Dum, 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 dum. Wow.
That was a good bass line. That's another noise.
Well, it's not ready, but
That's another noise.
it's like Tina Whalen from Talking Heads.
Oh, got it.
Good morning.
I've never been able to do any kind of musical instrument sounds. I gotta practice or something.
What about drums?
Try guitar.
Wait, no, shit. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. For whatever reason.
It's
that's
guns or bust for you.
Wait, that was kind of like hitting the dingy.
The cymbal.
Yeah, the cymbal.
Kind of a one-trick pony there.
Right. See, I gotta work on it.
Okay, that's pretty good. Then I come in with the bass line.
I froze up. I can't freaking do anything anymore.
We needed a third layer.
Grant, hit it.
Ooh.
Guitar? Yeah, telephone.
Oh, Funko. This is the big bopper.
That actually was a wonderful telephone. Can you do that again?
It's a synthesizer. I'm on the synthesizer.
Oh, cool. Get some groceries, some peanut butter. Oh, so cool.
Casey, did you go to church?
I did. Yeah, my dad went to a mega church. So like Andy Stanley, Joel Osteen, like a mega church. And then I also, at various points, went to a Pentecostal church where they would speak in tongues. Yeah. And they would do the snakes sometimes. The snakes.
Now you guys make so
That's
much.
wild.
Yeah, Carcosa.
Wait, did you go to church?
No, my mom stopped taking me and my brother to church because we would get in fights at church all the time.
With
He
your
slammed
brother?
me. Yeah, he slammed me. I grabbed him by his neck, to choke him, and then he threw me into someone's Cadillac, and the dude got pissed. He's like, "Man, what you throwing in my Cadillac for?"
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So she stopped taking us after that.
Fair enough.
Right? And then when I was with my white parents, when I was adopted into the white family, they're very about church, and I got sent to church camp. Oh, I said I agreed to church camp. I didn't get sent there. And then I thought church camp was really weird.
Yeah, I went to lots of church camps when I was a kid.
Lots
Lots of
weird?
revivals. Yeah. Lots of all the kids are crying. You're like, why are you making us little kids cry? We're 10 years old. We don't need to be crying.
Were they like crying and holding their hands up? Yeah.
Praising.
I kind of
I
remember
thought that was
that.
wild. Yes. Yes.
Take it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're 10, you don't have anything.
Yeah, you shouldn't have trauma like that.
Yeah.
I went to a couple, and I just remember my buddy. I can never say the name, but my buddy were there, and I'd go with my friend when I would go to something like that. It'd always be my buddies. We'd kind of mess around, and my one friend, we were just messing around one night, and he ends up looking up in this window, and it's the girls taking showers.
Whoa.
And I was like, I think we laughed, but yeah, it was not good. He was looking at the naked girls taking showers in the church.
And you never took a peek?
Hell no, I was scared. I'm sure I was hysterically laughing, but I would have been too scared to. I did not.
But that's like 80s fun. Like, that's what people did like in the 80s and 90s, like to have fun, though.
Yeah, we were having a good time at the church, staff. We're looking at naked chats. I'm kidding. I was not. Maybe I was dead. I don't know, but I did not.
Your hands are dirty here.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Guilty by association.
No.
Doing something and not stopping it, or live on the same.
Yeah, did you pull him down from the
They live on the same street.
from the damn window?
No, so fair enough. I hear what y'all are saying.
Just following orders, huh?
Yeah.
I was just following orders. Yeah, if I didn't stand there and shut up, he's probably going to punch me or something. So I
Look at
had
that.
to chill.
This is what, that's what you saw?
Yeah, I'm just like blowing air into there, and they're like, "What's that noise?"
Who are those little freaks? Look at his little boner.
Yeah, I got this little thing coming out of there, and they're like, "What is that? Is there a string?"
Oh,
on
God.
that?
William, is that you? Is that you, William?
Is there a string? Yeah, you just tie the string on there. Well, you got to put your thing in there and then tie string. I'm kidding. What am I even talking
Tie a string in your pants and make it kind of like Jackass style, like Chris Pontius. That's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, wow. There you are.
Oh my gosh.
I was just following orders.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
My buddy's gonna punch me really hard.
Yeah,
I don't look.
Yeah, you don't seem too scared in this photo.
My friend's gonna not trust me after this. He's gonna light me up.
Yeah, God.
Wow.
But one of the little church camp, we went to it was only like a day church camp, and it was the most fun thing ever, though, because it had a mud pit. But I was always scared that there'd be snakes in it or something, because it was literally this big-ass mud pit.
What do you do in the mud pit?
They worship. What do you think?
Swim around.
Is that where they're in the mud pit? Just
Crying.
Oh my gosh, and it had like a little slide. It was like on a hill. It was just a mud pit. I was always thinking, God, I hope there aren't snakes in here, because I'm having so much fun in the mud pit.
wow.
Would you do like challenges? Like it was like an obstacle course?
No, it was just like
Just a mud pit.
just chilling. Yeah, people just hanging out in the mud pit.
Doing mud wrestling?
This mud stuff.
I don't know. I don't remember. I just
God.
remember. I think I was relaxing in there, and it didn't look like that.
What do you mean you were like? You were thinking like a mud bath, like a pig?
Chilling in
Oh,
the
so
mud
this is
pit.
what you were doing.
No, it was no. So it was maybe more deep, like the first picture, but yeah, it's but filled with mud.
Good way to get MRSA.
Yeah, it's probably really gross. Looking back at it now, it seems very gross.
Casey, for someone that didn't grow up around mud, can you explain what MRSA is?
MRSA is like an illness where you can lose limbs, right?
Yeah,
It's like it's a flesh.
staph infection.
Yeah, it's like that.
It's a type of staph.
Like a flesh-eating bacteria.
I got it one time.
And you can get it in the mud?
Oh yeah, you can get in mud, get in the bathroom, Planet Fitness,
Locker room, yeah.
Wow.
locker room thing. You're really susceptible when you get whipped with a wet towel. That wound, you better pour some iodine on that immediately.
Yeah, rat tail.
This thing's hurt.
Yeah, staph infection. I almost got my leg cut off. No, I don't think so, but it was really bad.
It was?
Oh, it was very scary. I would talk about Grant talking about wanting to pass out. When I took my pants off and looked at it, I wanted to die. I just was like, Lord, strike me down up in my dorm room right now.
You said that?
Kill me now. I can't deal with this. I'm too weak.
Because it was painful or was ugly?
Ugly. It also hurt. It was horribly ugly. I mean, it
was on your leg?
huge. Yeah. It was horrible. It's like, God, I'm not strong enough. I'm so sorry. You taught me to be strong, but I cannot be
And then
strong
it's like,
right now.
William,
Take
I would not take you.
He wouldn't take me.
My sin is envy. I'd love to have a sticky leg.
Well, Casey, be careful what you wish for, dude, because it's in the abstract. It's maybe like a cool sounding thing, but I swear, when it's on your leg, it is really bad.
Vanity. I'd love to have a stinky leg.
No, be careful.
Smell that? That's me.
Because yeah, it stinks in there because there's pus and stuff. Wow. Yeah, it's like sickening.
Give me stinky limbs, God. Make me reek.
Gosh, Casey, don't pray that.
Make me reek.
Casey, don't. Be careful.
I want to be your stinky boy.
I don't think that's Casey anymore. I think that's someone else.
It sounded. Wait, did you hear that?
Yeah. That was not Casey.
I want to stink like a pig, baby.
Yeah. I just came to do a podcast.
Did you guys hear that?
I just came to be on a podcast as a guest. I didn't come for like these like demons.
Did you? Yeah.
You know, I just wanted to talk to you guys, to be quite honest.
Grant, play that back.
Yeah, it's like, were you talking in reverse or something?
Yeah,
I couldn't exactly.
Yeah. So we can really hear what he said, like the Led Zeppelin Stairway to Heaven.
You have discovered the secret prize. So cool.
Is that Fonzie? Who's that?
I was just trying to speak backwards.
This is WikiHow on how to do the stinky leg.
Oh, the dance move.
Yeah.
William didn't need any practice for his stinky leg.
No, I just got it.
It was God-given.
Yeah, I just got it, and trust me, I wasn't praying for it. I wasn't asking.
So instead of God taking you, he just gave you the stinky leg.
Yes.
Fair.
You had to test me. You had to see how serious I was.
You're an acolyte. You're a martyr.
Well, I was an acolyte, and he saw that, and then I think that's why he was testing me. So I just got to keep moving forward. When I start sensing these tests, I just have to keep going forward. Because then oh God, I don't even want to think about it. If I stop moving forward, then that, oof.
Yep, that's
bad.
Really gets nasty.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, something really bad. I mean, I'm sweating thinking about it right now a little bit.
I want to be your stinky boy.
Grant, who was that?
Grant, I'm getting pissed and scared, my man.
Yeah.
Getting some weird signals over here on the board.
Making me use slut.
I've seen that happening.
How does that one end again?
The happening?
Yeah.
The plants make us beat off.
Is that like gooning?
The plants are making everybody jerk their shit. Yeah, gooning is adjacent.
Yeah.
I was looking up reviews on Adidas socks last night, and some comedian freaking in the comment, like doing the review of the socks, is like, yeah, it's perfect for gooning. Also, like, perfect for gooning in.
I still haven't fully been explained to
Like
what that
masturbating or something.
Oh.
I think he's just jerking your shit.
Yeah. Is that what it is, Grant? Do you know about gooning?
1 second.
How do you think you got that splinter?
Gooning with this fucking piece of wood.
The wooden toilet.
Jerking off a new
Jerking
wooden
off.
sock.
Yeah.
How do you think I got that?
A wooden sock trick.
Yeah, can we see wooden socks after you search this?
I was just pulling up some nice
Welcome.
socks, but
Those aren't wooden.
let me look it up.
How are you?
I'm not gonna want to put any of these pictures up, am I?
Hard to say.
Are they bad?
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, if it's like a wiener or a shaft.
Lovely little t-shirt.
What's good, man? How'd you find out about me? Yes, sir. Yo. Can you hear me? Yo. Just 1 moment. Yo. Just 1 moment. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. You live in Pimp? How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? What'd you say? Oh, Discord. Okay, which Discord? Which one though? Was it Aiden Ross or Eco Live or Socialize? Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going? Excellent. I'm well, thank you. Do you know anything about me? Okay, excellent. So you know my spiel. Yeah, I'm watching. Okay, excellent. I'm watching Jewish history lessons. What are you? Yeah, Jewish history. Yeah, 100%.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual.
No.
Of three short lectures is to look at the of the Jews
No.
in the land end of the
Correct.
19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the second century.
Feel free to enjoy, man. I'm going to close my eyes. Glad you're here.
Right out until the region of conversion. And as you can see from the color pattern here, and to scale, you get a sense of where the large communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the first century at the end of the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to know that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after three failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea.
Well, they're not hard to find.
Those Jews were simply ignored, and you have the rise of the great center around the city of Tiberias, Tiberia. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Rothschild in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishe Sidri, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, as described in the Bible, laws of mixed species, the sabbatical year, things like that. Holidays, of course, the holiday cycle, women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like a classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity. Way more than we can discuss in this section. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale. Some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity, which you can see with these little starbursts. These are Christian countries, which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome, Antioch, and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality and protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans, even though they fought wars with the Romans. Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. After the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. In the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nasiut, Yehuda Hanasi, who authored or who compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this Patriarchate. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. They were a minority without any kind of, authoritative body to lead them. Very, very, difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud. One that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that has been adopted since Adrian for the region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. think I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made the Jerusalem Talmud and then its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years, and is still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, a historian if you like. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch, I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, they just took down the sign, but that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues, because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there, that don't necessarily apply in Babylonia, and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative, and certainly much more well-studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit Knesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, eglise, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman-Jewish wars. We have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription, it's called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with synagogues. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Menetus, who was an archiesynagogus, a head of the synagogue, And it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. All of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayer to God, and to perform many other functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue floor with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Tiberias, 4th century. As you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating, harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are of course part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including not too far away in Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite the same. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you in my last lecture. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century, when you have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west, and moving all the way out the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It was one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again was very difficult the last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. You should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths. And there's so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females, and I would assume that's a lot. But in other words, they're kind of like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. Although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole imperative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, or Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. And Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on it. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, there were loopholes found or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Restream, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, the term is deeply, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they continued to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them, called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews. And this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which was unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous, cooperation, cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical literature, but nevertheless it had some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at his very end, in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo, its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem. You have the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership, much larger community in Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had a tremendous pride place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of the region. Here you can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Sfat. Sfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exiles who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Urianic Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these unique blue-tinted gravestones from Sfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Rav Alkabetz, Rav Cordovero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Isaac Luria, who came to Sfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s, in Sfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Sfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go through a fairly steep decline. There are regular, migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who have status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constitute roughly 4% of the overall population. Whereas Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Jews. So there's only a tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, you begin to see the organized migration of Jews now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called the BILU, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'Kuv V'Necha, house of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, BILU, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petah Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland, here you see that there's no contradiction in using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have in Yiddish the translation, what it says in English, help him build the land of Israel is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century, the period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land, or a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to return to that very difficult chapter in that section. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and hope you'll watch the next video as well.
And of course, the price went up by $100, making an expensive phone even more expensive. So how much is this thing going to cost? The Z Fold 7 is $2,000 for a 256 gigabyte version with 12 gigabytes of RAM. If you really want to go all out, your money's just burning a major hole in your pocket, you can get a 1 terabyte version with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Now, I've been using this phone for the past few days, and I can tell you that it has finally gotten to a place that is really good. Like, I can actually recommend this.
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one.
who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it. But in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been a universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses, and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept and principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where as Rabbi Wein often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now, that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews of that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, God forbid, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et me'acharai, v'abdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem b'chem, v'hishmitcha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods, and the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, and normally Sefaria is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. We look carefully at the English. It's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine, for your son, which in this context would mean your grandson. Wait, so let's understand this properly. It says, for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent. If your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is in the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning a non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who was born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Fyodorovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional, romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020. A very beautiful work, still available for sale in many galleries today. Anyway, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments the long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechania ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention, what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, I can imagine how difficult this might have been and how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the 1st century in some ways. At any rate, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great, and he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohn argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, that there was a whole big deal about, they went through this, and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud does not have to be written until quite a bit later. But the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah onwards. And again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically, we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the texts. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the 1st century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so, and any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that, Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms, and when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are expert in this. I hope you found this short video useful. We're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel. Thank you for watching.
Partly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming overcast and lows around 60. Tomorrow we expect a mix of clouds and sun again with a high around 80, 72 now at Van Nuys, 71 in Fullerton, 70 down at Newport Beach, 71 in El Monte. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Scott Carr. We're watching an accident near Pacoima around the 5. He was on the 5 northbound right around the accident. The crash completely cleared away, and the 5 northbound, at least here in the San Fernando Valley, doesn't look too bad. But coming away from the East LA interchange, the 5 northbound is slow. From the 110.
Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel, both the biblical context and the larger theological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel. nature of sources and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Kronjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kronjek, also pronounced Kronjets. I actually have to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use, but in America they tolerate Kronjek. At any rate, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in Jewish Red recently, especially on what we call Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of the feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character. Right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, try to discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kronjek takes us a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put them together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and ancient sources. But it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the world population. We have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers and media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who you mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzibos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushed back on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project test kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If you look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time they kind of fenced off. The way to look at it is, in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Shir, the courtyard of women, So that means that women were part of the overall function of the temple, but on the other hand, there was a relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim, and Leviim, and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhba caves a while ago, and I'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, servant bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees in that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century, and if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archisynagogus. That's right at the right side of the top line, and then going into the second line says archisynagogus, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi, or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of descriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the project test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute. Now, one of the, there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless, or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, the daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about their person. But there's some fascinating aspects when we include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Aisha Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, the famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape him. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in the Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Aisha Potiphar. Zulaikha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than we get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, "Listen to her." The oral tradition, Rashi, both saying, because why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the which of her two sons, Esau and Jacob, received the blessing, and in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, it's hard for me to think in terms of the Hebrew pronunciation, English pronunciation. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, "No, I'm praying to God," and in fact, she becomes the model of that prayer. We even have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of characters that they certainly are smaller in scope in number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective. As we saw in the previous lecture, occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel, but for the most part we are totally reliant on the biblical text. So therefore the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text, trying to understand everything we can about them. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in Israel. And that is that, we have to transport ourselves from early 20th century environment, which we are increasingly tuned to adopt a more androgynous view of religion, to a more ancient view in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion. Maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize these commandments, which by the way was a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, we'll return to that in a few months, is to divide them into four different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always effective. I'll give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay? How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, that's what you're listening. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined? So there, this is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the point. Women are obligated in 3 of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean? Exempt, in general, means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing. There's exception to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated with that. Or women, at least, are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking the 4 cups of wine and the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions. But the general rule is exception. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, putting it in the negative, positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time. Are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off the shore when you have a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. I leave that with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies and women's studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when you see the Orthodox communities. There are also beyond this specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool, and one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely disappeared from the regular canon of texts because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending to the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of take care of the diet of the family and so on. Again, there's no way to say, it would be inappropriate to say that this was universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than that. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and the third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, otherwise she may have been an absolute average woman, and I'll give us some sense of what it must have been like in their cases in the first and second century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
More of like a touristy trap kind of place, but I'm saying that in a very nice way. It was excellent. Like the waiter was amazing, and he said the best thing to me. This was the best thing that he said. He said, I just moved here from, I think he said Lithuania a year ago. And we said, oh, how do you like it? He goes, I love it. It's America. And I just, that put such a smile on my face to hear that from him. I really did like that. Because, we had China and all kinds of stuff going on in the world.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources, methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at 3 exceptional examples.
There are a free desktop or online tool that lets me remove backgrounds manually, like PowerPoint used to do. Yeah, a couple things to look out for.
Hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average woman in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward, to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern and modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the 3 examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. These 2 women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Cook, who is a very important archaeologist with some amazing work in the Cave of Letters and other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, about digging through the Bible, modern archaeology, and the ancient Bible. And he suggests these 3 characters. I also want to mention that she was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. Can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I'd study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. At any rate, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. Different underlying or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Matronisa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather polite manner. And she snaps back at it saying, Galilean fool, Galileo, did you not read what it says? And she goes another teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have abbreviated your statements and simply said which way to go. Right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. You get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique of the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story, the kind of things that she talks about, are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died in that particular Sabbath, two twin boys. Terrifying kinds of things back to Bidler. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, a lot of wisdom, servant perspicacity, an amazing woman. And she stands up primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded 1,000 years after her life in commentary of Rothschild, translated by Zara. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature. And although it appears in a very authoritative commentary that Rashi is a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Uriah's life, but it describes her end as being very weak. I leave that up to the rabbinic scholars to debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Uriah stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important to the development of Jewish society over the next millennia. Another very important figure, now in terms of politics, would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 to the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Sipos. You will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's very great-grandfather, if I got that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connection, things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander the II of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the oligarch of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who will speak about that during another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, of course, a really nasty relationship, rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it was not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among the Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. But anyway, at this point she was like a peak of authority. She was referred to as Regina, meaning queen, Basileia, also queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on. She married a third time to King Polemos II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. There's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt, that being the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazirite vow, which is interesting in its context. Nazirism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course courses are more tractative and common, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience, and they want to like do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, like their hair growth, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when they were doing workout, in some kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on an actual and she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessis Flores, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to throw the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of the brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become Emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem and the Temple. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was some dozen years her junior. That itself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a leader that conquered people, so that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, Dr. Freund, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. We recall it that the Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe, not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and the Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter. So she's a fascinating and exceptional individual in the sense that she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved in, with marriages for setting relationships between territories and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with huge political issues like the divorce. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark in art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. Her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization, far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final conception of literature. We looked at Gloria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high level of political activity as a Jewish princess or even queen. And now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. I'm speaking about a woman named Babat, and I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Babat that goes into this much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago. And there is impossible to tell which one of the Iranians female remains would have been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves, but it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents that all linked to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak of her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? They were in this relationship, not unheard of at that time, and she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard or date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the chair of Apothropi, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrested from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents or passports and things like that in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for their life and activity. And it gives us a sense of a Jewish woman in the 2nd century who was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on. Who took charge of her life, and she's really an agent involved in it. So we should not imagine by the doctor's example that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing her life to wash over them and be passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There is an interesting question: why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general dysfunction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba, because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command, so perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important detailed legal history, like many of us do today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life and her ideas and stuff. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the Bamako archive with great detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women into the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora in particular. Okay, thank you very much.
I can get incoming calls, I can do outgoing calls, no problem. On my tablet, it proceeds. But when it comes to my desktop, I can get incoming calls, but I can not call out. I get it when I try to call out the number, I get more things comes up, and it tells me Google will call your phone and connect you to the number I try to call.
At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happened in Jewish history that really colored the experience experience of Jews and the globe, that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin, Mesopotamia, and eventually throughout the world. Now, this has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years, only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history, the post-biblical period, has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on, as the minority in majority countries. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, it's not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile. In Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus, that Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a little bit of a misnomer because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the also limited population transfers that happened with the Assyrians and Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery, but the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of Jewish Israel, hence the experience as galut, as an exile nation. It's really pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state. Theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're sitting in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You recall that the first Roman Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that circle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galil to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved in particular north to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew. And so renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well. We also have Jews who are living in North Africa. We looked at one of those communities here in the context of the Quichos rebellion a while ago, and there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There is a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spent some time there unwillingly, as it happens, after the assassination of Gedaliah. For him, there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce it, by the way, Elephantine. So look carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so, therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have the cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so on. So there is a very important Jewish military colony in Elephantine, and we'll look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular site. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, there's the little red part. There are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition. That's where robbers would find ways on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military force there. And we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in pyrite and in ostracite, right? Those clay bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern technology, and in Samaria, that would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider as valid. The Arak El Amir in Jordan, and Leon Topkalis in Egypt, under this is referred to as the Talmud, Manias before. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating. They're a little bit we have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. I didn't have a chance to check off the project. Yes. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes, things like that. Her name is Tafia, which seems to be related to the Matach, to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 type of construction engineers or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region. Not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Hananiah, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Tammuz is definitely not an evil name, because in Hebrew the word Tammuz means she will die. Right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That it certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, the master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name is Koti. If Hananiah were to default in a relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave owner and the child, the whole thing was really bizarre. Also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Talmud could just start a divorce on its own, which is something that rabbinic law does not permit. Lots more to say about that. I'll need to come back to it in maybe either the Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential on the early church. There's a funny story about the two of them was written according to the legend. 70 rabbis were brought in and were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hittner is a very important issue in America. He liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together, you put them in one room and ask them to be that's a miracle. In the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great has swept through the entire region and established all kinds of new norms and new cities in Alexandria, and there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in their society, and so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies and they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was reported by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era who approached the Bible primarily in the Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write the Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again in the Christian tradition, not so much in the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish population in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, remember him, ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome. He was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered places where you should not transgress, you should respect the various ritual worship of the Jews. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were mollified, and there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish war that exploded in Europe. That's just a look very quickly at Alexandria, and as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early dynasty. Thank you very much.
The LA Times reports one died in a fall during the raid. Acting Ice Director Todd Lyons says the large protest that responded to the scene has made agents weary.
The workforce is getting tired of this. It's dangerous. Those rocks kill people. You saw those vehicles being attacked. That's the thing. Those deadly weapons, and I do it there creative.
So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced settlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and Babylonians in the 8th and 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were the periods in which they were forced removals of Jews from the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise many Jews, here's a look at a map. You can see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That, as I said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamia means, between the rivers. And sometimes known as the Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changed over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and get sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply you there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to carry your captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall be peace. This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile is diluted, this diaspora, to use a neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represents a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worship an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal, not being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God was not interested in taking care of them in exile. And that's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation throughout the exile. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of activity that we're so one of the most fascinating collections that we have here is the so-called Rothschild archive. This represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Rothschild, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell us, because they are so-called paleophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. I don't shut up the it's very complicated name, like let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? And so on. God given. Right? They all like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. So it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place notes mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al-Yahudu. Yahud, of course, is Jewish, and there's lots and lots of Jewish elements in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Rothschild archive was built. And one of the things really amazing about the Rothschild archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parents. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so Hillel ben Yaakov. Hillel is son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. That's the reason for this section. I'm not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the the individual's name and their potential limits. And you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You can see that there's a real scene that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, which all of a sudden, these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they have a much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad, or Thomas, or something that's really not Christopher, like really not especially Jewish names, and then all of a sudden their kids get named like Eliezer, Hannah Rivka, Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there is a real teshuvah movement, and they really started giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on. For quite some time. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Rothschild archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. Fascinating that in diaspora tradition we wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry, well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? With David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government and so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class, or rather they are more middle class and lower in this. So much stuff to talk about. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylon, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to explore in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called Nefute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia, teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier. Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters, other peoples write it with different letters, and it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other, as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about Babylon. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exilon, the head of the exile. And again, I want to just go on a major discussion of this a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study which will ultimately produce the the Talmud often get into conflict with the racial religion. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories to see, which gives a lot of details of two brothers from the famous city of Maharva named Menelaus and Asmoneus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create for about 15 years their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from the Parthian Empire until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed these robber states. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say that I think that it takes too far away. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about diaspora.
Give this one a try versus other models. Have fun and do more. You can do so much more. You don't need two phones, you don't need a phone and a tablet, you don't need to have something heavy. No more weight, no more complexity, you can do so much more. And this one is actually, you can have a lot more fun. This is really cool.
Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all this, but I will tell you it's a great phone because we will be returning to this later. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the match lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, which is shaped like a boot, and Canadian area, and then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, as Turkey. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back to the 4th century, and then of course after Alexander there's much more of the presence of building. In Rome, a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar in the 1st century proclaims Judaism a religio legita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected, and there's certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant, for example, the whole business with kosher food. Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. Generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went down from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well. We can really see a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are secularism, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you feel this is like a strange idea. Really? I can't just like be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things. No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly, but certainly circumcision. And Jews would eat non-Jewish food, so they had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total seemed to be fanatic ban any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, what is the problem? It's so big. I often compare this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game, something like that, which Americans consider very rude. And by the way, I use this example long before it became the headline of the social justice movement, Black Lives Matter, and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans. Is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did with their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. There's a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to fatalism, inherent in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian Peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, so converts, and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we should see the Jewish migration going, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practice a two-step burial, where first they would be buried in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that I can't believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but it's interesting at this time. On the yard side, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones out of the flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors. It's like how spooky that modern sensibilities is really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated like this really charming palm tree on one wall, painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. There are examples of love like this highly unusual statue of child. You see these
automatically being saved into your camera roll. So there's a way to do that into your settings and then chats. And there's an option under chats that says save.
The inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic is probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a great language would be a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well, and the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is now a later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is the oldest of it's really look at these catacombs. There's so much research that we derive from it. More than we can talk about. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean. By that, we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include a little bit of Syria, maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV, which is associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. And 2,000 Jewish families, who were military families, transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Jews there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues, even well before the year 70. This is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Roman lands as well. The Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with Greek term suke, or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and many other figures as well. Let's just take a look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we were looking at Venus, Cyrene, and a little bit let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we are not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. We refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian, is one of the terms used in the Talmud, but they won't necessarily regard them as being slightly different rituals or a slightly different family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is evidence of a Jewess named Adria. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: there's something wiped out, and then the end of it is Mia, and then a new word Salo, something like Mula, and the word An, Uno, Mens, Quattro, Dia, Uno, which translates as probably something like here lies. Phil's name ends in the letters N-I-A. Julia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day. The Roman numeral 4 is 4 which also is a testament to its antiquity. Finally, she specifically denoted and this she is our first indication of Jewish self.
What's happening? Are you signed in on your phone?
I can't wait to this more, but for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be sort of like synthetic and Jewish history, how that differs from the medieval period. Thank you.
Yes. So what you want to do on one account, you don't want to upload pictures anymore. You want to turn off the backup for that account. So once you're into that account, you switch into that account, turn off backup, and that will stop those new photos from going in. But here's the thing, you still have the old photos that are in there. So what you want to do is from a desktop, this is the easiest way to do it. Go to photos.google.com. Make sure you're on that.
Hello and welcome to another Jewish History Live series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how the Jewish people survived antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and we can take a deep breath and then go to the next adventure, which is. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized. So it's gorgeous. You get a sense of life in history was actually in color, not in black and white, which are used to these photographs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. You can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that would be ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The challenge in working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. I did a video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up, the amazing story, becomes the vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows him because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew here anachronistically. They would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely they would have called themselves maybe Hebrews or Hebrews, which comes from Eber HaNahar, from the other side of the river. They originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to sort of ally them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you. The next bit of event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Meneptah stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that is, refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When you move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates, described in the book of Samuel, in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what will become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly, both in territory and influence and so on. Unfortunately, after Solomon's descent into civil war, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off. There was then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem, and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty, they're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, And this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Hanukkah Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual and cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they reestablished a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of elements of Males, and we will continue along that path. Romans invaded in 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade, they kind of invited to them because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdom in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of foreign power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He was very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the 1st century BCE, tremendous amount of public works, buildings, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the 1st century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them. The Second Temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70-odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region of Galilee, was more significantly depopulated. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments impose on Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? And that's something that can basically knock out any people. The fact that they lost control of their land multiple times. First under the Assyrians, when the northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. This is like the repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and re-establishing some level of self-rule. To jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again. It's 2,000 years of absence. Really. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. If they're not living within the contiguous borders of their own territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period, when communication and transportation is nothing like what we would see in the modern era? Third, full-on WordPress of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them. And the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship, ethics, and literature. these are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of Exodus. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating to discouragement. So you're like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar-Kokhba revolt, the first Roman Jewish war, the Titus rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness, with the destruction of the temple twice, and the displacement of people to another land. How are they able to maintain a sense of balance, a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges of their existence? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to report, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moments to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence, because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance, the period of the creation of the Talmud, also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula, and so on, huge surges to the population, and begin to kind of rethink what it means to be outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period. We'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their existence over so many centuries. Thank you very much for
electronics. You would literally buy your electronics at all these different stores everywhere before you went online and stuff. And so we had a whole section called like business machines. And that's where people came to buy computers and graphics cards and processors. And it was just a huge portion of business, in addition to buying notebooks and envelopes and things like that. Like, electronics were a huge part of their business.
Welcome to another episode of just like the last class, when I offered up the question, how does he survive antiquity? Let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer. I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives that they have their Savior and things like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using here. You may ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? I mean, are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gotten to this particular section? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to, please tell me the story already. Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into big theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment, the scene between the ancient period and the medieval period. And this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, and it's a good time to reflect on what does it all mean. Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope you will pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rothschild, shown here most recently one of the Rothschild guys, fantastic scholar at Bar-Ilan University. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Rothschild. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him, and he was very gracious in sharing his thoughts. We're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History. And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect, and that is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rothschild uses this term meta-history in a kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past. So, like, for example, if physics is the study of the physical universe, body of motion, mass, velocity, things like that, then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? What is a larger story of this history? You know, of course, the story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question. You have the Tzemach David, very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gatz. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gatz, David Krauss of Prague, a great local historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents an early encyclopedic Jewish history. It's not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology. Like this year this happened, this year this happened, so not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked and data and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happen to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. As if they are totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and not impacted by the rest of the world. I don't know if like Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later. But we separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Kretz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte and Geschichte. Basically, Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Kretz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, compromised, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books, they're developing science, they're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like a society where when persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then through location they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like this grand narrative that Heinrich Kretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedic historian, who who have criticized Tourette's for missing out some really important things, and not including them because they really didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Tourette's tends to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Tourette's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, the attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Tourette's wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance in the secular society. Look at how unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Tourette's, and this is part of the challenges of the grand narrative book. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach, and especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with more rationalist Lithuanians, and there are accusations of the Hasidim engaging so much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Tourette's kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Tourette's history, and that's something that Schiffner wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves. And Hasidism is, of course, very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. So Dubno was very much an advocate of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with diaspora nationalism, which he said, it's really like what the people are developing on their own. What happens to the development? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a traditional state. And he says this is something truly amazing. We should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continue? He says the reason they continue is because they advanced beyond what a state requires. That they had developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something we should strive for. This is an ideal. Everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than trying to fit in with secular society, we should encourage the development of specifically Jewish cultural projects. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his grand narrative looked towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already, they don't need a state. They can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. We want them to go back to a more barbaric age. So he definitely, his grand narrative, soft-pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, were many great Zionist historians like Ben-Zion Dinor, who said that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zionism. It's the constant urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben-Zion Dinor's model, but maybe we'll explore that later. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Salo Whitmire Barron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Goodnow at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities and that the monolithic approach of Goodnow, which was influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow. Lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, and that is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It's associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, Saint-Pierre, a French Jew, who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de text." There is nothing outside the text. What exactly does this mean? What is its implication for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to the text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history and archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Jacques Derrida argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. This document has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other options of data. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so you now know that Henry Livingston was born on such and such a date in this little town in northern Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernists argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Livingston on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents, and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document has been forged? Who says that this document is the result of a mistake, or clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived and think that this is a correct document. That my parents gave it to me, but they gave it to a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine, well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Livingston was born, and we can rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document. And we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's a possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happen? All you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling, because if you cannot make any kind of generalization about reality beyond the texts and documents and theological findings that we discover, history. So, Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier juif." I am the last Jew.
another form of hell.
Like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior doctrines. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such thing happened because here's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. Words are not that, yes, I get what today's thought. What actually happened? We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented. So this upends everything, like when we find the Tel Dan Stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean if we can use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time? Is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advancements of postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. You can't write about a large period of history because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents, lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years. And gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully, with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution. And you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare to figure out, is it possible to write anything larger, any survey history? This is So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. Like, this is what I look like as a historian. And so, since we have so much beautiful photographs, I have to give credit to Mark Chef, who is this amazing photographer who reached out to me to do a shoot before he put together a book. And we're proud to be included in his subject. He really has a unique gift to be able to find that book. Who is this person? And then put it somehow into his lens. So anyways, that's the picture. Here's the question. If this is the situation with how historians write, that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize beyond them. There is a way of reliability. This is not a fiction. Why is he there just like any other novel or play? So there's certainly a difference in history. And I'm going to follow this argument that Professor Rothschild makes in his book. And the way that we get to that, however, requires a little bit more of personal sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic written by this man, Max Eigenbaum, not a professional historian, but a very talented, highly data storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 13 years or so old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house, and I picked it back copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see it from the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I've never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History, so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it's an incredibly popular book, published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple different versions. This version here says basically 1.5 million copies, second edition, but this version, this cover says something very significant, edited and revised by Ethel Dumont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel Dumont made to this book. She herself is also a published author. She suffered a head injury and wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in the second edition, but in the first edition, published in the early 60s. So we don't know a lot about Ethel Dumont's involvement in this, but let's not think of this as exclusively male. She passed away in 2013. So Max I. Dumont's approach to history really emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews, and that's something that made a great impact on me. So let's return to our question of postmodernism, now that I've told you a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history, and we'll return to something that Professor Rothschild calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these texts that we use, the data points that we use to write history. I'm going to be as conscious as I can of my own proclivities towards a grand narrative, towards a meta history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max I. Dumont's first presentation of the indestructible Jews. And I am going to share those biases with you upfront. When I am troubled by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in that history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max I. Dumont. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, if you're part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I look to hold myself. When you respond in the comments or in emails or whatever, I hope you will continue to be respectful and understand that I'm just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, not Christian enough, Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, working with the data, same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement. But I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened. Because I get it. Raising God, you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and we will analyze it. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my grand narrative. And for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Roth, a phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind a massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project in Jewish things, and that is the massive encyclopedia Judaica. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times. It was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rothschild's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seems to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey, as he put it in 1950. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history, of course, it's not gender neutral language, but there you go, 1950s. Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in third person, something which I really like to especially on Twitter, the author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher image. So in other words, what Dr. Roth was saying was that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher image on every page of Jewish history.
That's another side of it. When you visit a website,
that's my experience.
Sending data back
I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact that you listened to it at the very end, so if you fall asleep, I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description of the English views of Mediterranean. Fascinating period of Jewish history. Thank you very much.
Listeners should know that on almost every website out there. It's not just Google, though. Google has Google Analytics, but the Meta, the Facebook Pixel, or the thumbs up button, whatever, the like button, those are data collection mechanisms. There was just a little bit of a mini scandal where it was found out that on Android phones, Facebook could recognize
the period after the destruction of the temple in the year 70 and the second Roman Jewish war under Bar Kokhba in the 30s is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationships between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. So they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain political integrity and to maintain their identity, and in fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important in terms of technical nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the first century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah that is oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago on what exactly is the Mishnah. But these are the teachers who play an incredibly important role in focusing the Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which is of course related very closely to their real life, their identity, and then ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, teachers, Amoraim speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also more importantly in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of time basically comes to a close in the 3rd century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it, and the Amoraim will then be exploring and discussing it as a whole in the 2 lectures. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So, at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in Talmud in which Yochanan Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome, can leave Yavne, give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections of what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, later under Rabbi Gamliel and the other stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications and illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual focus that's happening among the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia, 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute is centered on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Anna. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to 2 main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, the great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. Perhaps I should just make a mention of this one. Shammai and Hillel are 2 of the greatest of the generation that preceded the Tanaim. And their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created 2 large schools, the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether what followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amounts of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side we have Rabbi Eliezer Gadol, a very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this oven, that is the house of Hillel, the agreement with Beit Hillel. Hillel has passed away quite for a long time. What ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says, and the Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, Doesn't matter. We follow the arguments of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted and sent along the road. And the rabbi, that actually happened. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Midrash be crumbled. And they crumble. Then at one point one of the rabbis says, what? To the walls. What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And to the walls, they don't collapse. They sort of like stay in a meeting place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says that if the law follows me, let the heavens proclaim. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. And this looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer. The rabbis say, you can bring as many proofs as we want, but lo bashamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Hillel, is followed in this particular case of this oven. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they wanted to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist with the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is where National Geographic wants to ask me, I don't know why specifically, but it's really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's discussion of huge storms at sea. They all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion of the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want, or the interview, or go back and forth on what this means. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. I'm going to be Beis Hillel, I'm going to be Beis Shammai. Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beis Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian census rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jewish law. But it's still very cool to think that it's not. institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews. You can see in this map here that the sages of Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north where it was located in a few different places. So it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period that we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Siyut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have a really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There's some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Messiah, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Judah, the prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary source will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate and misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some technologists, like the Seder Olam, which is the order of the world, the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have the time with ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing, fleshing out why things happened, and so on. So if we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Bata archaeology, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Kokhba. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the cave of letters. And what we can see from her archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole big existence of Jews who were simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society, and on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference. They're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't have a lot of. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Adia Bene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Hilmi Alka, that is Helene the king. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism. And she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity, she gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. It was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and was on display in the Israel Museum. So the thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adia Bene would convert to Judaism is just a sense of how even during these very difficult times, in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian center. Thank you very much for listening.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Home Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim and the period immediately following the disastrous 2 revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarch in Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order after the year 219, which is when Rav, the great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, a particular rabbi, is based on traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia and the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities, like Shmira Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the rule of Shmur Malka, Shapur I, also known as Shmur Malka. He's actually appears in the Talmudic literature, and it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in this format. But let me leave that to later on in the series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began, in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale of the two major rivers, the Hebrew, the Nahar Ziklat, Tideka, which is the Tigris, and the Nahar the Euphrates, and they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. This is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of the rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish law. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you're born on the other side, feel in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Surah, the great academy at Surah, at Nahar and the story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259 in Nahar there's a lot in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Surah and Babadita, that last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish study, where the Talmud was developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers, miles, is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Kubadita in one day. Certainly, you could stop at the Nahar for lunch, and maybe stay the night and then walk to the beach and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other. Even guys, and the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Rothschild and others in Israel, he returned to Babel. He ended up establishing the yeshiva at Surah. His colleague Shmuel went to Nahar and later the yeshiva moved to Puerto and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really great early yeshiva establishments. A lot more to say about what exactly it was a yeshiva. We talked about the contemporary yeshiva, fold them backwards in time to what it must have looked like then. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the next short video, I'll tell you a little bit about what the time is these rabbis in these yeshivot are doing. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little bit of little evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic. And amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse scroll. There are literally hundreds of curse scrolls that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of effective kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they had cornered the market in curse scrolls, and they were selling them to everybody. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of data. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power. There was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in Nation Aruta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel, just like the Yehuda Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that leadership role, so too the Exilarch was reputed to be from this line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period, you have the Rishkahuta, their name, interact with rabbis in the time and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our main lens is to rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Julia, one of the exceptional women of the Talmud, because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that are sort of like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She is associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of considered and we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was orphaned, raised by an uncle, but the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as Ina. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the time, and most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother as an unrelated name. My mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing bits of detail. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. Magi, just a lot of great passages of Magi today. These are, of course, important to the Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, and they come far away from the east, drawn by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenazi ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but it's actually the commentary. That's exactly what they're talking about. It's also some, because the Magi regard the fire as having tremendous sanctity and as a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed look, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have just doesn't come through because it's not considered relevant data. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that.
Okay, that's fair. You're allowed to do that, but otherwise, if nobody says anything, I'm gonna eat it. Unless it's my wife and she eats like a rabbit. I don't need that. I'll get those rabbit grains through the animal I'm eating that ate the rabbit grains. That's how I get those minerals inside. So throughout the day, until 5 o'clock, we'll be out here. Come by, say hi.
Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is. And that's a crazy impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scratch it down to a few minutes is very challenging. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is the structure of the program? So probably the best way to understand this is to look at a modern printing on the Talmud page, and you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of the first section you have to look at is this sort of choral melody, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has like, general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar, Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it really is not the same as a law code either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens and hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in the story. And this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something I would have been committed to memory that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, actually talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then it'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, they tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner, and Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. It is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow the discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara, the word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing. Gemara. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century onward, referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But if you go on for pages and pages, it's much, much longer than the Mishnah. And one Mishnah, like a paragraph of the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I've shown you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean, they say the Sea of Talmud, and just like, you can't say the sea has a particular source that all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea in some shoreline. Some places might be nice, easy places to get into the water, like let's say the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with lost and found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with, water flashing and, like trying to jump into the middle of, Monathos or something like that, with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It's brilliant, amazing. I'm already talking about it. Embracing the text, use the remarkable metaphor of the Rabbi Rothschild, is on the right in Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century. I will speak more about this as we go on in this course. And his descendants and other students, the Tosafot, from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate. Many, many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi Rothschild. I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and there's really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas. And, I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Semen, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha. And I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why the conversation is so important. So Chaim Semen introduces the audience of the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called almost
iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now.
basically is the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is nomos? I think nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like story telling the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of like dense legal, sometimes green discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with, a big excursus on the meaning of life, purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're like basically thrown in there. And some commentators have felt those kind of random. It is hardly random. It's not really intentional. And what Professor Kepler has to say is that in order for a legal system to work, the Talmud is on its foundation a legal system. It's called by some the Constitution of Judaism. Big Constitution. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, with the story behind law. This is really important because if a society, Professor Glover, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing a narrative behind them, then ultimately that's a type of tyranny, where the rules are arbitrary, made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often said, even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and accept the request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of wanders between big discussions of nomos related issues to discussions of narrative related issues, and it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative elements. I strongly urge you to look at that podcast of the Talmud and put it in the source notes. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I am very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud study called folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Dafyomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing, and it is the document that much of Judaism has evolved for the last 1,500 years. Enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you tomorrow.
Those of you who want to kick up your grilling this grilling season and summer season, and you're thinking, what should I be cooking or grilling? Tons of stuff on their exotics that are rare. I'm a big fan of duck. I'm a big fan of ostrich. Bison is fantastic. If you haven't tried bison is amazing because not only do you get kind of that...
Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean time. There's 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd to the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Euler, that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable. Right. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because I'll show you on the map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which was once so huge, and it's just barely hanging on. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous population, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the legion, and so on, and development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers, and we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nesiut. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Messiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel before the Common, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in further centuries, but basically he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly the local Christians might have interfered that process. And so Hillel Messiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrin. In fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If you look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine, in the year 324, renamed it Nova Roma, the New Rome, and it was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes to further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself the kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma, in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We'll talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which was part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. On manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians. And this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to the Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca. And I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. Because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. And you can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus in Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and the southern coast of France, the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Syria that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just about where my head is on this map, This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which will become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629 he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly. But before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre. So here's the Arabian Peninsula. You can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Wallerstein called The Throne of Andulis, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period that we specified. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Karim Assad who, in the return of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, was not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I hope to discuss soon, not too long from now. When the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand oppressed by the Christians and on the other hand oppressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Khalid Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the 10th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar Uwas that lived 100 years later. Presumably, Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting those Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there is conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far, we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom is Jewish. But a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Himyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and everything like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which is in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. Well, we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. I wish I had more time to study this. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but it only lasts a very brief time, because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. So we're going to look at a lot of these communities in all the countries. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about versus Judeo's tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for
it started off as like a side hustle. We did craft barbecue with a Filipino influence to it. And I was still in the Army. And, I would still, when I get off work, I go home, knock out some catering gigs. I've been working a lot, but since then, this January, I just felt like it was my kind of a calling to step out of my comfort zone and pursue the passion of barbecue full time. So I've done it in January, and Marsha over at Wildford so graciously blessed us with the opportunity to cater this event here when we first opened up the store. And now we're back for
one of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic, it's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who we will speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But it's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment, and people speaking, and, hyperbole and things like that, it can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this Adversus Judaeos tradition in particular. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here, and I have to tell you, there's a quick sidebar. As I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation. Andrei TV, les vrais portraits écrits des hommes grecs, latins et païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and not sure what païens means peasant, it's really different. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others, but otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really good. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with the Jews. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal, spiritual, based on ideas, morality, emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot, was it a meat spoon, a milk pot, things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing, whereas Christians are about more spiritual aspects of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He Also, at the same time, it seems to me a little bit contradictory that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted them to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews, you are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. It doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is what does it matter to you what I call myself? I could call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obduracy. Definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations. And it is a very important early theme in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially with Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly at the work of St. John Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these Ray Portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based at Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, which is a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying is all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery. And you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences. And no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there, things like that. If there's 7 basic laws, just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive the reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews made, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which we won't go into in this sort of class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in the sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch, that the fairly open society, non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews Christians participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday. Right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and this was apparently not happening. He was very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like 25 bucks a pound. So they're giving them, this is essentially bread, it's just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless, it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. He refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the literature. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense. But if someone says to you, hey, Jew in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos Goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover. So John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things non-Jews should be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to be essentially shut aside. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the adversity of the Jewish condition, or perhaps generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about him. This is one particular story, a beautiful Italian conditioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on, and he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was like really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean, in this particular beautiful lake, it's in the forest or something, and the little child was like with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him as the halo is kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? And you'll never be able to put the hole." And the child says, "Exactly. There are some things which, you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore, you have to kind of like let go sort of approach to it." Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which is very useful and positive, actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments to the Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on Jews, very similar to Jewish theology in this case, but the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing them? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, is another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. This will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential for Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like the metaphor of Cain. We recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay Cain, the mark was there to indicate that he should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using citation from Psalms, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called the teachings. Thanks very much, Will.
Westbound side of the 91 freeway, just before you get to Norwalk Boulevard, there's an accident taking away the left lane. That's backing you up as you go away from Valley View, and then up ahead, westbound 91 at the 110. Reports of something that's on fire on the freeway. The smoke is backing up the driver coming away from Avalon. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rebecca Hamill.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I want to tell you, I'm just having a great time enjoying the people that have come out today. We're out here at Wild Fork Foods in Valencia. Come on by and say hi. But I wanted to tell you about the Buckman. And we all know how expensive it is to live out here in Southern California. And, if you're lucky enough or blessed enough to own a home, you got to take care of it. And you think about fires, you think about all these things. I know that's scary, but one of the scariest things, no joke, is termites. The way they work from the inside out, you can't see it. And I know us guys like to know what we're doing. We go, oh, no, I don't see any poop, we're fine. That's not the way it works. As a matter of fact, when you see those little pellets, it's already been 2 or 3 years of them eating. Salmon package, look at that. So please take care of this. You can start with the Buckman and a free termite inspection. That's what they want to give to you so you can be sure. And if they find out the Buckman during that free termite inspection, they can get rid of your termites. They can do it without testing. And I love this part personally. They repair any damage those bugs cause. They do it themselves. You don't have to get another contractor or anything like that. They'll take care of it. I know this because they've done it for me. I've been a user of Buckman and their services for 8+ years. They're family owned, so they're serving Southern California for over 66 years. So start with that free termite inspection. That pound $250 on your cell. Save the Buckman. Call today. You'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program with a complete inspection service. So get that free termite inspection done. Pound $250. Say the Buckman. Pound $250. Say the Buckman.
Local weather for KFI. Sunny today with highs in mid-70s to lower 80s for Metro LA and OC. Around 70 at the beaches, low 80s to low 90s in the valleys and IE. Mid-90s to low 100s in the high desert. Tonight, low clouds and fog developing. Lows in the low to mid-60s. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning. Then it turns sunny with highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Right now, it's 82 in Brea, 78 in Orange, 69 in Seal Beach, and 77 in Anaheim. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
by. We'd love to shake your hand. We're celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Wild Fork Foods here in Valencia. If you're not familiar with them, you haven't had a chance to check them out, go to wildforkfoods.com, wildforkfoods.com, see the food that I'm talking about, and if you're nearby, come on out, because there has been a ongoing line growing and shortening outside where they're enjoying the food that they're grilling up here today. So come try some samples. We're giving away stuff. As a matter of fact, you can celebrate 30 years of splashing fun at Hurricane Harbor, just right to the back of me here, open daily. Throwing slides, epic waves, cool off your favorite slide, unwind a little bit, relaxing. What are you looking for? River cruise experience, Hurricane Harbor, LA's 30th anniversary, all season long, and you can get the most out of this thrilling deal on tickets and passes when you visit sixflags.com/Hurricane Harbor LA. That's sixflags.com/Hurricane Harbor LA. We're giving away tickets today, so you can come on down for that. Seriously, Kayla? You're like feeding a lion. I wouldn't have put my fingers as what is this?
This is USDA Prime Beef Picanha.
Oh, yes.
That has been grilled with our black steak salt. Picanha is a very well-known Brazilian-inspired piece of meat. It comes from the sirloin of the cattle, and it just delivers a great eating experience. We've been trying to fill that bunker nonstop because we've just been selling it like hotcakes, but that's what you're eating today.
Everybody always mentions that when you mention Wild Fork Foods. They're like, oh, yeah. And so the voice you're hearing there, and I want to make sure I pronounce it, even though we have met, is it Paras?
Correct, Paras.
And you are a regional manager here, or you oversee?
Yes, I am the regional leader for our operations here in California.
Leader, I like that better than manager, because now it sounds like you oversee. They carry you out on their shoulders and stuff.
You know, I like to give the team the credit. I think they do a lot of the heavy lifting over here. We have a fabulous team of close to 100 people that are working hard every day to try and deliver great eating experiences for our customers.
You know what? They're not managed. They're led. That's the key. That's the difference there. They're not managed. They're led.
Well, I appreciate the kind words.
No, we had a nice conversation last time we were out in Orange County last year. And we were doing Pigs Grilling, which we will be doing again this year. Be listening for those dates as well. But today is a wonderful day. It's the 1-year anniversary of this location. And tell people about this location. Are there certain foods that you find here, not at others? Is it different at each location, or what can they expect when they come out here to Valencia?
Yeah, you know, as you mentioned, we are celebrating our 1-year anniversary in Wild Fork, Valencia, and we are really excited and really proud of the team here. I think they're doing a phenomenal job. And in terms of the variety, I think that we carry a very consistent assortment of products across all of our stores.
Sure.
So what you find here in Valencia is no different than what you find in Wild Fork Encino, than what you find in Wild Fork Thousand Oaks across our 11 locations. And our customers appreciate that because it just offers them that consistency that no matter where they go, they're going to find the same products that they find anywhere else. What we stand out for is, as you have right in front of you, the picanha. You know, we carry over 200 different cuts of beef. So just the variety of product that you find here is really what stands out. And a lot of people like checking out our exotics bunker. We carry ostrich, alligator, venison, elk, bison, frog legs. So definitely check that bunker out because it definitely inspires people to try a different type of protein.
Oh yeah, hop on those frog legs. See what I did there, Kayla? I love that you call it bunker. Why do you call it bunker?
You know, in retail, we use two terms. Either they're coffins or bunkers. And we said we don't like the word coffins, so we're going to stick with bunkers instead. So when you see the product merchandise, we like to call them bunkers.
Well, I'm sure the animals that are in there would call them coffins, but that's okay. That's them. Okay, we're serving the living people out here. What's your go-to? Like when you grab something, you're leaving and you want to cook something at home, is there something that you take and you go, this is special to me?
Yeah, you know, the picanha is definitely something that I grab every single time. In fact, I'd love for you to try the picanha that we're cooking out today.
Do you have like a long poem or something you want to talk about while I try to there?
I will do my
The best of times, it was the worst of times. Go ahead.
I will do my best. So definitely the prime picanha, the picanha light in general is something that stands out at Wild Fork. And it's definitely something that I think I know, right? Isn't it awesome? And yes, he's showing the gentleman there is showing us the black steak salt. That's what we use on the picanha.
This is no joke. And we are partners, good partners with folks at Wild Fork, but nobody will ever pay me to say anything about them that I don't believe. You can't. It's impossible. I get to turn down whatever I want. I never have to say anything I don't want. I guarantee you that. That is one of the best steaks I've ever had, period. And I've had a lot of steaks.
Well, I appreciate
That is absolutely phenomenal. It's cooked perfectly, seasoned perfectly. That is absolutely spectacular.
I think we got to give credit to our chef out there. John did an amazing job. And you know what's the best part about this piece of meat? Is you're paying $9 a pound for it, which is cheaper than a ribeye.
Oh my God. Holy smokes. Did you hear that? Cheaper than a ribeye, which is one of my favorite cuts, but I will tell you, that is better than a ribeye. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have had three of the worst ribeye, I'm not going to name any place, but I've had three of the worst ribeyes I've had in probably the last 6 months of my life. And it's almost turned me off from ribeyes. I'm like, I'm not going to eat them unless I cook them myself because I was so disappointed.
You know, it's funny you say that because I started off my career at Wild Fork eating a lot of ribeyes, and now I barely touch the ribeyes.
Yeah, and they're fantastic. The tomahawk and all those.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, I have them. I have, just so you folks know, in my freezer right now, I have Wild Fork cuts. I don't know of any time that I don't have something from Wild Fork in my freezer. Another thing is, because of the easy service at wildforkfoods.com and being able to order, it is a fantastic thank you to somebody. Our good friend Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, heard tomorrow morning after the Jesus show and heard this morning. He gave me some advice on something, and I felt bad. People think advice is free, but it's not. Dean has spent his entire life learning what he knows. So just as a thank you, I sent him some Wild Fork cuts and out there in Thousand Oaks. And he was so appreciative because he loves to cook. He probably cooks more than I do. And I, quite honestly, probably have a hammer in my hand more than he does. But it's one of those things that it's a great gift. And because there's something nurturing about food. I heard a guy in front of church one day, years ago. One of those guys who just spews wisdom every time he opens his mouth. And he said, don't hang out or don't go out with somebody who wants to buy you a drink. Go out with someone who wants to buy you a meal. Yeah. Because that's somebody that doesn't have an agenda. And I always thought that was good. Can you stick around?
Absolutely.
Okay, stick around. We'll talk more with Paras here. He is the regional leader, and I expect you to treat him as such when you come out at Wild Fork Foods here in Valencia. So stick around. More to come. We'll find out more what makes it special here. So go nowhere on their 1-year anniversary. Let's talk to you, Eileen Gonzalez, the KFI 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. 3 people have been arrested in Seal Beach for allegedly bank jugging. And President Trump is planning to put a new 35% tariff rate on Canada starting August 1st. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour. And you can drive on the 91 after this.
Sorry, bub. I got a new spot. They're giving away stuff, and they're all mad at me now. But I'm going to tell you about Wild Fork Foods, which is where we are today. And they were just about to give something away, but we share the same microphone. Check out wildforkfoods.com, won't you? Wildforkfoods.com. Find one in your area. If you're out here in Santa Clarita, come by, say hi. I'm out here today celebrating their 1-year anniversary. Right off of Magic Mountain Parkway. We started at 2, we'll go to 5. They're grilling outside. We're celebrating summer grilling season as well. So much here
Grill Pit Master Dom is out there just killing it. This pecan, I mean, this is so spectacular. And, you telling me that it's one of the best sellers is not surprising. Not just in California, but across the country. That is one of our best. That is spectacular. That is one of the absolute best steaks I've ever had. I'm going to highly recommend that for you as well. So come out now today or go to your local Wild Fork Foods and get your food on, get your grilling on, and we'll be talking more about what makes them so special till we come back. So we're in Santa Clarita. We'll be here till 5. Don't miss out. Come by, say hi, but I can't recommend enough. Go to wildforkfoods.com, wildforkfoods.com, and get you the free iHeartRadio app. There's over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touch us and stay attacked. And the greatest of all time. I won't even tell me how to get the signals from. I don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6-foot kids walking around. Try something different. iHeart Comedy. Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a present now.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How much do you know about the person you love and who they really are? This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How can it be so simple?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on?
If you could on the television, the lot of people that they see is completely unrealistic. It's about who we are online, how little we know, and uncovering a 10-year scam.
The only thing I have is truth from my side.
I'm Alexi Mostrous. I'm a journalist at Tortoise Media, and this is Sweet Bobby.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
I did a study on most people do not experience severe withdrawal when they quit taking antidepressants.
Study out of the UK found that while people quitting antidepressants did experience more withdrawal symptoms than those on placebos, they weren't found to be that serious. They included issues like dizziness, nausea, and nervousness. Relapse and depression was not noted during withdrawal. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Mayor Brett settling a remaining lawsuit that was facing was charged with lemonade. ABC News reports the company settled 3 suits alleging highly caffeinated drink causing multiple injuries and 1 death. The mayor has already settled a different lawsuit registered when he drink for a 2nd death. He was accused of failing to appropriately warn customers about the highly caffeinated beverage. Littell is launching a Barbie with type 1 diabetes, complete with a glucose monitor. Coordinated a partner with the nonprofit organization Breakthrough T1B and developed its new doll. Health update, I'm Scott.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find. Go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like 2-factor authentication and strong passwords, but as much as you try to control how your info is protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats in your identity
fix-it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Play as promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians. I didn't learn about countries at school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us and they stay intact. And the greatest of all time. Tell me how to get to Sesame Street. I don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6-foot pigeons walking around. Try something different. iHeart Comedy. When they're gathered, we like to gather information about you and then we hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now. AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, body positivity movement may be making way for eating disorders on TikTok. We'll talk about it coming up on Monday at 11:30.
KMI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Food Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your well-fed host, Neil Cervedra. How do you do? We're out here in Valencia, Wild Fork Foods, Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. What a great turnout. Thank you so much. I'm honored. I just shook the hand of a lovely woman who came from Santa Barbara. So all those people, I came from Miracle Mile. Santa Barbara. She came from Santa Barbara. Look at that. I gave her a t-shirt and a cutting board. Santa Barbara. God bless you. I told her I wasn't sure I'd go to Santa Barbara for her. And she didn't. She goes, yeah, but there's food here. And I go, you know what? That's a Food Report listener, and I appreciate that. All right, so we're here with Taras, who is the leader. He is the regional leader. And I remember last time, I mean, you're in your dress, your uniform down, but you were in a suit or something last time. When I met you, you were dressed up, I think. I think we were wearing a different attire at that time. I don't know, but it wasn't there. You looked very, I could tell you were important, let's say it that way. Nicely kept beard, everything nicely coiffed, you're ready to go. That's why you're the leader. And I wanted to talk more about the overall Wild Fork experience and the food. And what's the best way for someone who's never been in one to experience here in a store as we celebrate the 1 year out here in Valencia? But and then what's the best way to experience online? Absolutely, I think that's a great question. You know, I think one of the things that really stands out about Wild Fork is our prices, which means that you don't have to break an arm and a leg to shop at a Wild Fork store. And I think the best way to experience our stores is, number one, to talk to one of our Forkies here at the store. They are very, very knowledgeable about all the products that we carry. In fact, they go through an extensive onboarding that includes culinary training so that they're well versed in product. And just have a chat with them about their favorite products, shop around the store, and really experiment products that you think you would like to try, you haven't tried before. It doesn't hurt, you get to try something new. And I would suggest the same online. I think the main difference online is you have access to a lot more recipes, especially our Wild Fork app. So you download the app, you can just search for recipes, and you can search for a recipe for almost any single product that we carry over here. And sometimes the recipes sort of inspire you to buy a product that maybe you haven't tried. Yeah, you just said something. I think I was talking to somebody off here. Well, one of the things that I love is, one of the things I love is get something that you're familiar with that you love. That's great. But also, because the prices are so wonderful, you can say, okay, I'm going to try alligator too. Or try something that you maybe wouldn't or didn't know much about, and look up a recipe and be inspired by that. I love that. Absolutely. So you guys call the people that work here Forkies, and we call listeners of the show Forkers. In a gangland style fight, maybe in an alley, who do you think would win, a Forkie or a Forker? I don't know, Neil. You'll have a lot more time drinking out than I have. So we don't need to hash that out right now. I'm just saying, I'd be curious. If it was a barbecue showdown, I think you'd give a little bigger budget. Okay, I was thinking more
layout of the store. You walk in first. I see family. What is the breakdown of these bunkers right here in front? Yeah, absolutely. So the perception that people have with Wild Fork is that we carry just premium meats and that we're expensive. And so we're trying to sort of debunk that myth. And so when you walk in, the first thing you're going to be hit with is chicken, because we do carry different programs of chicken, very affordable chicken as well. So we want our customers to know that your everyday protein, your chicken, your ground beef, we carry that too, and we carry a huge variety of that. So when you walk in, you're most likely going to be hit with chicken and ground beef, which, fun fact, represents 50% of protein consumed in the U.S. Oh, sure. Chicken breast and ground beef. So absolutely, we want to make sure that people know we carry that. But then as you start walking into the store, you're going to be hit with some of the treasure hunt items, seafood, Argentine shrimp, the exotic section we spoke about. And then the last thing is typically beef, just because that's something that's widely consumed. We don't think it has to be at the very front of the store, so people typically will end with a selection of beef products that we carry. And then what's fun about our stores, people don't realize this, but we carry a huge selection of everything else you need to complete a meal. So fruits, vegetables, desserts, appetizers, breads, all protein, but all really high quality. So you can buy your protein and everything else you need to complete a meal here. The quick meals up along the side opposite the restaurant. That's what it's so funny because I'm eating food here today. Come on out, by the way. We're out here in Wild Fork at Wild Fork Foods in Valencia at Mountain Parkway. We're broadcasting live today, and I'm giving away stuff. And there's also samples being grilled outside. What about the quick meals? What defines a quick meal? So something simple, delicious, and healthy that you can heat up and eat at home. If you don't fancy turning on the grill and firing up the cottage steak. Sometimes the perception of a ready meal is highly processed, and so what you're going to find here are really clean ingredients that we use to develop our ready meals. So no artificial flavors, no artificial ingredients, no phosphates, no MSG, just clean ingredients that help you feel like you're having a home cooked meal.
And you were saying how the perception is you guys sell expensive meats and things like that, and you can find every level for you. I think the prices are spectacular personally, and I think that you offer things that you can't get other places, especially for these prices. But people forget about the quick meals or appetizers. Talk about the appetizers.
Yeah, we have a lot of different appetizers. You know, we've got Asian-inspired appetizers. We've got everything, sausages and blankets, fried shrimp, coconut shrimp, meatballs, pot stickers. It's really, one of my favorite appetizers is actually a lobster grilled cheese that we carry 4 in a pack, and it's absolutely amazing.
Wow, that sounds perfect. Wow, that was great. I appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. That was Aras Tolsiani. Come on now. It's missing
an eye. Yeah.
Come on, Kayla.
We'll forgive Kayla today. She had good things to say about garlic bread,
but you get no more. A real pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much. Likewise.
You're doing a great job. The stores are always beautiful, clean, easily laid out to find what I need.
So we appreciate you being an avid supporter as well.
You got it. Make this food. All right, stick around. We've got more to come here at Wild Fork in Valencia, Wild Fork Foods. If you're in the area, come by and say hello. I'm very, very honored that you folks came out today, and I hope you're getting all that there is to offer, including the samples out here and the giveaways. So make sure you get tickets for promotions for the giveaways. We've got a grill we're giving away, tickets to Magic Mountain, there's all kinds of stuff. So go nowhere. All right, let's get the latest. Thank you. God bless you. Look at you starting the wave all by yourself, man. We'll be back with more. So go nowhere. Let's get the latest news now. I think that's all. It's the KFI 24-hour news.
Elected officials representing LA's harbor area have requested federal immigration agents to stop staging at Terminal Island. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says it's offensive for agents to use the same site where Japanese Americans were rounded up and sent to internment camps in World War II.
Get out of Los Angeles and leave LA County alone. We don't want them here, we don't need them here,
and it is an insult on history.
LA City Councilman Tim McOsker has also called.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas, Hall Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Called for immigration enforcement at the site to stop. The federal government owns land there, including a federal prison and a Coast Guard base. 3 people have been arrested in Seal Beach for alleged bank jugging. That's when people who've just withdrawn money from a bank are robbed. Irvine Police spokesperson Ziggy Azalkan says bank jugging is now a nationwide crime trend.
Suspects would go to a parking lot of a local bank, do surveillance of who's coming in and out of the building, but they're specifically looking for people who are carrying cash.
Canada, police say the 3 people arrested are from Texas. President Trump is planning to put a new 35% tariff rate on Canada starting August 1st. ABC's Olivia Rubin says the president points to the flow of fentanyl over the U.S.-Canadian border, saying if Canada helps to stop it, the U.S. will consider an adjustment.
When you look at the actual data, according to Customs and Border Patrol, only 1% just about of the fentanyl that's seized here in the United States actually comes from Canada.
Canada is already paying 25% tariff. It's the International Day of Combating Sand and Dust Storms. ABC's Chuck Stevenson says the UN World Meteorological Organization reports about 330 million people, more than 150 countries are affected every year.
It claims millions of premature deaths every year, plus heart and lung diseases and reduced crop yields, causing hunger and migration.
He says the UN is promoting global efforts to restore arid farmland and set up early warning systems. Lanes are clear on the 15th in Temecula.
On the right side, just before we get to Mexico Canyon, they did get that solid SUV out of the middle of the road, but the driver is still trying to recover to come away from Lake Street. That mistake as he heads back to Mexico before it does improve. South on 15 still a busy from the 91 over towards Mexico Canyon. On the northbound side of the 215 freeway, before you get to Harley Knox, they did wrap up with a hit and run crash, and that's the freeway. The driver is still trying to recover. They're coming away from about 74, about just before Nuevo, and just does get back over towards the 60. On the southbound side of the Flyer Freeway, just before you get to Lakewood Boulevard, they had to run a traffic break. There's some wood debris from the roadway, so that drive is solid coming from the 710. And northbound takes place from about Imperial Highway over towards Lakewood Boulevard. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
Listen to the Stephen J. Klubit podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with Congressman Eric Swalwell.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever these days. Homes are sitting longer for sale, prices are falling, and sellers are offering buyers like never before. Do you want to sell your house now, but worried about it sitting on the market for too long? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Do you have a house that needs repairs? Ready to downsize, relocate, or sell an inherited property? Dealing with rental headaches or financial stress? Wedgwood Homes offers a fast, reliable home install. Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is, no repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Skip the stress of traditional listing. Call Wedgwood Homes. Our offers are firm and no last minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 800-307-2010 for your no obligation Information on cash offer. 800-307-2010. That's 800-307-2010. Southern California's trusted home buyer for over 40 years. Or visit us at wedgwoodhomes.com.
So, weather from KFI. Expect low clouds and fog to develop later this evening with lows in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA and OC. Low to mid 60s at the beaches, upper 50s to mid 60s in the valleys. Right now at 75 in Gardena, 82 in Brea. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Oh man, this weather, it's beautiful out here in Valencia. About 90 degrees outside, slight breeze. You know what I kept thinking about? Morongo's Lazy River. Oh yeah. I like Lazy, I like River, and they got both over there. So much stuff going on at Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. You gotta check it out. They have the July giveaway. Get a portable electronic lunchbox. We earn 500 points on your rewards card. It's coming up on the 15th, so check that out. They're also giving away a Jeep Gladiator. Have you seen those beauties? You can earn entries now by playing table games, and you can be there on the 31st at 10 p.m. for your chance to win. Jazz Band and Delphonics, August 9th. Put that on your calendar. And you can get you Good Times Pizza only from Good Times Pizza. And I'm telling you, they do a fantastic job. I've had that pizza myself. And the fact that you can get it to go, beauty. You won't want to miss a kick, a header, a goal at the friendly sports bar in SoCal Sideline Sports Bar. So get out there, Morongo. They'll take care of you. Morongo, the best casino resort in the Southland. Good times.
We are in a changing world. The economy, technology, education. But there are a couple of things that don't change. One of them, I'm an ass, I always have been. And the other one is the success of Zellman's Minty Mouth. These are little capsules that you swallow. And at the end of sucking off the minty coating, you either bite into them or swallow and they go into your gut where they begin to work on the bad breath, the smelly breath in your stomach as well as in your mouth. There's the difference. Zellman's Minty Mouth. If you're interested in fresh breath, if you're like me, garlic, onions, I love those, coffee in the morning, those all cause bad, smelly breath. Zellman's, it's a different animal completely. Go to Zellmans.com and use the code KFI 15% off until the end of the month. Zellmins.com. Use the code KFI. Zellmans.com.
Seriously, like dealership just fix the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
This broadcast is with 50,000 watts of power, 600 volts.
Pleased to have radio to listen to KFI. KFI is on the iHeartRadio app that brings you digital sound. If you haven't heard KFI on the free iHeartRadio app, you haven't heard KFI. AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Thanks for those of you who come out. We're at Wild Fort here in Valencia, Wild Fort Foods. If you haven't checked it out before, man, they do it right here. And they're celebrating their 1-year anniversary and so much going on, including giveaways. We're doing giveaways throughout the day. I'll be here until 5 o'clock. And there's a line outside for those that are getting wonderful, they're getting all kinds of great meats being grilled out there. And I saw that. Oh my gosh, that's the voice of Peter Grusin. So you are all leaders, senior sales leader of the Encino location.
Yeah, so, it's kind of just a way of looking at things a little differently. Managers, we try to be leaders and try to change the way that I love your perspective of what's going on in
should jack me out here. You know, I was born in Encino, and that's
my home court.
Yeah.
Encino, so yeah.
So that's a special place to me as well. So what's with the growth? I mean, we're celebrating the 1-year anniversary here in Valencia, but you guys are popping up all over the place.
Yeah, so we opened 5 stores in California last year. I was lucky enough to revert and open all 5 of them, including my own in December. That was kind of delayed. I opened this store, so great to be back here a year later and celebrate with the community and the team. And nice to have the same people working here and just part of our whole process. So, you know, we're looking to grow a lot next year and open a lot more stores. We just opened in Arizona a few weeks ago, and we're getting ready to open in Pacific Beach. That one's a little behind right now, but we're getting ready. That'll be number 12.
Wow. So I've been to many different locations. I've interacted, and not like I walk in, your group knows me. I walk in just like anybody else, and have connected with many of your group. They have that vibe of wanting to be here, and they're not afraid of my questions.
You know, that's kind of that's what we're doing. It's just trying to instill that the engagement of the team with the people and kind of get my perspective on it. When I look at it, it's we're trying to get into people's kitchens, right? We're trying to get into your living room, right? So it's a personal experience and friendly butcher, personal chef kind of a deal. A lot of shopping experiences in stores these days is pretty neutral, and you don't really get a lot of interaction. Sure. We really want to interact with people and talk about our products and talk about our motto, nourishing better life, and really getting into people's homes. So it's nice to talk to people about our products, introduce people to new products. People have questions about cooking techniques and how to do that. So it's really great to build relationships with people in the community and the stores to and then have them come back and say, oh, I followed your recipe, or I followed your the instructions you gave me on how to cook this product, and my family loved it. So it's super rewarding to share that with the team and kind of get them engaged with that to really enjoy their work and not have it be so robotic.
I've been doing what I do for a long time in KFI, since I was an intern, and I've always thought that same way. You're entering their home in some way, or their life in some way, and that's a big deal.
I was in the restaurant business for 4 years, so it's providing an experience for someone is the thing. But when you get into a retail environment, grocery store environment, providing that kind of experience for someone's a rare kind of thing that you don't find a lot of places. And it's just it is really super rewarding to make these relationships with people, talk to them about food. Food's really a personal thing for a lot of people, and I think having them come back and just fostering that experience for people is just really rewarding and a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it is. It's different. I've been in a lot of different grocery stores, a lot of different vendors and suppliers. Do people come in here and know what they're doing, or do they come in? Are they intimidated when they first walk into a Whole Foods?
A lot of intimidation when they come in here. A lot of people come in and looking for steaks and stuff. But when you've got over 800 products, we've cut some meat. One of my personal favorites is the hanger steak. It's not something you can find anywhere else. You're not going to see it in a lot of stores. You don't see the prime. You don't see 17 different cuts of ribeye. There's just a lot of things you're not going to see going into a regular grocery store. So people can tend to get super intimidated when they start looking around, and I think that's where the experience and the engagement of the team talking to them and hey, do you have any questions? Can I show you something? Can I show you this? And having that knowledge to talk to people about how to cook it, and kind of make them not feel so intimidated, and really introduce them to new things and help people expand their horizons when it comes to food.
Yeah, and I think that's something that again, as I said before, come here for what you like, but also look for something that you want to experiment with or are curious about.
People go to a traditional grocery store, they go in there and they buy 2 pounds of ground beef, and they buy the New York steak that they bought for years in the same grocery store, and then come in here and see the different wait. I can get a New York with a bone in, or I can get a ribeye with a bone, or just the different things that people don't see in their everyday life, and they don't break out. Having that all in their own store for them to look at and really explore is a lot of fun.
And as far as different kinds of or cuts of chicken or things like that, you can buy whole chicken here too.
Yeah, so we have whole chickens, all different kinds of different kind of cuts, boneless, bone in, that kind of thing. There's definitely some non-traditional stuff, and I think the way our products being frozen, so you don't have to, thaw and cook it at the same time. Just really helps people explore that, no antibiotics, no hormones, all our chicken products. And Mary's Chicken, which is a really great product, vegetarian fed, non-GMO, that kind of stuff. Just some really cool stuff, and the way it's packaged is really opens people's eyes.
Hold that thought. When you come back, I want you to talk about that, Peter. When you talk about the way it's packaged, the freezing part of it, why people may look at that and go frozen, wait, and let's help them understand what sets Wild Fork Foods apart there. Okay, when we come back, we'll talk about Peter. So go nowhere. Let's get the latest news now with Eileen Gonzalez and the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. Vice President Vance has reportedly been spotted at Disneyland with his family, and new details have been released about what went wrong before the Air India crash last month. We'll have more about that at the top of the hour. Right now, we're going to check the 5 in Norwalk. Looks like lanes are clear.
Southbound side of the 5 freeway, Lakewood Boulevard, they do clear all that wood debris from the roadway. All lanes have been reopened, but it's still a pretty rough drive. It's really from the 16 northbound side of the 5 slows. Then about Imperial Highway, that'll stay clear from the 710 freeway. On the southbound side of the 710 freeway to Florence, there was a brush fire on the southern side of the freeway. They've got that shot, but the drive is busy clear away from the 5 and northbound side. You will see delays from the 105. Checking into Orange County on the southbound side of the 5 freeway just before you guys are 55. Your car fender vendor did make it out to the right shoulder. Delays to come away from the 22 and westbound 91 is a slow ride getting into Orange County about Weird Canyon over towards the 55. This Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
All right, so we are here at Wild Fork Foods in Valencia. Come on out. We are celebrating their 1-year anniversary. What a special store this is. If you haven't had the chance to come out here, it's a different experience. If you love to grill, you love to cook, there is something for everyone out here, and we're enjoying the day. So we'll be out here till 5 o'clock. We're celebrating not only their 1 year, but summer grilling season. So don't miss out. Come on out, say hello, and enjoy some of the samples. We got a grill pit master, we got Dom out there on the grill doing a fantastic job. We'll be talking to him again in just a little bit. We're giving out prizes, including a barbecue. We're giving out protein from Wild Fork here, Dodgers tickets. We've got tickets to Magic Mountain as well, and we've got some lovely packages of coffee as well from Coachella Valley Coffee. So no reason to not to buy anything, come out, enjoy. But I will tell you, look this stuff up, and you're going to say, what should I get? And there's tons. You should. WildForkFoods.com. WildForkFoods.com. We'll be out here at 24175 Magic Mountain Parkway until 5 o'clock. Come by, say hello.
You've got apps for everything. Music, photos, even ordering coffee. But only one app gives you the live radio experience. It's radio your way. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions already listening. The free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up after 1 o'clock on Monday on the John Koval Show, Newsom was in South Carolina campaigning to be president. Then he was in Tennessee on a podcast campaigning to be president. Is he ever coming back to California? And do we want him to? That's after 1 o'clock on Monday on the John Koval Show. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Fork Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your well-fed host, Neil Sabater. How do you do? If you're new, thank you, dear. If you're new to the Fork Report, we just celebrate food. That's what we do. We celebrate food every single Saturday from 2 to 5. And the people that make it, the culture behind it. And today we are celebrating great proteins, great food, all here at Wild Fork Foods in Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. They're celebrating their 1-year anniversary, and we're celebrating grilling season. We've got the grills heated up outside. Dom is busting his hump out there, making sure you're taken care of with free samples so you can understand some of the things they have here, like the picanha, which is just, I said this earlier, zero hyperbole. That is one of the best steaks I've ever had. And right here today, absolutely fabulous. I'm a big fan of different cuts. Ribeye has always been a great standard of mine. This blew it away, just spectacular. So we're talking with Peter Grusin, Senior Sales Leader of the Encino location out here today. You have opened, 5 locations or so? Most recent ones?
5 locations in the last year. Last year we have it, and then we're opening another one in Pacific Beach this year. Then next year we're going to open some more, but I'm not sure what location of those yet.
Yeah, and it's grown fast, so the response has been good.
Yeah, the response is great. 60 stores nationwide now. Business flow. In the Encino location, we're just doing great. They're doing fantastic here in Valencia. It's about, building relationships with the customers, but being involved with the community as well, right? Kind of let people know. It's like I said before, and again, this is one of those fun things you can do if you like to cook, if you like to get together and eat food with your friends. This is like one of the most fun jobs in the world. You're really introducing people to new products, introducing people to things they haven't done before, and really, again, it's super personal to talk to people about food and get in people's kitchens. And sometimes I feel like one of your stories, I'm sitting down with somebody and they're at their kitchen table eating with them, even though it's just together. Yeah, so food is just an amazing, thing that binds people, and being part of that process for Wild Fork, a great company to work for as well. It's just really rewarding and a lot of fun.
Okay, so you're leaving here late. You've had a long day, but you got to make yourself something. You get home. What out of the quick meals do you grab?
So for me, first, the top of the list for me is the beef short rib raviolis. They're amazing. So a lot of times you get pasta that's frozen or pre-made pasta. It's a little chewy. It's not get too thick. This pasta is light and tender. The raviolis are full of filling. Super easy. I just do a pomodoro sauce, tomatoes, basil, olive oil, garlic. On those shorter raviolis, they cook for about 7 minutes. It's perfect. The box is perfect for me and my wife to split. And the raviolis are good size, a little bit of sauce on there. Really quick, easy, great meal. Boil a little water, and in 8 minutes you're out.
So Peter, you did not bat an eye.
That's great stuff. You knew exactly what you're like. I know exactly. Thank you for asking. If you're asking me one of those are amazing, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so the experience here and the fact that there's a dual experience online as well. Yes, you can experience things online as well for those that might not be in an area. I'm closer to downtown, and I don't think we have one that close yet.
So Venice, I think, would be the closest, but in that neighborhood, and so we do the roadie thing. So if you order from us within 60 miles of the store, you can still get delivered from the local store.
Great.
Yeah, I've done that. And the 8-mile thing, if you're within 8 miles of the store, you can order and get 2 hours same day guarantee delivery too as well, which is fantastic.
Yeah. So that whole experience. Now you guys have special bags and stuff that people leave with that help keep the chill on.
So for the local deliveries, we have an insulated bag, a Mylar insulated bag that the food's wrapped in, so it stays frozen in the store until the delivery driver gets it. It's going to still be frozen when you get home. With the longer deliveries, if you get into the longer ones where you're a little further from the store, we do pack freezer bags, frozen bags in there to keep it frozen longer. But yeah, we do pack it really well.
What about if somebody's having friends over, summertime? Maybe they're grilling, but maybe they're doing some stuff in the oven as well, preparing. Are there things that come in larger quantities or that you can easily batch up that would work for a party?
I think the chicken, the shrimp, the shrimp come in 1-pound bags. They're fantastic, but also the chicken as well. You were talking about chicken tenders earlier, so amazing. We get a 5-pound bag of chicken tenders. You can open the bag and take out for your cook them for salads, whatever.
It's hardly anything. Chicken is all the chicken breast.
Right.
There's so much more. The tenders underneath the breast are fantastic. All these cuts.
My wife's always been a huge fan of the tenders, and I think if you're just cooking a few tenders for your salad or for whatever you want to do, the bag's resealable. You don't have to thaw them all out and thaw what you want. Shrimp, same thing. But if you're trying to batch up with some of that stuff, certainly we have some great seasoned chicken. We have we have chicken cubes, chicken thigh cubes, frozen in a bag where you can take out what you want to cook. We have ground beef comes in a 2.5-pound bag where it's pellets basically, and you can scoop out what you need as opposed to having to cook the whole thing.
That's kind of nice. So if you're doing like a sauce or something and you want to throw some of that in there, you don't have to
thaw it out. Just take up a scoop, throw it in, cook it from frozen, and you're ready to go. So yeah, really
I love it. Hard for sauces.
Yeah, our ground beef, 1 pound bricks. I personally, use it at home all the time. Take it out of the freezer, throw it in a bowl, and in the sink of cold water in an hour, 10 minutes. I'm cooking.
So it's you have an 80-20 here.
80-20. We have a 73-27. We got 90-10. We have a huge variety of different grounds for sure.
Yeah. So what that means is you're lean to fat, and I told people that come up to me. One of the things I get asked all the time, Peter, is how come my hamburgers are dry or whatever? And I said, like more than likely not pulling out that 80-20 blend. You need that 20% fat.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. We have a 73-27 that is amazing for burgers. It's so juicy. We have a 10-pack.
And that's usually restaurant quality there. When you're cutting, when you got that kind of fat, that's usually when you bite into a burger. So when you go, what is with this and how come it's so good?
Right, so we have the same ones in the 10-pack for $10, so it's $1 a pack. You can open the thing and cook them right from frozen. They're amazing.
Oh my gosh, that sounds fantastic. The biggest, I've said this on the show before, the biggest compliment is from my 8-year-old boy who says, Dad, can you make me a juicy cheeseburger? And he'll go somewhere and go, oh, this isn't like that, juicy cheeseburger. So like I take pride on making sure, and he'll tell me when it's not. This one's a little overdone or something.
That's adults after a few drinks.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, to be honest, that's important with it. We have to remember. All right, the last thought, Peter, is things that you want to tell people about Wild Fork Foods that you think they may not know.
I think that what they don't, our prices are fantastic. We certainly make adjustments and keep up with the market. And, and I think, the frozen thing that really throws people off, and I'll just go with chicken right off the bat. Most chicken's frozen. When it gets to a grocery store and it's thawed out, put on the shelf, and it's just,
all shrimp.
It's the same thing. The shrimp are frozen. Like a lot of that stuff's frozen when you go to the store. So when you go to the butcher department and you're sitting there and then you look at the stuff and it's all packed on ice for you and all, it was frozen before it got there. So, I think embracing the frozen part and understanding, talk to our people. There's really easy, fast ways to thaw things out and make it simple for you.
And the tech has changed. And it sounds stupid about freezing, but they're able to freeze faster and better than before, which keeps the natural crystals and all that. But when water freezes, it becomes sharp.
Yeah.
And that tears it. And when you freeze it fast properly, in the proper packaging, it's going to stay good forever in the freezer.
Absolutely. Yeah. The stuff I've not stuff and let it sit in my freezer for 6-8 months, and it's just as fresh as it ever was before. So
absolutely.
Yeah. I think to embrace it, come in, look around, talk to our people, and just enjoy food in a different way.
Well, what a pleasure talking to you, Peter.
Thank you, Neil.
Peter Rothschild. You can find him not only roaming around when they're opening stores, but at the Encino store as well. Just go in and say hi to Peter when you're there, and check out your Wild Fork Foods market wherever you might be. That you have one. But what a pleasure.
Thanks. Yeah, it was great. Thanks, Neil.
Alrighty, we'll be back with more as we are celebrating not only grilling for summer, but Wild Fork Foods here in Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. It's their 1-year anniversary, and so many people, some that are less attractive than others, sir. But I'm kidding. He's a friend. I can tease him. But come on out and say hello. They're also grilling some samples outside, giving away stuff on the inside. Come by and say hello. I would love to shake your hand. All right, let's get the latest news now from Eileen Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Blocking ice raids. I'm Eileen Gonzalez live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto says the temporary restraining order stopping the federal government's immigration raids is a win. She says it's a win for the city's residents who've been subjected to the chaos fear the government has inflicted on communities with the ice raids and detentions. A federal judge in LA issued the ruling yesterday and blocks state federal agents from conducting operations until the court considers a preliminary injunction. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says ICE agents have been doing their job according to the law.
There is the rule of law, and the law is applied equally to everybody. Every single individual in this country will be treated fairly, and we will uphold our law.
She says there's been an increase in violence against those who are upholding the rule of law. KFI News is brought to you by American Vision Windows. Vice President Vance is reportedly at Disneyland with his family. There were reports yesterday that he was expected to visit Orange County this weekend, although the White House hasn't confirmed that. Orange County Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento says he wouldn't be against meeting with Vance, but only if they could talk about immigration operations.
I think he's coming here to enjoy our beautiful beaches, our beautiful environment, and our climate. But that's not really what people need. People need support right now, and that leadership needs to come from the federal government.
Republican OC Supervisor Don Wagner disagrees with his colleague. He says it's an opportunity to cast a wider net. Wagner says, though, he'd like better clarity on what the Trump administration is doing on immigration. Political analysts say growing tensions between U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino could see one of them leave the Trump administration. ABC's Olivia Rubin says it's over the DOJ's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case.
That rift is so bad that Bongino has been telling some of his close advisors that he is considering resigning because of the way that this all went down.
She says they're at odds over the Justice Department and FBI saying this week that Epstein didn't have a client list, even though Bondi had said in February that such a document was sitting on her desk. New details on what went wrong before the Air India crash last month. Former pilot John Nance says a preliminary report from authorities in India shows just 3 seconds after takeoff, the fuel cutoff switches for its engines went from the run position to the cutoff position.
Somebody turned the engines off, and they would have known, just like the two qualified pilots, they would have known what the consequences were. So there was a mental aberration on this purpose.
More than 240 people on board the plane were killed. 1 person survived. Gray wolves are making a comeback in California. Their population has increased from 1 in 2015 to at least 50 by the end of last year. A report by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife shows there are now 10 wolf packs, primarily in northeastern California. Since 2015, the department has confirmed nearly 130 of about 270 investigated livestock attacks were caused by wolves. Still, the report emphasizes the need for ongoing legal protections for wolves. Let's go to a crash on the 10 in Yucaipa.
You have some big problems there if you are headed westbound right before Live Oak Canyon Road. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic is jammed all the way back to County Line Road. In Elysian Park, you've got problems on the 110 freeway. It's the southbound side, the Academy Road off-ramp. There, 2 cars got mixed up there on the off-ramp, causing some delays. Also in Diamond Bar, a wreck on the 57 freeway northbound past Pathfinder Road. It involves a pickup truck and another looks like a moving truck was involved. And overall, it's just a slow ride on that southbound 405, basically from about Sunset Boulevard all the way down to the 90 freeway. That is a tough haul this afternoon. And the southbound side of the 110 freeway looking pretty busy as well for the 10 down past Exposition Park with some of California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Will Coltrane.
Your updated windows are not keeping the heat out. At American Vision, our windows protect you from the scorching summer heat, keeping your home cooler, quieter, and more beautiful. Celebrate freedom from the heat with $1,776 off your project, or finance a full loan of windows for $177.60 per month. These savings won't last. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Recommended download of 6 windows. See website for details. Offers expires 7/31/25. See 777-7326.
Celebrate our independence with a great deal. Bill and Kathleen have been doing right with American Vision Windows for 25 years, and now they're 100% employee-owned. For America's birthday, get $1,776 off your project, or finance a full home of windows for $177.60 a month. For offer details and a free quote, call 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Offer credit, minimum of 6 windows. Call or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com for details. Offer expires 7/31/25. CSLB number 778326.
SoCal weather from KFI. Expect low clouds and fog to develop later this evening with lows in the low mid-60s for Metro LA and OC. Low to mid-60s at the beaches, upper 50s to mid-60s in the valleys and IE, mid-60s to mid-70s in the high desert. Tomorrow, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny with highs in mid-70s to lower 80s. Right now, it's 86 in West Covina, 78 in Buena Park, 84 in Fullerton, and 76 in Tustin. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the Pork Report. All things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your well-fed host, Neil Sabedra. How do you do? We're out here celebrating Wild Fork Foods. Their one-year anniversary in this location in Valencia on Magic Mountain Parkway. Hundreds of people have come out today, and we really appreciate that as you're getting some free food and enjoying. Gosh, we've been doing giveaways, all kinds of stuff, telling you about the unique experience that is Wild Fork Foods. So they have 12 locations, just opening up their 12th, I think, here in Southern California, and they're just a spectacular partner on the Fork Report. Their food is wonderful, and you can come out and you can taste some. You can also win some things, including we'll be giving away a grill. But we wanted to tell you about the foundation we talked about earlier, and to do that, we have Alan Jansen, firefighter, paramedic, founder of Firefighter Crafted. You can join them and salute firefighters on the Firefighters Festival on Saturday, September 27th. It's at Warner Center Park in Woodland Hills. Everybody knows where that is. Celebrate our LAFD. They are heroes, period. You can enjoy firehouse food, classic cars, live music, family fun, of course, family related, all while supporting the widows, orphans, and disabled firefighters funds. It's an unfortunate part of heroism is dealing with things that can happen during what they do. So it's a day of honor, unity, giving back, and there'll be all kinds of stuff going on. So Alan, we'll give you the program. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. It's been such an honor to be a part of what Wild Fork is doing. I mean, they are the ones that came when we needed it on the front lines. So I am a firefighter paramedic with Los Angeles City. And during those brush fires was some of the busiest fires that we have ever seen, some of the busiest call volume that we've ever had in our department history, in California's history even. And Wild Fork came on the front lines to support us. And it was just absolutely incredible.
So they're going to be partnering with you again at this event. We want to make sure that we promote that. But also, and I appreciate your service, by the way. Thank you for your service. Absolutely. I think it's very hard, even if we know academically what it must take for you during, while you're actively fighting a fire, right? Explain to us in real life what it means, like the basic things that go eating, getting water, when people support you like Wild Fork Foods.
Absolutely. So, typically, for our department, we run about 1,500 to 1,800 calls in a 24-hour period. Holy smoke. During those brush fires, we averaged closer to 3,500 calls, which means we have no time to go to the bathroom and eat food, like you just mentioned. Wow. Typically, at the fire station, camaraderie at the fire station is cooking. In fact, I recently was one of the cooks, cooked a great meal for the station, and it's a great way for us to talk about the calls, talk about family life. It's community bonding at the fire station. When we're running that many calls, there's no time to actually stop and cook. So we might have a chance to get a snack bar or something quick to drink, but that's not the best nutrition for our bodies to be able to sustain. So when Wild Fork came along and donated so much food, good quality food, good meats, things that are actually going to give our bodies protein to be able to continue to fight these fires. Unbelievable. We're so grateful for that support.
Yeah, that's. I think it's very hard to understand the intensity. Do you drop afterwards? I mean, when it's all said and done, you know, we used to joke back in the day when I was in promotions. We had a big event.
Yes.
Everyone got sick afterwards because your body is going, you know, and that's obviously not even close. So sure, does your body just go, I'm done?
So we are definitely used to the busyness, but stuff like that is not good for our bodies. The lack of sleep, the lack of nutrition, the dehydration, all these things that we experience, let alone all the toxins we're inputting into our body from fires. But when that happens, we do get very, very fatigued. And so we are grateful for people to come alongside and be able to give us some support so that we don't have to, like I said, cook. That's a huge blessing for us on the fire ground. The lack of sleep is a huge toll on our immune system. A lot of people think firefighters, when they are at the fire station and running these emergency calls, going into burning buildings, that's our biggest risk to our bodies. That's an aspect of it. The other aspect is the toll that it takes on our health, the lack of sleep, the stress, emotional, physical.
Oh, sure, you see things that don't.
And we're ready to respond at a given notice. But yeah, during those times, it's an extra stressful.
And, you know, sleep deprivation is a torture device for a reason. Absolutely. So it's like,
it's very true. Yeah, you're right.
So you got your wife and your kids here.
My wife is outside. She's actually at our booth with Firefighter Crafted. I have my 3 boys and my mother-in-law here just supporting at the Wild Fork events. It's been so great to be a part of. I had the opportunity to meet Marsha with the Wild Fork crew. She was the one that connected us. Yeah. She was a fireball, like you said, and she just has such a vision for Wild Fork, how to come alongside different organizations. One of the ones that she, as you mentioned, Widows, Orphans, Disabled Firefighters Fund. Marlene, who works for them, that's the nonprofit for our fire department that raises money for injured and fallen firefighter families. So what Firefighter Crafted does is we take products that are all made and designed by firefighters.
And there are many. I'm impressed by the ingenuity of firefighters.
Oh, absolutely. The creativity, you see it at the station level. Well, we took some of the designs that firefighters have made and we put it on our website, firefightercrafted.com, so people can order. We actually have a warehouse here in Valencia that ships it out to countries around the world. We've actually had sales in 10 different countries. And what it does is raises money for firefighters that have been injured and disabled on the job.
Wow, and I'm a maker and a fabricator myself. I love those things. So fantastic. When I see those things, I'm always blown away how a lot of them are created by firefighters. There's the ingenuity, so many different products I've come across that firefighters have come up with. That's even in the grilling space, and right. I'm home. Find out.
Absolutely.
So you're a boy dad, it looks like.
I am, yes. I have 3 young boys that are here dancing around at the Wild Fork, and it's just a blessing to have them. They're helping me out at our booth and passing out business cards and stickers as well.
You said your wife is in the booth out there working right now.
Yes.
I know she can't hear this, but to others that are in heavy and intense jobs like yours, what does it mean to have a good partner?
That is a great question. She is my most important support because when I come home, she has the house ready, she has the kids ready, and she loves me even when I am tired and not having the best of attitudes.
And
sooty and dirty. Yeah, she likes when I shower and clean up, but just to have her support is such a blessing to be married to her. We actually just celebrated 12 years not so long ago, so thank you so much. That's awesome. But yeah, so she has been a huge support. She homeschools our boys, so she has sometimes a harder job at home for sure.
Is it a pair of twins or are those?
We do. So we have 7-year-old twins, Caden and Patrick, and then Tegan, our 4-year-old son.
They are quite active.
Oh yes.
And all supporting their shirts and support. That's awesome.
Yes, thank you. In fact, those shirts. So the firefighters we had 5 firefighters that lost their homes on these recent brush fires in January, and so
that's definitely the way we report on it and covering that you're in the same area as you're losing your home. It is Yeah, I get it.
It's a whole nother level of devastation, right? Where you're fighting these fires, and now you don't even have a home to go home to.
Yeah.
And so we designed some apparel with our phoenix bursting from the ashes out of California, and it says "We will rise" because it's California. We will rise together in supporting these firefighters. So the shirts are on our website, firefightercrafting.com, to be able to raise money for these firefighters that have been injured. The firefighters that lost their homes. It's also on the Widows Orphans and Disabled Firefighters website at givetoahero.org.
Firefightercrafted.com. Firefightercrafted.com. Alan Jansen, firefighter, paramedic. Thank you again for your service and taking the time to come on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me and supporting Wild Fork and the many things they do for firefighters.
All right, we'll be back with more as we broadcast live from Wild Fork, Valencia today. We're celebrating their 1-year anniversary, celebrating the again, what we just talked about, that they are giving. They don't just bring us great food and our experience at Wild Fork. They also are really hands-on in the community as well. We celebrate and applaud that. But come out, get some samples. We'll be here till 5.